Elke drowned 40 years ago, but returned from death seeking revenge. She walked into Tobias Reinholt's winter ball with a knife, ready to kill him. But when their soulmate bond snapped alive, he offered her his throat. What would you do when vengeance and love collide, and the truth of your past threatens to destroy everything? When the Ice Remembers, a web novel, Vampire Romance by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The Cold Knows Her. It slides through the marble foyer of Reinholt Manor, past the double doors held open by footmen in pressed black, across the candlelit expanse where chandeliers droop with winter light. Elke steps into it without flinching. The cold has lived under her skin for 40 years. It is the only weather she cares. She walks forward as the footman takes her coat, as the string quartet eases into something minor and slow, as the guests turn to assess another late arrival. She is one of hundreds tonight. Mortal elite, vampire Astoctrucus, the occasional neutral observer from the Hollow Court's minor embassies, all here to mark the winter solstice at Tobias Reinholt's lakeside manor. None of them look at her twice. She has made sure of that. The dark ash-blonde hair pinned in a smooth coil. The gloves, pale gray, stretching past her wrists. The gown, charcoal silk, high-necked and sleeved, chosen because it hides the frost-burn scarring across her collarbones and because its pockets are deep enough to hold a blade. The knife sits against her forearm now, strapped beneath the left sleeve, flat against the bone. She feels it with every step. It is not the only weapon she carries. The betrothal ring is tucked inside her right glove, pressed against the base of her thumb, the metal tarnished antique silver set with a stone the color of lake ice. She has never worn it openly. She has never been able to throw it away. 40 years in the Grey Country taught her patience. The Hollow Court did not intend for her to remember. They sealed her death the way they seal all breaches, with ritual silence and modified records and the slow erosion of truth. But Wendelin Corsic found her there, anchored her soul before the current could sweep her into forgetting, and pulled her back into a new body, a new century, a new name. Elke Ernberg, 23, born again with every second of drowning still counting in her pulse. She knows the exact number of breaths it took her to die. She has counted them every night for 2 decades. 41 breaths between the ice breaking and the dark closing over her face. 23 of those, she was still fighting. The last 18, she was waiting for Tobias to come back. He never did. The ballroom opens before her, white marble columns, a frozen fountain at the center, its water turned to sculpture by the solstice cold. Tall windows look out over Lake Huascar, black and silver under the moon, its surface a sheet of scarred glass. She stops at the edge of the dance floor. Her pulse says, now. Elke lets her gaze travel across the room. She does not search for him. She knows where he stands. She has been mapping this moment for so long that she could walk the path blindfolded, could recite the names of every guest between her and him, could time her approach to the precise interval between one waltz and the next. Tobias Reinholt is across the ballroom, near the grand fireplace, surrounded by his household council. He wears charcoal gray, a shade darker than her gown, and he is laughing at something one of his advisors has said. He looks the same. That is the first wound. He looks exactly the same as the night he let her die. The same sharp jaw, the same dark hair. Silver at the temples now, but still thick. The same eyes, the color of winter storms, that once looked at her like she was the only living thing in a dead world. She has hoped he would look older, weaker, marked by guilt. He does not. Elke moves. She walks across the ballroom floor with the unhurried gait of a woman who belongs in this room. The guests part around her. The string quartet shifts into a new piece, something with a slower pulse. The candles gutter in a draft from the lake. She is 10 steps away from him when one of his advisors notices her. A woman with sharp cheekbones and a ruby collar, Some titled vampire Elke memorized from Wendelin's dossiers and immediately forgot. The advisor's mouth opens. A question, a challenge, a dismissal. Elke does not stop. She reaches the edge of Tobias's circle and lets the ring in her glove grow cold. It is a sign she has never tested. The bond witch told her the ring was keyed to him, that it would react when their souls were close enough to recognize each other. Elke told herself she did not care. She brought it as a tool and a reminder, not a compass. But the metal turns cold against her thumb, then colder, then cold enough to ache through the glove. Tobias's head lists. He stops mid-sentence. His eyes find her across the circle of his council, past the candles and the champagne flutes and the polite, predatory smiles. His expression does not change. It does not need to. The stillness that overtakes him is worse than any shock. He knows. She sees it in the way his throat moves when he swallows, in the way his hand, the one holding his glass, goes utterly still, in the way the laughter around him fades as the ring begins to notice that something has shifted. Elke draws the knife from her sleeve. She does not hide the motion. The blade catches the firelight. Steel, single-edged, unadorned. No poison, no ritual engraving, no message. Just a sharp edge between her hand and his chest. The room sees it, gasps. A woman near the frozen fountain cries out. One of Tobias's household security steps forward, hand reaching for something beneath his jacket. Tobias raises his hand. The guard stops. The entire ballroom stops. The string quartet falters into silence. The candles burn. The lake waits outside the windows, dark and patient. Tobias Reinholt looks at the blade in her hand. Then he looks at her face, at her mismatched eyes, one gray and one amber, the mark of a soul returned through bonding ritual. He looks at her the way a man looks at a ghost he has spent his whole life begging to see. He knows. Say it, he tells her. His voice is rough, broken in a way she has never heard from him. She has heard him command armies. She has heard him charm ambassadors. She has heard him whisper promises in the dark of a bedroom that no longer exists. She has never heard him sound like this. Elke closes the last step between them. The knife point rests against his chest, directly over his heart. He does not move. He does not brace. He does not summon his security, does not shrug into the supernatural speed she knows he possesses, does not do anything except stand still and let her hold the blade. My name, she says, is Elke Ernberg. She uses the name from her first life, the one the Harlow court ordered erased, the one Tobias said aloud at her graveside before they sealed the ice over her body. His face breaks open. It is not dramatic. There is no grand cry, no theatrical fall. It is a crack, a folding. A man who has held himself together for 4 decades, suddenly coming apart at the seams. Tobias Reinholt goes to his knees. The knife slides against his chest as he drops, point dragging over the fine wool of his coat. Elke keeps the blade steady. She does not lower it. She looks down at him, at the vampire lord of Norskeld kneeling on the marble floor of his own ballroom, his hands empty, his throat bared, his eyes wet. Elke. Her name in his mouth sounds like a prayer, like a wound, like the only word he has left. 41 breaths, she says. Her voice stays flat, controlled. The voice she built in the gray country, in the years of training, in every mirror where she rehearsed this moment. 23 of fighting, 18 of waiting for you to come back. Then nothing. He does not deny it. He lowers his head. The tendons of his throat stand out against the candlelight. He is offering her the kill. No guards, no tricks, no last-minute plea. He is offering her his throat, and she has never wanted anything the when she waits to take it. The knife shakes in her hand. Not from fear, from the weight of 40 years compressed into this 1 second, into this one choice, into the space between her blade and his pulse. Take it, Tobias says. If that is what you came for, take it. She sees his eyes. She sees the truth in them, the thing she has refused to imagine in all her planning, all her hatred, all her careful preparation. He is relieved. He wanted her to come. He wanted her to kill him. He has been waiting for this as long as she has, And the only difference is that she came for vengeance, while he came for an ending. That difference matters. She is still holding the knife, still poised to drive it home, still standing over the man who let her drown, when the doors shatter. The marble entrance explodes inward, not from force, from a presence. The air turns brittle. The candles extinguish in a wave of cold that smells of wet stone and sealed graves. The guests scream, scramble, scatter toward the walls and the side exits. Through the broken doorway come the pale bailiffs. They're tall, too tall. Their limbs move like water, like things that have never quite learned the shape of a body. Their faces are smooth and unmarked, no eyes, no mouth, only planes of white skin stretched over bone. They wear robes of pale gray that hang as if wet, and where they step, frost webs across the marble floor. There are 3 of them, then 5, then more than she can count. The one in the lead stops at the edge of the ballroom. Its head tilts. The smooth place where a face should be turns toward her, toward Tobias, kneeling at her feet, toward the bond that must be singing between them like a wound in the air. The returned soul. The voice comes from everywhere and nowhere, from the walls and the ceiling and the cracking ice on the frozen fountain. The illegal return. The breach. Tobias rises. He moves with the speed she remembers, the vampire quickness he did not use to defend himself from her blade but activates now, stepping between her and the bailiffs. His hand closes around her wrist, the one holding the knife. She could pull free. She could drive the blade home. She could end this. Reinholt, the lead bailiff says. Its voice drips like meltwater. You thought you could hide her? You thought the court would not feel the moment she spoke her old name? Elke looks at the pale faces, the frost spreading across the marble, the guests cowering against the walls. She looks at Tobias's grip on her wrist, protective instead of defensive, and at the knife still in her hand. She came here to kill him, but the Hollow Court has just named her something worse than an assassin. They have named her a crime that must be erased. Chapter 2. The knife stays in her hand. Tobias's grip on her wrist is warm, human warm, the temperature of someone still bleeding, still breathing, still alive in the old way she remembers. He pulls her backward, away from the advancing frost, away from the bailiffs whose wet robes trail across the marble like the hem of a drowned dress. Don't, she says. She means it as a command. It comes out as a question, the first crack in the voice she built over 40 years. Tobias does not let go. Marek! His voice cuts through the screaming, through the crash of a chandelier hitting the floor as frost splits its chains. Marek! The North Passage, now! The bailiffs keep coming. They do not run. They flow, limbs moving in rhythms that do not match human walking, as if the space between them and their targets is a thing they can drink in a single swallow. The frost reaches Elke's shoes. It climbs the hem of her dress. It is cold in a way that has nothing to do with winter, cold that remembers being underwater, cold that remembers the moment her lungs gave out and the gray country swallowed her whole. Her hand shakes, not from fear, from recognition. The bond surges. It hits her like a wave she did not see coming, a wall of dark water that slams through her chest and steals her breath a second time. Tobias's grief pours into her through the space between their skin, through the ring turning ice cold against her thumb, through the part of her that has been dead and is now awake and cannot stop feeling what he feels. 40 years. 40 years of waking alone. 40 years of visiting a frozen lake. 40 years of dreaming a woman's face and not being able to remember how she laughed, only how she stopped laughing when the ice broke. The bond does not deliver the memories in words. It delivers them in sensation, in the ache behind his ribs every morning, in the way he still reaches for her side of the bed, in the sound he makes alone in his study when he thinks no one is listening. Elke's knees buckle. She does not fall. Tobias catches her, one arm around her waist, the knife still pressed between them. The blade cuts his coat. She feels the fabric part, feels the heat of his skin through the tear. You are drowning. His voice is low, urgent, stripped of the public calm he wore all night. The bond is drowning you. Push it back. Push it away from your chest. I don't know how. It is the first honest thing she has said to him. The first thing she has said in this life that was not scripted, planned, sharpened into a weapon. His hand comes up to her face. She should flinch. She should drive the knife home. She should do any of the things the woman in the gray country trained herself to do. Instead, she lets him cup her jaw, lets his thumb trace the line of her cheekbone, lets herself feel the calluses on his palm. Vampire hands do not callous. His did. From gripping the stone rail at Lake Icegar, from standing at the edge of the ice every winter solstice, waiting for a ghost that never came. "The bailiff," her voice steadies. "It said I was a breach." "You are." Marek Yultani appears at Tobias's elbow, a lean man in a dark suit with the flat affect of someone who has seen too much to be surprised by anything. He carries a satchel and a small silver rod that hums with something Elke does not recognize. "And you are about to get everyone in this room killed if we do not move now." The first bailiff reaches the edge of the ballroom's central aisle. It stops. The faceless head tilts again, tracking Elke with something that might be curiosity, might be hunger, might be judgment passed before any trial begins. "The returned soul," it says. "The illegal returned, the breach that must be erased." Behind it, the other bailiffs spread into a line. They do not rush. They do not need to. The frost has already reached the far walls, has already climbed the curtains, has already begun crawling up the legs of the guests who did not escape in time. A woman screams. A man goes down, clutching his shin where frost is wrapped around his ankle like a manacle. Elke sees the child, a girl, maybe 7, pressed against the wall near the broken doors, her hands over her ears, her mouth open in a cry no one can hear over the chaos. She is wearing a white dress with silver trim, the kind of dress a mother buys for solstice parties, the kind of dress that will never be clean again after this night. The bailiff moves toward the girl. Elke moves before she thinks. She twists out of Tobias's grip, crosses the frost-covered floor in 4 strides, and puts herself between the bailiff and the child. The knife is still in her hand. He holds it up, point toward the smooth, white face, toward the nothing where eyes should be. "Touch her," Elke says, "and I will find a way to make you regret existing." The bailiff stops. It is not the threat that stops it. She knows this. She is a returned soul with a kitchen knife and a borrowed dress, and the bailiff is a thing that has erased harder people than her. What stops it is the bond. The ring flares hot against her thumb, then cold, then hot again. The stone in its center, the color of lake ice at dawn, begins to glow with a light that is not reflected from any candle. The bailiff takes a step back. "The anchor," it says. She carries the anchor. Behind her, the child is pulled away by a woman Elke does not see. A door slams. Footsteps retreat. Tobias reaches her. Marek is already moving toward the north knoll, pressing hidden catches into the paneling. A section of the wall swings open, revealing a narrow stairwell that spirals down into darkness. "Elke." Tobias's hand finds hers. His fingers interlace with hers around the knife hilt. "I will ask you one time. Trust me, or kill me. But decide now, because if we go down those stairs, the court will consider you mine." She looks at the bailiffs, at the frost climbing the walls, at the girl's empty corner, at the knife between their joined hands. She looks at Tobias. His face is not the face of the man who let her drown. It is the face of a man who has been drowning ever since. "Move," she says. They go down. The stairs spiral into darkness, into cold that smells of old stone and sealed records. Above them, the ballroom doors close. The frost does not follow. The bailiffs do not follow. But Elke hears the lead one's voice one last time, muffled through stone and distance, speaking to someone she cannot see. The lake remembers, and if the lake remembers, the court will cut her out of time itself. The door seals. Darkness. Tobias's hand is still in hers. The ring pulses. The bond bards between them like a living thing, and Elke realizes she has just made the first choice in her second life that was not scripted 40 years ago. She did not kill him. She does not know if that makes her a coward or something worse. Chapter 3. The stairs end in a corridor of dressed stone, the air so cold it burns. Elke's boots echo against the floor, and somewhere ahead, a door slams. Then another. Then a third. Tobias moves past her with the certainty of a man who owns every stone in this house. His hand is empty now. He did not keep hold of her after the last step, and she does not know if that is respect or retreat. The ring still glows beneath her glove. Marek, Tobias says. Seal the manor. Blood law. Marek is already on a phone, the silver rod pressed against his palm. Blood law requires a formal declaration. If I call it in, the court will know we are treating her presence as a territorial claim. That gives them grounds to demand a reckoning within 7 days. Then they will have their reckoning in 7 days? Tobias. Marek's voice goes flat. She is not a guest. She is a weapon someone aimed at your heart. Elke watches the exchange from a distance that feels longer than the corridor. The bond hums beneath her ribs, not words, not images, just a pressure that wants to open into something she refuses to let it become. She presses her thumb against the ring's stone. The cold helps. You think I do not know that? Tobias says. I think you have spent 40 years waiting for her to return so you could finish the sentence you started at the lake. I think you want her to kill you, and I think you will let this city burn to give her the chance. The words land like a blade. Tobias does not flinch. He does not deny them either. Elke steps forward. I am standing right here. Both men turn. She looks at Marek. You are his daylight envoy, his legal fixer. You manage the contracts that keep Reinholt House legitimate in a city that does not officially know vampires exist. If you want to contain me, do it. But do not talk about me like I am already a corpse. Marek's jaw tightens. You held a knife to his chest in front of the entire court. And then I saved a child from a bailiff. Which of those actions tells you more about what I intend? Silence. Tobias breaks it first. The eastern safe room. We hold there until Marek seals the perimeter. They move. The corridor opens into a larger chamber lined with iron doors, each one stamped with a crest Elke does not recognize. The ceiling arches into ribbed stone, and the air smells of old paper, sealed wax, and the particular dust that gathers where no window has ever opened. Marek works the phone. Tobias stands with his back to a heating grate, watching her. You are struggling, he says. I am managing. The bond is not something you can manage by will alone. It will push through whether you want it or not. She turns to face him fully. Then tell me how to stop it. You cannot stop it. You can only learn to let it pass without drowning. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. The bond surges. For a half-second she is not in the chamber. She is on the lake, the ice cracking beneath her, Tobias's hands reaching. Then the vision rips away, and she is back, her breath short, her fingers cold. Tobias has not moved, but his eyes are closed. He felt it too. Good, he says quietly. It is still alive. She does not ask what he means. She is afraid she already knows. Marek's voice cuts through. Perimeter is sealed. Blood declaration filed. We have 7 days before the Hollow Court can demand formal tribunal access to Reinholt territory. He lowers the phone. They will use every hour to pressure us. They will freeze assets. They will start disappearing mortals who have contracts with the house. They already do that, Tobias says. Then they will do it faster. Elke moves to the wall, pressing her palm against the cold stone. The ring pulses once, then stills. She needs to think. She needs to separate the bond from her own pulse, the history from the present, the revenge she planned from the chaos she is standing in. Through the veil of her own focus, she watches the household staff move through the edges of the chamber. A woman carries a ledger. A young man drags a crate of candles. And at the far door, a man in house livery pauses, studying the sealed entrance with an expression that does not match the urgency around him. She knows him. The recognition hits like water in the lungs. She remembers him from Wendelin's briefings, from the files Marek will one day compile too late. A trusted household steward. A man who will, when the Hollow Court applies enough pressure, begin slipping them information. He will not do it for ideology. He will do it because the court will offer him something he wants more than loyalty. She does not remember his name. She remembers what he becomes. The steward turns, catches her gaze, and nods once before disappearing through the far door. Elke's hand drops from the stone. Tobias is still watching her. What is it? She could tell him. She could point, name the threat, Let Tobias handle it. That would be the safe choice. That would be the choice that keeps her hidden, keeps her useful, keeps her alive. But that is not why she came back. She came back to act, to move first, to make sure that no one in this house ever gets the chance to betray the way he will. Nothing, she says. Tobias holds her gaze. The bond whispers doubt through her chest. His doubt, not hers, and she shoves it down. Mark is already moving toward the iron doors. We need to inventory every access point. If the bailiffs find a breach before we secure it, they do not need a tribunal. They tinker by right of pursuit. Then we secure it, Tobias says. Their voices blur. Elke is already cataloging the room, the exits, the staff, the position of every blade, every candle, every shadow. The steward's name will come back to her. She will find him before he finds the court, and she will destroy him before he ever gets the chance to choose. The ring is hot against her thumb. She lets it burn. Chapter 4. The name comes back to her 2 hours later, in the gray light before dawn, while she is mapping the east corridor exits. Arvid Sorn, household steward of supplies and logistics, 20-year service record, no disciplinary marks, 3 commendations from Tobias himself, the kind of man everyone trusts because trusting him has never cost anyone anything. Except that it will. She leans against the cold stone and lets the memory surface. Wendelin's voice, clipped and precise, reading from a dossier compiled across decades. Arvid Sorn, turned by the hollow court in the 3rd week of the lockdown. He opened the north service gate during a tribunal raid. 8 mortals died. Tobias lost the blood contract with the Lake District hospitals. The breach cost the house a quarter of its territory. Elke presses her palm flat against the wall. The ring pulses once, a cold beat against her thumb. She has to move before he does. The manor is in controlled chaos when she finds him. The great hall has been converted into a staging ground. Staff carrying crates of sealed documents. A woman inventorying ceremonial weapons. 2 men reinforcing the main entrance with iron bars. Candlelight catches the frost still webbed across the windows from the bailiff's passage. Arvid stands near the south pantry door, a ledger in one hand and a list in the other, directing a young kitchen girl toward the cold storage. His voice is calm, efficient, the voice of a man who has never had to choose between loyalty and survival. Elke crosses the hall. The ring goes cold, then colder. Arvid Sorn. He looks up. The girl stops. A few heads turn. Yes, miss. She stops 3 feet from him, close enough to see the pulse in his throat, the slight furrow of his brow, the way his thumb shifts on the ledger's spine. He does not look guilty. He looks professional and mildly concerned. That is the danger of men like him. They never look guilty until the guilt has already done its work. You are the steward of supplies and logistics, she says. 20 years in service. You manage the contracts with the northern mills and the Lake District fisheries. You handle the inventory schedules for the manor's ceremonial stores. That is correct. His voice stays even. Is there a problem with the inventory, miss? There will be. She lets the words land. Around them, the hall has gone quiet. The kitchen girl has stopped moving. A man with a crate of candles sets it down slowly. Arvid's thumb stops shifting. I am not sure I understand. You will. Elke keeps her voice flat, controlled, the voice of someone reading a list rather than inventing one. In 6 days, a courier will arrive at the North Spurvis Gate. He will carry no seal and no identifying mark. He will ask for the steward on duty and say one word. Iskar. You will let him in. Arvid's face does not change, but his hand tightens on the ledger. The courier will be a hollow court intermediary, she continues. He will offer you a choice, cooperation or erasure. He will tell you that the court has already documented your niece's address, your late wife's gravesite, and the names of every mortal relative you have sheltered under the house's protection. The hall is silent now. Someone drops a candle. The sound echoes. Arvid's breath has gone shallow. Miss, you have not met him yet, but you will, and you will take the offer. She tilts her head. Because the court does not give you a third option. They will show you the file on your niece. They will mention her school, her schedule, the route she walks home, and you will open the gate. That is not true. His voice cracks on the last word. I have never betrayed this house. I have never even spoken to the hollow court. Not yet. She steps closer. The ring burns against her thumb, hot now, hot enough to feel through the glove. But you will. In 7 days, when the lockdown ends and the pressure starts, you will calculate the cost. You will tell yourself it is only one gate, only 1 hour, only a few names. You will tell yourself you are doing it to protect your niece, your wife's memory, the life you built here, and you will be right. She lets that hang, but the calculation will still be wrong, because the court does not want one gate, they want the house, and you will give it to them, piece by piece, until mortals die, and Tobias loses the blood contract with the Lake District hospitals, and a quarter of Reinholt territory falls to the tribunal. Arvin's hands is shaking now. The ledger is still shaking in his hands. You are accusing me of a crime I have not committed, he says, and offering me mercy I have not earned. That is not justice. That is a test I cannot pass. It is not a test, she says. It is a warning. The silence stretches. Then Arvid's hand goes to his mouth. It happens so fast that Elke does not register the motion until it is complete. His fingers press against his lips. His throat works once, and his eyes widen with something that is not fear. It is recognition. He has been prepared for this. He bites down. The capsule cracks between his teeth. A thin trickle of dark liquid runs from the corner of his mouth. He tries to speak, and the words come out wet, broken, already dissolving. The court already judged the lake. His knees hit the stone. His hands grip the ledger as though it can anchor him to consciousness. His eyes find Elke's, and there is something almost like relief in them. They knew. You would remember. He falls. The ledger slides from his fingers and lands open, pages splayed across the frost-covered floor. Someone screams. Elke does not move. She stares at Arvid Sorn's body, at the dark line of poison still running from his lips, at the truth he carried into death. They knew. They knew she would remember. They knew she would find him, and they made sure he could not talk. The ring burns, hot and cold at once, and somewhere in the depths of the manor, she feels the bond shudder with Tobias's recognition of the same terrible fact. The hollow cord is already inside these walls. They have been inside from the beginning, and they are not hunting her. They are waiting. Chapter 5. The body is still there. Arvid Sorn lies sprawled across the frost-veined stone, the ledger open beside his hand, poison still seeping from the corner of his mouth. The staff have not moved. They stand frozen in the great hall, watching her with the same expression they wore when the Bailiffs breached the ballroom. Merrick is the first to break the silence. You killed him. He killed himself, Elke says. They prepared him for me. You cornered him. You gave him the court's own script. You dressed his future death as prophecy and watched him walk into it. She turns to face him. Her voice is flat, controlled, the voice she learned in the gray country where volume does not matter. I gave him a choice. The court gave him a capsule. Do not confuse the authors of this scene. Merrick's jaw tightens. He looks at Arvid's body, then at the staff, then at the windows where frost is still spreading across the glass despite the hearth fires. The bailiffs are tightening the perimeter, he says. They cannot enter while the blood declaration holds, but they can wait. They can freeze every road, every tunnel, every drain that leads out of this estate. Then we do not use the estate's exits. Tobias's voice comes from the archway behind her. He stands in the threshold, dark hair silvered at the temples, eyes the color of winter storms, watching her with something she cannot numb. He saw, through the bond. He felt Arvid die. There are older roots, he says, beneath the city, sealed by blood oath and civic charter. The court does not know them. Merrick turns sharply. The archive, that is not a refuge, that is a tomb. It is a place where the court cannot follow. For how long? Until they starve us out, until the blood declaration expires and they simply walk in. Tobias does not answer. He looks at Elke. The archive holds records, he says. blood treaties, oath-marked ledgers, memory-marked relics from before the court's jurisdiction over this territory was established. If there is a way to break the court's claim on you, it is there. Or a way to finish what she came here to do, Merrick says. The words hang in the air, cold as the frost on the windows. Elke meets Tobias's gaze. You are offering me a room full of weapons and trusting me not to use them on you. I am offering you the truth. His voice is quiet. Whatever you decide to do with it. The bond pulses between them, a low thrum beneath her ribs, and she hates him for making her feel the sincerity in that offer before she can choose to doubt it. She looks at Arvid's body one last time. They knew you would remember. She follows Tobias into the dark. They descend through the manor's oldest cellars, packed wine racks layered with dust and iron-barred doors that have not opened in decades, until they reach a wall of rough stone that looks no different from the foundation around it. Tobias places his palm against a stone near waist height. Nothing happens. Then the stone shifts inward, grinding against its own weight, and a narrow staircase opens in the wall behind it, spiraling down into absolute darkness. These tunnels predate the manor, Tobias says. They connect to the old civic archive beneath the Hall of Records. The mortals who built Norskeld knew what lived above them. They built escape routes. And the Hollow Court knows nothing about them. They know they exist. He steps onto the first stair. They do not know where they lead. Merrick lights a small flame from a silver lighter and holds it ahead of them. The light catches damp walls, wooden beams bowed with age, and a smell of stone and rust and old cold. They descend for what feels like a long time. Elke counts her steps. She learned to count in the Grey Country, where time had no weight, and the only measure of movement was the rhythm of her own breath. 43, 44, 45. The spiral opens into a straight corridor, wide enough for two to walk abreast. The walls change from rough stone to dressed granite, and the floor slopes gently downward, leading them deeper under the city. How far? She asks. Half a mile, Tobias says, past the old riverbed. The archive was built in the limestone beneath the original courthouse, before the court consolidated its authority. The documents there fall outside their jurisdictional claim. Nothing falls outside their jurisdiction, Merrick mutters. They just have not gotten around to burning it yet. They walk in silence. The corridor bends twice, and the air changes, growing heavier, older, carrying the metallic tang of preserved blood and the clean sharpness of ancient paper. The iron door appears at the end of the corridor. It is taller than a man, set into the stone with rivets the size of fists, and covered in symbols that Elke recognizes from Wendelin's workshop. Oath marks, bond calls, the same script that ran across the Grey Country's walls when she first woke there, disoriented and already remembering the cold of the lake. Tobias presses both hands against the door. The symbols glow. A low hum vibrates through the stone, through the floor, through Elke's own bones, and the iron door swings open with the groan of something that has not been moved in years. Beyond it lies a room the size of a small chapel. Shelves rise to the ceiling, packed with ledgers, scrolls, and leather-bound volumes. Glass cases hold objects she cannot identify from the threshold. A silver cup, a child's shoe, a lock of hair tied with red thread. Iron braziers stand at intervals, and they ignite one by one as Tobias steps inside, their flames burning pale blue. The archive breathes. She feels it, a slow, rhythmic pulse in the air, like the heartbeat of something sleeping beneath the floor. Oath-marked ledgers, Tobias says, gesturing to the shelves. Blood treaties, memory-bound contracts. Everything the court has tried to erase from the public record is preserved here. And you have been collecting this for how long? Since before you died. She stares at him. I knew the court would one day come for this territory, he says. I knew they would rewrite the lake. I wanted proof that could survive their revision. Proof of what? Of what really happened under the ice. The bond shows truth. It cannot fabricate. Tobias's voice is barely audible. It shows truth as it was experienced, not as it happened. Then tell me what happened. He does not answer. The iron door groans behind them, swinging shut with a sound like a tomb ceiling, and the archive's blue flames gutter low, casting their shadows long across the shelves of buried history. Elke rises to her feet, her heart hammering against her ribs, the cold of the lake still trapped beneath her skin. "Tell me what happened," she repeats. Something shifts in Tobias's expression, something she has not seen before. Not guilt, not grief, fear. "If I tell you the truth," he says, "you will wish I had let you drown." Chapter 6. The archive breathes around them, blue flames casting shadows that stretch and shrink like living things. Elle cannot stop shaking. The cold is still under her skin, the weight of lake water pressing against her lungs, the shape of his hands around her wrists, holding. "You saw what you saw," Tobias says, his voice low and careful. "I am not asking you to unsee it." She presses her back against a shelf of ledgers, putting distance between them. The leather bindings dig into her spine. She welcomes the pain. "Then tell me it is wrong." He does not answer. The silence stretches, fills with the slow pulse rising through the floor, the whisper of something ancient breathing beneath the stone. "The bond does not lie," she says. "You told me that yourself. It does not lie. But it shows fragments, memories shaped by what we felt, not what a witness would record. I was there." Her voice cracks on the word. "I am the one who drowned. Do you think I do not know whose hands were on me?" Tobias takes a step toward her. She flinches and he stops, his hands falling to his sides. "I am not trying to escape what I did," he says. "Then what are you trying to do?" "Show you the rest." The bond surges again. This time she is ready for it, or thinks she is, bracing herself against the shelf as the archive dissolves into sensation. Cold, dark, the crack of ice overhead. But this time the angle is different. She is above the water, kneeling at the broken edge of the lake, her hands reaching down, grasping, finding Elke's wrists, pulling, and then something else. Pressure at her back, a massive shape, cold as the water, forcing her forward, forcing her hands down, driving her knuckles into the ice as Elke's body thrashes beneath her. "No," she gasps, jerking back into her body. The archive reasserts itself around her. Braziers, shelves, the iron door sealed behind them. "What did you feel?" Tobias asks. She swallows. "Not my memory." "No. Someone was behind you." His jaw tightens. "Keep going." She shakes her head. "I need to understand first." Tobias moves to the nearest shelf, pulls a ledger and opens it to a marked page. The script is old, angular, written in ink that is dried brown as dried blood. "The Hollow Court does not lie," he says. "They have enforcers who are not bailiffs, creatures bound to the gray country but still able to touch the living world. They can compel obedience from any vampire whose oath mark they hold. They held yours." He does not answer, but his silence is louder than confession. She crosses the room without deciding to. Her feet carry her to where he stands, the ledger still open in his hands, his winter storm eyes fixed on the page like it contains the shape of his own condemnation. "Show me," she says. He looks up. "The truth," she says. "Whatever it costs, show me." She reaches for his hand. The moment their skin touches, the bond ignites. Not a vision this time, not a memory. Something rawer, older, the current that runs beneath all the images and sensations, the thing that connects them across death and time and the space between worlds. She feels his heartbeat. Vampires do not have heartbeats. She knows this. She has studied them, trained against them, learned every weakness and tell. But through the bond, she feels it. A slow, steady pulse that matches the breathing rhythm beneath the archive floor. And beneath that, the terror. It hits her like ice water. 40 years of it, the terror of that night on the lake compressed into a single note that has never stopped ringing through him. The moment he realized what the court would do. The moment he understood there was no third choice. He loved her. That truth arrives without violence, without accusation, simply there in the bond between them. He loved her, and he chose to lose her, and that choice has hollowed him out from the inside for 4 decades. She pulls her hand back. Her fingers tremble. "Why did you not tell me?" "I did not think you would believe me," he says, "and I was not sure I deserved to be believed." The iron door groans. Elke spins, her hand going to the knife she no longer carries. But it is only Merrick, slipping through the gap before the door seals again. His suit is damp with melted frost, his face tight with cold and something else. Worry. "The bailiffs have moved," he says. "Not against the manor, against the periphery." Tobias straightens. "Explain." 3 properties in the Lake District, mortal families. The court's agents arrived 20 minutes ago with writs of reclamation and armed enforcers. Merrick's gaze flicks to Elke. "They are not just hunting you, they are erasing everyone connected to the lake." Elke's stomach drops. "How many families?" 6 that I have confirmed. Merrick pulls a folded paper from his coat, covered in names. Some of these bloodlines predate the city charter. The court is claiming they were never legally settled on Reinholt land. Tobias takes the paper. His expression does not change, but Elke feels the shift through the bond, a spike of cold fury that makes her own teeth ache. "They are testing the blood declaration," he says. "If I cannot protect the families under my territory, the court can argue the declaration is void." "Then we go to them," Elke says. Both men look at her. "We are trapped here," Merrick says flatly. "The bailiffs are waiting at every exit. The moment you step outside, they will take you. The moment I stay here, they will destroy everyone who ever shared the same air as that lake." She steps toward them, her voice hardening. "I came back to kill one man, not to let an entire town bound because I was hiding." Tobias holds her gaze. "There is another way out," he says. "But it is not safe." "Define safe." "It goes through the lake." Trap sets. Merrick does not wait for permission. He crosses the archive, pulls a leather-bound ledger from the lowest shelf, and drops it onto the stone table with a sound like a bone breaking. 6 families, he says. Confirmed. 3 more unconfirmed. Elke steps toward the table. The ledger lies open to a page covered in names, dates, and property transactions, all written in the same angular hand that fills the other volumes. But something is wrong with the ink. Some entries have been written over, layered, corrected in a different shade of brown. "This has been tribunal paperwork," she says. "No, it is municipal land records, tax rolls, inheritance filings." Merrick's voice is flat, professional, the voice of a man who has spent decades learning to sound calm while the world burns. The Hollow Court does not file writs for mortal families. Mortals are beneath their jurisdiction. They cannot legally touch a single soul in the Lake District. And yet, he turns the page. These families have been disappearing for 12 years, not all at once. 1 here, 2 there, a house fire, a relocation that never reaches its destination, a death recorded in a hospital that has no record of the admission. Elke's throat tightens. "Show me." Merrick slides the ledger toward her. The names blur at first, just syllables, just the noise of strangers. But then her eye catches a pattern. The same lake name, Iskar. The same settlement name repeated under different property entries, and then a name that stops her cold. Ernberg. She traces her finger over the letters. Old script, dated 38 years ago. A land transfer from one Ernberg to another, recorded as inheritance, signed by a clerk whose name she does not recognize, but whose handwriting she has seen before. In the dossier Wendelin gave her. "Ernberg," she says. Merrick watches her. "You recognize it. It is my name. Your first life name." He does not soften the words. The bloodline continued. Your family did not end at the lake. She knew this. Somewhere beneath the armor of vengeance, she knew. But knowing and seeing are different things. The ledger shows a daughter, a granddaughter, a great-grandchild born 17 years ago in a town called Ivavane, named after the settlement that grew around the survivors. How many? 27 living descendants that I have traced. Merrick pulls another volume. Tobias has been protecting them since before you died. The payments began 42 years ago, 2 years before the lake. Elke looks up. He knew. He knew the court would come for them. He made arrangements before the tribunal even delivered its judgment. Merrick's voice carries no accusation, no defense, just the facts, laid out like bodies on a slab. The protections are legal: land trusts, name changes, relocations disguised as economic migration. The court has tried to undo them 6 times. Each time, Tobias found another angle. The bond pulses. She feels him at her back, the weight of his attention, the fear he carries like a second skeleton. He has not moved from the shelf where she left him. He is giving her space to see it, to decide what the seeing means. "Why did you not tell me?" she asks. "You were not ready." Merrick closes the ledger. "And I was not sure you would believe it from me." She almost laughs, almost. The sound dies in her throat. "Show me the current address." Merrick hesitates. "Elke, show me." He pulls a 3rd volume. This one is newer, bound in dark leather, the entries written in ink that is not yet faded. He opens it to a marked page, and she sees the name. Marta Ivavane. The address is a house on the edge of the Lake District, a town she has never visited in this life but whose name she knows from the dossier. The town that should not exist if the court had gotten what it wanted on the night of the lake. "She is your blood," Merrick says. "Great-granddaughter of your youngest sister. She runs a boarding house and keeps a garden that blooms even in winter. She does not know what she is." Elke stares at the address. "I need to see her." "That is exactly what the court is waiting for." Merrick's voice sharpens. "Every family connected to the lake is under watch. The moment you appear at Marta Ivavane's door, the bailiffs will know. Then I will be fast." Fast does not matter. They are not hunting you with speed, they are hunting you with patience. He is right. She knows he is right. But the name burns in her chest like a coal, a living anchor that has nothing to do with the ring in her glove. A woman who carries her blood, a house that blooms in winter. Proof that something survived. The bond shifts. She turns. Tobias has not moved, but his eyes are on her, and she feels what he cannot say. He has protected this bloodline for 40 years. He has watched them grow, marry, die, be born again, all without touching them, without claiming them, because claiming them would have made them targets. He gave them a life she never knew existed, and she came back to kill him. "I want to see the other files," she says. "All of them." Merrick does not argue. He closes the ledger, "And I was not sure you would believe it from me." She almost laughs. Almost. The sound dies in her throat. "Show me the current address." Merrick hesitates. "Elke, show me." He pulls a 3rd volume, the Spooblajiskid the Menis, stramming placing Lilo Kaelage, and the bond occurs in the introperts of little complete achievement or bones. The bailiffs do not know about it. They know it exists. They do not know I have a key. She looks up. "Show me." Tobias reaches into his coat and pulls out a ring of rusted iron, each key shaped like a blade. This is the only one that still works. He holds up a key whose teeth are worn almost smooth. The court believes it was destroyed when the passage collapsed in the last century. I let them believe that. Because you planned for this. Because I planned for you. The words lands in the space between them. Not a confession, not a weapon. Just a fact, laid out as plainly as the names in the ledger. She could kill him here. End it. The archive is sealed. The keys are at his hand. The bond is a wound they both carry. One clean stroke, and the hollow court clears his instrument. But the address bones in her chest. Marta Ivavane. A house that blooms in winter. 27 living descendants who carry her blood. She cannot kill him until she knows what she is saving. "Lead the way," she says. Tobias nods. He turns toward the far wall, where a narrow archway is barely visible between the shelves, bricked up and plastered over. He raises the key, and the iron door behind them groans. Not the seal, not the lock. Something on the other side. Merrick's hand goes to his coat. Elke's pulse spikes. Tobias freezes, the key suspended in midair, his eyes fixed on the door. The groan comes again, and then a voice, muffled through the iron, threaded with frost. "Reinholt." The voice pauses. "We have your lake families." The bond goes cold. Elke feels Tobias's fury spike, his control fraying at the edges. But it is not the voice that breaks her composure. It is the name that follows. Marta Edervane sends her regards. Chapter 8. Snow bites through her coat where the alley split open. Elke remembers the bailiff's hand closing around her ankle, remembers the cold that was not wind, the way the frost climbed her leg-log roots. She remembers Tobias's shout, muffled through water-thick air, and the iron key scraping stone as he dragged her through a gap that should not have been there. Now the alley is quiet. Now she is on her back, and the sky is a pale gray smear between rooftops, and someone is saying her name. Elke. Elke, look at me. Petra's face swims into focus, dark hair escaping a braid, iodine stains on her fingers. The collar of her paramedic jacket turned up against the cold, and behind her, the boxy shape of the ambulance, its engine still ticking. Found you in the snow, Petra says. You were crawling. Do you remember crawling? Elke tries to shake her head. The movement sends a spike through her skull. Don't. Petra's hands are on her shoulders now, firm, professional. You've got a laceration across your ribs and your pulse is thready. I need to get you inside. The bailiff? He sauced like a grand. You is going. Whatever happened, the alley is empty now. There's blood in the snow that is not yours. Elke lets Petra pull her upright. The world tilts. Her ribs scream. She presses a hand to her side and feels wet fabric, warm and slick. Petra half carries her to the ambulance, opens the rear doors, guides her onto the bench inside. The interior smells of antiseptic and coffee and the particular cold of a vehicle that has been running all night. Lift your arms. Elke obeys. Petra cuts away the torn fabric with shears, exposing the wound beneath. A deep gash across her lower ribs, still bleeding, the edges pale and ragged where the bailiff's frost claw raked through. Jesus. Petra's voice is steady, but her hands hesitate for half a second. That needs stitches, maybe more. I can get you to the hospital. No. Elke. No hospitals. She grips Petra's wrist. They will find me there. They are watching the hospitals. Petra stares at her. The fluorescent light inside the ambulance makes her face look older, harder. A woman who has seen enough to know when she is being fed a partial truth. Who is watching? I cannot tell you. Try. The word lands like a slap. Elke feels the bond pulse beneath her ribs, not Tobias's presence, but the echo of it. The thread stretched thin across the distance between them. She left him, or he left her, or the alley split them apart, and now she is bleeding in an ambulance with the only friend she has in this life, a friend who does not know what she is. Petra reaches for a gauze pad, presses it against the wound. Elke hisses through her teeth. Hold that. She does. Petra peels open a suture kit, lays out the tools with practiced efficiency. This is going to hurt. I do not have anything for the pain. Just do it. The first stitch burns like a brand. Elke bites the inside of her cheek and does not make a sound. Petra works quickly, her hands sure, her breathing measured. Second stitch. Third. The wound should still be bleeding. Elke can feel it knitting beneath the surface, the vampire body she was given pulling itself back together faster than mortal flesh has any right to. Petra pauses. The bleeding is stopping. Good. It stopped too fast. Elke says nothing. Petra lifts the gauze. The wound has closed to a thin red line, the edges already sealing. Her hands hover over it, not touching, just watching. That is not possible. Petra, do not lie to me. Her voice cracks, but she does not look away from the wound. I have been a paramedic for 12 years. I know what a healing wound looks like. That is not a healing wound. That is something else. Elke pulls her shirt down, covering the scar. You should go. I should go. Petra laughs, short and hollow. I find you bleeding in an alley. You tell me people are watching the hospitals and your body heals itself while I am stitching it. And you want me to go? Yes. Elke. Petra leans forward, her eyes sharp, her voice dropping. What are you? The question hangs between them. The ambulance heater hums to life. and the lights outside the windshield shift. A shape blocks the alley mouth. A carriage, black wood and iron wheels, pulled by horses that do not steam in the cold, horses whose breath should fog the air and does not. Petra goes still. Elke, I see it. Tell me that is not what I think it is. The carriage door opens. No one steps out. The darkness inside is deeper than the night around it, a black that seems to drink the streetlight. A voice comes from within, female, calm, older than the stones beneath the city. Elke Ornberg, the tribunal is prepared to receive you. Petra's hand finds Elke's wrist. You are not going anywhere. But the bond is already surging, and through it she feels Tobias. Not fear, desperation. He is running toward her, and he will not reach her in time. Chapter 9. The carriage waits at the alley mouth, black wood absorbing the streetlight. Horses stand motionless, their flanks dusted with frost that does not melt against living heat. Petra's hand tightens on Elke's wrist. We can go through the door, the other alley. They will follow. The bond surges again, nearer now. Tobias is closing the distance, but the carriage is already here, and the voice inside it sounds patient, ancient, certain. Then a figure steps from the shadows behind the carriage. Tall, cloaked in gray wool, a woman with iron-streaked hair and a face that belongs to cathedral stone. She raises one hand and makes a sign Elke does not recognize, and the horses shudder once, then step backward. The carriage door does not close. The woman turns toward the ambulance. Her eyes find Elke through the windshield. St. Veyda, she says, now. Petra looks at Elke. Who is that? A friend, I think. You think? Go! Petra does not argue. She throws the ambulance into reverse, tires screaming on the cobblestones, and the carriage shrinks in the side mirror as they tear backward out of the alley and into the empty square. The woman in gray is already gone. The chapel of St. Veyda sits at the edge of Norskell's old quarter, wedged between a shuttered fish market and a building that has been under renovation for 6 years. Its stone facade is black with soot and age. The door is iron-studded with symbols Elke has learned in Wendelin's workshop. Supplicant marks, prayer seals, promises cut into metal and left to rust. Petra kills the engine. The chapel windows are dark. She said now, Petra says. She did not say how. Elke is already out of the ambulance, crossing the frozen ground. The door resists her first push, then groans inward on hinges that have not been oiled in decades. Inside, the chapel breathes cold stone and old wax. Rows of empty pews lead to an altar draped in gray linen. No candles burn. No incense hangs in the air. Sister Yelsel does not receive visitors after dark. The voice comes from the shadow beside the altar. Elke turns. The woman steps into the dim light from the single street lamp cutting through the stained glass. Gray cloak, auburn hair, the same face that stopped the carriage horses with a gesture. I am Yesel Morkant, she says, and you are Elke Ernberg, which means you have brought trouble to my door before midnight. You stopped them. Temporarily. Yesel moves past Elke to the chapel door, slides a bolt home, and turns to face them both. The carriage will not follow onto holy ground, but the ground does not stay holy forever. You have perhaps an hour before they find another way. An hour for what? Petra asks. Yesel's gaze settles on Elke. To see what is beneath the scripture. The crypt entrance sits behind the altar, hidden beneath a stone that Yesel lifts with a key she wears around her neck. Steps descend into darkness. The air changes as they go down. Colder, older, carrying a mineral scent like black water. Petra follows close behind Elke. You come to this city, you meet secret nuns in hidden chapels. This is normal for you. Getting used to it. The steps end in a chamber of dressed stone. Shelves line the walls, filled with ledgers bound in leather so dark it looks black. A single candle burns on a wooden table at the center, already lit, as if Yesel expected them. These are the records of the bonded dead, Yesel says. The hollow court controls the official accounts, but the chapel keeps its own. Copies made before the court sealed the originals. Records preserved by keepers who believed the truth should survive the tribunal. She moves to a shelf near the far wall, runs her finger along the spines, and pulls a thin volume bound in faded green. This is your death, Elke Ernberg. The copy that arrived at St. Veyda 3 days after Lake Askar claimed you. Elke takes the book. The leather is soft with age. She opens it to the first page. Her own name stares back at her. Ink on paper. A dead woman's official record. But the date is wrong. She runs it again. The date beneath her name is 7 days earlier than the night she remembers. 7 days before the ball. 7 days before the lake. This says I died before I drowned. Yesel nods. That is the copy the court sent from our archive. The mortuary record, the testimony of the attending physician, the oath witness from the Hollow Court's own bailiff. All signed and sealed. But she is still here. Petra's voice is sharp. She is standing right here. Because the official record was corrected. Yesel reaches into the shelf and pulls out a second volume, this one bound in gray. 7 days after the first copy arrived, a second came. Same cause of death, same witnesses, but the date had changed to match the night the lake broke. Elke sets the green volume on the table, opens the gray one. The date matches her memory. The night of the winter solstice, the ice cracking. Tobias's hands. They wanted 2 records, she says slowly. One that said I was already dead when the lake took me. Yes. And if anyone found the fest one, they could argue I never died at the lake at all. Yesel's face is unreadable in the candlelight. The court does not make mistakes, Elke. It makes versions. Petra steps closer to the table. So which one is the truth? Neither of them answers. The candle flickers, and from above, a sound. Wood striking stone. The chapel door. Someone is knocking. Yesel's eyes do not leave Elke's. They found another way. Is there a back exit? Petra asks. There is a passage. It leads to the canal. Yesel is already moving, crossing the crypt to a section of wall that looks solid. She presses her palm against a stone that does not shift. But you cannot take the books. They are warded. If they leave the crypt, the binding breaks and the ink dissolves. Elke looks at the 2 ledgers, the green one, the gray one. The door above sounds again, louder. A fist, not a palm. Go, Yesel says. I will hold it as long as I can. Yesel, I knew what I was doing when I lit the candle for you. The nun's voice is steady. Go now. Find what the court tried to bury, and when you do, make sure the world remembers. The knocking stops. A new sound replaces it. Wood splintering. Petra grabs Elke's arm. Now, the wall opens at Yesel's push, revealing a narrow passage that slopes downward. Water drips somewhere ahead. The air smells of salt or rust. Elke steps into the dark, and behind her, the splintering stops. A voice carries down the stone steps, formal and cold. Sister Yesel Morkant, by order of the Hollow Court Tribunal, you are commanded to surrender the returned soul, Elke Ernberg. The passage door slides shut. Darkness closes around them. Petra's breathing is fast but controlled. Telling you a plan. Elke reaches into her pocket. Her fingers close around the betrothal ring, cold against her skin. I am working on one. The passage slopes deeper. Water seeps through the stone, pooling on the floor. The salt smell grows stronger, and beneath it, something else. Lake water. The passage leads to the lake. And far above them, through the bond, Tobias's desperation sharpens into something worse. He has stopped running. He has stopped because he has found something, or someone. The darkness presses in, and the tunnel narrows, and Elke walks toward the sound of water with 2 dates burning in her memory, and the weight of a dead woman's record pressing against her ribs. Chapter 10. The passage narrows until Elke's shoulders scrape both walls. Water seeps through her boots, cold enough to ache through the leather. Behind her, Petra's breathing is tight and measured, counting steps the way medics count seconds between heartbeats. The tunnel does not open. It keeps descending, the walls shifting from worked stone to raw rock veined with quartz that catches no light. The smell of lake water grows stronger, ancient and mineral, carrying the memory of ice. Then Elke hears it. A scrape ahead. Not water, not stone settling. Something deliberate, the drag of a boot sole on wet rock. She stops. Her hand goes to her belt where the knife should be, but she lost it in the crypt, dropped it when zeal pushed them through the door. Petra stops behind her. "What is it?" Elke does not answer. She listens. The sound comes again, closer now. Someone is moving through the tunnel toward them. The dark offers nothing. No light ahead, no sound of pursuit from behind. Just the scrape of footsteps and the slow pulse of water dripping somewhere unseen. A voice comes out of the darkness. Low, male, careful. "You are Elke Ernberg." Not a question. She does not answer. Her fingers find the betrothal ring in her pocket, cold against her skin, ready to pull it free if the anchor can do more than repel bailiffs. "I am not court." The voice draws closer. "I crossed the canal an hour ago. I have been waiting since I felt the bond surge." "Who are you?" "My name is Elon Bear. I was a clerk of the Hollow Court's tribunal for 23 years. The air changes. Petra shifts behind her. Elke keeps her hand on the ring. "You picked a strange tunnel for a confession." "The tunnels know me better than the streets do." A pause. "I have been following your trail since Reinholt Manor. The bailiffs think I am cataloging seized records. They do not check my work closely anymore." "Come where I can see you." A long moment. Then a match flares, small and chemical, and Elke sees him. He is gaunt in the way of men who have not fed properly in weeks. Dark circles carved beneath his eyes, a scar pulling at the corner of his mouth. He wears a clerk's coat, dark wool, stained at the cuffs. His hands are empty. He looks at her with the weight of someone who has been waiting a long time to say a difficult thing. "You died at Lake Iskar on the winter solstice, 41 years ago. The official record says you were a mortal woman bonded to Tobias Reinholt by a lake-bound vow, and that you broke through the ice during a storm." He says it like he is reciting from memory. "The corrected record says you were already dead 7 days before the water took you." "You know about the records. I carried the gray volume to St. Veyda myself." His voice drops. "I was the clerk who filed the correction." Petra steps past Elke, her paramedic's coat brushing the stone. "You filed a false death record and now you are following her through a drainage tunnel. Forgive me if I am not grateful." Elon's eyes do not leave Elke. "I have been trying to atone for what I helped bury for 23 years. When I heard a returned soul had been named at Reinholt's ball, I knew who she was before I confirmed it." "Why?" "Because I have been tracking every erased name from the Lake District for 12 years. I know the families the court removed. I know the witnesses they silenced. And I know the verdict that they are trying to protect." The match burns down. He lights another from its dying flame. "The tribunal did not judge your death, Elke. They planned it. The lake was never an accident. The storm was summoned. The ice was weakened. They needed you to die at Tobias's hands so the bond would be corrupted, and they needed a record that made it look like you were already dead so the bond's survival could be dismissed as impossible." The words settle into her chest like stones. "They wanted 2 versions of my death so no one could prove the bond was murdered." "Yes." "And Tobias?" Elon's jaw tightens. He did not know what they planned. He knew they were pressuring him to sever the bond. He did not know they intended to drown you and make him hold the hands that did it. Petra makes a sound low in her throat. "He held her under the ice." "He was compelled." Elon's voice is raw. "I have seen the Oathmark records. I know what the Grey Country can force a bonded vampire to do when his mark is held by the tribunal. He fought it. They had to summon an enforcer to lock his body. He was screaming inside his own mind when his hands pushed her down. Elke's hand finds the ring again, presses it against her palm until the edges bite. "You are telling me he was innocent?" "I am telling you he was used." Elon's match gutters. "There is a difference, and I am telling you because someone else in this city does not want you to know it." "Who?" Someone who has been feeding you information since before your return. Someone who anchored you in the Grey Country and has been guiding your revenge. His eyes hold hers. Your bod witch, Wendeline Corsac. Elke's breath stills. She has been pushing you to kill Tobias since the moment you woke in this life. Has she not? The match dies. Darkness. Elke stands in it, the accusation hanging in the wet air. She gave me the names of the court's future collaborators, she says. She gave me Arvid Sorn. Did she tell you the tribunal knew about that dossier? Did she tell you Arvid was already poisoned before you confronted him? No, she did not. I am not asking you to trust me. Elon's voice comes out of the dark, steady and worn. I am asking you to hold your hand before you strike. The tribunal's original verdict is still buried in the Grey Country archive. If you kill Tobias before it is recovered, the court can argue that the bond's corruption was never proven, that he died a traitor, that his death confirms their version of the lake. Petra's hand finds Elke's arm. Elke, I know. The court already moved Marta Egevane from the Lake District holding cells. They are bringing her to the tribunal chambers in the old city hall. If you want to reach her before they use her as testimony, you have to move now. Elke turns toward his voice in the darkness. How do I get to the tribunal chambers? You do not yet. You go to the frozen chapel first, the one beneath the lake. That is where the memory lives. That is where you will see what the court tried to drown. His footsteps recede. I will find you again, he says, before the verdict is read. The darkness swallows his footsteps. Petra's grip tightens. That was him, the defector Ysel mentioned. Yes. Do you trust him? Elke stares into the tunnel where Elon disappeared. The betrothal ring is cold against her palm. I trust that he is afraid of something, she says. I do not know yet whether that makes him useful or dangerous. Water drips. Somewhere above them, the hollow court is searching, and somewhere ahead, the lake is waiting. She starts walking. The tunnel opens onto a frozen shore, and the first thing she sees is the crack. A seam of black water running across the lake's white surface, straight as a blade, splitting the ice from the northern bank to the submerged chapel spire that breaks the surface like a grave marker. The wind carries no voices, no bailiffs, no Tobias, just the crack and the dark water beneath it, and the spire of the frozen chapel waiting under the ice. Petra stops at the bank. That crack was not there before. Elke looks at it, the straight line, the clean division, like something beneath the ice is trying to surface, like the lake remembers what was buried. And through the bond, faint and distant, she feels Tobias's heartbeat, steady, alive, closer than he was before, but still too far to reach. She steps onto the ice. The crack does not widen. It waits. And somewhere beneath her feet, the memory of a drowning stirs. Chapter 11. The ledger is bound in leather the color of dried blood, its spine cracked from decades of opening and closing. Elke's fingers find it wedged between two iron shelves in the archive's deepest alcove, where the blue flame braziers barely reach. The date on the first page is 42 years ago, 2 years before she drowned. She does not call for Tobias, does not warn Petra. She carries the ledger to the reading table where the candle stutters and opens it at the marked page. The handwriting is not Tobias's. A clerk's script, precise and small, recording payments made to a mortal household in the Lake District, monthly sums, medical expenses, a child's schooling, land tax covered under a shell ownership that would take 3 audits to untangle. The family name at the top, Ernberg. Elke's hand presses flat against the page. The paper is warm from the archive's breathing, like skin. She turns the page. The payments continue for 4 years, then skip to a different name, a married daughter, relocated to a town that does not appear on modern maps of the Lake District. A new identity filed, a birth recorded under a false father's name. Another page, another relocation, another name from the bloodline she thought the lake had swallowed whole. A child, a wedding, a death paid for in full, with a burial plot purchased in consecrated ground. Each entry is a life she was never supposed to know. Petra appears at her shoulder, iodine-stained fingers hovering near the page. What is this? I do not know yet. But she does. She knows exactly what it is. It is a record of survival. 42 years of quiet interventions, forged documents, legal protections that would not hold up in any mortal court, but did not need to, because the only court that mattered was the one Tobias had been fighting in the dark. She turns to the most recent entry, Marta Eva Vane, boarding house, winter blooming garden, property deed held in trust by a shell company that traces back to a Reinholt subsidiary, which traces back to nothing at all, because Tobias buried the chain so deep that even Merrick might not know half of it. The payments are marked, no signature required, monthly, without fail, for 40 years. Tobias's voice comes from the alcove entrance. I was going to show you. She does not turn. When? When you were ready. When I was dead again, perhaps, or when the court had already used her against me. She hears him step closer, feels the bond flicker at his approach, the familiar ache of proximity. I was waiting for you, he says. I thought if you saw the full scope of what was done, you would believe me, but you were not ready to see it when we were last here. You hid this from me. I kept it safe. His voice is quiet. The court has been trying to destroy this archive for 30 years. If they had found these records before you, Marta would already be dead. She turns. He stands at the edge of the brazier's light, dark hair silvered at the temples, winter storm eyes fixed on her with something that looks like patience, but feels like hope. Tell me why. Her voice is flat. Tell me why you began protecting them 2 years before I died. Before the lake. Before any of it. I knew what the court was planning. How? Because they came to me first. He steps closer. They offered me a choice. Sever the bond quietly and they would let you live. Keep it, and they would find another way to close what they called a breach. I refused. I thought I could protect you. But you could not. No. So I began protecting what would survive you instead. The words land like a blade. And Marta? The others? You have been watching them for 40 years, waiting for me to come back and find them. Yes. That is not protection, Tobias. That is preparation. For what? For this. She taps the ledger. For the moment when you could prove that your guilt has been productive, that your betrayal had a purpose beyond my death. He does not flinch. Is that what you believe? I do not know what I believe. She says it aloud for the first time, and the words feel like stepping onto ice that is already cracked. Petra clears her throat. If this is a prized argument, I can wait outside. It is not private. Elke closes the ledger. You are in this now. You deserve to hear what we have cost. Tobias watches her. What do you want, Elke? I want to see her. Marta, I want to meet the woman who runs a boarding house in a town that should not exist, whose garden blooms in winter, who has no idea that the vampire lord of Norskeld has been paying for her life since before she was born. She is in the Lake District. The court has her. The court has her now. The records say she was in a vein 2 days ago, and the lake passage runs straight there. Tobias's jaw tightens. It is a trap. Of course it is a trap. Everything is a trap. But there is a woman in that town who shares my blood, and she has been a prisoner of the court's silence long before the bailiffs took her. If I do not go, I am no better than the tribunal that erased my death. Petra shifts. She is right. Tobias looks at Petra, then back at Elke. If we go to a vein, we will be walking into whatever the court has prepared for us. They know you will try to reach her. Then let them know. I am done hiding. Elke tucks the ledger against her ribs. Show me the passage. He holds her gaze for a long moment, then he nods. Follow me. He leads them through the archive, past the blue flame braziers, past the iron door that seals like a tomb, down a narrow stairwell that winds deeper than any civic building should reach. The air changes, stone and water and something older, like the lake has been breathing through the walls. The passage opens onto a crypt, low-ceilinged, frost-caked, a door of rusted iron set into the far wall. Tobias produces a key, the same rusted key, the one he kept when the court believed the passage was destroyed. He fits it into the lock. The iron groans, and behind them from the stairwell they just descended, a voice calls out. Tobias Reinholt, I would speak with you. Elke turns. The figure standing in the stairwell's shadow is tall, gaunt, dressed in black that absorbs the light. A sky pulls at the corner of his mouth. Elin Bear. He looks at Elke with recognition that has no warmth in it. "You're a defector," he says. He is not what he claims. Chapter 12. The passage runs straight. No turns, no branches, no hidden chambers, just stone walls, slick with frost, and a ceiling low enough that Tobias walks bowed, the rusted key still clutched in his hand. The air tastes of lake water and iron. Elke counts her steps. 43, 44. The tunnel does not curve. Behind her, Petra's boots scrape against stone. "How far?" "Half a mile," Tobias says. "Then a stair, then the inlet. And then Evavane? And then whatever the court has left for us." Elke does not ask what he means. She knows. The court has had 2 days to prepare. 2 days to turn Marta Evavane's boarding house into a snare. 2 days to seed the town with witnesses who will swear Elke attacked first. 2 days to make the trap look like justice. She does not care. The ledger is still pressed against her ribs, the names of her bloodline etched into paper that has survived 40 years of court erasure. Marta Evavane, Winter Blooming Garden, boarding house, property deed held by a shell company, buried so deep even Merrick might not know half of it. No signature required. 40 years of monthly payments Tobias made without ever meeting the woman he was protecting, without ever asking for gratitude, without ever telling her why. The tunnel opens onto a stair, stone steps worn concave by feet that climbed them a century ago, leading up to an iron grate that glows with pale light. Tobias climbs first, fits the key into the lock, and pushes. The grate swings open onto snow. Elke climbs out behind him and stops. The town of Evavane spreads across a frozen valley, tucked between the lake's eastern shore and a ridge of bared birch trees that rattle in the wind. Houses huddle together, roofs steep, chimneys smoking, windows lit with the soft amber of oil lamps rather than electric light. No streetlights, no paved roads, no cars. The town that should not exist. Petra emerges beside her, brushing frost from her jacket. How did they keep this place off the maps? The same way they kept the lake passage hidden, Tobias says. They built nothing that could be recorded. No tax rolls, no census, no postal service. The court could not erase what was never written. They knew, Elke says. The court knew this town existed. They let it survive because it was useful. Until you returned. She turns toward the houses. The closest one has a garden walled in gray stone, and above the wall, in the dead of winter, something green climbs. Winter Blooming Garden. She walks toward it. The boarding house is 3 stories of weathered timber with a slate roof and windows that catch the light like water. The front door is painted blue, the color of lake ice at dawn. A sign hangs above it, letters carved by hand. Evavane House, rooms by the night or week. No questions. Elke stops at the gate. The garden is impossible. Vines twist up the wall, thick with leaves the cover of emerald, and among them flowers open in clusters, white, pale pink, the deep blue of a winter sky at twilight. They should not bloom in this cold. They should not exist at all. The front door opens. The woman standing in the threshold is tall, broad-shouldered, with iron gray hair pulled back from a face that has spent decades in weather. Her hands are raw and work-chapped. Her eyes are the same amber as Elke's. Marta Evavane looks at her great-grandon and does not smile. "So," Marta says, "you came." Elke steps through the gate. "You know who I am. I know who they say you are." Marta's voice is flat, regional, a lake accent that is not softened in 40 years. "The returned one, the one who died on the ice and came back to kill the man who let her drown." "Did Tobias tell you that?" "Tobias Reinholt has never spoken a word to me." Marta's gaze slides past Elke to the street where Tobias stands at the grate. "But I know his money. I know the deeds. I know the payments that arrived every month without a sender's name. I am not stupid. Then you know why I am here. I know you walked into a trap." Marta steps back, holding the door open. "Come inside before the bailiffs find you. Both of you." The man stays out. Petra bristles. "He is with us. I do not care, he stays out." Elke turns. Tobias meets her eyes from the street, and there is no argument in his face, only acceptance. "Go," he says. "I will watch the passage." She does not thank him. She walks into the boarding house. The interior is warm, wood stove heat, and the smell of dried herbs, furniture worn soft by use. Marta leads her past a parlor with a fire burning, past a kitchen where bread rests on a cooling rack, into a back room lined with shelves, preserves, dried flowers, photographs. Marta closes the door. You have her eyes. Elke does not pretend to misunderstand. My sister's line. Your sister's great-granddaughter. Marta sits at the table, motioning Elke to the chair across. I was told about you when I was a child. A story my grandmother told me. The woman who drowned on the lake, who was loved so completely that the ice itself remembered her. I thought it was a fairy tale. It is not. No. Marta's eyes are hard. I know, because the payments started the year my grandmother was born, and they never stopped. 40 years of a stranger's money making sure we survived, making sure we stayed hidden, making sure the court never found a reason to erase us. Why did you stay? Where would we go? This town is all we have. We built it in secret, on land the court forgot, and we have lived here by staying quiet and asking nothing. Marta's jaw tightens. And now you have come, and the quiet is over. The accusation lands clean. Elke does not look away. I did not ask to be returned. I know. Marta's voice softens, barely. I know you did not ask to die either. But you are here now, and so is the court, and I need to know what you intend to do. I intend to stop them. How? Elke is silent. Marta watches her for a long moment, then reaches into her apron pocket and pulls out a key. Iron, rusted, identical to the one Tobias carried. They found this in the lake, she says. 3 days ago. A fisherman pulled it up in his net. He brought it to me because he knew it came from the old passage. Elke stares at the key. It was wedged in the floor of the frozen chapel, Marta says. The one beneath the ice. The one the court thinks no one knows about. The chapel, Elke repeats. There is something under it. Something the court tried to drown along with you. Marta sets the key on the table between them. I do not know what it is, but I know it has been calling you. I have felt it in the garden, in the roots, in the way the flowers bloom when they should not. She looks at Elke with asad for your own. If you want to stop the court, do not look for them. Look for what they tried to bury. Marta pushes the key closer. The chapel is waiting, and the ice is thin enough to break. Chapter 13. The air changes before she sees her. A shift in pressure, a smell of dried blood and winter herbs layered over something older. Elke stops with the iron key still in her palm, Marta watching from the table with her hands flat on the wood. You feel it too, Marta says, not a question. The lamp flame bends sideways without wind, frost webs across the window glass in patterns that do not belong to the cold outside. Marta pushes her chair back. Who else knows you are here? Elke does not answer. She knows who is coming because the bond has gone quiet, suppressed by something older than the lake, and the ring against her collarbone has turned so cold it burns. The door opens. Gwendolyn Corsack steps through it as if she owns the threshold, her gray hair loose around a face that is not aged in 40 years. She wears a traveling coat the color of ash, and her hands are bare despite the cold, the nails black at the cuticles from years of handling oath-bound iron. Marta Idavain. Gwendolyn nods at the woman at the table. You keep a tidy house. I apologize for the intrusion. Marta does not stand. I do not remember inviting you. You did not, but your bloodline owes me a thread, and I have come to collect it in conversation rather than debt. Gwendolyn turns to Elke, and her smile is a blade. You have been busy. Elan Bear, the crypt records, the second key. I am impressed you reached this town before the bailiffs. How do you know what I have found? I anchored you in the gray country, child. Do you think I cannot feel when you touch something that was buried with you? Gwendolyn steps closer, close enough that Elke catches the iron and wormwood smell on her breath. You unmasked Arvid Sorn before he could open the gate. That was clever. That was exactly what I raised you to do. You raised me to kill Tobias. Yes. Gwendolyn says it without hesitation. And you are hesitating. Elle's hand closes around the key. Elan Bear says you fed me information to push me toward murder, that Arvid was already poisoned, that you knew. Elan Bear was a tribunal clerk for 23 years. He has the conscience of a man who watched children be erased and did nothing until guilt hollowed him out. Gwendolyn's voice does not rise. He is correct that I wanted you to confront Arvid before the court could turn him. He is correct that I knew he was poisoned. What he does not tell you is that he would have poisoned you himself if he believed it would close the breach faster. The silence in the room is absolute. Marta speaks first. Is that true? Gwendoline looks at her with something almost like pity. Eline Bayer filed the corrected death record that saved Elke's memory. He also filed 17 erasure requests for Lake District families before he found his conscience. He is useful. He is not trustworthy. Elke sets the key on the table. Then why should I trust you? You should not. Gwendoline's smile sharpens. You should trust the evidence. You have seen the records. You have felt the bond. You know the court forced Tobias's hands. You know he chose 1,000 lives over yours. And you know that if you do not act, the court will use him to close this breach permanently, and everyone in this town will be erased with it. That is not what the chapel key says. Gwendoline's expression flickers, just barely. What do you think the chapel holds? Something the court tried to bury, something that has been calling me. Calling you. Gwendoline's voice drops. Or something I anchored beneath the ice before I pulled you out. Elke goes still. Gwendoline Korsek has never told Elke the full price of coming back. That is what Ilan said. That is what the bond has been trying to show her since the archive. You buried something in the chapel, Elke says slowly, before you anchored me. Before the lake. Gwendoline watches her with eyes that have seen too many returns fail. I needed a lock, a place where the court could not reach it. The chapel was already sinking into the ice when I found it, and I pressed my anchor into the floor and sealed it with your bloodline's iron. The second key is the only way to retrieve it. What is it? Gwendoline reaches into her coat and pulls out a mirror. Not glass. Something darker, polished obsidian, set in a frame of finger bones and frozen wire. She holds it up, and Elke sees herself reflected, but not as she is now. Younger, drowning, the ice about her face. Your death, Gwendoline says, preserved, untouched by the court's editing. Every second of what the tribunal did to you, including the moment the entity behind Tobias pushed him to hold you under. If you want the truth you have been chasing, you must go back into the ice and retrieve it. Then why have you been pushing me to kill Tobias instead? Because I do not believe you will survive retrieving it. Gwendoline lowers the mirror. I have seen 53 returned souls reach for the truth buried in their deaths. 47 of them drowned a second time. The memory is not a gift. It is a trap set by the court to pull you back into the moment they killed you, so they can finish the job. And Tobias? Tobias must die because the court has bound his survival to this town's destruction. The bond you share is a lock they can turn at any moment. If they take him, they can use his will to unmake everything you have built in this second life. Gwendoline's gaze is merciless. He knows this. He offered you his throat at the ball because he knew it was the only clean death left to him. And you did not take it. I am not a butcher. Then you are a fool. Gwendoline steps back, the obsidian mirror disappearing into her coat. The chapel will be open at moonrise. Take the key, retrieve your death, and when you see Tobias's face in the moment the ice closed over you, ask yourself whether love is worth the cost of your second life. She turns to the door. Gwendoline, the witch stops. If I go into the chapel and retrieve the memory, and the court still comes for Tobias, whose side will you stand on? Gwendoline looks back over her shoulder, and her smile is the coldest thing Elke has seen since the ice. The dead do not take sides, child. They take what is owed. She steps through the door, and the frost on the windows evaporates. The lamp flame steadies. The bond surges back into Elke's chest so hard she gasps, and through it, she feels Tobias in the street below, his hand pressed to his chest where the connection has just staggered him. He felt her absence. He knows Gwendoline was here. Elke looks down at the iron key in her palm, and through the floorboards she hears the lake shifting beneath the town, cracking, calling, and the witch's lesson burning through her like a prophecy she has no choice but to fulfill. Chapter 14. Elan Baer does not knock. The door to Marta's back room swings open on its own, and he stands in the threshold with snow melting in his hair and the scar at his mouth pulled tight. Behind him, the winter-dark street holds nothing but frost and silence. Tobias is still on the stairs, stopped mid-ascension by Elan's arrival. Your defector, Elan's gaze flicks to Elke. We need to talk before moonrise. Marta rises from her chair, her amber eyes, the same shade as Elke's, cut toward the gaunt man in the doorway with naked distrust. You bring death into my house. I bring information. Elon steps inside. His coat is damp, and something beneath the fabric smells of ash and old stone. You can decide which one kills you faster. Elke's hand closes around the iron key in her palm. Speak. Elon looks at her for a long moment. Then he moves to the table, pulls out a chair, and sits with the careful precision of a man who knows exactly how much time he has left. The tribunal does not make mistakes, he says. The court has been refining its process for 6 centuries. Every returned soul is catalogued, assessed, and either integrated or erased. There is no chaos in their method, only procedure. Merrick appears in the doorway behind Elan, his dark suit rumpled, his face carrying the flat exhaustion of someone who has not slept in days. He stops when he sees who is already seated. Elon Bear. Merrick's voice is careful. I thought you were dead. Everyone thinks that. Elon does not turn. It is the only protection the court offers its clerks. He pulls a folded sheet of paper from his coat and spreads it across the table. A diagram. Complex lines connecting circles, each marked with symbols Elke recognizes from the archive door. The bonded dead are the court's currency, Elon says. Every soul that crosses into the gray country with an active vow carries a trace that can be measured, contained, or weaponized. The court catalogs these traces and assigns each one to a bailiff handler. When a returned soul surfaces, the handler is notified within hours. Who handled mine? Elon asks. Elon's finger moves across the diagram and stops on a circled symbol near the center. Senior Bailiff Valerius. He pauses. And Senior Bailiff Hesse. 2 names. The first time Elke has heard the court's agents spoken aloud as people rather than faceless hunters. Valerius was the one who drafted the original judgment against you, Elon continues. He argued that your bond with Tobias created a breach that would destabilize the barrier between worlds. Hesse supported the judgment and personally oversaw the lake operation. Oversaw? Elke's voice comes out flat. She was there. She was on the shore. Elin meets her eyes. She is the one who signaled the enforcer behind Tobias to begin the compulsion. The room goes very still. Through the bond, Elke feels Tobias stop on the stairs, his hand gripping the railing, his pulse, impossible, present, beating in time with the rage she is trying to contain. You are telling me, Elke says slowly, that the woman who watched Tobias drown me is still alive, still bailiff. Allied is a flexible term for the court's inner circle. Elon's scar pulls tighter. But yes, she is still bailiff, and she is the one who has been tracking you since the moment you spoke your name at Tobias's ball. Merrick steps closer to the table. You said Valerius drafted the judgment. Who approved it? The tribunal requires a presiding magistrate to seal an erasure order. Elon's throat works. Who? Merrick presses. Elon opens his mouth. The fire starts in his throat. Not visible flame. Something deeper. A glow that rises from beneath his skin, illuminating the veins in his neck, the hollows of his cheeks, the whites of his eyes. His hands fly to his collar and he tears at the fabric, but there is nothing to tear. The fire is inside him. Writ, he gasps. Gray country writ. They knew I would. His voice cuts off. The glow intensifies. The symbols on the diagram begin to smoke, curling at the edges. Elke is on her feet. Petra is already moving, her paramedic instincts overriding horror, but there is nothing to treat. No wound, no source. Just a man burning from the inside out while his eyes beg for help that cannot come. Marta grabs the smoking diagram and throws it into the cold hearth. Get back! Elon's body convulses. His back arches, his head snaps toward the ceiling, and the glow spills from his mouth like swallowed light. The smell is not flesh. It is paper. Ash. The dry crackle of a document being consumed by fire that leaves nothing behind. Then it stops. He collapses forward onto the table. The wood beneath him is not scorched. His clothes are unmarked. But when Elke reaches for his wrist, his skin is cold, and there is no pulse. The presiding magistrate, Merrick says, his voice barely above a whisper. They sealed the name inside him. Elke stares at Elan's open eyes. The scar at his mouth is still pulled tight, frozen in whatever he was about to say. She sets the iron key on the table beside his dead hand. Then we go into the chapel without it. Chapter 15. The door to Marta's house opens before Elke reaches it. Giselle Morcon stands in the threshold, her gray wool cloak shedding frost, her iron-streaked hair loose and wet from the cold. She does not ask what happened. Her eyes go past Elke, past Petra and Marek, and settle on the figure sprawled across the back room table. The writ, Giselle says. It is not a question. He was about to name the magistrate, Marek says. They sealed the name inside him. Giselle crosses the room without haste. Her fingers find Elon's throat, press into the cold flesh, hold. She tilts his jaw, studies the fixed expression, the scar pulled tight at the corner of his mouth. He is not dead. Petra's head snaps up. There's no pulse. His skin is not dead, Giselle repeats. The gray country writ does not kill. It suspends. He is in the between, held there until the seal dissolves or someone calls him back. How long does the seal last? Elon asks. Depends on the writ's strength. Giselle's hand moves to Elon's chest, presses flat over his sternum. A name this well guarded? Decades, perhaps never. Marta speaks from the doorway. Then why did you say he is not dead? Because the between is not death. Giselle looks up. And because I know how to break the seal. The silence that follows is sharp enough to cut. You cannot, Marek says. The rites required to counter a gray country writ are excommunicable. Giselle's voice is calm. I am aware. She turns to Elke, and in her angular face, the face of cathedral stone, Elke sees something she has not seen before. Not certainty. Something older. A choice already made. The chapel of St. Veyda has a crypt beneath its crypt, Giselle says. A chamber the church does not acknowledge. There, the first keepers buried rites the Hollow Court later declared forbidden. If I perform those rites, I can pull Elon back from the between. What do you need? Elke asks. Time, silence, and the understanding that if I succeed, the court will know who broke their seal. I will lose my place in the church, possibly my life. Petra steps forward. We can help. I have supplies in the ambulance. Your supplies cannot touch what is inside him. Giselle's hand leaves Elon's chest. But I need 2 of you to carry him to the chapel. The rest must find another route to the frozen crypt beneath the lake. We have the passage, Marta says. The one Tobias's key opens. It leads to the chapel's undercroft. The passage is watched, Giselle says. The court knows about the tunnel. They have been waiting for someone to use it since the second key surfaced. Tobias speaks from the stairwell. His voice carries the weight of someone who has been listening longer than the room knows. Then we give them something else to watch. Elke feels him before she sees him. The bond pulses, a low thrum beneath her ribs, and when he steps into the lantern light, his face is carved from the same stone as Giselle's, the same resolve. The lake has more than one entrance, Tobias says. The court knows the passage. They do not know the memory rite. Giselle's eyes narrow. You cannot guide a memory rite without entering the bonded soul's death. You would experience her drowning as your own. I know. The bond will make it worse. You will feel what she felt, the cold, the pressure, the moment the ice took her voice. Giselle pauses, and she will feel you feeling it. Tobias does not look away. Then that is what I owe her. Elke's throat closes. She wants to tell him this is not about debt. She wants to tell him she does not need him to drown again to prove anything, but the words will not come, because underneath the protest is something uglier. She is afraid. Not of the chapel, not of the court, not of drowning again. She is afraid of learning that her hatred has been the only clean thing she had left, and that the truth will take even that. Elke. Tobias says her name like it costs him something. If you do not want me in the right, I will stay on the shore. But you should know the full memory before you enter that crypt. The court built the trap around what you do not remember. If you go in blind, you give them exactly what they want. He is right. Giselle pulls her cloak tighter. The obsidian mirror preserves what the court tried to drown, but to reach it, you must cross through the chamber where the trap is set. The only way to navigate that chamber is to know what the court does not want you to see. And the rite shows that memory, Petra says, before Elke actually enters the crypt. The right shows the death as it truly happened, not as the bond has filtered it. Elke will see what Tobias saw, she will feel what he felt, and she will understand the choice he made. A choice she did not consent to. Elke's voice comes out harder than she intended. No. Yesel meets her gaze. You did not, but you are standing here now, 40 years later, with a second life and a second key. That choice gave you this chance. You deserve to know why it was made. The room waits. Elke looks at Elon's frozen body on the table, suspended between death and return. She looks at Petra, who has no reason to be here but stands ready anyway. At Marta, whose garden blooms because of old blood and older debts. At Marek, whose exhaustion hides a loyalty he never asked for. At Tobias, who has offered her his throat, his archive, his truth, and now his memory. Where do we do the right? She asks. Yesel's hand moves to her collar, and she pulls out a silver chain. At its end hangs a key shaped like a twisted root, old enough to have rusted into permanence. Saint Veyda has a crypt beneath the crypt, she says, and beneath that, a place the first keepers walled off so the church could never find it. She holds the key out to Elke. The court buried your truth beneath the lake. The church buried ours beneath the chapel. I think it is time both were uncovered. Elke takes the key. The metal is warm, warmer than it should be, and it pulses against her palm like a heartbeat, like a breath held too long. When do we start? She asks. Ilse looks at Ilanen's suspended body, at the smoke still curling from the cold hearth, at the frost climbing the windows as the moonrise draws closer. Now, she says, before the court realizes we are not running from their trap. She turns toward the door, and the wind outside carries the sound of ice shifting on the lake. Elke follows. Behind her, she hears Tobias's footsteps fall into rhythm with hers, and through the bond, she feels something she has not felt since the night of the ball. Hope, and the terror that comes with it. Chapter 16. The passage beneath St. Veyda does not feel like a crypt. It feels like a throat. Narrow, ribbed with old stone, swallowing them deeper with every step. Elke leads with Yesel's twisted root key clutched in her palm, the metal warm against her skin, and behind her she hears the others breathing in the dark. Petra's footsteps, careful and steady. Marek's lighter tread. Tobias at the rear, his presence a pressure she feels through the bond, even when she cannot see him. The walls change as they descend. Worked stone gives way to raw rock veined with something that catches the lantern light like wet bone. The air thickens, heavy with minerals and the metallic tang of old water. Lake water. Elke knows it before she sees the dark stain creeping up the lower walls. The chapel was not always submerged, Yesel says from ahead. The court raised the lake level after the drowning, to seal what they buried. Elke's fingers tighten around the key. And the chamber beyond it? Worse, Yesel's voice echoes. They built the trap around the memory you lack. Whatever Wendeline preserved in that mirror, the court does not want you to see it. They reach a door, not the iron door of the lake passage, but something older, wood reinforced with rusted bands, the grains swollen and warped from decades of moisture. A symbol is carved into its center, a circle split by a single crack, like ice breaking. Elke's chest goes cold. She knows that symbol. She saw it in Wendeline's workshop once, pressed into a copper plate, and the witch told her it was older than the court, older than the gray country, a vow mark from the first bonded dead. Elke, Tobias's voice, low. Your hands. She looks down. The twisted root key is glowing, a faint blue light seeping through the rust like veins. And beneath her glove, the betrothal ring burns cold against her thumb. Open it, Yesel says, before the light draws what is watching. Elke fits the key into the lock. The mechanism does not resist. It turns as if the door has been waiting for this key, for her, for this exact moment. And when the lock releases, the sound carries through the tunnel like a held breath finally let go. The door swings inward. Beyond it, the chapel waits. It is smaller than she expected. A single chamber carved from the lake's bedrock, the ceiling arching low enough that Tobias must duck. The walls are lined with alcoves where candles once stood, their wax long since melted into pale stalactites that hang like frozen tears. At the far end, an altar rises from the stone, and on it lies nothing but a shallow basin filled with black water. But the water is not still. Ripples move across its surface, slow and deliberate, as if something breathes beneath it. The memory rite, Isel says. It requires blood and contact. Both of you must touch the water. Elke steps forward. The floor is slick with moisture, and her reflection shimmers in the dark pools scattered across the stone. She stops at the altar, the basin's ledge level with her ribs, and the black water holds her face like a mirror. Behind her, she feels Tobias approach. "Are you ready?" he asks. She is not. She has never been. But the boat of her certainty has been leaking since she saw the bloodline ledger, since Elan's suspended body, since Wendeline's cold accusation. There is nothing left to hold on to except the truth, and she came here to find it. "Show me," she says. She places her hands in the water. The cold hits her like a blade, shockingly deep, shockingly intimate, as if the lake has been waiting for her touch. Beside her, Tobias does the same, and the moment their fingers meet beneath the surface, the bond detonates. The chapel falls away. She is standing on the shore of Lake Icegar 40 years ago. The ice is black beneath a moonless sky, and the wind carries the smell of snow that has not yet fallen. She knows this night, knows the weight of her dress, the chill climbing her arms, the sound of Tobias's voice calling her name from the edge of the trees. But she is not herself. She is watching through her own eyes, and yet she is also watching from somewhere else. The gray country, the space between death and memory, where the court's enforcers wait in the shadows. 3 of them stand on the ice. They are tall, taller than any bailiff she has seen, and their faces are the faces of drowned things, not masks, not hoods. Skin stretched too thin over bone, lips pulled back from teeth that have been filed to points. One of them holds Tobias's oath mark. She sees it, a chain of braided iron leaping from the enforcer's hand to the wound above Tobias's heart. And Tobias is on his knees, not in surrender, in desperation. "Please," he says, and his voice breaks. "There has to be another way." The enforcer holding the chain does not answer. Instead, it turns its head toward the far shore, and Elke follows its gaze. She sees them, hundreds of them, 1,000. Families clustered on the eastern bank, their lanterns flickering in the dark, their voices carrying across the ice in a low murmur of fear. Women holding children, old men leaning on canes, young couples with babies wrapped in wool. Her bloodline, her sister's descendants, the town that would become Veyda. And standing at the center of them, arms raised, mouth moving in a language that makes the air shudder, is Wendeline Korsek. Younger, darker, her nails already black at the cuticles. She is the one who called the enforcers. She is the one who gave them the chain. "Choose," the enforcer says, and its voice is the sound of ice cracking. The bond or the bloodline. She cannot have both. Tobias looks at the eastern shore, at the families he has been protecting for 2 years, even though they do not know his name. At the children who carry Elke's eyes, her laughter, her stubborn chin. Then he looks at the water, at the ice beginning to fracture beneath Elke's feet. And she sees what she has never seen before. He does not choose her death. He chooses the only path where she might survive. The enforcer's chain tightens. Tobias's body goes rigid, his hands rising as if they belong to someone else, and he walks toward her across the ice, toward the crack that is spreading like a wound, toward the moment that will define both of them for 40 years. Elke tries to scream, tries to tell him to stop, to run, to save himself, to let the court take her, because she can feel it now, the weight of what he's about to do, the love and terror and impossible. 1,000 screams rise through the water, not her own. The families on the eastern shore. Wendeline's ritual is failing. The ice is breaking everywhere, and the lake is pulling them down, children and elders and mothers, and Tobias is the only one who can stop it, but only if he lets Elke go. Only if he. His hands close around her shoulders. The ice gives way, and the cold takes everything. Chapter 17. The cold does not release her. It holds her beneath the black water, and she is dying. She is always dying. The weight of her dress pulling her down, the ice sealing above her like a lid on a grave. But this time she feels it differently. Not as victim, as witness. The water is full of voices, 1,000 of them. Her bloodline, children she will never hold, elders she will never meet, women who carry her sister's nose and her mother's stubborn silence. They are falling around her, their lanterns spiraling down like drowned stars, their mouths open in screams that the water swallows. And she hears them. Every name. Evemain, Sorlin, Merrick, Tamsin, Ysabel. The names Merrick traced through ledgers. The names Tobias paid for with silver and silence for 40 years. The names Wendelin stood on the eastern shore and let the ice take. She tries to breathe, but there is no air, only the cold expanding in her chest, and she feels his hands on her shoulders. Tobias. He is above her, his face breaking the surface for a moment before the compulsion drags him under again. His oath-marked chain glows through the water, pulled taut by the enforcer on the ice. He is fighting it. She feels the strain of his will like a muscle tearing, his hands trying to release her, his body refusing to obey. Choose. The enforcer's voice cuts through the water, through the screams, through the 40 years of silence. The bond or the bloodline. And she feels what he felt. Not the choice itself, but the shape of it. 1,000 lives against one. 1,000 futures against the single winter morning she was supposed to have. He counted them. He weighed them. He stood on the ice with the chain burning through his chest, and he chose the only path where she might survive. Survive. Not as living, not as breathing. As a returned soul, pulled from the gray country by a witch who had already planned her failure. As a second chance he would never see, a love he would carry alone for 40 years. A death he would die every winter solstice when he visited the lake and gripped the stone rail and remembered. His hands push, the ice closes, and Elke understands. He did not murder her. He surrendered her to the only future where her bloodline could continue, where the children whose names she is hearing fall could grow old, where Marta's garden could bloom in the winter because the ground beneath it was fat with the bodies of the dead who made her life possible. The weight of it crushes her chest. She is drowning. She has always been drowning. But this time, she knows whose hands are holding her under. She surfaces gasping. The chapel is cold. The basin is dry. She is on the stone floor, her hands still outstretched, her throat raw with a scream she did not realize she was making. Beside her, Tobias is bent double, his forehead pressed to the altar's edge, his whole body shaking. He is not crying. He is past crying. He is making a sound like a wound, a low keening that comes from somewhere the soulmate bond cannot reach. Tobias. His name is shattered glass in her mouth. She does not know why she says it, does not know if it is accusation or absolution, or the first syllable of a grief she has not yet learned to name. He looks up. His eyes are winter storms. His heart is beating. She has never heard it so clearly. I did not want you to see that, he says. I needed to. It will not change what I did. No. She stands, her legs unsteady, her palms damp with water that no longer exists. It changes what I thought I knew. The chapel trembles, not from them, from above. Stone groans, dust sifts from the ceiling, and through the crack in the frozen roof, the one that has been spreading since the second key surfaced, she hears it. Footsteps, many of them, and a voice she recognizes. Senior Bailiff Hesse. Cut them out, Hesse says, her voice muffled by stone and ice. Before the memory spreads, the bailiffs begin to crack the chapel roof. The chapel roof groans, a sound like ice giving way, and the first crack splinters across the vaulted stone above them. Elke is still gasping, still drowning. The memory clings to her lungs like lake water, cold and black, and she cannot pull enough air into her body to tell her legs to move. Tobias is on his feet before hers, wet stone and darker certainty, one hard jerk of reaction. His winter storm eyes locked on the ceiling. Move, he says, his voice gone to iron, and he tries to accelerate, but there is no chance. The second blow opens the roof like an eggshell, and pale figures drop through the gap, landing in a crouch that rings a spray of ice across the basin. Bailiffs. At least 4. Behind them, framed against the frost, Senior Bailiff Fessa steps toward the shattered edge and looks down at Elke with a tilt to her whole head. The same stillness she has to it, like an animal that has cornered the thing it crawled all night to find. Tobias Reinholt, Hessa's voice carries, soft and terrible. For harboring an illegal return and interfering with a lawful termination, the Hollow Court sentences you to the Grey Country writ. She does not run for me. She steps forward, steps between Elke and them, and Tobias does not look back. Chapter 18. They run. Through the shattered chapel, through passages that groan with the weight of ice, through darkness so complete, Elke knows Tobias only by the bond pulling ahead of her like a thread. Petra's boots slap stone somewhere behind her. Merrick curses in a low stream. Isel's breath whistles through her teeth. The door slams shut behind them, and the key turns in Tobias's hand, and the sound of bailiffs hitting the other side is muffled into something almost distant. They are in a tunnel Elke does not recognize. Raw stone, no braziers. The air tastes of rust and old water. She stops walking. The others stop with her. Elke, Tobias's voice. Careful, bleeding at the edges. She does not look at him. She looks at her hands, pale in the dark. The gloves she never removes. The ring hidden beneath the fabric, cold against her knuckle. 40 years of hate in her chest, and now it is nowhere to go. No clean target, no righteous blade. Did you think it would help? She asks. Silence. Knowing. Did you think understanding would make it lighter? She turns. Her body moves before she decides to let it. Her hand is not a weapon, but it could be. It should be. It has been for so long that the absence of violence feels like a wound. You chose. Her voice cracks. You stood on that ice and you chose, and I was already drowning, and you did not ask me. You did not give me a voice in my own death. Tobias does not step back. He stands in the dark tunnel with the key still in his hand, and he takes every word like a blade he earned. No, he says. I did not ask. You took my choice. Yes, 40 years. You had 40 years to find another way. I had minutes. His voice is quiet, not defensive, not pleading. Minutes, on broken ice, with a chain in my chest, and your family drowning in the black water. I had minutes, and I used them to save every future I could reach. My future. Your bloodline, he swallows. Your bloodline was already living, breathing, growing. You were one woman I loved more than I have ever loved anything, and I let you die because 1,000 strangers had lives that mattered as much as yours. The words hang in the cold air. She wants to hit him. She wants to fall into him. She doth neither. You should have asked. Her hands are shaking now. You should have told me what the court offered. We could have fought together. We could have found. There was no finding. His voice breaks at the word. There was ice breaking under every family I had hidden. There was a witch on the shore whose ritual was failing. There were enforcers who would have killed every living soul carrying your blood if I did not choose. I could not fight. I could not bargain. I could not run. I could only surrender you to the only death that would let the rest survive. She stares at him. He does not look away. I am not asking for forgiveness, Elke. I am not asking for understanding. I am telling you what I did, and I will carry it until the Grey Country takes me, and I will not defend it as right. Only as the only thing I could do. The tunnel is silent. Petra is holding her breath. Merrick is stone still. Isel is praying, her lips moving without sound. Elke opens her mouth to answer. A sound stops her. Footsteps. Running. From the direction they came, but not through the door. A side passage. A hidden entrance. Merrick turns, his hand going to his coat where he keeps nothing useful, and the figure that emerges is Illan. No, not Illan. Marta's neighbor. The one who brought blankets to the house. The one who… Bailiffs, he gasps. Every house, every family. They are taking them to the tribunal chambers, right now, before moonrise. The court is moving. Merrick's face goes gray. All of them? The Lake families, the ones still alive. They are emptying the district. Elke feels the bond pulse. Tobias's alarm, his calculation, his terror. She realizes with a cold clarity that does not belong to her old self that the court is not hunting them. The court is making them watch. Every life they try to save, every family they reach, every hand they extend, the tribunal will take first and make it hurt, and make sure Elke knows that her return cost the people who survived her. She looks at Tobias. He is already looking at her. "You should have asked," she says again. Quieter now, not an accusation, a wound. "I know," he says. "And when we are done surviving this night, I will let you cut me open for it." She believes him. That is the worst part. Footsteps pound the passage behind them. More than one. The bailiffs have found the side route. Merrick grabs Elke's arm. "Move. Now. We can reach the canal tunnel before they seal it." She moves. But as she runs, as the bond pulls her through the dark after Tobias's shadow, she feels something shifting beneath her ribs. Not forgiveness, not trust. Something raw. Something that wants him to live long enough for her to decide what to do with the woman she is becoming. The canal tunnel opens ahead, black water reflecting no light, and Tobias is already wading in, reaching back for her hand. She takes it. She does not know what that means. The water climbs her waist as the bailiff's footsteps fend her behind them, and the tunnel swallows them all into the dark. Chapter 19. The canal tunnel opens onto a frozen inlet, the water shallow enough to wade, the air so cold it burns. Elke climbs onto the bank first, her borrowed dress freezing stiff against her thighs. The town of Evavane spreads ahead, gray and silent under a sky that cannot decide whether to lighten or close. No lamps, no smoke from chimneys. The houses sit dark, as if every family already knows what is coming. Petra hauls herself out behind Elke, water streaming from her paramedic jacket. She is shaking, not from cold. "They took them," Petra says, "while we were under the ground, while we were fixing things." Mary's voice is flat. He stands at the canal's edge, scanning the empty street. The court does not wait for convenient timing. Tobias is the last out. He does not shake. He stands with water running from his sleeves and looks at the dark houses with an expression Elke cannot name. She does not let go of his hand. She does not know why. The street door of Marta's house opens before they reach it. Marta stands in the frame, iron gray hair loose, her raw hands gripping the doorframe like she is holding herself upright. "You are too late," she says. "They cleared the north end an hour ago. The Sorlin house, the Kessler house, the children." Petra makes a sound, small, involuntary. "How many?" Elke asks. 17, that I know of." Marta's amber eyes, the same shade as Elke's, do not blink. "They left the elders behind, the ones who cannot walk fast enough to be worth taking. They want the young, the ones who can still carry blood forward." Elke feels the words land like stones dropped into still water. 17. Taken. Because of her return. Because the court needs leverage, and living bodies are easier to count than threats. Petra steps past her into the house. The kitchen is warm. A kettle sits on the stove, unused. A list of names lies on the table, handwritten in Marta's cramped script. Elke picks it up. Family names she recognizes from the archive. Sorlan, Kessler, Marsek. Names that appear in Merrick's ledgers, in the bloodline payments Tobias made for 40 years. Names of people who should have been safe. "The bailiffs did not even pretend to search," Marta says. "They walked house to house. They called out the names from a list. They knew exactly who lived where." "They have been watching the town," Tobias says. "For years. They let it survive because it was useful. A trap that could be sprung whenever they needed bait." Marta's gaze snaps to him. "You knew." "I suspected." His voice is quiet. "I hoped the protection would hold." It did not hold. Marta does not raise her voice. She does not need to. The words land flat and final. Elke sets the list down. She can feel Tobias through the bond. Not his thoughts. His guilt. A weight so familiar it has become the shape of him. Petra turns from the window. "You said you would fix this." Her voice is not accusing. It is tired. "When I helped you at the manor, when I drove you to the chapel, you said you would stop them." "I am trying." Trying is not stopping. Petra's hands are still shaking. She presses them flat against the table. "Those families did not know you. They did not know about the lake or the bond or what the court wants. They were just living. And now they are gone because I came back. Elke says it before Petra can. Because I spoke my name at his ball. Because I wanted revenge. The room is silent. Marta watches. Marek stands by the door, ready to run. Tobias does not move. Petra's face crumples. Not with anger, with something raw. I am not blaming you. Her voice breaks. I am asking what you are going to do about it. Because if the answer is still kill him, she nods toward Tobias, then I drove an ambulance through a city of monsters for nothing. Elke stares at her. She has no answer. The bond pulses, not with words, with a question. Tobias is not asking anything. He is simply present, waiting for her to decide what she is. Marta's hand lands on the table, hard enough to rattle the kettle. Enough, she says. She is not your enemy. A nod at Elke. And he is not your sacrifice. A nod at Tobias. The enemy is the court, and they are taking my neighbors. If you want to grieve, do it while moving. She pushes a folded paper across the table. Second list, the ones still here. The ones we can reach before moonrise. Elke takes it. 8 names, 8 houses, 8 families still breathing. She looks at Tobias. He meets her eyes. Where do we start? He asks. She should not trust him. She should not work with him. She should not feel the bond settle in her chest like a hand finding its other. I do not know, she says honestly. But we need to move. They move. The first house is empty. The second is empty. The third holds an old woman who refuses to leave her kitchen. The fourth is where it breaks. They are crossing a narrow street between 2 dark houses when Elke feels it. A wrongness in the air. A stillness that does not belong to winter. She stops. Tobias stops beside her. Petra is 3 steps ahead. The bailiffs come from both ends of the street. 4 of them. Pale, silent, moving with the coordinated patience of hunters who know their prey has nowhere left to run. They do not look Elke. They look at Petra. No, Elke says. The lead bailiff tilts his head. His voice is dry paper. The paramedic has medical access to tribunal holdings. She is useful alive. You are not. He reaches for Petra. Elke moves before she thinks. She is between Petra and the bailiff before her body registers the decision. Her arm is out. Her hand is empty. She has no weapon. The bailiff does not stop. Your fixation is your weakness, he says. Every life you try to save, we will take first. Every hand you extend, we will sever. You came back for 1 death, and you will cause 100. Petra grabs Elke's arm. Run. No. You cannot fight them all, Elke. You cannot. The bailiff's hand closes around Petra's wrist. Petra screams. Not in pain, in fury. She drives her free hand into the bailiff's throat. He does not react. She kicks his knee. He does not buckle. She is a paramedic who has seen bodies fail in every possible way, and she knows exactly where to strike a living person. But he is not living. He pulls her. Elke grabs Petra's other arm. The bond surges. Tobias is behind her. Market shouting. Marta is already moving, iron-gray hair flying, a kitchen knife in her hand. The bailiff does not care. He looks at Elke with colorless eyes. Come to the tribunal, he says. Come to the gray country, or watch every person who helped you drown in the black water that remembers you. He drags Petra. The street buckles. Not with violence, with choice. Elke has 1 second, 1 breath, 1 decision that will define the woman she is becoming. She lets go of Petra's arm. The bailiff takes her. The street is empty. Petra is gone. Chapter 20. The street is still. Elke stands where Petra was. The snow has not yet filled her footprints. 4 bailiffs took her, and the street made no sound beyond the scrape of boots, the whisper of pale fabric, and the absence of breath where Petra stood. Marta reaches her first. The kitchen knife is still in her hand. She does not sheath it. They will not kill her tonight, Marta says. She has medical access. That means she has value. The court does not waste value. Elke cannot speak. Marek is already walking the perimeter, checking shadows, reading the snow for tracks that do not belong to living feet. Tobias stands at Elke's shoulder. He does not touch her. He does not speak. He simply stays, and the bond carries his presence like a thread tied to something that will not let go. Elke's hands are empty. She let go. She chose to let Petra be taken rather than follow her into the gray country, and she does not know if that was courage or cowardice or something else entirely. It was a choice. That is all she knows. We need to move, Merrick says. They will come back for the rest of the list. 8 names, 8 houses, but only 5 names left now because Petra was never on the list, and they took her anyway. Marta looks at Elke. Can you do this? Elke does not know if she means the next house, the next rescue, or the next hour of existing in a world where she keeps losing people she tries to save. I can move, Elke says. I do not know if I can save them. Moving is enough for now. They find the 5th house empty. The 6th holds a young mother who refuses to leave her children, and Merrick has to physically lift the smallest boy while Marta pulls the mother through the back door. The 7th is a trap. A single bailiff waiting in the kitchen, not to take, but to deliver a message. The tribunal will hear the first testimony at moonrise, he says. The paramedic will be present. If you want her alive, come alone. He does not wait for an answer. He dissolves like frost under a hand. Elke stands in the empty kitchen. A kettle still steams on the stove. Someone was making tea when the bailiff arrived. Tobias is behind her. She turns. Did you know they would target her? No. Did you know they would use everyone I touch as leverage? He is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, I knew they would try. I hoped the protection would hold. The protection did not hold. No. His voice is raw. It did not. Elke looks at him. His eyes are winter storms. His jaw is sharp. His hands are at his sides, open and still. He is not defending himself. He is not explaining. He is simply standing in the wreckage of her night, waiting for her to decide what he is to her now. She should hate him. She does not know if she does anymore. We need terms, she says. His eyebrows rise. Terms. If we are going to work together, if I am going to trust you with anything, I need terms, rules, boundaries that you will not cross. Name them. She steps closer. The bond pulses. She feels his heartbeat, even though vampires should not have one. First, she says, you do not use the bond to influence me. No pushing emotions through it. No trying to calm me or sway me or make me feel what you want me to feel. You let me feel whatever I feel, and you stay out of it. He nods. Agreed. Second, you do not make decisions for me. Not about the court, not about Petra, not about the bloodline. You ask, you do not assume, you do not protect me by hiding things. His jaw tightens, but he nods. Agreed. Third, she hesitates. The word sits on her tongue like something she has never said out loud. When this is over, when we have stopped the court and saved who we can save, I get to decide what happens to you. Not the court, not the bond, not fate. Me. He looks at her. Something shifts in his eyes. Not fear, not hope. Something raw, more honest. I have always known that, he says. Since the lake, I knew if you came back you would be the one to decide. Then agree. I agree. The room is quiet. Outside, dawn is breaking over Edivane. Gray light through frost-filmed windows. The kettle has stopped steaming. They move to Marta's safe house, a narrow cellar beneath a blacksmith's forge, where the iron overhead makes the bond feel muffled and distant. Marta beings blankets. Merrick maps the tribunal chambers from memory. Tobias stands by the wall, arms crossed, watching Elke. She feels his restraint like a physical thing. She feels him honoring the foe's term without being relented. They plan in low voices. Marta knows the tribunal's side entrance from when the court took her neighbors last spring. Merrick has a contact inside the city clerk's office who owes him a favor. Tobias offers the archive passage network as an infiltration route, but Yose's voice is still in Elke's head, warning that the court knows every tunnel. The front door, Elke says. They expect us to come through the shadows, so we do not. Merrick frowns. The tribunal is warded against daylight assaults. I am not proposing an assault. I am proposing a hearing. You cannot petition the hollow court. You are the crime they are judging. Then I will remind them what else they judged. Elke touches the betrothal ring beneath her glove. I have 40 years of evidence they tried to drown. I have a death record they forged. I have witnesses they silenced. You have Ilan Bear suspended in the between. Then I wake him. Nur's voice cuts through. The forbidden rites are buried beneath St. Veyda. You need Ucel for that. Then I find Ucel. The plan is thin. It is dangerous. It is the shape of something that might work if the court does not see it coming. Tobias pushes off the wall. One more thing, he says. He pulls a folded paper from his coat. The seal is cracked and black, a saint's circle split by a single inverted mark. It was delivered to him while they were checking houses. Slid under the smithy door while no one was watching. He holds it out. Elke reads, Tobias Reinholt. Formal judgment is available at moonrise. Surrender alone and the court will hear your testimony without the returned soul present. Choose isolation, and the charges against her may be reconsidered. The lake does not need both of you. Marta's breath catches. Merrick curses. Elke reads the words again. The court is offering Tobias a way out, a separate judgment, a chance to trade his freedom for hers. And he is showing her the letter instead of taking it. Chapter 21. The municipal records vault sits in the foundation of an old customs house, 3 floors below street level, where the heating pipes froze decades ago and no one ever fixed them. The cold here is older than the radiators, a bone cold that seeps through the soles of boots and settles in the marrow. Merrick picks the first lock in 12 seconds. Elon stands watch at the stairwell, his hand pressed to his chest where the gray country writ burned through him. Ucel's forbidden rites pulled him back from the between, but they did not restore him fully. He moves like a man carrying broken glass inside his ribs. You have 3 minutes before the night clerk finishes his rounds, Merrick says, pushing the inner door open. Maybe 4 if he stops for tea. The vault stretches ahead in narrow aisles of steel shelving, each row labeled with municipal codes that have not been updated since the 1990 seconds. Filing boxes slump on their sides. Dust coats every surface in a fine gray membrane. The court's proxies have been working through here for 6 months, Elke says. She knows because she remembers the names. She spent 40 years in the gray country memorizing lists of the dead, the erased, the ones who vanished from records and memory. When Merrick described the vault's filing system, the names surfaced like bodies breaking ice. Row D, Section 12, boxes 47 through 52. She walks directly to them. Merrick follows, his footsteps careful. You have the exact locations. Gwendoline made me memorize the tribunal's erasure patterns. She said I would need them when the time came. And Gwendoline was right. The witch was right about so many things that Elke wants to scream. She pulls the first box from the shelf. The cardboard is soft with age and cold. The corners are crumpled. Inside manila folders hold property deeds, birth certificates, medical records, school enrollment forms. Every document connected to the Lake District families the court has been systematically disappearing. So they did not destroy them, she says. They just moved them here to be forgotten. Easier to lose a needle in a haystack than to melt it down, Merrick says. And this way, if anyone asks, the records still exist. They just happen to be misfiled in a basement no one visits. Ilan's voice comes from the doorway, low and strained. 2 minutes. Elke works faster. She knows which files to pull because she knows which families the court targeted first. The Sorlin children, the Kessler twins, the Marsak baby born the same winter Elke drowned. She lays the folders on the steel shelf and opens them. The names are there. Dates of birth, parentage, blood type, all O-negative, all compatible, but the final destination has been cut from every page. A clean blade, a straight line where the last line of text should be. The transfer orders, she says. What about them? Maddock leans over her shoulder. They all end the same way. No destination, no receiving facility, just the names of the children and the date they were taken. She checks the Marsak folder, the Sorlin folder, the Kessler folder. Every one. Elon shifts at the door. 1 minute. There has to be something. Elke's gloved fingers trace the edge of each cut page, the blade marked so clean they could be misread as printing errors. They would not leave a gap. The court is too precise. They would have filed a destination if they meant to destroy the evidence. Unless they planned to fill it later, Merrick says, or unless someone else got here first. She stops. The Kessler folder. The baby's page is cut, like the others, but the cut goes deep enough to score the folder beneath it. And on that folder, pressed into the cardboard by the pressure of the blade, is an impression. She tilts the folder toward the ceiling light. The indentation is faint, almost invisible. 3 words. Gray Key. Birth 12. Merrick reads them over her shoulder, his breath catching. The Gray Q. A dock, Elon says from the doorway. Industrial section of the harbor, frozen for half the year. The court is using it, Elke says. For transport, for holding, for something they do not want on any record. She reshuffles the folders. The impression came from the page above it, meaning the destination was written on the baby's original transfer order before someone cut it, and that someone was in a hurry, or careless, or did not expect anyone to look for impressions on the folder beneath. The Kessler baby was taken 3 years ago. 3 years of children passing through the Gray Key. Tobias, who has been standing at the end of the aisle in silence, speaks for the first time. That would align with the tribunal's holding patterns. They bring captives in through public-facing chambers, but they move them out through the harbor. You knew about the Gray Key? Elke turns. I knew the court uses the harbor. I did not know they funnel children through it. The distinction matters. She sees it in his face, the way his jaw tightens, the way he looks at the files as if he wants to burn them. Merrick closes the Kessler folder. We need to take these, all of them, the full transfer sequence. We cannot carry 50 boxes through a customs house that is being watched, Elon says. Then we take the ones that matter. Elon. Elke does not look up. How long until the night clerk finishes his tea? 40 seconds. She pulls the Kessler folder, the Sorlin folder, the Marsek folder. 3 more from deeper in the box, 7 children's files, each with a cut page, each pointing to the Gray Key. Elon, we need to move. Now, he says. He is coming. They leave the boxes open on the shelf. The court will know someone was here, but they will not know what was taken, and they will not know about the impression on the folder beneath the Kessler cut. Merrick relocks the outer door behind them. Elon leads them up the stairwell, through a service corridor, out into the alley where the morning frost is not yet burned off. The files are cold against Elke's ribs, tucked inside her coat. She can feel the bond pulsing, Tobias's restrained presence at her back. He has not spoken since the vault, but she can feel his stillness, the careful distance he is maintaining to honor her terms. Her hands are shaking, not from cold. 7 children, 7 transfer orders, 7 destinations cut, and 1 impression left behind like a ghost trying to be heard. Elon, she says. The Gray Q. What else do you know about it? He stops, turns. The gray light catches the side of his face, the shadows under his eyes that the people's left behind. Nothing good, he says. It is where the court takes people they do not want to file. And now we know where they took the children? She looks at Tobias. He is watching her, and something in his face has shifted. Not hope, not fear, something raw, something that looks like waiting. The Gray Q, he says, at birth 12. At birth 12. She does not know what they will find there. A holding facility, a processing center, a transport dock for the tribunal's human cargo. But she knows one thing. Petra is not at the Gray Q. She is in the tribunal chambers, waiting for moonrise, which means Elke has a choice. Go to the Gray Key and find the children, or go to the tribunal and find Petra. The bond flickers. Tobias steps closer, his voice low enough that only she can hear. I will follow whichever path you choose. She looks at the files in her hands, the ghost impression of 3 words on cardboard. The Gray Key is the trail, the tribunal is the trap, and Elke has never known which one to follow. Chapter 22. The Gray Key stinks of salt and rust, and something underneath both, something organic that has been left too long in the cold. Elke leads them through the industrial grid at dawn's grayest edge, when the harbor is neither night nor day, and the few workers still moving keep their heads down. The files are tucked inside her coat, the Kessler baby's transfer order pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Berth 12 is a skeletal pier jutting into black water. No ship at anchor, no movement. But the salt line on the dock is fresh, not wind-scattered, poured. Merrick crouches, touches the white crystals, brings his fingers to his nose. sea salt, mixed with ash. Iron, too, Elon says from behind a stack of rusted barrels. They line the holds with it, keeps what they carry from drawing attention. Elke steps onto the pier. The wood groans under her weight, and something shifts in the water below. A bump, a scrape, the sound of a hull brushing against a piling. The barge is submerged, not sunk, deliberately hidden. A low, flat shape just beneath the surface, tethered to the pier by chains she did not see at first. The water is black with cold and age and salt. Tobias appears at her shoulder. He does not touch her. He keeps the distance she demanded. There will be a watchman. Where? Inside the cargo shed. He will have a bell and a horn. If he raises either, the entire harbor locks down. Elke looks at the barge, at the chains, at the water that does not ripple like water should. How many can it hold? 40, 50. They are not meant for long journeys. She turns to Merrick. Can you get us onto that barge without touching the water? Merrick studies the pier, the chains, the submerged deck. The chains are anchored to the pier. If I can reach the cleat, I can pull the barge up to the edge. How long? 30 seconds, maybe less if the ice has not frozen the mechanism. Do it. Merrick moves without argument. Elon follows at his flank, covering the approach to the cargo shed where the watchman is supposedly hidden. Elke stays on the pier, watching the water. Tobias stands 3 feet away, his hands visible at his sides, his weight balanced for movement. You are thinking about Petra, he says. I am thinking about the children. You are thinking about both. She does not answer. The chains groan. The barge rises from the black water like a corpse breaking the surface, water streaming from its salt-crusted hull. It is longer than she expected. A cattle barge converted. The deck is bare except for a single hatch, bolted from the outside. Merrick has the cleat in his hands, the chain wrapped twice around his forearm. 30 seconds exactly, he says, breath misting. Hatch is sealed, salt caulked. They do not want anything getting out. Elke steps onto the barge. The deck shifts under her weight, the water sloshing against the hull. She kneels at the hatch. The bolts are iron, set into a frame of salt-crusted wood. Someone has painted a symbol on the hatch door, a circle split by a crack, the same symbol from the submerged chapel. The first bonded dead, Tobias says, reading it over her shoulder. The court uses their mark, takes it, perverts it, claims authority over what it represents. Elke works the bolts. They are stiff, frozen by salt and cold, but they turn. 1, 2, 3. The fourth resists, and she puts her full weight against it, and it gives with a sound like breaking bone. The hatch opens. The smell hits her first. Salt, rust, blood, and something else. Something chemical. Something that makes her eyes water. Below, in the dark, shapes shift. Bodies, huddled together, packed into a hold lined with salt blocks, their breath fogging the air, their eyes reflecting the gray light like animal eyes. Children and adults, elders, young men and women, all of them pressed together, their wrists bound with salt-crusted rope, their faces blank with the particular stillness of people who have stopped hoping. One of the elders looks up. Her face is weathered, her hair iron gray, her eyes the same amber as Marta's. She stares at Elke, then at Tobias, and her face changes. I know you, the woman says. Her voice is cracked, dry from salt and silence. I know your face. Tobias goes very still. I was there, the woman continues. On the eastern shore, 40 years ago. I saw you walk onto the ice. I saw you fall. Elke's breath stops. You were the one, the woman says, and her voice breaks. You were the one the magistrate was watching. Which magistrate? Elke's voice comes out sharp, almost violent. The woman's eyes shift to Elke. Recognition flickers, dim and terrified. The one who wore the saint's seal, the upside-down saint. He stood on the shore and watched. He was the one who gave the order. Elke's hands are shaking. "The saint's seal," she repeats. "Upside down." The woman nods. "I saw it. Before they took us. Before the ice broke. He wore it on a chain around his neck and it caught the torchlight, and I saw it." Tobias speaks, his voice low and raw. "What did he look like?" "Old," the woman says. "Older than the ice. He had a face like a winter sky, gray, empty, waiting for snow." Behind them, Elon's voice cuts through the stillness. "We have company. The watchman is waking up." Elke looks at the hatch, at the woman in the hold, at the other bodies shifting in the dark. "Get them out," she says. "All of them. Now!" Merrick is already at the hatch, reaching down, pulling the first child up. Elon moves to the cargo shed, his silhouette shifting between barrels. Elke stays at the edge of the hold, her eyes on the elder woman. "Where did they take the magistrate?" "I don't know. I never saw him again. But I heard his name once, when they thought I was asleep." "Tell me." The woman's lips move, the name barely a whisper, carried on breath so thin it almost does not exist. "Severin Vale." Elke's blood turns to ice. The name lands in her chest like a blade, and she feels Tobias's flinch through the bond, feels the world tilt under her feet. Severin Vale. The presiding magistrate, the one Elon said was sealed inside him, the one who died with his name. Only he did not die. He is still alive, and he has been watching her since the beginning. Behind her, the cargo shed door slams open, and the watchman's horn cuts through the harbor air like a scream. Chapter 23. The horn keeps screaming. Elke does not wait. She grabs the elder woman's wrist, hauls her over the hatch lip, and shoves her toward the pier. Tobias is already moving, lifting children out of the hold with the efficiency of someone who has done this before. His hands are careful, steady, never shaking even as the horn peels layers off the silence. Merrick has the chains free. Elon appears from between the cargo sheds, blood on his collar, his expression flat. Watchman is down. More coming. 2 minutes, maybe less. They move the prisoners through salt-crusted water, over frozen cobbles, into the maze of abandoned warehouses behind the quay. Elke counts heads. 23. Children, elders, 3 young women clutching each other. The elder with amber eyes stays close to Elke, her hand clamped around Elke's wrist like she might dissolve. Topas leads them through a gap in a collapsed wall, into a building that smells of dried fish and rust. Iron hooks dangle from the ceiling. The windows are boarded. A door at the back opens into a frozen courtyard, and beyond that, a cellar hatch half buried under collapsed roofing. "Here," Merrick says. "I know this place. Smuggler's Cellar. Runs under 3 buildings. We can hold here until dark." They descend into the dark. The cellar is cold enough to crack stone. Elke sits with her back against a wall of earth and crumbling brick, her breath fogging in front of her face. The prisoners are clustered in the far corner, wrapped in salt-stiff blankets Merrick found in a rusted locker. The children have stopped crying. That is worse, because now they make no sound at all. Tobias sits across from her, 4 feet of frozen dirt between them. He has not asked why she took his hand in the canal. He has not asked what the name Severin Vale means to her. He watches her the way he always watches her, like she is a language he is still learning to read. The bond pulses between them, low and constant, a second heartbeat. She should not feel it this strongly. They have been apart for 40 years. The bond should be scarred, broken, barely conductive. But it is not. It is alive, raw, and pressing against the inside of her chest like something trying to break through. Hunger stirs. Not her hunger. His. She looks up. Tobias has not moved, but his hands are pressed flat against his thighs, his jaw set. "Are you feeding tonight?" she asks. The question lands harder than she intended. His eyes meet hers. Winter storm gray, the color of the lake before the ice formed. "No. The prisoners are not food. I have gone longer. I know how long you have gone." He does not answer. The bond flickers with something that might be shame. She should leave it there. She should let the silence rebuild between them. But the cellar is narrow, and the air is thin, and she can feel the hook of his hunger pulling at the edges of her own body. "When did you last feed?" 3 days ago, he says, before the ball, before she spoke her name, before everything tilted. "You are starving." "I have been starving for 40 years, Elke. A few more hours will not matter." The bond lifts his hunger into her throat. She tastes iron, salt, the specific ache of a thirst that never fully quiets. She swallows. "Why do you do that?" "Do what?" "Let me feel it. You could block me." "I tried. At the ball. You were bleeding. I could not separate myself from what you were feeling, so I stopped trying." "Stop trying now." "No." The word is quiet. Final. "I will not hide from you anymore," he says. "Not my hunger, not my grief, not what I did. You want to know the man who chose your death? This is him. Starving in a frozen cellar, watching you hate him, grateful that you are alive enough to hate him at all." She should look away. She does not. The bond pulses again, and this time she does not resist. She lets it fill her, lets the texture of his hunger touch the inside of her skin. It is not pleasant. It is intimate in a way that makes her want to flinch, and also in a way that makes her want to lean into the space between them and never stop. He feels her let go. His breath catches. "Elke. Do not." "I am not going to. I know what you are not going to do." She presses her palms against the frozen dirt. "I know you will not touch me. I know you will not kiss me. I know you will not ask for anything I have not already offered. You are very good at not doing things, Tobias." Is that what this is? A list of my failures? It is what I have left. A list of the things you did not do. You did not kill me yourself. You did not beg for mercy. You did not take the court's offer. You did not leave me in the harbor. Should I have done any of those things? I do not know. I do not know what I wanted you to do. I only know that I spent 40 years building a version of you that was simple, a monster, a liar, a coward. And now I have to carry the real you instead. And the real you is starving in a cellar, watching me with those eyes, and I cannot breathe. She is standing. She does not remember standing. She is crossing the frozen dirt. She does not remember crossing. She is in front of him, her knees brushing his, her hands hovering at her sides. He does not move. His eyes are on her face. His hunger is a low burn at the base of her throat. "If I kiss you," she says, "it does not mean I forgive you. I know, if I kiss you, it does not mean I will not still cut you open when this is over." Like, no. Then why do you look at me like that? Like what? Like you are already dead and I am the only thing that made you feel alive. He does not answer. His hand lifts, pauses. She does not tell him to stop. His fingers brush her jaw. Feather light. The touch burns. She leans. He meets her. Their mouths are a breath apart, close enough that she can feel the ghost of his warmth, the shape of his exhale. The bond howls between them, hunger and grief and 40 years of wanting someone you believe you have no right to touch. She is going to kiss him. She is going to. The bond tears open. An image slams through her skull, white and cold and wrong. Gwendoline, standing over her in the gray country. Elke, on the ground, her body limp, her chest not moving. Gwendoline's face is lit from below by something Elke cannot see. Her gray hair is loose. Her black cuticle hands are extended, and she is speaking, and the words are in a language that makes the air between them shudder. The image holds for 1 second, 2, then it fractures, and Elke is back in the cellar, on her knees, Tobias's hands gripping her shoulders. "Elke." She cannot breathe. "Elke, look at me. You are here. You are in the cellar. You are not there." She looks at him. His face is pale. His hunger is gone, swallowed by fear. "What did you see?" She opens her mouth to tell him, and the vision hits again. Chapter 24. The vision shatters. Elke hits the cellar floor on her hands and knees, the frozen dirt biting through her palms. The bond rings in her skull like a struck bell. Aftershocks of that image, Gwendoline's face, her own still body, the language that made the air tremble. Tobias is beside her. His hand is on her back. She does not tell him to move it. "What did you see?" she tells him. His face goes still, not calm. The stillness of something breaking in a place that does not show. "Gwendolyn," he says, not a question. "She was standing over me. In the gray country, I was not moving. She was speaking." "Speaking what?" "I do not know. I have never heard that language. It made the air shudder." Tobias looks at the ceiling, at the stone, at something she cannot see. "She anchored you. I know she anchored me. She told me she anchored me." "No." His voice drops. "I mean she anchored you. Not the way a bond witch anchors a soul for return. The way a bond witch anchors a soul to stay, to the gray country itself, so it cannot leave." The words land like ice down her spine. That is what you saw, her standing over you, speaking. You were not dead, Elke. You were held. She held you there." Merrick appears at the top of the cellar stairs. His face is tight. "We have movement. 2 blocks east, bailiff formation." "How many?" "Enough that I am not waiting to count." He looks at Elke. "We need to move, now." Tobias is already standing. He offers Elke his hand. She takes it. They move. The streets are wrong, not empty, the wrong kind of empty. The snow has stopped, and the silence that replaces it is thicker, watchful. Every window feels like an eye. Every shadow feels like a waiting shape. Merrick leads them east, away from the harbor, away from the cellar, toward the rise where St. Veyda's spire cuts the gray sky. "Ysel," Elke says, breath fogging. "She's the only one who can read what is in your bond," Tobias says. "If Gwendolyn left something, she will know." "Gwendolyn left something in me?" "I do not know what she left, but I know that vision was not a memory. It was a mark, a signature. She wanted you to see it. She wanted you to know she is still there." The bond pulses, not hunger now, something colder. They reach St. Veyda through a side gate Marta showed them once, a rusted iron door that opens onto a stairwell that smells of old incense and older stone. The chapel proper is dark, no candles, no lamps. The altar is bare. Ysel is waiting at the crypt entrance. She looks at Elke once. Her face, already stern, goes harder. "Something has changed." "Something has," Elke says. She tells her. The vision, Gwendolyn's face, the language, her own limp body suspended in the gray country. Tobias's theory that she was anchored not for return but to stay. Ysel does not speak for a long moment. Then she lights a candle. She holds it up to Elke's face, studying her eyes. The gray one, the amber one. She tilts the candle and watches how the light moves across Elke's skin. "Take off your glove." Elke does. Ysel takes her bare hand and turns it palm up. She places her thumb in the center of Elke's palm and presses. The bond lurches. Elke feels something beneath her skin, deep, below bone, below blood. Something that should not be there. Something that does not belong to her. Ysel's face goes pale. "There." "There what?" "There is anchor work in your soul. Not the kind that returns a body to life, the kind that ties a soul to a place so it cannot cross, so it cannot leave." Tobias said that. Tobias was right. Ysel releases her hand. "This is not natural. This is not something that happens after death. This is deliberate. Someone tied you to the gray country while you were still in it, before you were returned." "Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn?" Ysel's voice is flat. "She did not just anchor you, she marked you. You carry her work in the deepest part of your soul. It should not exist. It means she can still reach me." The thought arrives before Ysel can say it. The bond flickers, and then the doors above them explode inward. Bailiffs, not 4, a dozen, more. They flood the chapel nave like pale water, their faces unreadable, their hands raised. The air turns cold. The candles gutter. Ysel grabs Elke's arm and pulls her toward the crypt stairwell. "The relic," she says. "What relic?" "The severing relic. The one buried beneath the first keeper's seal. The one that can cut any tether, any anchor, any bond." Tobias is at Elke's side. Merrick is already descending the stairs. "The cost," Elke says, following. Everything has a cost. Uzel does not answer. They reach the crypt. The twisted root key is in Uzel's hand. She fits it into the lock of the hidden chamber door. The mechanism turns. Behind them, bailiff boots echo on the stone stairs. The door swings open. Inside, on a slab of black marble, lies a blade. Not metal, not glass. Something between dark and translucent, like frozen waza that has never seen light. It hums. The bond shrieks in Elke's chest as if the blade is calling to it. What is that? The mercy. Uzel's voice is barely a whisper. The only blade ever forged that can sever a soul from its anchor without killing the body. It was hidden here by the first keeper so the hollow court could never use it. Use it for what? To cut a returned soul so from the gray country permanently, or to cut a soul loose from its bond entirely. The bailiffs reach the bottom of the stairs. Elke looks at the blade, looks at Tobias. The bond howls, the relic hums, and Uzel reaches for the hilt. Chapter 25. The blade hums. The bond screams in Elke's chest, a raw animal sound that has never come through her throat. The mercy sits on its black marble slab, dark and translucent, waiting. Uzel's hand hovers over the hilt. Behind them, the bailiffs reach the bottom of the stairs. No. The word comes out before Elke knows she has spoken it. Uzel turns. There is no time. They will take you. They will use the anchor to... Then we run. The bond will lead them. Then let it. Elke grabs the twisted root key from the lock and shoves it into her pocket. The blade stays here. I am not letting the court find something that can cut any tether. Uzel's jaw tightens. You do not understand what she put in you. I understand that blade would let you make a choice for me. Elke steps past her, toward the stairwell where Tobias and Marek have already turned to fight. And I am done letting people choose for me. She moves. The bailiffs are 3 steps from the bottom when Elke reaches the crypt floor. Tobias is already between them and her, his body a wall of winter storm eyes and bared throat. He does not block her. He stands beside her. Back, Tobias says. The lead bailiff stops. His face is pale, unreadable, but his gaze flicks past Tobias to the open chamber door, to the darkness where the mercy waits. He knows what it is. The knowledge passes across his features like a ripple. Recognition. Hunger. Seal it, Elke says. Lisa shoves the door closed. The lock turns. The blade's hum dies behind stone and iron. The bailiffs advance. They get out through the crypt's old passage, a narrow tunnel that bends twice, then spits them into a frozen alley behind the chapel. The bailiffs do not follow. Either they cannot fit, or they are waiting for something. Elke does not know which is worse. Marek leads. Tobias stays at Elke's shoulder. Uzel walks behind them, her hand still trembling from the weight of a blade she almost wielded. The alley opens onto a street of boarded windows and dead lamplight. The city feels hollowed. The harbor district still burns in the east, smoke rising against a sky the color of old bone. Marek stops. Warehouse, he says. 3 blocks north, abandoned. We can hold there. Warehouse with what? Elke asks. Mirrors. She blinks. Old glassworks, Marek says. Before the court locked the harbor, they made reflective glass. The building is full of it. Elke looks at Tobias. He says nothing. The bond pulses, uncertain, like a damaged nerve. The warehouse has 3 floors of frozen mirror work. Elke walks through rooms where her reflection splits into a dozen versions of herself, each one slightly wrong. The glass is aged, crazed with cracks, throwing back warped faces and fractured bodies. Wendelin is waiting on the 2nd floor. Not waiting, standing, as if she knew this was coming, the end of a path she laid down when Elke was still dead. She is facing a wall of mirror sheets, her gray hair loose, her black nailed hands clasped behind her back. The frost at her feet spreads in patterns that look like root systems. Witch. The word comes out like a blade. Wendelin does not turn. You found the blade. I found what you left in me. Then you know. I know you anchored me to the gray country. I know you marked me so I could not leave. Elke steps closer. The mirrors catch her movement. Repeat it. I want to hear you say it. Gwendoline turns. Her face is the same face it has always been, unaged for 40 years, carrying no guilt, no apology. She looks at Elke the way she looked at her in the Grey Country, patient, knowing, certain. I anchored you here because I needed you to come back whole. That is not the truth. It is a truth. Gwendoline's voice is flat. The whole truth is more complicated. You know that now. You have seen the way the court works. They erase, they edit, they bury. I needed you to carry a memory they could not touch. The anchor was not a cage. It was a thread. A way to keep you connected to the Grey Country so you could return with everything intact. Everything except my choice. You had a choice. You still do. Elke's hands shake. She does not let it show in her voice. You were the one who pushed me to kill him. You were the one who said vengeance was the only honest thing I had left. You built me for this. And you built me so I could not leave the Grey Country without you. I built you to survive. Survive what? The court. The word hangs between them. Gwendoline's gaze softens. For a moment, she looks almost sad. The hollow court is not a tribunal. It is a machine. It grinds souls into procedure. It has been doing that since before the first keepers wrote the laws. The bond you carry, the vow mark under the lake, the bloodline families they have been bleeding dry for centuries, it is all part of the same structure. They govern death by owning the dead. And you, Elke, are the first soul who ever came back with full memory. You are a crack in their wall. And Tobias? Tobias is the lock that holds that wall in place. Gwendoline steps closer. Her frost spreads across the floor, reaching for Elke's boots. If he dies at the right moment, the wall collapses. The court loses its grip on the Grey Country. The bonded dead can cross freely. The families they have erased can return. Everything they buried can surface. And if he does not die, then the crack widens without breaking. The lake tears open. The court seals it with whatever they have left. You, him, everyone you have touched. Gwendoline's voice drops. I am not asking you to hate him. I am asking you to see what he is worth against what the court has taken. Elle's throat is dry. You do not know if that is true. I know it because I have been watching this machine for 40 years. I've been waiting for a lever, and you are that lever if you choose to be. At the cost of his life. At the cost of one life against 1,000 more the court will take if they are not stopped. Els shakes her head. You do not get to decide that. I am not deciding. I am showing you the shape of the choice. Gwendoline's eyes hold hers. You came back to kill him. That was the truth of your second life. The only question is whether you will let that truth mean something larger than your own grief. The mirror behind Gwendoline catches Elle's reflection. A woman with one gray eye and one amber eye. Frost climbing her borrowed coat, her hands bare and shaking. She looks at Gwendoline. I am not promising anything. I know. I am not going to kill him because you tell me to. I know. Elke takes a breath. The bond throbs, distant, waiting. She can feel Tobias somewhere below, his hunger, his patience, his refusal to leave. If the court can be broken by his death, it can be broken another way. I will find that way. Gwendoline's mouth tightens. You are running out of time. The warehouse creaks. The fog in the windows thickens. Elke turns and walks toward the stairwell. Behind her, Gwendoline speaks again. The crack in the lake is spreading. You felt it when you came back. The ice is remembering what the court tried to drown. Every time you hesitate, the fracture deepens. Elke stops. What does that mean? It means the lake is not a grave. It is a door. And someone has been pressing on it from the other side for 40 years. The mirrors are empty. The frost on the floor is already fading. And Elke is alone in a room full of fractured reflections, each one showing her the same woman she has always been. A woman built for a purpose she is no longer sure she wants to fulfill. She stands there, bone still and heart ablade. The bond flickers. Below, she hears Tobias's footsteps, and the ice whispers. Chapter 26. The elder with amber eyes sits on an overturned crate in the smuggler's cellar, her hands wrapped in cloth stained with harbor grease. Elan leans against the wall, pale, his breath still carrying the rattle of the gray country writ that nearly killed him. Elke watches the woman's face. The same amber as Marta's, the same iron-gray hair pulled back from weathered temples. "You saw him fall," Elke says, 40 years ago, on the eastern shore." The woman nods. Her voice comes out scraped clean, as if she has not used it in years. "I was there when they brought him to the ice. Magistrate wore a seal upside down on his coat. Saint's seal, but reversed. I remember because I had never seen one worn that way." Elke goes still. Elke feels it through the bond before she sees his face. A sharpening, a recognition that does not come from memory but from something deeper, muscle memory carved by years of court procedure. "What seal?" Elon's voice is barely a whisper. The woman describes it. Oval, iron black, a figure standing in water with arms raised, the saint's halo inverted, the whole image suspended upside down as if reflected in ice. Elon's hand moves to his own chest, presses there, where the gray country writ burned through him. "That is the seal of the presiding magistrate who oversaw bonded dead revisions," he says. "It means the bearer has authority to rewrite judgment records, to seal or unseal the death lists, to declare a soul unlawfully returned." His eyes meet Elke's. "Severin Vale carried that seal. I saw it on the orders that sent me to a Devanane." Tobias steps forward. "You told us his name was sealed inside you, that you would die if you spoke it." "I did not speak it." Elon's mouth twists. "She did. The elder. She named him freely because she was never bound by the writ. The writ was placed in me to protect him, to make sure the name died when I did." Elke's pulse hammers. "You are saying the writ was not a punishment. It was a lock, to keep his identity buried. His name was the key to the court's entire operation on the lake." Ellen looks at the elder. "She has been held 40 years because she witnessed him give the order in person. The court could not kill her. She is marked by the same bloodline protection that saved Marta's family, so they kept her silent by keeping her prisoner." The elder's hands tighten on her lap. "There were others on the shore that night. Bond witches, enforcers, a magistrate wearing the inverted seal. He did not speak. He only nodded, and the ice broke." Elke feels the bond flicker. Tobias's hunger, his restraint, the old wound that is never fully closed. "Severin Vale classed the order for me to drown. Not just you." The elder's amber eyes hold hers. "He gave the order for the entire bloodline. When the ritual failed, when the ice broke too soon and the women started falling through, he did not call the enforcers back. He watched." Silence fills the cellar. Elke's hands are cold inside her gloves. She thinks of Marta's garden, the bodies beneath the winter-blooming soil, the women whose names she learned from ledgers and death notices, the children who never grew old. She turns to Elon. "He is still alive. The elder saw him on the ice 40 years ago, and you confirmed his name was sealed inside you. If the writ was protecting him, it means he still holds authority." "Yes." "Which means he is still making decisions for the court." "Yes." Tobias is watching her with an expression she cannot read. The bond carries his wariness, not of her, but of what she might choose next. She feels the shape of it. Another name, another target, another reason to keep moving forward instead of stopping to feel what she has lost. But she does not name it aloud. Merrick appears at the top of the cellar stairs. His face is tight. "We have a problem." He holds up a sheet of paper. Thick cream stop, black ink, a seal embossed at the bottom. Elke recognizes the circle split by a crack. "Tribunal notices," Merrick says. "They are nailed to every public door in Norskeld, post office, hospital, town hall, the chapel gates." He looks at Tobias. "You are named." Elke is named. Formal seizure order. The city is being told you are fugitives from the Covenant Court. "Not the Hollow Court," Elke says. "The Covenant Court is what they call themselves in mortal jurisdiction. It means they have filed the seizure through human channels. Police will be informed. Hospitals will be required to report sightings. The city is now their hunting ground." Tobias takes the paper, reads it. His jaw tightens. "They are forcing us out of every safe space in Norskeld." "No," Elke says. "They are forcing us to move fast." She takes the notice from him, reads the language. Formal, precise. Every clause drafted to survive challenge in both mortal and supernatural courts. At the bottom, above the seal, a signature. Severin Vale, presiding magistrate. The name is no longer sealed inside anyone. She looks up at the elder. You saw him. You can name him. The elder's chin lifts. I can. Then we do not run. We turn the city against them. Outside, the wind shifts. A low sound moves through the harbor, not quite a howl, not quite a groan. Ice grinding against stone. The elder's eyes widen. It is getting closer. What is? The pressing, from the lake. Her voice drops. I have been hearing it for 40 years. It was distant when they took me. Now it is close enough to feel through stone. Elke looks at Tobias. The bond carries no answer, only the shape of something neither of them can name. The ice whispers, and winter turns hostile. Chapter 27. The first fainting spell hits the harbor district at dawn. A dock worker steps off the pier, touches his temple, and drops. By the time the bystanders reach him, his eyes are open and rolling, showing only white. He wakes 3 minutes later, speaking a name no one recognizes. Ernberg. The name spreads before the cold does. Elke hears it first from Marek, who hears it from a contact in the fish market. By noon, 7 more cases are reported. Stevors, shopkeepers, a woman mending nets on the eastern quay. They fall without warning, wake, speaking the same word, and remember nothing of what they saw. The cold follows. Not the ordinary winter cold that has gripped Norskjöld since November. This cold moves like a front, pushing through streets in visible waves, frosting glass in seconds, cracking stone where it settles. It comes from the lake. It does not leave. Elke stands at the warehouse window on the 2nd floor, watching frost crawl across the glass in root-like patterns. Behind her, the rescued prisoners have been distributed through 3 safe houses. The elder with amber eyes sleeps in the corner, wrapped in Marta's spare blanket, her breath coming shallow. Tobias appears at her shoulder. Elin is tracking the fainting reports, he says. They are spreading outward from the shore in rings. The first 7 were within 50 yards of the water. The next 3 were 2 blocks inland. How many total? 10 confirmed. Marek says the hospital is calling it a mass psychogenic event. The court is not stopping the rumor. Good. He looks at her. Let them call it hysteria, she says. The more people who hear the name, the harder it will be to bury. Tobias studies her. The bond carries his hesitation before he speaks. There is something else. She waits. The dreams. He pauses. Elin is having them. So is the elder. Marek woke twice last night and could not say what he saw, only that it involved water and a door. Petra? Unknown, but the pattern is clear. His voice drops. Anyone tied to the shore is dreaming of the lake. The same pressure. Elke turns from the window. You think the door is pushing through? I think the barrier is thinning. He steps closer. Your return stressed it. Wendelin's anchor work kept it from closing properly, and now the court's pursuit is accelerating the damage. Then we accelerate our response. Elke. His hand moves toward her. Stops. There is a ritual. An old one. Older than the court. She stills. It requires both keys, he says. The one I carry. The one Marta gave you. It requires both of us to stand on the ice at the exact point where the door is thinnest and offer a voluntary severance. Severance of what? Not the bond. His voice is careful now. The court's claim on the gray country through us. If we sever their anchor to the lake, the door stabilizes. The cold stops. The dreams stop. She hears what he is not saying. But the ritual requires me to enter your soul space willingly, to let you guide me through the anchor marks Wendeling left. I have to trust you not to destroy me when I am fully open. And I have to trust you not to close the door on the other side. He does not deny it. They stand in the frozen light of the warehouse, frost crawling up the walls, the bond pulsing between them like a second heartbeat. You are asking me to let you inside the wound Wendelin made, Elke says. Yes. The same wound that holds my death memory. Yes. The same wound that, if you closed it for me inside, would trap me here permanently. His jaw tightens. Yes. She studies him. The shark jaw, the winter storm eyes, the silver at his temples that was not there in her first life. He looks older now. Not in the face, in the way he holds himself, like a man who has been waiting for a sentence he deserves. If I agree, she says, what prevents you from making the choice you made on the lake again? Nothing. Nothing? Nothing except that I have spent 40 years regretting the first one. His voice breaks on the last word. I will spend the rest of my existence regretting it if you let me. The frost crawls higher. Somewhere in the city, another person falls, speaks her name, and wakes with no memory of the door pressing beneath the ice. Elke looks at the bond between them. The thread that should have died 40 years ago. The thread that did not. Tell me the full ritual. He does. He tells her the geometry, 2 keys, 2 souls, 1 point on the ice where the door is thinnest. He tells her the cost. If either of them falters, the severance fails and the court gains immediate access to both. He tells her the preparation. They must be bloodbound before they step onto the ice, not the old bond, a new offering, voluntary, witnessed, irreversible. When? Tomorrow night. The moon is dark. The barrier is weakest at the new moon. And if we fail? He meets her eyes. Then the door opens, and whatever has been pressing on it for 40 years comes through. The warehouse is silent. The elder stirs in her sleep, murmuring something that sounds like a name. Elke thinks of Petra in the tribunal chambers, of the missing children with O-negative blood, of Wendeline vanishing into mirrors, of the crack in the ice spreading. She thinks of the woman she was when she walked into Tobias's ball with a knife in her sleeve. That woman would have laughed at the idea of trusting him with her soul. That woman is dead. I need one thing, she says. Name it. Proof that this is not another trap. Tobias reaches into his coat. His hand comes back carrying something she has not seen since the lake night. His oath-marked chain. The iron links are tarnished. The clasp is broken. The circle split by crack symbol is etched into the central medallion. I have carried this since the night I failed you, he says. If the ritual is a trap, if I am lying, if any part of this serves the court, use it to bind me to the gray country permanently. He holds it out. Take it. Elke's hand moves before she decides. Her fingers close around the cold iron. The bond shrieks. And somewhere beneath the lake, something shifts. Chapter 28. Dawn comes gray through the warehouse windows, the light thin and sickly, and Elke watches the others gather around a crate that serves as a table. Merrick arrived first, carrying a leather folder thick with tribunal procedure notes he copied from Elin's memory before the writ took him. Ysel came through the back alley an hour later, her gray cloak damp with frost, a roll of chapel diagrams tucked under her arm. Marta brought blankets for the elder and a flask of something that steams when she pours it into tin cups. Elon walks the perimeter of the room, his movements careful, as if still expecting the gray country writ to ignite in his chest. Petra is not here. The space where she should stand remains empty. Elke presses the heel of her hand against her sternum and feels the bond pulse beneath the bruise. The geometry requires 3 fixed points, Ysel says, spreading the diagrams across the crate. The keys are 2. The third is the seal. She traces a line on the parchment, connecting a circle to a crack. The circle is the bond. The crack is the door. The seal is what holds them apart. The anchor, Elke says. Ysel nods. Wendeline's work. The anchor ties your soul to the gray country through the bond. If we sever the anchor without breaking the bond, the door loses its tension. The court cannot use either of you as a lock. Merrick sets down his folder. The tribunal has a procedure for unlawful returns. If we can prove the court manipulated the original judgment, the seal becomes evidence of tampering. Vale loses jurisdiction. Proof we have, Tobias says from the shadows. The elder's testimony, the vault records, the inverted seal. Proof the court will never honor in open judgment. Ilan says quietly. They controlled tribunal. They control the record. Vale rewrote the history of Elke's death once. He will do it again. Then we do not ask for their judgment, Elke says. The room stills. We sever the anchor ourselves. We stabilize the door on our terms, and we let the city see what the court has been hiding beneath the ice. Silence. Then Marta laughs, a raw sound without humor. You sound like Corsac. I am not Gwendoline. No. Marta's amber eyes hold hers. But you are starting to think like her. That is dangerous, child. Elke does not look away. Gwendoline wanted Tobias dead. I want us both alive. There is a difference. Alive to do what? To stand in front of the tribunal and tell them the truth? The words hang in the air. She fears Tobias's attention sharpen. You want to go to the tribunal willingly? Merrick asks. I want Vale to face what he ordered. Not in a sealed chamber where judgments are rewritten, in front of the city whose families he erased. And my hatred? I built a room for it in my mind, a place where you would stand and tell me exactly what I took from you. I imagined every word you would say, every reason you gave me for why my existence deserved to end. The frost crawls higher, and when the room was built, I lived in it. Elke's throat tightens. Because my survival was worth more than your absolution, she says. Yes. She turns. His face is bare. No hunger, no armor. Just the weight of a choice he made 40 years ago and has been making every day since. I do not know if I can forgive you, she says. I know, but I am beginning to understand what it cost you to choose what you chose. His breath catches, a sound so small she almost misses it. Elke. Her hand moves before she decides. Her fingers find his. The bond does not shriek, it settles. A long exhale through the thread that ties them. Tobias's hand closes around hers. His palm is cold, his grip is careful. They stand like that as the frost spreads and the diagrams take shape, and the city outside breathes their name. The alarm bells start at 3 in the afternoon. They come from the harbor, then the market district, then the tribunal chambers, heavy and iron-voiced, each strike dragging the city into alert. Elke pulls her hand from Tobias's grip. Merrick is already at the window. They are not coming to the warehouse. Where? She asks. He listens. His face goes pale. The ice, he says. The court is moving onto the ice. Chapter 29. The harbor grand rises from the fog like a tomb that remembers being a hotel. Elke sees it through the broken window of the watchman's shelter, where Merrick tracked the false lead. Marble columns, black glass. A neon sign sputtering half its letters in the dusk. The building has been closed for 7 years, according to the city clerk's file. But the doors are unlocked, and the lobby floor gleams like someone has been polishing the blood off it. Bait, Tobias says behind her. I know. Then why are we still looking at it? She turns. The bond flickers at the edge of her awareness, muted by the iron in the street lamps, by the salt crusted into the cobblestones, by the weight of the court's presence radiating from the hotel like a second heartbeat. Because if there is even a chance the elder's testimony is inside, she says, I am not leaving it for them to burn. The testimony exists in fragments. Marta transcribed it on house paper, but the original deposition was taken by a court clerk who wrote it on tribunal parchment, oath-bound and sealed. The elder told Elke the clerk left it in the harbor grand's safe during the purge, before the court seized the building and sealed every exit. We go in fast, Tobias says. We find the deposition. We leave. And if it is a trap, then we do not stay long enough for them to spring it. The lobby is cold. Not winter cold, procedural cold. The kind of cold that comes from salt lines laid in the mortar and iron filings ground into the grout between marble tiles. The air tastes like coins. Elke moves along the wall, keeping the cracked chandelier between her and the void of the concierge's desk. Tobias follows at her flank, his footsteps soundless on the polished floor. Stairs or elevators? She asks. Stairs. Elevators are cages. They find the service stairwell at the end of a corridor lined with mirrors. The glass is fogged, bolted with condensation that should not exist in a building without running water. She steps past him and takes the stairs first. The deposition is on the 4th floor, room 412. That is what the Elder's fragmented memory gave them. A room number, a floor, a safe bolted to the wall behind a painting of Lake Icecar in summer. The 4th floor corridor is dark. Elke counts doors. 404, 406, 408. The numbers are brass, tarnished, bolted to oak panels that have warped from decades of harbor moisture. Room 412 has a door hanging open. She stops. Too easy, Tobias says. Yes. They stand in the dark. The bond flickers again, a thready pulse that tells her nothing about what waits beyond the threshold. Salt and iron. The hotel is rising, the word is emmering. The Carafinis reasons in this decker. Well, Voking responded, the slow-bassed brand. Stabs at testrils. While sound weighed. The air is no longer basement at end of the corridor. The Bert Dables a math. The wrong device which broth it just right into the wound. My thing is wholly darely, I've still form. The mortar of store glass, the ceiling is a sheet of polished silver. The floor is black marble that catches her reflection from a dozen angles, fracturing her into a dozen elks, each one turning, each one watching. The safe is there, bolted to the wall behind a painting of Lake Icecar in winter. The frame is iron, the canvas is cracked. She crosses to it. Her reflections cross with her. 12 women moving through 12 mirrors. She does not touch the painting. She turns slowly, counting the angles, macking the glass. The court did not build this room to hold a deposition. They built it to hold her. Tobias, her voice echoes. The mirrors carry it back to her in overlapping waves. I am here. His voice comes from the corridor. Close. The bond is muffled but present, a thread she can still feel. They are going to seal the door. I know her. Think that the deposition he is restonal. By many any boses are not this ideal witness supernode noth. I feels the trim precious Pattison leftly. They fell up to a screamy birding reseals. We found this starting all the stabus. It loved you when you marry your Kanishas reading acuteness catechal raid news, which is implied, that is which you like the deposition left, when he asked, which you will find this it was going. We see to him waiting Lester. They muck up and muck stairs, left this acute most carry, but for this is a devoice discerned. The speakles billing a John's just like, I believe this Boyd's self-waiter, go Steph with my guy. I will eel. She crosses to him, takes his wrist, pulls the rag away. The wound is deep, a laceration from the door's iron core, but the edges are already closing, the vampire blood knitting tissue faster than a human wound could. He watches it examine it. I saw you in the room, he says. Through the crack in the door, you did not freeze. I did not have time. You did not freeze. You moved. You broke the safe free. You hit a bailiff with it. You were breaking the door down. Yes. She releases his wrist, steps back. You did not ask me to come with you, he says. You ordered me to stay behind, but when the door sealed, you did not panic. You found another way. I always find another way. I know, that is why I asked. The air between them goes still. Asked what? He meets her eyes. The storm-gray gaze holds something she has not seen in him since the ballroom. Not surrender, not grief. Something roar. I asked you to keep the bond. I asked you to trust me. I asked you to let me into your soul space. But I never asked the one thing I should have asked first. Her throat tightens. What? Whether you still want me dead. The question hangs in the warehouse air. The frost crawls higher on the windows. The safe waits on the workbench, sealed, holding testimony that could burn a magistrate. Elke looks at the wound on his arm, at the blood he shed breaking down a door she could not open alone, at the face of the man who chose her death to save 1,000 lives and has been living in the room of her hatred ever since. I do not know, she says. His expression does not change. That is not a no. It is not a yes either. The bond flickers, alive, incomplete. He nods. Good enough for now. Chapter 30. The warehouse settles into a different kind of silence after the safe hits the workbench. Not the silence of hiding, not the silence of waiting for the next attack. Something softer. Provisional. The frost on the windows has stopped spreading, holding at the edges of the glass like a breath suspended. Tobias is still leaning against the wall, his sleeve dark with blood she already watched heal, his eyes tracking her as she crosses back to the safe. The seal is intact. The deposition is inside. She should open it. She should read what the elders swore to under oath-bound parchment. Instead, she turns to face him. You broke the door down. You were inside. You could have called for help. You could have found another way in. He does not answer. He does not need to. The wound on his arm says everything. He chose the fastest way, not the safest one, because the fastest way was the only way that reached her in time. She steps closer. The room was made for me. Every mirror, every reflection. They built it to hold me until the bailiffs could pull me through the glass. I know. How did you know? I did not. I knew you were inside. The rest did not matter. The words land in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. The ripples spread outward, unsettling something she has spent 40 years keeping still. She should open the safe. She should read the deposition. Instead, she reaches for his wounded arm. Her fingers brush the closed edges of the cut, the skin already knitting, the blood already drying. He does not flinch. He does not pull away. I hated you, she says. I built everything on that hatred. Every skill, every plan, every breath I took in this second life was shaped around the moment I would make you know who was killing you. I know. I still hate what you chose. You let me drown. You stood on the shore and watched the ice break beneath me, and you chose to let it happen. Yes. Her hand stays on his arm. The bond flickers between them, not shrieking, not settling, hovering in a space she does not have a name for. But I cannot bear losing you again. The words leave her mouth before she decides to speak them. They hang in the warehouse air, raw and unfurnished, stripped of every layer of control she has worn since the ballroom. Tobias goes still. I have spent 40 years terrified of this moment, he says. Not of your hatred. I deserved that. I expected that. I built a room for it and lived inside it every night. What terrified me was the possibility that you might stop hating me before I deserved to be forgiven. And now? He reaches up. His hand touches her face, his palm warm against her cold cheek, his fingers threading into her hair where it has come loose from its pins. Now I am standing in the room I built for your hatred, and you are telling me you cannot bear losing me, and I do not know what to do with a hope that large. She leans into his hand. The bond exhales. They do not open the safe that night. They do not plan. They do not strategize. They find a corner of the warehouse where the mirrors are covered with dust cloths and the floor is dry, where the frost has not reached, where the cold feels like winter instead of warning. They sit facing each other, knees touching, hands finding each other in the dark. She tells him what the gray country felt like. Not the pain of drowning, but the isolation afterward. The decades of drifting in a place that had no shape, no sound, no touch, only the memory of what she had lost and the vow she had made. He tells her what the lake looked like from the shore, the ice breaking, the bodies surfacing, the knowledge that he had made the only choice possible and would spend eternity paying for it anyway. She traces the line of his jaw. He catches her wrist, presses his lips to the inside of her palm, holds the gesture long enough that she feels the tremor running through him. I do not forgive you, she says. I know, but I am choosing to stay. He closes his eyes. That is more than I ever hoped for. They do not sleep. They hold each other as the hours pass, her back against his chest, his arms around her waist, her head resting in the hollow of his shoulder where his heartbeat should be but is not. The bond stays quiet, alive, present. At some point, she turns in his arms and kisses him. It is not the kiss from the chapel corridor, interrupted by vision and violence. It is slower, deliberate. The question asked with her mouth against his, answered with the way his hands tighten on her hips, answered with the soft sound he makes when she pulls closer. She feels his hunger through the bond, iron and salt and the ache of unquiet thirst. But he does not feed. He does not take. He only holds her, his forehead pressed to hers, his breath uneven in the dark. "I want to stay like this," she whispers. "Then stay. Until morning. Longer, if you let me." She does not promise longer, but she does not pull away. The frost on the windows begins to thaw. Dawn comes gray and reluctant, the light finding its way through the grime and the dust cloths, striping the warehouse floor with pale bands that look like the first cracks in ice. Elke is still in Tobias's arms when the door opens. Marek stands in the doorway. His face is pale. His hands are empty. "You need to see this." She rises. Tobias rises behind her. The bond tightens, braced for attack, for bailiffs, for the next trap. Marek holds up a piece of paper. "Wendeline Korsak," he says. "She emptied the crypt beneath St. Veyda an hour before dawn, took the Mercy Blade's anchoring sheath, the counterpart that keeps the severing power stable. Left a note." Elke takes the paper. 3 words. "For the door." Chapter 31. The paper hangs in her hand. 3 words printed in ink that still smells of crypt dust and cold iron. For the door. Marek stands in the doorway, waiting for something, a question and order, a sign that she has not broken overnight. She has not broken. But something in her chest has shifted. The hatred is still there, buried under the weight of Tobias's arms around her, under the memory of his mouth against hers, under the temperifying fact that she chose to stay. She folds the note. When did she leave? An hour before dawn. Giselle found the crypt empty and the sheath pedestal cracked clean through. Anything else taken? Just the sheath. The Mercy Blade is still sealed behind the iron door. Giselle says the blade is useless without the anchoring counterpart. Whoever holds the sheath controls the severing. Elke turns to the window. The frost on the glass has thawed to rivulets, water tracing paths through the grime like the first cracks in river ice. Wendeline has the sheath. Wendeline is heading for the door, the lake door. The warehouse fills with bodies as the morning solidifies. Marta arrives with bread wrapped in cloth and a pot of coffee that steams in the cold air. She sets them on an overturned crate without ceremony, her amber eyes moving from Elke to Tobias, noting the space between them, the way their hands almost touch. The elder with amber eyes follows, wrapped in blankets, her face drawn, but her gaze sharp. She sits on a crate near the sealed safe and watches the room like a woman who has learned to read threats from silence. Giselle comes last, her gray cloak dusted with stone powder from the crypt, her iron-streaked hair pulled tight. She carries a roll of paper and a piece of chalk. "The sheath is gone," she says. "The Mercy is inert. If Wendeline reaches the lake before us, she will have the only tool that can sever the anchor without killing the body." "Then we reach the lake first," Elke says. "Or we change the geometry." Giselle unrolls the paper across the warehouse floor, weighing the corners with stones. Chalk diagrams cover the surface, circles divided by cracks, lines converging at a central point marked with 3 crosses. "The ritual requires 3 fixed points," she says. 2 iron keys and the seal. The seal is Wendeline's anchor work, tied to your soul through the bond. If she reaches the door and uses the sheath to sever the anchor on her terms, she controls what comes through. "What comes through?" Marta's voice is flat. "The door opens either way. The question is who decides the terms." Elke kneels beside the diagram. Her finger traces the central cross. "This is where we stand." "The thinnest point on the ice, yes. And Wendeline knows this. Wendeline knows everything about this ritual," Giselle says. "She built the anchor. She prepared the lake. She chose you." The words land like stones in still water. Elke rises. "Then we let her think she is still choosing me." The planning stretches into the afternoon. Elon copies tribunal procedure onto warehouse paper with a shaking hand, his movements slow, each line costing him visible effort. The gray country writ left him hollow, moving like a man carrying broken glass in his chest. Marek cross-references the elder's testimony with the Vale records, building a case that cannot be dismissed. A public record of Vale's signature on seizure orders stretching back 40 years. Mara translates the elder's account, her voice rough, her hands never still. The elder speaks of the eastern shore, the ice breaking, the bodies surfacing red against black water, the magistrate on the bank wearing the inverted seal. Tobias stays close to Elke, not hovering, not claiming, present. She feels him through the bond, a steady warmth at the edge of her awareness, not pressing, not shrieking, just there. She does not know what to do with that, so she plans. The ritual geometry takes shape, 3 fixed points on the ice, forming a triangle with the thinnest point at its center. 2 iron keys placed at 2 points, 1 key held by Tobias, 1 by Elke. The seal, the anchor, suspended between them, not severed, not broken, redirected. We do not cut the anchor, Giselle says. We reassert whose will holds it. Whose will? Elke asks. Yours. The anchor was placed on you. You are the only one who can consent to its use. Wendling placed it without my consent. Then you take it back. Elke looks at the diagram. The lines cross and recross, a cage drawn in chalk, a map of a trap being inverted. And Tobias? He stands at the 3rd point with the 2nd key. His presence closes the triangle. His will balances yours. And the bond? Giselle is quiet for a long moment. The bond will endure the direction, she says. Or it will not. I cannot promise which. Elke looks up at Tobias. His eyes are the color of winter storms, steady, waiting. Do this thing, he says. The elder speaks as the light begins to fade. The magistrate wore the seal reversed, she says. I did not know what it meant then. I only knew he stood on the eastern shore with a face like a man watching a door close that should never have opened. And you survived? Marta says. I survived because he wanted a witness. He wanted someone to remember what he ordered, so the order would have weight. He left you alive as a record. I have been his record for 40 years. Now I am yours. Elke takes the elder's hand. The fingers crow down. The Borns lodge with anybody. The pawn sits quiet between them, alive, present, waiting for her to choose. I cannot wait forever, she says. You can wait until you are ready. And if I am never ready? He takes her hand. His fingers thread through hers. Then we burn it together and face the tribunal without it. She looks at their hands. She wants to believe this could be simple. The message arrives at dusk. Elan finds it tucked between the pages of his transcription. A slip of paper he did not put there, written in a hand he knows. He reads it. His face goes gray. Ella crosses the room in 3 strides. What? Elan holds out the paper. His hand is shaking again, worse than before. This was sealed inside the notes Iselle brought from the crypt. She must have missed it when she gathered the records. It was buried between pages of the ritual diagram, pressed flat, hidden for years. Ella takes the paper. The ink is faded but legible. The handwriting belongs to Wendeline Corsac. The anchor was placed in the Grey Country before the 2nd birth. The soul must consent to the bond before the body can reject it. The bond will accept the lock because the soul has already accepted the key. She will hate him. She will hate me. She will hate the truth. But she will survive. That is enough. Ella reads the words twice. The warehouse is silent. The frost continues spreading up the glass, and the ice continues pressing. And Wendeline Corsac knew, 40 years ago, what Ella would become, long before Ella knew herself. Chapter 32. The ice groans under Elke's boots before she reaches the shore. Not the normal contraction of freezing water, but a long, deliberate sound, like something waking beneath the surface and shifting its weight. She stops. The lake stretches black under the new moon, its surface veined with cracks that glow faintly from below. Light where no light should be. Pressure where the ice should be solid. Tobias halts beside her. Merrick and Giselle spread out behind them, Marta holding the elder at the tree line. The frost crawls up from the shore in root patterns, grasping at stone, twig, boot leather. And at the center of the ice, where the glow is brightest, Wendeline Corsac stands waiting. Elke walks onto the lake. The cold seeps through her boots, then her bones, then the space behind her teeth where memory lives. She does not slow. Tobias follows. His hand brushes hers once, quick, asking without demanding. She does not pull away. Gwendoline watches them approach with an expression Elke has never seen on her face before. Tenderness, and something worse. Certainty. "You found my note," Gwendoline says. "The anchor," Elke answers. "You placed it before I was born, before she was born. My mother, her mother. You reached back through the bloodline and you chose me before I existed. Yes, 40 years ago. Before you drowned." Gwendoline's voice is calm, almost gentle. "I knew the court would break the bond. I knew Vale would order the bloodline taken. I knew Tobias would have to choose between you and 1,000 lives, and I knew which choice he would make." "How?" "Because I know what love looks like when it has nowhere to go." Gwendoline's gray eyes do not blink. "I watched him on the shore. I watched him break the oath-marked chain with his own hands. I watched him go under the ice to hold you while you died, and I knew if I gave him 40 years of guilt, he would open any door to bring you back." Tobias goes still beside Elke. "You used me," he says. "You used my grief to make me press against the barrier. I used what the court made of you. There is a difference." Elke steps forward. "Why?" Gwendoline looks at her. The frost at her feet pulses, roots of ice spreading outward in slow, deliberate waves. "Because the Harlow court must fall." "That is not an answer." "It is the only answer that matters." Gwendoline's voice sharpens. "You have seen what they are. A machine that grinds souls into procedure. They own the gray country. They own the boundary between life and death. They file erasure orders through human courts and call it law. They killed your bloodline to keep the lake sealed. They killed Elin to keep Vale's name hidden. They will kill everything you live if it means keeping their order intact." "And you are different?" "I am the one who will break them." Elke feels the words land like a blade between her ribs. Gwendoline built her. Gwendoline raised her in the gray country. Gwendoline fed her vengeance like her mother feeding a child milk, knowing it would shape her into a weapon aimed exactly where she wanted it to go. "You do not want justice for the lake," Elke says slowly. "No. You want war. I want ruin." Gwendoline's voice drops. "The court has held the bonded dead in stasis for 1,000 years. No new souls, no erased returns, no mercy. They decide who lives, who dies, and who is allowed to be remembered. They stole that authority from the first keepers, and they have held it so long they believe it is natural law." She gestures at the ice beneath her feet. "This door was sealed by the court's anchor, but the door is also the key. If the anchor breaks at the right moment, with the right sacrifice, the court's grip on the gray country collapses. Every soul they erased returns. Every bloodline they drowned rises. Every judgment they falsified is exposed." "And Tobias?" Gwendoline's face does not change. "His death at the ritual moment would rupture the court's architecture. The bond is the lock. He is the key. If he dies while the seal is breaking, the court cannot reassert control." Elke stands very still. "You want me to kill him?" "I want you to finish what you came to do." Gwendoline's voice is almost soft. "I gave you the memory. I gave you the hatred. I gave you the strength to survive the gray country when no one else had ever returned with their mind intact. I did all of that so you could stand here, on this ice, and choose to end what the court began 40 years ago." Elke's hand moves before she decides. She reaches for Tobias's wrist, his pulse slow and steady against her fingers. He does not pull away. "Elke," his voice low, meant only for her. "If this is what you need." "No." The word cuts through the frozen air. Gwendoline's expression flickers for the first time. "Elke." "I said no." Elke turns to face her fully. The bond hums between her and Tobias, quiet, steady, present. It does not shriek. It does not recoil. It waits. "You built me for this," Elke says. "You shaped my grief into architecture. You made hatred the only structure that held me together because you knew a woman who loved would hesitate. A woman who hated would kill. Yes, I am done being your weapon." Gwendoline's face hardens. "You do not understand what you are refusing." "Then explain it." "The court will take him anyway. If you do not kill him here, they will use the bond as a lock. They will close the doors forever. They will seal you both in the Grey Country with no return, and everything I built to break them will rot at the bottom of this lake. Then we find another way. There is no other way. Gwendoline's voice rises. I searched for 40 years. I pulled every thread. I buried every secret. The ritual Yesel diagrammed will redirect the anchor, but it will not break the court's hold. It will only buy you time, and time is what you do not have. Elke feels the ice shudder beneath her. The bailiffs are coming. She feels them before she sees them, cold pressing against the bond, the air growing thin, the frost crackling outward from the shore in sudden, violent waves. Gwendoline looks past Elke's shoulder. They are already here. Elke turns. The tree line is lined with pale figures, dozens of them. Bailiffs emerging from the dark like frost forming on glass, silent, unhurried, thescient. Behind them, a figure in a tribunal coat steps forward. Severin Vale. The ice splits, not beneath the bailiffs, beneath Gwendoline. A crack opens at her feet, black water rising, and she does not flinch. The door is opening, she says, with or without your consent. She steps into the crack. The water takes her without sound, without struggle, and the ice seals above her head like it was never broken. Elke stares at the place where Gwendoline vanished. The bailiffs advance, and beneath the ice, something that has been pressing for 40 years begins to push back. Chapter 33. The ice seals above Gwendoline's head like a wound closing. Elke stares at the smooth surface, the black water already gone, the frost reforming in delicate patterns as if nothing ever broke. She has no time to feel what just happened, no time to name the hollow in her chest where 40 years of purpose just stepped into a crack and vanished. The bailiffs are moving, not running, gliding. Pale figures spreading across the frozen shore like spilled milk, unhurried, patient, filling every gap between the trees until the tree line is no longer trees at all, but a wall of bone-white stillness. Severin Vale walks at their center. He does not rush. His tribunal coat hangs open, the inverted saint's seal catching the moonless light, and his boots leave no mark on the ice. "The unlawful soul," he says. His voice carries without effort, cutting through the frozen air like a blade through silk. He stops 30 feet from Elke, hands loose at his sides, head tilted as if examining a specimen. Elke Ernberg returned without sanction, remembering what should have been forgotten. His gaze slides past her to Tobias, and the lock that was left unsealed. Merrick moves first. He steps sideways, putting himself between the nearest bailiff and Marta, who stands with the elder pressed against her side. His hand is empty, but his jaw is set. "You want him?" Merrick says. "You go through me." Vale does not acknowledge him. "The bond is a viable anchor," he continues, as if reciting from a ledger. The door is opening. The court requires both to close it properly. The soulmate vow provides the tension. The living half provides the seal. Tobias goes, still beside her. Elke feels it through the bond, not panic, not fear, but a cold, crystalline understanding. The same look he wore on the lake 40 years ago when he made the choice that destroyed them both. "Elke," his voice low, "they are not here to kill me. No, they are here to take me." The bailiffs stop 10 feet from the group, not attacking, waiting. Vale spreads his hands. Surrender the returned soul, and the city is spared. The door is sealed. The lock is secured. The bloodlines that remain are allowed to continue. Marta makes a sound low in her throat, something between a growl and a laugh. "You drowned my grandmother." Vale does not look at her. She was collateral. The door was already pressing. The choice was made to contain the breach before it consumed the entire shore. "The choice," Elke says slowly, "was yours. It was mine." Vale meets her eyes. "I do not pretend otherwise. I ordered the drowning. I sealed the records. I left one witness alive so the judgment would have weight as precedent. I have spent 40 years waiting for this moonrise, because I knew the beach would eventually need to be closed by the same mechanism that opened it." He gestures at the ice beneath them. "You are the mechanism, Elke Ernberg. You and the bond. You and the lock. You and the man you returned to kill." Tobias moves, not toward Vale, toward her. He turns his back on the bailiffs, on the tribunal coat, on the wall of pale figures, and faces her fully. Elger, his voice is steady. If they take me, the bond becomes their tool. They can seal the door with inside it. They can use the gray country anchor to pull you through. Everything Wendeling built, everything you survived, it all becomes theirs. She knows what he's about to say before he says it. You need to kill me. Now, before they close. The bond does not shriek. It goes silent. A held breath, a stopped heart. Elger looks at the man who let her drown, who spent 40 years pressing against the barrier, who built a room inside himself to live inside her hatred, who held her all night without taking her hunger, who asked if she still wanted him dead and accepted her, not knowing. She looks at him and knows she will not do it. No. Tobias's face does not change, but something in his posture shifts, a tension released, a hope he did not know he was holding. Elger, I will not become the weapon that closes the door. She turns to face Vale. I will not become yours either. Vale watches her with something that might be interest. You have no third option. Then I will break the board. She reaches for the oathmark chain at her throat. The bond surges, not shrieking, not recoiling, answering. The ice beneath her feet begins to crack. Chapter 34. The ice cracks beneath Elke's feet, a sound like bone breaking, and the oathmark chain burns cold against her throat. Vale does not move. He watches her with the patience of something that has waited 40 years and can wait 40 more. Behind him, the wall of bailiffs stands motionless, bone-white figures arranged like teeth in a jaw. The chain, Vale says, was broken when he broke his oath. You think it will serve you differently now? Elke's fingers curl around the iron links. The bond answers, not screaming, not settling, but pulling, a current dragging her towards something beneath the ice. Tobias steps closer. Elke, if there is a way, there is no way. Wendellin's voice says. It comes from everywhere at once, from beneath the ice, from the cracks spreading in root patterns across the frozen surface, from the air itself, vibrating like a plucked string. The bailiffs shift. Bile's composure cracks for the first time, a flicker of something that might be recognition. She should not be able to speak. She was never your prisoner. Wendellin's voice coils through the frozen air, carrying a language that makes the ice shudder. She was waiting for the door to open. Elke's grip tightens on the chain. Wendelline, what did you become? A long pause. Then the ice beneath them clears. Not cracks, not breaks, clears, turning from opaque frost to black glass so transparent Elke can see through it to the depths below. And there, suspended in the dark water, is Wendelline Corsac. Her eyes are open. Her mouth moves, forming words that do not need air to carry. I became what the door required. Marta makes a sound, stepping back, pulling the elder with her. Merrick's hand goes to his belt, searching for a weapon that will not matter. Tobias does not move. He looks down through the ice at the woman who fed his grief for 40 years, who shaped his guilt into a tool, who used his love as a fulcrum. You planned this too, he says. I planned everything. Wendellin's voice echoes. The anchor before she was born, the bond that would not break, the door that would not stay sealed, and the moment when someone would have to choose. She turns her gaze to Elke. You came here to kill him. You trained for it. You built your second life around it. And now the court stands on one side, the door stands on the other, and you are standing exactly where I placed you. Elke's hand drops from the chain. No. Wendellin's eyes narrow. No? I am standing where I chose to stand. Elke's voice is steady. You built the road. You laid the stones. But I am the one who walked it. She looks at Tobias. I came back to kill him. That was true. That is still true in the way that grief is true, and rage is true, and the memory of drowning is true. But it is not the only truth. She turns to face Vale. You want me to kill him so you can seal the door with his body as the lock. You want me to refuse so you can take him alive and use the bond as your tool. Either way, I become the mechanism. She looks down through the ice at Wendelling. You want me to kill him so the door opens fully and the court falls. You want me to choose vengeance so your war can be won. Either way, I become the weapon. The ice groans beneath her. I will not be the mechanism. I will not be the weapon. Vale's expression does not change, but something in his posture shifts. You have no third option. I will make one. She pulls the oath-mark chain from her throat. The bond screams, not with pain, with recognition, with the sound of something that has been waiting for this moment since the ice first broke 40 years ago. The chain glows. Not hot, not cold. Something between, a temperature the body cannot name, a light that comes from beneath the world. Tobias reaches for her. She takes his hand. You said you would enter my soul space willingly. Yes. You said you would trust me. Yes. Then trust me now. She steps forward, pulling him with her, toward the crack in the ice where Wendelin vanished. Vale's voice sharpens. Bailiffs, take them! The wall of pale figures surges forward. But the ice is breaking faster now, splitting in lines that follow no pattern, cracking in curves that look like writing, like a language the lake has been memorizing for 40 years. Merrick grabs Marta's arm, pulling her back. The elder stumbles, and Isel catches her, gray cloak spreading like wings. The bailiffs reach the broken edge and stop. Because Elke is no longer standing on the ice. She is standing in it, knee-deep in the split, the black water rising around her calves. And Tobias is beside her, his hand in hers, his eyes fixed on her face. There was always a third way, Isel says from the shore. Her voice is quiet, but it cuts through the chaos. Not severing the bond, not breaking the anchor, but offering it. Giving it freely to the door instead of having it taken. Wendelin's voice rises from beneath the ice. That will kill her. No! Isel's face is stone. It will unmake what she was made to be. The returned soul, the weapon, the mechanism, the lock. All of it goes into the door, and what comes out the other side will be something the court never planned for. Vale takes a step forward. The ritual has not been diagrammed. The geometry is unstable? Isel meets his eyes. Yes, that is the point. Elke looks down at the black water rising to her waist. The cold is absolute. Not the cold of winter, not the cold of the lake, but the cold of the gray country, the place between death and return where she spent 40 years memorizing a betrayal that was never quite what she remembered. She looks at Tobias. I do not know what I will be when this is done. I do not care. His voice breaks. I care that you will be. The water reaches her chest. The bond pulls, a current that wants to drag her under, but she holds his hand, and the chain burns and the ice continues cracking in curves that look like the first language the world ever knew. Vale is shouting. The bailiffs are moving. Gwendoline's face beneath the ice is changing, her expression shifting from triumph to something that might be fear. And Elke breathes in. 40 years of grief. 40 years of certainty. 40 years of being the woman who came back to kill. She lets it all go toward the dark water, not forgiving, not forgetting, choosing. The ice splits open beneath her feet, and she falls. Chapter 35. The cold is not water. It is not air. It is something between, a pressure that presses from every direction at once, and Elke cannot tell which way is up, which way is the surface, which way is the ice she fell through. Her hand still grips Tobias's, but she cannot feel his fingers, only the shape of them. Only the insistence that he is still there, still holding. The black water fills her mouth, her lungs, her chest. She should be drowning. She should be dying. But the gray country taught her how to exist in the space between breath, and she is still here, still aware, still falling through a cold that tastes like the place she spent 40 years memorizing. You cannot sever what was never tied. The voice is not speech. It comes through the pressure, through the dark, through the bond that is screaming with recognition beneath the ice. You cannot break what was made to hold. Elke opens her eyes. The water around her is not empty. Patterns burn beneath the surface, lines of pale light that trace a geometry she has seen before, the same shapes Cellar diagrammed on the warehouse floor, the 3 fixed points, the 2 iron keys, the seal at the center. But the geometry is wrong. The lines do not connect to her. They connect through her. She is not a point in the ritual. She is the plane the ritual is written on. You were the anchor before you were the body. You were the door before you were the key. The voice is Wendeline's, but it is not Wendeline, not anymore. It speaks from beneath the patterns, from the place where the ice meets the gray country, from the wound that has been pressing for 40 years. Elke reaches for the oath-marked chain at her throat. It is still there, still burning with that nameless temperature, neither hot nor cold, a light that pushes against the dark water. She wraps her fingers around it. The bond screams, but she does not let go. She turns her head, searching for Tobias in the black water. He is there, a handspan away, his eyes open, his mouth closed, his chest still. He is not breathing. Vampires do not need to breathe, but she has felt his heartbeat through the bond, and now she cannot find it. He will not survive the geometry. He is the seal. The seal must be whole. Elke looks down. The patterns beneath her feet are shifting, reorienting, drawing toward a single point at the center of the ice. 3 lines converge there, 3 fixed points, 2 keys, and the seal. She sees it clearly now. The ritual cell diagrammed was never meant to redirect the anchor. It was meant to complete it. The 3 fixed points, the offering of the bond, the willing surrender, it all feeds the same outcome. The door opens. The seal is placed. Tobias becomes the lock. Ysella did not know. The thought comes cold and certain. Ysella was given a false diagram. Wendeline knew she would find it, knew she would bring it to the ice. The patterns pulse beneath her, hungry, waiting. But Elin knows the true geometry. She reaches for him through the bond, through the memory of his voice in the archive vault, the fragments of tribunal procedure he fed her in whispers. He spent decades inside the court's machinery. He knows how they build their traps. 3 fixed points, 2 keys, 1 seal. But if the seal refuses, the geometry collapses. If the seal is not there when the door opens, the lines have nothing to hold. Elke looks at Tobias. She cannot speak. The water fills everything, but she pulls him closer, presses her forehead to his, and lets the bond do what words cannot. I am the anchor, not you. His eyes widen. I was made to be the plane the ritual is written on, but a plane can be broken. She releases the oath-marked chain with one hand. The patterns beneath her surge. She reaches for the mercy blade's anchoring sheath, the one Wendeline stole, the one she carried through the door. She can feel it somewhere beneath the ice, not in Wendeline's hands, not in the water, but in the geometry, a component the court did not account for. The sheath stabilizes the blade. But if the blade is never drawn, the sheath is only a vessel. A vessel can be sealed with anything. She reaches for the anchor. Not Wendeline's anchor, her own. The one placed before she was born. The one that tied her sword to the gray country before her body drew its first breath. The one that let her remember, let her return, let her become the weapon both court and witch designed. She takes hold of it. The bond shrieks, the ice above her cracks, and Elin's voice echoes through the memory of the vault, from a conversation she did not understand until this moment. The ankle can be set at 3 points, the bond, the body, or the name. If you cut the name, the rest falls away. She knows her name, not the one she was given in this life, the one she carried into the gray country, the one she dragged back with her. Arnberg. The patterns beneath her feet convulse. The ice splits in a line that runs straight through the center of the geometry, through the 3 fixed points, through the 2 keys, through the seal. And Elke lets go. Not of Tobias, of the anchor. She releases it into the dark water, into the waiting wound, into the door that has been pressing for 40 years. The bond tears, not cleanly, not gently. It tears like flesh pulled from bone, like a wound that will not close, like the scream of something that has been held together too long and finally breaks. The water around her goes white. The cold becomes everything. And somewhere above the ice, through the roar of the breaking world, she hears Tobias's voice, not through the bond, not through the water, but through the air, through the distance, through the impossible fact that he is still alive and still reaching for her. No. The light swallows her. The geometry collapses. And Elke Umberg, the first returned soul, the weapon, The mechanism, the lock, becomes nothing but a woman falling through dark water with no tether left to hold her. Chapter 36. The cold does not fade. It deepens, sharpens, spreads through her chest like roots finding cracks in stone. Elke drifts in the black water, weightless and still, the absence where the anchor used to be humming through her like a silence that has learned to press. She opens her eyes. The dark above her is not water anymore. It is something else, something that breathes in slow cycles, each pulse pushing against the ice from beneath. The patterns Wendeline spoke through are gone. The geometry a cell diagrammed is gone. The 3 fixed points, the 2 keys, the seal, all of it, scattered, broken, unwritten. I cut the name. She holds the thought like a stone in her palm. The rest falls away. But she is still here, still falling, still breathing water that should drown her but does not, because she has not been mortal since the moment she spoke her name at Tobias's ball, and she has not been dead since the moment Wendeline pulled her back. She does not know what she is now. Above her, the ice groans. She cannot hear the bond, not even its absence. The bond was a thing that screamed, that ached, that reached, that held. Now there is nothing where it used to be. No warmth, no pull, no thread stretching through her ribs toward Tobias's chest. She reaches anyway. Her hand moves through the dark water, fingers opening, closing, finding nothing but cold. Tobias. She does not know if she speaks it aloud. She does not know if sound can travel through the pressure that surrounds her. But she forms the shape of his name in her throat, lets it push past her lips, lets it drift into the water like a note sealed in glass. No answer comes, but something else does. The dark shifts. A shape moves at the edge of her vision, not swimming, not floating, but standing upright in the water, pale, still. A woman with gray hair that drifts like smoke and nails black at the cuticles. Wendeline. Elke's body goes rigid. Wendeline's face is the same as it was on the shore, the same tenderness, the same certainty. But her eyes are different. They are not eyes anymore. They are open water. They are the space between stars. They are the pressure that has been pressing from the other side for 40 years. She raises one hand. Elke cannot move. She does not try to fight. I chose this, she thinks. I cut the name. I released the anchor. Whatever comes now is mine. Wendeline's hand touches her chest. The cold that floods through her is not the cold of the lake. It is the cold of something older, something that existed before the Hollow Court, before the first keepers, before the bond, before the name Ernberg meant anything to anyone. And through that cold, Elke hears a voice, not Wendeline's voice, the entity's. You were never the target, Elke Ernberg. The words do not travel through the water. They travel through her bones, through the marrow, through the hollow space where the anchor used to sit. You were the message, and the message has been delivered. Wendeline's hand withdraws. The cold recedes, pulling back into the dark like a tide returning to a wound it cannot close. And Elke begins to rise. The ice above her cracks, not in a line, not in a pattern, but in 1,000 fracturing paths that splinter outward from the center where she cut the name. The ice does not break. It opens, peeling back like a lid, like a door that has been waiting for exactly this key. She breaks the surface. Air hits her face. She gasps. The sound is raw, human, torn from a throat that has not used air in minutes, maybe hours. She does not know how long she was beneath the ice. The sky above is dark, the same new moon dark, the same shore, the same trees, the same ring of bailiffs standing frozen at the edge of the lake. But the lake itself has changed. The ice is gone where she rises. The surface is black water, open to the sky, and the water is not still. It moves in slow concentric circles, as if something beneath is breathing, as if the lake has become a lung and Elke is the air it has finally released. She turns. Tobias is on the shore. He is on his knees. His hands are pressed flat against the ice that still holds at the lake's edge. His chest moves. He is alive. He is whole. And his eyes are fixed on her with an expression she has never seen before. Not grief, not relief, not hope, but something that holds all three suspended. He cannot feel the bond. The thought comes clear and precise. He cannot feel me through it anymore. But he can see me, and that is enough. She tries to stand. The water is not as deep as she expected. Her feet find the bottom, silt and stone, and she pushes upward until she is standing in the black lake with the water lapping at her ribs, her ballowed dress heavy and frozen against her skin. The bailiffs have not moved. Neither has Severin Vale. He stands at the center of the shore, his tribunal coat unbuttoned, his pale face lit by something that is not moonlight. He is looking at the open wound in the ice. He is looking at the water. He is looking at Elke, and he is smiling. He wanted this. The realization hits her like the cold. He knew what would happen. He knew the anchor would break. He knew the door would open. He has been waiting for this moonrise for 40 years, not to close the breach, but to force it open at exactly the right moment. She looks down. The black water beneath her is not reflecting the sky. It is reflecting something else. Something that moves. Something that has been pressing for 40 years and is finally free to rise. Marta screams. The sound cuts through the frozen air, and Elke looks up to see Marta dragging the elder backward, away from the shore, away from the water, away from the ice that is splintering in every direction. Merrick is shouting. Yelsa is praying. And Tobias is still on his knees, his hands pressed against the ice, his eyes locked on Elke, his mouth forming words she cannot hear. But she knows what he is saying. Come back. She takes one step. The water around her ripples. The thing beneath the surface shifts. And Severin Vale's voice cuts through the chaos, calm, precise, victorious. The message has been received. The court will convene at moonrise. He turns. He walks away from the lake, away from the wound, away from the open water and the thing that is rising through it. The bailiffs follow. They do not attack. They do not take Tobias. They do not touch Marta, or Merrick, or Jelsel, or the elder. They simply leave, as if they have already won. Elke stands in the black water, freezing, shivering, untethered, and watches them go. The wound in the ice breathes behind her. And somewhere beneath her feet, in the dark where no light reaches, something that has been waiting for 40 years begins to open its eyes. The meeting time messaged. Elke stands in the black water, freezing, shivering, untethered, and watches them go. The wound in the ice breathes behind her, and somewhere beneath her feet, in the dark where no light reaches, something that has been waiting for 40 years begins to open its eyes. Chapter 37. The ice crackles behind her as she steps onto the shore. The sound is not the clean snap of freezing water. It is the noise of something settling, something that has shifted position and is still deciding whether to stay where it has landed. Elke turns. The black water where she rose is still open, still breathing, still reflecting a sky that does not hold stars. But the cracks are spreading. Not fast, not violent. They creep across the remaining ice in hairline fractures that follow no pattern she can read. They move like roots searching for soil, like fingers tracing the shape of a door that is already opened. Tobias is still on his knees. She crosses the distance between them. The frozen shore grinds under her boots, the frost-crusted grass, the stones that have been cold so long they no longer remember what it means to hold warmth. She stops in front of him, and he looks up. His eyes are the color of winter storms. He does not speak. She does not speak either. She watches him reach for her the way he has reached for her 40 times in the past 3 days, through the bond, through the thread that is pulled between them since the first night she spoke her name. His hand lifts. It stops in the empty air between them. He cannot feel me. She sees it happen. She sees the moment his hand understands what his mind already knows. The bond is gone. The thread is cut. There is nothing between them now but air and choice and the terrible weight of a love that has no tether to carry it. His hand drops. She kneels in front of him. "I am here," she says. The words are simple. They are not enough, but they are true. He nods. His jaw works once, twice, before he finds his voice. "I heard you," he says. "In the water. I heard you through the air, not through—" He stops. His hand presses against his chest, against the place where the bond used to live. "It is empty." "I know." "Is it gone?" she says. I cut the name. The rest fell away. He does not ask if she regrets it. He does not ask if she would do it again. He only sits there, on the frozen shore, with the lake breathing open behind them and the bailiffs retreating into the dark. He sits there and looks at her the way a man looks at something he has crossed an ocean to find, only to discover the ocean has dried up behind him and there is no way back. Marta's voice cuts through the silence. "We need to move." Elke looks up. Marta is standing at the tree line with the elder pressed against her side, her broad shoulders set, her amber eyes fixed on the open water. "The ice is spreading," Marta says. "Not freezing, spreading. Look." Elke looks. The cracks are moving toward the shore. Not fast, but steady. The hairline fractures are reaching for the frozen ground where the lake meets the land, and where they touch, the earth does not hold. It crumbles. It sinks. It becomes the same black water that is now breathing under the sky. "The lake is growing," Tobias says. His voice is flat, clinical. The voice of a man who is running calculations because feeling would break him. The boundary between the water and the shore is dissolving. The wound is not closing. It is spreading. Merrick appears at Elke's side. His face is pale, his suit torn at the shoulder, his breath visible in the cold air. "Vale is gone," he says. He walked into the trees and the bailiffs followed. They did not look back. "Did he leave a message?" Merrick's mouth tightens. "He left a proclamation, nailed to the first tree at the edge of the clearing." He holds up a folded sheet of parchment. The seal is still wet. Elke takes it. The paper is cold. The ink is black and thick, still gleaming, as if it has been waiting for her touch. The script is precise, old, the letters formed with the careful hand of someone who has written 1,000 judgments and expects to write 1,000 more. By authority of the Hollow Court, Presiding Magistrate Severin Vale, the returned soul known as Elke Ernberg is hereby declared an unlawful breach of the boundary between life and death. The anchor having been severed, the door having been opened, the court convenes at moonrise to render formal judgment. All persons who have aided, sheltered, or concealed the returned soul are subject to the same judgment. All persons who have witnessed the opening of the door are subject to the same judgment. All persons who stand within the affected territory at moonrise are subject to the same judgment. The court does not offer mercy. The court offers truth. Present yourself at moonrise, where the judgment will be rendered in your absence. The penalty for absence is total erasure. No record, no return, no appeal. The penalty applies to all. Elke reads it twice. The words settle into her chest like stones dropped into deep water. Aided, sheltered, or concealed. That is everyone on this shore. That is Marta, Merrick, Isel, the Elder. That is Petra, wherever she is. That is every person who helped Elke cross a room, open a door, breathe air, and stay alive long enough to reach this lake. She looks up. The cracks are still spreading. The black water is still breathing. And somewhere in the trees, Severin Vale is walking toward his assembled court, carrying the proclamation that will decide the fate of everyone Elke has touched since she spoke her name in a ballroom 3 days ago. Tobias stands. He does not reach for her. He does not try to take the parchment. He stands beside her, close enough that she can feel the cold radiating from his coat, and he looks at the spreading cracks in the ice. "Moonrise," he says. "Moonrise," she repeats. 12 hours, maybe less. She folds the proclamation. She tucks it into her pocket, where it presses against her ribs like a second heartbeat. "Then we have 12 hours to decide what we are willing to lose." She turns to face the group. Marta is holding the Elder. Merrick is wiping blood from a cut on his temple. Yesel is standing at the edge of the light, her hands clasped, her lips moving in a prayer that may or may not reach a God who is still listening. And behind them, beyond the trees, beyond the frozen shore, the city of Norskeld is waking to a dawn that will change everything. The first scream comes from the direction of the harbor. It is not a scream of fear. It is a scream of recognition, and it is followed by 100 more. Elke starts toward the trees. Tobias catches her wrist. The touch is light, barely there. A brush of fingers against skin, the way you touch something you are no longer certain you have the right to hold. "Elke," she stops. "I cannot feel you," he says. "I cannot reach you. I cannot know if you are safe or hurt or gone, but I can follow you, if you let me." She looks at his hand on her wrist. She looks at his face. The man who let her drown. The man who spent 40 years trying to return what he had lost. The man who knelt in front of his entire court and offered her his throat, not because he wanted to die, but because he believed her survival was worth his ruin. She does not answer with words. She turns her hand under his and laces their fingers together. It is not the bond. It is not the thread. It is a choice. Her choice, made in the absence of fate, in the cold air of a world that is breaking open at the edges. We need to reach the city before the panic spreads, she says. He nods. They walk into the trees together. Behind them, the black water breathes. And somewhere beneath the lake, in the dark where light has never reached, the thing that has been waiting for 40 years begins to shape the first word it has spoken since the ice first froze. Chapter 38. The ruined chapel room smells of wet stone and crushed juniper, the same branches Marta laid across the threshold an hour ago to mark this as a safe room. Frost has crept through the cracks in the window frame, etching the glass with patterns that look like the same geometry from beneath the ice. Elke stands at the center of the room, still wearing the borrowed coat with Vale's proclamation folded against her ribs. She has not taken it off. She is not sure she can take anything off until she understands what she has become. Tobias closes the door. The latch clicks. They are alone for the first time since the lake. He does not move toward her. He stands with his back to the door, his hands at his sides, his eyes the color of winter storms fixed on her face with an expression she cannot name because she has never seen it before. It is not grief. It is not hope. It is the look of a man who has spent 40 years listening for a sound that has finally gone silent. You are not bleeding, he says. It is not a question. No. Not injured. No. Not. He stops. His jaw tightens. I do not know what to ask. I do not know what questions still apply. Elke understands. The bond carried everything: hunger, pain, fear, the texture of a thought before it became a word. She knew when he was lying because the bond told her. She knew when he was hurting because she felt it in her own bones. Now there is only the room, only the space between them, only the cold air moving in and out of her lungs. She pulls the proclamation from her pocket and sets it on the broken altar. The paper curls at the edges, damp from the lake air. The court will regroup, she says. They have what they wanted. The door is open. The message is delivered. Whatever happens at moonrise, it will not be a negotiation. Tobias does not look at the paper. He looks at her hands. You do not wear the ring anymore. She looks down. Her fingers are bare. The tarnished antique silver with its lake ice-colored stone, the ring that has been on her person since the ball, the ring that was keyed to him through a bond witch's ritual, is gone. She does not remember taking it off. She does not permit with many. He was boring out of the rechain, which I sought the entirety of Isra. Any more I ever wanted. Giving the white off Durus to be rest, just a way we take up. And if again it was to get her the presents, it was no. It was no deserve. There was good paniship, the person he would do, the sweet sleep bless her tragic. The silence stretches. I cannot feel it either, he says. I do not know if I can love you without the certainty that you will feel what I feel. I do not know if trust survives when you can no longer sense the truth. Elke became a person, my ovs and laugh. A refers will see require. Elke understands. The bond carried everything: hunger, pain, fear, the texture of a thought before it became a word. She wants by broken, here comfortably bist. He says when he stays through the predict, his win many more different who speaks to shid Ephes for Nivibel, and my saw is completely all gratic the throsh shans, and even as we were thread to tricking off that snone in a line of the ball, the way he has looked at her every time she has turned around, as if she is the only fixed point in a world that refuses to stop breaking. Neither do I, he says. The honesty of it undoes something in her chest. She crosses the room. She does not stop at arm's length. She stops close enough to feel the cold radiating from his coat, close enough to see the pulse at his throat, close enough to remember what it felt like to have his heartbeat pressed against her own through the bond. I do not know if I can love you without it, she says. It feels like the end. It is not. She tightens her grip on his fingers. The laugh is not gone. It is not the thread. It is his hand against her skin, and the slow, deliberate warmth of his thumb tracing the curve of her cheekbone. "Tell me something I do not know," she says. "What?" "Tell me something about yourself that has nothing to do with the bond, nothing to do with the night on the lake, nothing to do with guilt or grief for the 40 years you spent waiting. Tell me who you are when you are not my killer and not my savior and not my soulmate." He is silent for a long moment. Then he says, "I remember the first time I heard you laugh. That is about the bond." "No, it is about the sound." His voice drops. "It was in the garden behind the old manor. You were wearing a blue dress. There was a tear in the sleeve from catching on a rose trellis. You were laughing at something I said, something I do not even remember. But I remember the sound. I remember thinking, I will burn down every city in the world before I let anything silence that." She does not move. She does not breathe. "And I did not dun down anything," he says. "I let them take you. And I have spent every night since hearing that laugh in my sleep, knowing I was the one who silenced it." She pulls his hand away from her face. She holds it between them. "That is not the end of the story," she says. "It feels like the end. It is not." She tightens her grip on his fingers. "The laugh is not gone. It is still in me. And I am not dead. And you are not the one who killed me, Tobias. You are the one that chose the 1,000 over the one, and you have punished yourself for it every day since. But I am done being your punishment." He stares at her. "Then what are you?" She does not answer with words. She steps forward. She rises onto her toes. She presses her mouth to his. It is not the kiss from the warehouse. That kiss was a choice made in the certainty of the bond, in the warmth of a thread that told them both this was real. This kiss is different. This kiss is made in the absence of certainty, in the cold air of a world that is broken open, in the space where two people who have hurt each other and saved each other and lost each other decide to try anyway. His hand finds the back of her neck. Her fingers curl into his coat. The kiss is slow, careful. The way you touch something that is already shattered once. When they break apart, his forehead rests against hers. "I do not know what happens at moonrise," she says. "Neither do I. But I know I am not walking into it alone." He opens his eyes. "No," he says. "You are not." The door opens. Marek stands in the frame, his coat torn, his face pale, a fresh gash on his forearm that it has not bothered to bandage. "Scouts are back," he says. "The court is regrouping beyond the lake wound. He arced in the dead of me. The cart is regrouping. Beyond the lake wound who take this brose entire Winhushet staters, a ground's evitation says we tense on one to share. Dabas Gatter and the Trems in the years now, Rizak Farm. Genuinely absolutely expect them as a siding. The sins roan. My parody year use about Sklee for the monitors. We deludely try to seed that coastary. Paper. You already even make this moan. Lately 3 species tell me the first dad has already died. She promised the John but you bezieve mix out of this can. That's my little. I can be going to get my anosti. I will forget the sympathy of a knowledge nissing. I pretty mean for this goach prop. I must be coming to his. The game prevails Messiscal, his person we found. The bowl. The snow. She plus the daybook plans, reeks to let the slower forget this share. This Marth, bless it, would have smarted. They have already posted sentries on the eastern shore. Elke does not let go of Tobias's hand. How long? 4 hours until moonrise, maybe less. Marek's jaw tightens, and the harbor is worse than we thought. The hospital is being emptied. Not patients, staff. They are taking everyone who touched the lake victims. Petra was listed on the triage schedule. Elke's grip tightens. Where is she now? Gone before the bailiffs arrived. Marta pulled her out through the ambulance bay. She is alive. She is in the safe house with the elder. 4 hours. The court is regrouping. The harbor is bleeding. And Petra is alive, for now. Elke looks at the proclamation on the broken altar. She looks at Tobias. I have an idea, she says. Tell me. It is dangerous. Tell me anyway. She lets go of his hand. She picks up the proclamation. She folds it carefully, the same way she folded it on the shore, and tucks it into her pocket. "The court wants us at moonrise," she says. "Let us give them what they want." Tobias's eyes narrow. "Elke, we walk in together. We let them think they have won. And then, when they are certain the door is theirs, when they are certain the bond is gone and we have nothing left to fight with, we show them that we are." "What are we?" She walks past him toward the door, something they did not account for. She steps into the corridor. Behind her, Tobias follows. Behind him, the frost continues to spread across the window, and somewhere beyond the trees, the lake breathes open, and the thing that has been waiting for 40 years begins to dream in the dark. Chapter 39. Merrick leads them through the service tunnels beneath the old wool district. The walls sweat moisture that smells of salt and rust and something beneath both, something that has been buried and is now breathing open. Elke follows close behind him, Tobias at her back, their footfalls echoing in the hollow dark. "She was seen an hour ago," Merrick says, not slowing. "At the old oath registry on Quay. Broke in through a sealed basement window." "Seen by whom?" Elke asks. "A grave clerk who owes me 3 favors." Merrick turns left, then right, navigating by memory through corridors that have not been maintained in decades. He said she walked straight through the iron door like it was fog. The registry sits at the end of a narrow alley where the cobblestones have buckled into frozen waves. The door hangs open, the lock shattered from the inside, the metal curled outward as if something pushed through from the other side. Tobias steps past her into the darkness. The room inside is small, a desk, a ledger shelf, a coal stove that has not been lit in years. And on the floor, scattered across the flagstones like fallen leaves, are the journals. There are 7 of them, black leather, silver corners, each one bound with a different color of thread. Elke kneels and picks up the nearest one. The pages are filled with Wendelin's handwriting, the same precise script she used in the hidden note beneath St. Veyda. She opens it at random. The entry is dated 6 months before Elke's second birth. The anchor must be placed before the soul takes root in the new body. "I have 16 months to prepare the ground. The witness on the eastern shore will be preserved, not because I need her testimony, but because Vale needs her to exist. A crime with a living witness is a crime that cannot be erased. I am building the record that will hang him." Elke turns the page. The grave clerks are in place, 11 of them, 1 for each district the court has claimed. They will bury false records, smuggle memory-bound objects, keep the names of the erased alive in ledgers the court never audits. If the door opens, the network wakes. If the door stays closed, the network sleeps until it is needed again. She sets the first journal down and reaches for the second. This one is older, the page is brittle at the edges, the ink faded to rust. The hollow court believes it owns the dead. It does not. It owns the records of the dead. There is a difference. I can build a parallel record, a true one. The court's authority becomes a lie dressed in seals and signatures. This is what I have spent 40 years constructing. Not a weapon, a library. Elke's hands are steady, but something in her chest is not. She opens the third journal and finds a list. Names, addresses, dates, grave clerks, oath breakers, memory smugglers. 11 names in the first column, 23 in the second, 47 in the third. The network is not sleeping. It is growing. Merrick is reading over her shoulder. He exhales slowly. "This is every underground contact in the northern districts," he says. "She has been recruiting for decades. She has been building an army," Elke corrects. Tobias picks up the 4th journal. He opens it and goes still. "Elke." She looks up. He turns the journal so she can see the page. It is a diagram. 3 fixed points, 2 keys, a seal at the center. The same geometry Zelcel drew on the warehouse floor. But this one is annotated in Wendelin's hand. Corrections written in the margins. Adjustments to the angles that shift the entire structure of the ritual. At the bottom of the page, a single line of text. This is the true geometry. The third way cannot work with the false diagram. If she brings the false one to the ice, the door will open, but it will open on the court's terms, not mine. Elke reads it twice. The false diagram was planted for Ziel to find. Gwendoline knew Ziel would bring it to the ice. She knew Elke would follow it. And she knew it would open the door exactly as the court wanted. But she built the true geometry anyway, recorded it here, where someone might find it after the door was already open. "Why leave this behind?" Tobias asks. Elke turns to the next page. The handwriting changes. It is smaller, tighter, pressed into the paper as if the hand that wrote it was running out of time. "Because if the door opens on the court's terms, someone will need to close it on mine. I will not be there to do it. By the time you read this, I will have become what the door requires. But the network is awake. The grave clerks know the names. The oath breakers know the routes. The breach sites are mapped. Use them. Burn the court from the inside. And if you find others like you, others who remember what they should not, tell them the door is not a prison. It is a proof of concept." Elke stops breathing. "Others like you." She reads the phrase again. "Others who remember what they should not." Her voice comes out flat, controlled, the voice she uses when she is holding something too heavy to drop. "She made it sound like I was the first." Merrick frowns. "The first returned soul with full memory. That is what she told you." "No." Elke shakes her head. "She told me I was the first. But this says others like you. She is not talking about one. She is talking about a pattern." Tobias sets the journal down slowly. "The tribunal feared this," he says. "The elder on the barge said the court has been monitoring the lake for 40 years. If the wound keeps opening, if the barrier keeps thinning, then returnees are not a violation. They are a natural consequence." Elke looks at the journals spread across the floor. 7 of them. 7 volumes of records, names, geometries, and a network that extends across the entire northern reach of the court's territory. Gwendoline built this over 40 years. She built it knowing she would not survive to use it. And she left it here, in a sealed registry on Quay, where someone like Merritt could find it, where someone like Elke could read it, where the next phase of the war could begin without her. "She knew she was going to become the vessel," Elke says. "She planned for it. She built the network to operate without her." "She built a ghost army," Merrick says. "She built a succession plan." Elke closes the 3rd journal and tucks it into her coat. "We take these with us." Tobias nods. He is already gathering the remaining volumes, stacking them in his arms. Merrick is at the door, watching the alley. "We have company," he says. Elke moves to the window. 3 figures are at the end of the alley, too still, too pale, their breath misting in the cold air in a way that is not quite right. Bailiffs. They are not advancing, they are waiting, as if they know exactly what she has found, as if they were sent to make sure she found it. Elke turns back to the journals. The 7th volume is thinner than the others. She opens it. Inside, a single page, a woman's name, a date of birth, a death date crossed out, replaced with a question mark, and a note in Wanlin's hand. If the first return is a successful proof, the second return will be easier, the third easier still. The cord cannot close a wound that keeps reopening. All it takes is one more. I have already started the work. Elke stares at the page. The name is not one she recognizes, but the date of birth is 2 years ago, and the death date is still blank. Somewhere in Norskeld, someone else is waiting to be born with a memory they should not have, and Wanlin has already set the machinery in motion. A sound from the alley. The bailiffs are moving. Elke closes the journal. "We need to leave," she says. Tobias is already at the door. Merrick has his hand on the iron handle. "Which way?" Elke looks at the map on the wall. The tunnels beneath Quay connect to the old harbor sewer, which feeds into the district Marta controls. "Down," she says. "Into the dark." She grabs the last journal and follows them out, the name of the second returned still burning in her mind like a wound that has just been cut open. Chapter 40. The tunnels empty them into a boarded-up fishmongers on the harbor's edge, the floor slick with meltwater and the air thick with the smell of salt and rot. Dawn is breaking through the slats, pale and weak, the color of old bone. Elke presses her back against the wall and closes her eyes. The journals are still in her coat. 7 volumes, a network, a second name. Tobias touches her wrist. "We cannot stay here." She knows. She can hear it through the floorboards, the sound of the harbor waking to something it does not understand. Voices rising in fragments, a woman weeping, a man shouting about the water turning black. The lake has not stopped spreading, and the wound between worlds is still breathing under the ice. She opens her eyes. We go to the lake. Merrick turns from the boarded window. Elke, the bailiffs will be waiting. I know. Then why? Because Vale wants me to run. She straightens, feels the weight of the journals against her ribs. He wants me to hide, to let the moonrise come while I am still deciding what to do. That is what he has planned for. A woman who does not know her own next move. Tobias watches her. His eyes are the color of the winter sky beyond the slats, gray and clear, and holding nothing but attention. But you know yours, he says. It is not a question. She meets his gaze. I am going to stand on the ice and let him see me. Let the whole court see me. And then I am going to read them Gwendoline's journals aloud until every oathbreaker and grave clerk in the northern districts knows exactly what she built. Merrick's breath catches. That will take hours. Then we start now. The cracked ice groans under Elke's boots as she steps onto the lake. The wound is larger than she remembers. The black water pulses in a slow rhythm, a lung breathing beneath the surface, and the cracks that spread from it do not stop at the shore. They continue up the bank, through the frozen reeds, into the roots of the trees that line the eastern edge. The boundary between water and land is dissolving, inch by inch, hour by hour. She kneels. The ice is warm under her palm. Warm, as if something beneath it is alive and burning. Tobias stands at her shoulder, his shadow falling across the black water. Can you feel it? She asks. I can feel the pressure, he says, like standing too close to a door that is about to open. She looks up at him. The bond is gone. She cannot feel his pulse, his warmth, the low hum of his presence that she carried for weeks. But he is here, standing beside her, because he chose to be. I found a name in the 7th journal, she says. A woman, born 2 years ago, no death date. Tobias is silent for a long moment. Gwendoline prepared another return. Yes, while she was still guiding you. Yes. He does not ask what it means. He is already calculating the shape of it, the pattern Elke saw in the registry. She was not building a weapon, he says slowly. She was building a species. Elke stands. The black water ripples at the edge of the wound, and something shifts beneath the surface, a shape too large to be a fish, too deliberate to be a current. The network is awake, she says. The grave clerks know the names. The oathbreakers know the routes. Gwendoline made sure the machinery would keep running without her. And now we have the blueprints. She meets his eyes. Now we have the blueprints. Merrick appears at the tree line, a portable lamp in one hand and a stack of paper in the other. I found an archivist in the harbor district, he says, breath fogging. She has been waiting for someone to ask the right questions. She knows the names of every grave clerk in the northern reach. Elke takes the paper. The first page is a list. 37 names, addresses, districts, routes. The second page is a map of the harbor, marked with symbols she does not recognize but understands instantly. Safe houses, dead drops, fallback positions. Gwendoline did not just build a network. She gave it instructions. Read it to the ice, Elke says. Every name, every route, every breach site. Let the court hear what she made. Merrick hesitates. The moment I start reading, Vale will know we have the journals. He already knows. Elke looks at the bailiffs gathered on the distant shore, too still, too patient, their pale forms barely visible in the gray dawn light. He let us find them. He wanted us to read them. Tobias steps closer. Then we give him what he wants. We read them aloud. We show the city what Gwendoline built. And when the court convenes at moonrise, they will find a war already waiting for them. Elke turned back to the lake. The black water is still. The shout beneath it has gone still too, as if it is listening. She opens the first journal. Her voice carries across the ice, across the cracks, across the wound that's still breathing under the surface. On the night the ice remembers, I began again. The words do not belong to her, but she speaks them anyway. By the time she finishes the first volume, the sun is fully above the hills, and the ice is steaming in the cold air. Merrick has been transcribing as she reads, his handwriting growing tighter as the pages fill. Tobias has not moved from her shoulder. The bailiffs on the distant shore have not moved either. But the harbor has gone quiet. The voices have stopped. The weeping has stopped. The only sound is the crackle of frost and the slow, rhythmic pulse of the water beneath the ice. Elke closes the first journal. Merrick looks at his pages. I have 17 names that match the archivist's list, 15 routes, 6 breach sites. It is a start. Ileana Sorlin, Merrick reads. 16 years old, court ward, no negative, disappeared 3 days before the tribunal seizure notices went up. Elke goes still. Ileana Stoylin, she repeats. Recognize the name? The Sorlin line is one of the bloodlines Vale drowned. She turns to face him fully. Wendeline's journals say the court is collecting O-negative blood for a purpose tied to the lake. If Ileana Sorlin is alive, she is not a prisoner. She is raw material. Tobias's hand finds hers. Then we find her before moonrise. How? He looks at the map in Merrick's hand. The archivist knows the routes. The grave clerks know the names. And we have 7 volumes of Wendeline's instructions. He meets Elke's eyes. Burn the court from the inside. She feels it then, a shift in the air, a pressure change, as if the lake is drawing a breath. She turns. The black water is rising, not flooding, not spilling over the ice, but rising, crawling upward in a smooth black column that does not break the surface tension, does not splash, does not drip. It rises until it is taller than she is, and then it speaks. Elke Ernberg. The voice is Wendeline's, but the cadence belongs to something older. Elke does not step back. I am here. The column of black water ripples. The second return is already awake. Elke's blood stops. She is not born yet. The journal said the death date was blank. She is not born. She is awake. In the water. The same water that remembers you. The column shifts, and Elke sees it, a shape within the blackness, a figure suspended in the column. A woman, young, dark hair drifting, eyes closed, mouth slightly open as if she is breathing water. Ileana Sorlin. She is already in the lake. She is already dreaming, and the court has been waiting for her to open her eyes. Chapter 41. The column of black water holds Ileana Sorlin suspended like a memory, preserved in glass. Dark hair drifting, eyes closed, lips parted as if she is whispering something only the water can hear. Elke does not move, cannot move. The name from Wendeline's journal is right here, breathing lake water, dreaming whatever the court has been feeding her for 3 days. Merrick steps forward. She was alive, for now. Tobias's voice is gravel and restraint. The court does not keep raw material alive longer than necessary. The column ripples. The shape within it shifts, a slow rotation, Ileana's hand floating toward the surface of the water as if reaching for something she cannot see. Then the sound comes. Not from the column, from the shore. A horn, low and wet like something blown through waterlogged lungs. Ildit turns. They are coming from the eastern bank, a line of figures in tribunal gray, not bailiffs, different, slower. Each one carrying a rolled parchment sealed with the circle split by crack. Tribunal envoys. They walk onto the ice as if it is solid ground, stepping over the cracks, past the steaming wound, toward the group gathered at the lake's edge. Merrick moves first. He steps in front of the archivist, who has gone pale, and plants himself between the envoys and the witnesses. By what authority do you cross this ice? The lead envoys does not stop walking. He is tall, gaunt. His tribunal coat is damp, not with lake water, but with something that clings and does not freeze. By the authority of the Covenant Court convened at moonrise, whose jurisdiction extends to all souls bound by blood, oath, or territory within the northern reach. His voice carries no effort, no breath, as if the words are being spoken through him rather than by him. He stops in towards paces from Elke's. The lake wound is now a legal beachhead. All districts within half a mile of the eastern shore are under emergency spiritual quarantine as of this hour. He unrolls the parchment. The seals are wet, fresh, pressed into wax that still steams in the cold air. No vessel may depart the harbor. No mortal may cross the quarantine line without court clearance. All inhabitants within the boundary are subject to tribunal procedure until the moonrise convocation concludes. Merrick's jaw tightens. You cannot quarantine half the harbor. There are families, hospitals, people who have nothing to do with this. The envoy's gaze does not shift. The court does not distinguish between participants and bystanders. The boundary between worlds has been breached. Every soul within the affected zone is a potential witness or a potential liability. He turns the parchment so the seals face the group. This is not a request. Something cold moves through Elke's chest. Not the bond, not the absence of it. Something older, a recognition she cannot name. The script on the parchment is not ordinary court writing. It is dead script. She knows it, the way she knows her own bones. Letters that curl like frost on glass, words that bend light instead of reflecting it. The same script that covered the walls of the Grey Country, the same script she read for 40 years while she waited to be reborn. She is the only one here who can read it without translation, and what it says makes her blood stop. The summons is addressed to her, not to Elke Ernberg, not to the name she chose in her second life. The summons is addressed to the woman she was when she drowned, the name she released into the door beneath the ice, the name that should have died with the bond. She released it. She cut it. She let it fall into the black water. But the court has already written it down, signed it, filed it, and it carries her signature. Her drowned signature. The one she wrote in the ice with her own hand 40 years ago, the night she died. You cannot have that name. The words leave her mouth before she decides to speak them. The envoy tilts his head. The court holds all names surrendered to the Grey Country. You released this one. It belongs to us now. I released it to the door, not to the court. The door is court property. The lake is court territory. The name is court evidence. He steps closer. The summons is not an invitation. It is a notice of attendance. You will present yourself at the Moonrise Convocation, or the quarantine zone expands to include every address on the archivist's list. Elke's hands are still. The cold is spreading up her arms. Not from the ice, from the name. From the knowledge that the court has been holding her drowned signature in reserve, waiting for this exact moment. How did you copy it? The envoys does not answer. The script is sealed. The summons is valid. You have until moonrise. He turns. The other envoys follow, a procession of gray coats and wet parchment, walking back across the ice as if the lake is theirs to command. Merrick exhales, a sound that carries 40 years of bureaucratic exhaustion. Emergency spiritual quarantine. He just locked down half the harbor in a single announcement. Tobias steps beside Elke. What else did it say? She does not answer immediately. She is still looking at the parchment in her hands, at the dead script curling across the page, at her own drowned signature, preserved in ink that should not exist, not in a hand she recognizes because it was her own. A summons, she says, to the convocation. But not only me. She looks up. The first witness named is Petra Domik. The silence that follows is worse than the horn, worse than the water, worse than the knowledge that Ileana Sorlen is dreaming inside the lake. Merrick's face goes gray. Petra is in the safe house. Marta pulled her out before the bailiffs reached the hospital. They cannot know where she is. They do not need to know. Elke holds up the parchment. The summons does not require a location. It requires attendance. If Petra does not appear at moonrise, the court will expand the quarantine until they find her. Tobias takes the parchment from her hands. His thumb traces the dead script, and she watches his face as he tries to read it, tries to understand what she has just seen. He cannot. The script does not move for him. It stays still, dead, unreadable. Only she can see it. And what she sees is her own name, her drowned name, written in her own hand, preserved in the court's wax as if they have been waiting 40 years to use it against her. The black water column pulses. Inside it, Ileana Sorlen's fingers, twailing column. At the lake that has already taken 2 returned souls and is still hungry. She knows one thing with absolute certainty. The court did not just copy her signature. They kept it, waiting, ready, because they always knew she would come back. And they have been preparing for this moment longer than she has been alive. Chapter 42. The warehouse smells of wet stone and the salt that Merrick tracked in from the harbor. Isla spreads the summons across the work table, her iron-streaked hair falling forward as she bends over the dead script, and Eline stands at her shoulder with his hands braced on the table's edge, veins standing against his pale skin. Elke watches them read. She watches the way Isla's lips move without sound, tracing shapes that do not exist for mortal eyes, the way Eline's knuckles whiten. "They cannot read it," Elke says. "Only I can." Isola does not look up. "Then tell us what it says. The summons, the names, the witnesses." She pauses. "Petra." "Petra is the first named witness," Eline says. His voice is flat, the flat of someone who has spent decades inside tribunal procedure and knows exactly what those words mean. "She is the first the court will demand at moonrise. If she does not appear, the quarantine expands until every address on the archivist's list is subject to seizure." "That much we understood." Jessel's finger traces the dead script. "But there is more here. Deeper clauses. A trial structure that does not fit standard tribunal precedent." Elke steps closer. The script shifts under Jessel's finger, curling like smoke caught in a draft, and Elke sees it clearly now, the full architecture of the court's judgment laid out in the language of the Grey Country. "It is not only me," she says. "The trial judges every soul who aided my return, every mortal who sheltered me, every vampire who refused to surrender me." Tobias moves beside her. "How many?" "All of them." She reads the clauses as they shift. "The bond witch, the grave clerks, the memory smugglers, the archivist who kept the records, Marta's household, everyone who watched Gwendoline build her network and did not report it." "That is half the northern districts," Marek says from the doorway. Elke does not turn. "That is the point." Giselle straightens. Her face is carved stone, the face of a woman who has spent decades studying the laws of the bonded dead and now sees them turned into a weapon of mass erasure. "The tribunal structure is not punitive," Giselle says. "It is absorptive. Each witness called, each testimony taken, adds to the court's claim on this territory. By the time the convocation ends, every soul who appears will have confirmed the court's jurisdiction over the lake wound." "The door is court property," Elke says. "The lake is court territory. The names are court evidence." "That is their legal doctrine." Giselle's finger presses against the parchment. "But the trial clause goes further. It allows Severin Vale to seize witnesses by precedent at moonrise if the named soul does not appear voluntarily." "Seize how?" Tobias asks. "The quarantine zones expand. The draining begins. The court takes what it needs to complete the docket." Ilan's voice has not lost its flatness. "I have seen this before. Smaller scale, a village, a single bloodline. They call it compulsory attendance via territorial necessity." Marek steps into the room. "How long until moonrise?" 3 hours, Tobias says. "Then Petra must be moved before dark." "He will be ready," Ilan says. Elke looks at him. Ilan meets her gaze. His eyes are the color of wet ash, and there is something in them she has not seen before. A stillness that is not resignation. "I know the route," he says. "The archivist has a map of the service tunnels beneath the harbor district. They connect to a storm drain that empties into the old canal bed. If we move now, we can reach the safe house before the bailiffs finish sealing the eastern shore." "We," Elke repeats. "You will need someone who knows the court's sentry patterns. I have spent 40 years watching them." He does not look away. "I know when they blink." Tobias studies him. "You have never offered fieldwork before. I have never had a choice before." The words hang in the air. Elke looks at him, truly looks, and sees what has always been there beneath the guilt and the hunger and the fragments of procedure he has been feeding her since the beginning. A man who has been waiting for something to make his survival worth the cost. "Ilan," she says his name evenly. "If we go, when the bailiffs find us, they will kill you first." "I know. Because you are the defector who taught me the true geometry. You are the one who told me how to cut the name. They have been waiting for you to surface." "I know." His voice does not waver. "But Petra should not have to face the convocation alone." The warehouse falls silent. Giles is the one who breaks it. The summons lists a second witness. Elke turns back to the parchment. The dead script curls, shapes shifting as she reads, and she finds the name buried beneath the legal clauses, written in the same ink that holds her drowned signature. "Ileana Sorlan." "She is already there," Ilan says. "Suspended in the water. dreaming. She is not a witness, Elke says. She is raw material. The court has been waiting for her to open her eyes because her testimony will confirm the Sorlan bloodline's debt to the tribunal, and that debt gives them the legal standing to claim the lake wound as reparations. Reparations for what? Merrick asks. Elke reads the clause again to be certain. For the drowning 40 years ago. The court will argue the Sorlan line's extinction was a lawful execution, and Ileana's return proves the court's right to reclaim what was lost. Her return, Tobias says, not her survival. Her return as a witness for the prosecution. She will not speak for herself. She will speak for the door. Yesel's hand goes still on the table. Then we must wake her before moonrise. Elke looks at her. Do you know how? The silence that follows is longer. I know a ritual, Yesel says. It is not sanctioned, it is not safe, but it is the only way to sever the court's hold on her dreaming mind before the convocation begins. And if it fails? Then Ileana speaks for the court, and the lake wound becomes a legal beachhead the Hollow Court can claim as sovereign territory. Elke folds the summons. The dead script presses against her palm, her own drowned signature pulsing beneath the wax, and she feels the weight of every name listed on the parchment. A dead girl in the water, a paramedic in a safe house, a defector who has finally stopped rotting. Then we wake Ileana Sorlan before the court can use her voice. She looks at Elan. Show us the route. Elan turns toward the door. His shadow stretches across the warehouse floor, thin and certain, and Elke follows it. Behind her, the parchment rests on the table. The dead script curls. Another clause shifts into view, one she did not notice before, buried deeper than the others, hidden beneath layers of legal geometry and precedent. It is a single name, written in ink so old it has turned red. The name of the first witness, not the one who must appear, but the one who must speak first, the one whose testimony opens the trial and sets the precedent for every soul that follows. Tobias steps past her toward the door. He does not see. But Elke does. Chapter 43. The Reinholt house foyer smells different. Elke registers it before she registers anything else. The shift beneath the familiar notes of old wood and waxed stone. Underneath them, something wet. Something that has never been here before. A lockwater breath that should not have followed them inside. Tobias stands 2 paces ahead of her, his hand resting on the newel post at the base of the staircase. He is not looking at her. He is listening to the house, the way he used to listen to the bond, expecting information from the air that no longer carries it. The east wing windows, he says. They should have been shuttered. Merrick is already moving toward the service door. I will check the perimeter. He does not wait for confirmation. He does not need it. He has been coordinating defenses for Tobias long enough that the bond's absence does not change the shape of his work. But Elke feels it. She feels the gap between her and Tobias like a missing stair, the place where instinct used to bridge silence, and now there is only silence. She follows him up the staircase. The second-floor hallway is dim. The sconces burn low, as if something has been drawing on the house's heat. Tobias stops at the first window, presses his palm to the glass, and the frost retreats from his touch. The lake is still pushing, he says. Toward what? Everything. He turns. The quarantine line is 3 blocks from the harbor. The court is not waiting for moonrise to consolidate territory. They are already claiming ground. Elke moves to stand beside him. The glass is cold even through her gloves. Beyond it, the city looks ordinary. Streetlights, rooftops, a tram moving along the distant bridge. But the frost on the glass has not fully retreated. It lingers in patterns that look like branching veins. The sentries on the eastern shore, she says. How many did Merrick count? 12 visible, more in the trees. And the door to the gray country? Tobias's jaw tightens. Still open. She watches him say it. There is no bond to tell her what the admission costs him, but she sees it in the way his hand stays pressed to the glass a moment too long, as if he is expecting the cold to tell him something he cannot hear anymore. Tobias, he turns. She does not know what she will say until she says it. We need to coordinate the defense of the manor before moonrise. If the court breaches the perimeter, we lose the safe house route, and Petra is trapped." "I know." "Then stop waiting for me to finish your sentences." The words land harder than she intended. He does not flinch. "I am not waiting for you to finish them," he says. "I am waiting to learn which ones you will still speak." The silence that follows is not angry. It is worse. It is careful. The silence of two people who have forgotten how to tell each other anything without a thread that knows the shape of the other's heart before the words arrive. Elke breaks it first. The armory, the archive, the tunnel entrance beneath the wine cellar. If the court sends bailiffs through the frost line, those are the 3 points they will target first. "I know." "Then assign watch rotations and check the seals on the iron doors." He does not move. "Elke." She stops. "I am not trying to make you carry the plan alone." "Then stop standing still." His eyes hold hers, the color of winter storms, she has always thought. But now she wonders if that is right. They look older. They look like they have been watching something die for a very long time. "I am standing still," he says, "because I do not know where to stand yet." She feels the words in her chest, not through the bond, through the air, through the space between them that is no longer filled with certainty, only with the shape of where certainty used to be. "We start here," she says. "Armory first, then the archive." He nods. They move down the hallway together, not quite matching pace, not quite falling into rhythm, but moving. 3 hours until moonrise. The house feels wrong. Elke notices it first in the grandfather clock at the end of the east corridor. The pendulum is swinging, but the hands have stopped moving. She looks at Tobias. He is already staring at it. "The clock," he says. "It was striking the half-hour when we passed it 20 minutes ago. Time is not passing. The house is marking something else." They walk toward the armory. The corridor stretches longer than it should. The sconces flicker, and the shadows do not follow the light. They move against it, sliding across the wainscoting in directions that are nothing to do with the flames. Elke's hand goes to her belt. She has no weapon there. She has not carried one since the lake. The armory door is open. Tobias stops. "I closed it." "Are you certain?" "I closed every door in this wing before we left for the warehouse." The gap in the doorway is wide enough for a person to pass through. Inside, the armory is dark, and the air that spills from it is cold, colder than the corridor, cold enough that Elke's breath plumes in front of her face. She steps past him. "Wait." Tobias's hand catches her wrist. Not hard, not restraining, just fingertips against the inside of her forearm, where her pulse is. "I will go first." "The armory is my territory," she says. "If there is a threat in there, I will see it before you do." "That is not." He stops. His hand stays on her wrist. "That is not why I asked you to wait." She looks at him. The shadows move behind him, sliding along the wall, and for a moment she sees something in his face that she has not seen since the ballroom, the night she named herself and he went to his knees. Fear, not of what is in the armory, of what he will find if she goes in alone. "The clock's stopped," he says. "The shadows are wrong. I do not know if the bond is gone or if something is suppressing it, and I cannot fear you. You do not need to feel me to know I am here. I know." His voice drops. "But I have spent 40 years knowing exactly where you were every moment, and now the silence is so complete I do not trust what I see." She looks at his hand on her wrist. She could pull away. She does not. "Together," she says. They step through the door together. The armory is empty. The weapons racks are undisturbed. The iron chests are still locked. The seals on the ammunition cases are intact. But at the far end of the room, a door that was not there before stands open. It is not a weapon door. Is it not a storage door? It is a plain wooden door with a brass handle, set into a wall that should be solid stone. Tobias goes still. "I do not know that door." Elke moves toward it. The brass handle is warm beneath her glove, warm like the lake ice was warm, the heat of something alive beneath the surface. She pushes. The door swings open. Beyond it, a room, small, dim. A cradle in the corner, draped in white linen that has yellowed with age. A rocking chair beside it, the the wood polished smooth by hands that have never touched it. A mobile of paper birds, their wings beginning to curl. Books on a shelf, children's books. A blanket folded at the foot of the cradle, knit in soft gray wool, small enough to cover a sleeping infant. Tobias does not move. Tobias. No answer. Tobias. He takes a step backward, then another. That room, he says, does not dig theft. Elke looks at the cradle again. The linen is not dust-covered. The blanket is not faded. The room looks as if someone prepared it yesterday and has been waiting ever since. When did you build it? He does not answer. She turns. His face is pale. His hands are at his sides, and they are shaking. After you died, he says. In the first year, I had the masons seal a rune in the east wing, and I filled it with everything I would have given you if I had been brave enough to choose you first. The cradle. For the child we never had. The words hang in the air. The mobile turns. Not from wind, not from breath. The paper birds rotate slowly, catching light from somewhere Elke cannot see, and one of them has her name written on its wing in ink so old it has bled into the fibers. She looks at Tobias. He has stopped shaking. He is staring at the paper bird with her name on it, and his eyes are the color of wet ash. I sealed the door, he says. I sealed it, and I told myself I would never open it again. Then why is it open now? He looks at her. I did not open it. The mobile turns. One paper bird faces her, and beneath the cradle, something breathes. Elke reaches for a weapon that is not there. Tobias steps forward, placing himself between her and the cradle, and for a moment, they are not two people learning to move without a bond. They are two people who know exactly where the other will stand. Get behind me, he says. She does not move. Elke, look. The breathing beneath the cradle is soft, rhythmic, the sound of something sleeping, and the clock in the corridor begins to strike the half hour again, 30 minutes after it stopped, as if time has finally remembered where it left off. The mobile stills. The paper bird with her name on it is gone. Chapter 44. The first body falls at the corner of Salt Lane and the Quay. A dock worker in a stained coat simply stops walking. His knees buckle, his eyes roll back, and a pale mist threads from his open mouth, thin as fishing line, rising above the rooftops in a slow spiral toward the lake. The woman beside him does not notice until she turns to ask him something. Then she sees his face. She screams. Within 3 minutes, 7 more bodies collapse along the same street. Petra hears the call over the ambulance radio before Marek reaches the cordon line. The dispatcher's voice is stretched thin, reciting coordinates in a rhythm that sounds like someone reading from a list they do not want to finish. Multiple casualties. Unresponsive. Salt Lane, Fish Market, the north end of the Grey Queue. Repeat. Multiple casualties. Petra is already moving before the transmission ends, her medical bag slapping against her hip, her boots finding the cracks in the cobblestones. Marek catches her arm at the corner. The cordon is 3 blocks ahead. If you cross it, the court can claim you as a witness. Then they can claim me. She pulls free. Those people are dying. She runs. The first patient is the dock worker. Kneeling beside him, Petra finds no pulse, no breath, but his chest is warm. His lips move without sound. The mist still rises from his throat, thinner now, almost invisible against the gray sky. Respiratory arrest, she says to no one. Possible toxin exposure. I need suction, oxygen, and a stretcher. The second ambulance crew arrives. They work in silence, their movements mechanical, their faces pale. Every few seconds, one of them looks up at the mist rising overhead, following the thread toward the lake. Petra intubates the dock worker. The tube slides in without resistance. She bag valve oxygen into his lungs. His chest rises, falls. The mist does not stop. What is this? The medic beside her is young, his hands shaking. What is coming out of them? Petra does not answer. She knows. The mist is not breath. It is memory. It is the thread of self that the court is pulling from the district, one name at a time, siphoning everything that makes a person who they are and feeding it into the wound beneath the lake. She looks up. The mist rises in a column now, visible against the winter sky, a pale river flowing east toward Lake Iskar, toward the moonrise. Elke reaches the cordon at the mouth of Salt Lane. 4 bailiffs stand in a line across the street, their pale coats catching the light like wet bone. Behind them, bodies lie in doorways, on the cobblestones, one woman still gripping a loaf of bread she will never eat. The mist rises from every open mouth. Elke is not slow. The first bailiff moves to block her. She sidesteps, drops low, and drives the heel of her palm into the joint beneath his jaw. He does not fall. He barely registers the hit. His hand closes around her wrist, and cold spreads up her arm like frost climbing glass. "The drain is anchored," he says. "You cannot break it by breaking us." She pulls a blade from her sleeve. Not the mercy. A simple iron knife, scavenged from the armory before she left. She drives it into the joint of his elbow. He releases her. She does not wait for the others. She runs past them into the district, her boots splashing through puddles that have begun to frost on the surface, her breath fogging in air that feels thinner than it should. At the center of Salt Lane, she finds it. A fracture in the cobblestones, glowing faintly with the same pale light as the mist. Around it, names are written in frost, the names of every patient registered at the Harbor Clinic in the past 3 months. Hospital records. The court pulled them from the triage logs before the bailiffs emptied the building. The drain is anchored through living names, through people Petra has treated, through people Elke could have warned. She drops to her knees beside the fracture. The cold is intense. It's sourced not ice, but something older. The kind of cold that exists in the space between two worlds where nothing should breathe. She presses her palm to the glowing crack. "Elke?" Tobias's voice. She did not hear him approach. She does not look up. "They are draining the district through patients," she says. "Through names taken from the hospital, from Petra's hospital. I know. If I had burned the records when we first knew the court was targeting the clinic, none of this would be happening. You did not know. I should have known." Her voice is flat. "I knew what the court does to witnesses. I knew they track through records. I did nothing." Above her, the mist thickens. The column is wider now, pulling from every fallen body in the district, feeding the lake wound in preparation for moonrise. Tobias kneels beside her. "Then we stop it together." She looks at him. His hand covers hers on the cracked stone. His skin is cold, but his presence is not. He does not speak of the bond. He does not need to. He is here. She pulls the knife from her belt and drives it into the frost-written name of the first patient on the list. The earth shudders. The fracture widens. The mist stutters, then resumes, thinner now, as if something has been wounded but not killed. "The names are the anchor," she says. "If I sever the writing, I sever the drain." "How many names?" She counts. 43. 43. He draws his own blade. "Then we cut every one." They work in silence, side by side, carving through frost names that crackle with cold fire beneath the iron. Each cut sends a tremor through the street. Each severed name slows the mist. By the time they reach the 37th name, Petra's voice sounds from the end of the lane. "Elke." Elke looks up. Petra is standing at the cordon, her gloves dark with blood, her face gray with exhaustion. Behind her, the first ambulance is loading bodies into the back. "The drain has stopped," Petra says. "The patients are beginning to breathe on their own." Elke does not stop cutting. Her iron blade scores the 38th name. "Then get them out of the district. The court will try again." "Elke!" "I said get them out." Petra does not argue. She turns and runs back toward the ambulance. Tobias reaches the last name at the same moment Elke does. Their blades strike together, crossing the frost-lettered signature of a woman who died in the clinic 2 weeks ago. The fracture closes. The mist breaks. And across the entire district, the fallen bodies begin to cough, to gasp, to draw air that belongs to them again. Elke sits back on her heels. Her hands are shaking. "I could have stopped this before it started," she says. "You stopped it now. Because I cut through 43 names with a knife. 43 people whose names the court already has. They will try again. They will use a different anchor. They will keep draining until moonrise, and I cannot cut every name in Nurskild." Tobias looks at the scarred cobblestones where the frost names used to be. "Then we give them something else to drain." She looks at him. "Explain." He stands, offers her his hand. "The court wants the wound beneath the lake open at moonrise. They're siphoning memory and life to fuel that opening. But the wound is not the only opening. The bond is gone. I know, his voice is steady. But the lake does not know that. The lake remembers the bond. It remembers the night you died. If we give it a stronger memory than 100 drained mortals, it may choose to drink from that instead. Elke looks at his outstretched hand. What memory? His eyes hold hers, winterstorm gray, unflinching. The night I chose you, not the drowning. The night I spent 40 years trying to forget. The night I should have chosen you first. He waits. The district is still. The mist is gone. The moon is rising. She takes his hand. Chapter 45. The hospital smells of medicine, frost, and something wrong. Elke steps through the emergency bay doors behind Petra, and the sound hits her first. Not screams, not the efficient chaos of a working ward. A murmur, low and layered, rising from every occupied bed, every curtained alcove, every hallway where the victims of the drain have been laid out in rows. They are all speaking. Not to each other. Not to the nurses moving between them with cold compresses and blank faces. They are speaking to someone who is not there, in voices that are not entirely their own. A man in his 40s lies on a gurney with his eyes open and unseeing. His lips move in a rhythm that belongs to prayer or recitation. The sound that comes out is higher than his register, older. A woman's cadence shaping words in a language Elke recognizes from the gray country walls. Illegality of return, the man says in that borrowed voice. Precedent of erasure. The wound must be closed. Petra stops beside him. Her hands are steady as she checks his pulse, but her jaw is tight. He has been saying that for 20 minutes, she says. Same words, same order, like a recording. How many like him? 23 so far, more arriving every hour. Petra's voice drops. They are not patients, Elke. They are vessels. Something is speaking through them. Elke moves past her, down the central aisle of the emergency ward. The lights flicker. Not with electrical failure, but with something pressing against them from the other side. The same pressure Elke felt in the lake when the entity began to shape its first word. A nurse passes with a tray of sedatives. She does not meet Elke's eyes. At the far end of the ward, a woman lies in a bed cordoned off by a privacy curtain that does not quite close. Her hair is white, her face lined with the kind of age that belongs to hard winters and heart of survival. Her hands are closed around something Elke cannot see. Petra follows her gaze. She was brought in an hour ago, found wandering the harbor district speaking in a language no one could understand. The ambulance crew said she kept repeating a name. What name? Petra hesitates. Yours. Elke crosses the ward. The old woman's eyes are open. They are the color of lake water in deep winter, almost black, with a film across them that makes Elke think of ice forming over a hole where someone has already fallen through. Elke sits on the edge of the bed. The woman's hand moves. Her fingers uncurl. Inside her palm is a scrap of paper, wet with something that is not water. Elke takes it. The writing is Wendeline's. The ink is the same aged red as the hidden clause in the summons. She is already awake. Find her before they do. Elke's pulse stops. Who? She says. The old woman's mouth opens. The voice that comes out is not the woman's. It is younger, sharper, a voice Elke has never heard but recognizes with the part of her that still remembers the gray country. Vale buried her deeper than the Sorlin girl, deeper than the lake. He thought the seal would hold. The lights flicker again. The murmur in the ward rises, all 23 voices speaking at once, the same phrase in the same borrowed tongue. The wound must be closed. The wound must be closed. The wound must be closed. Elke grips the old woman's hand. Tell me her name. The woman's eyes roll back. Her body convulses once, a sharp, bone-jarring spasm that lifts her spine off the mattress. Then she goes still. Her lips move one last time. A syllable. A breath. A name that begins with a sound Elke has not heard since the night she drowned. Then the woman dies. The murmur stops. Every borrowed voice in the ward cuts off at the same instant, leaving silence so absolute that Elke hears her own heartbeat, the ticking of a clock at the nurse's station, the distant hum of the city beyond the walls. Petra is beside her. She has her fingers on the old woman's throat, checking for a pulse that is no longer there. She is gone, Petra says. Elke does not release the woman's hand. The scrap of paper is still in her other palm. She is already awake. Find her before they do. Another returned soul. Not Ileana Sorlin. Not the one suspended in the lake waiting to open her eyes. A different one. One Vale believed he had sealed so deep that no one would ever find her. Elke. She looks up. Tobias is standing at the entrance to the ward. Behind him, the hallway is dark. The lights have not recovered. The bailiffs are moving toward the harbor, he says. Something has changed. They are no longer hold position. What changed? I do not know, but they are coming here. Elke looks at the dead woman, at the scrap of paper, at the 23 silent bodies whose borrowed voices have gone quiet, waiting for whatever comes next. She stands. Then we find out what they are afraid of. She folds the paper into her pocket and moves past Tobias into the dark hallway. Behind her, the ward lights surge once, bright and cold, and then die completely. Chapter 46. The hospital doors close behind them, and the dark spills across the harbor like ink through water. Tobias matches her pace through the empty streets. No words, no questions, just the sharp angle of his shoulders cutting the wind, his hand brushing hers once, a question she answers by not pulling away. The safe house is 3 blocks east of the cordon line. Marta meets them at the door with a kerosene lamp in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Her amber eyes scan the street behind them before she pulls them inside. The bailiffs passed this block an hour ago, she says. Did not stop, did not knock. They were heading toward the old wool mill. They are looking for the second return, Elke says. Marta's jaw tightens. Petra told me about the woman at the hospital, about what she said before she died. She sets the lamp on the table. The flame throws shadows across walls covered in maps and lists, names Elke recognizes from Wayne's journals, addresses Merrick transcribed from the archivist's records. There is something you need to see. Marta disappears into the back room. They hear the scrape of floorboards being pried up, the clatter of something metal, then footsteps returning. She carries a wooden box. It is plain, unvarnished, held together with iron nails that have rusted to the color of dried blood. She sets it on the table and does not open it immediately. My grandmother kept this, Marta says. Her grandmother before her. Every woman in my line has added to it since the lake night. She lifts the lid. Inside are papers, dozens of them. Some yellowed to the point of crumbling, others newer, written in inks that have faded to brown. But all of them are in the same hand, the same careful script, the same code Elke recognizes from the first ledger Tobias showed her in the archive. We knew someone would try to erase what happened, Marta says. So we wrote it down. Every version, every name, every lie the court told afterward. She pulls out the top page. It is a map, not of the lake, but of the settlements around it. Tiny dots connected by lines that form a pattern Elke has seen before. The same geometry Wendeline used in her journals. The same arrangement of fixed points SL drew on the warehouse floor. There were 2 settlements scheduled for burning that night, Marta says. Everyone knows about Ernberg, but there was another one. She points to a dot at the edge of the map. A name. Elke's breath catches. The name matches one of the breach sites listed in Wendeline's journals, the one marked with a symbol she could not decipher, the one Merrick said was a dead end in the archives. Corel, Elke reads. Corvel never burned, Marta says. The records say it was spared because the wind shifted, but that is a lie. She pulls out the last page in the box. It is a letter, dated the morning after the lake night, written in the same script as the map, but the ink is different, fresher, as if someone added to it recently. To whoever finds this, Corvel did not burn because the court needed it intact. They buried something there, not bodies, something older, something they did not want the lake to remember. If you are reading this, the erasure has already begun. Do not trust what the water shows you. The court has been hiding in that settlement for 40 years, waiting for the door to open. Find what they buried before they dig it up themselves. The letter is signed with a single initial. W. Elke looks up. Wendeline wrote this. Marta nods. I found it 3 days ago, tucked into a crack in the foundation wall. It was not there the last time I opened the box. Someone placed it here for you to find, Tobias says. Or for Elke to find. Elke reads the letter again. Find what they buried before they dig it up themselves. The woman at the hospital said the same thing. Vale buried her deeper than the Sorling girl. The second return is not in the lake. She is in Corvell. The court is moving toward the harbor, Elke says. But that is a feint. They are going to Corvell. Tobias's hand finds her wrist. Then we move first. Marta pulls a second item from the box, a key. It is black iron, identical to the one Tobias carries, the one that opened the passage beneath St. Veyda, the one that matched the second key Marta found in the chapel floor. There is a well in the center of Corvell, Marta says, sealed with a stone lid that has not been moved in 40 years. This key fits the lock beneath it. Elke takes the key. It is cold, colder than the iron should be, colder than the air around them. She looks at Tobias. How long until moonrise? 2 hours. Can we reach Corvell in time? We can try. Elke folds the letter into her pocket to find Gwendoline's scrap of paper. She looks at Marta, at the box of papers, at the map with its 2 dots, one burned, one hidden. The court does not know we have this, she says. They will soon, Marta says. Elke turns toward the door. Tobias is already there, his hand on the frame, his eyes on the dark street beyond. He looks back at her. The bailiffs are not heading for the hospital anymore, he says. How do you know? He does not answer. But Elke hears it then. Footsteps. Chapter 47. The street outside Marta's safe house is empty. No footsteps, no voices, no wind. The silence is wrong, the kind that presses against the ears and makes every breath sound like a confession. Elke holds the black iron key in her palm. It is still cold. Colder than it was inside the box, as if the metal remembers the well it was made to open and is pulling toward it. We cannot outrun them, Tobias says. They have already changed direction. Then we do not outrun them. She looks at the key, at the map folded in her pocket, at the letter from Gwendoline written the morning after the lake night and delivered 3 days ago. Find what they buried before they dig it up themselves. The court thinks they are the only ones who know about Corvell, Elke says, but Gwendoline knew. Marta kept the map. The key exists. 2 hours is not enough time to reach the settlement on foot, Marta says from the doorway. You would need a car, and the quarantine cordon blocks the eastern road. Then we do not take the road. Tobias looks at her. The tunnel beneath St. Veyda connects to the old canal system. If the map is accurate, the canal bed runs within half a mile of Corvell. It collapsed 40 years ago, Marta says. Parts of it. But the service route Ilan described runs parallel to the canal. If we can reach the junction before the bailiffs seal it, then we move now. Elke turns toward the dark street and stops. The air changes. It is subtle at first, a shift in pressure, as if the atmosphere is thickening. The street lamps at the far end of the road flicker. A dog starts barking 2 blocks away, then stops mid-cry. Then Elke sees it. Every window on the street is reflecting the same thing. Not Marta's safe house, not the dark street, not the clouded sky. Ice. Polished black ice stretching toward a horizon that does not exist in this city. The reflections are identical. Every pane of glass, every shop window, every frozen puddle, all showing the same image. A figure standing on the ice. Severin Vale. He's wearing the same tribunal coat he wore at the lake, but his hands are empty, his posture relaxed, as if he has all the time in the world and knows exactly where everyone he hunts is standing. His voice comes from every reflective surface at once. Tobias Reinholt. The name echoes down the empty street, bouncing off walls and glass and frozen stone. I offer you lawful surrender. Present yourself at the settlement of Corvell within the hour, and I will not drain the first district. Your bond has been severed. Your house is surrounded. You have no legal standing, no territorial claim, and no weapon that can reach me where I stand. The words are calm, clinical, the voice of a magistrate reading a verdict he has already written. Refuse, and the drained will not stop at your harbor. They will reach every ward, every clinic, every bed where someone who helped her lies sleeping. You chose her once. Choose again. Elke feels the words land in Tobias before he moves. His jaw tightens. His hand closes around the key in his pocket. "Do not answer him," she says. "He is not asking for an answer." Vale's voice again, softer now, almost curious. Elke Ernberg. Her name, spoken the way it was written in the dead script, the syllables stretched into something older. You severed the bond. You freed yourself from the geometry. You think that makes you immune to what comes next? The reflection shifts. The ice in every window, every pane, every frozen surface begins to darken. The black goes deeper, and then something moves beneath it. A shape, a face, pressing upward from below, distorted by water and distance, but unmistakable. Elke's own face, 40 years younger, mouth open, eyes wide. The expression of someone who has just realized the ice will not hold. Vale's voice comes through the image, gentle now, almost pitying. You spoke words when you drowned, words no one recorded, no one witnessed, words the lake swallowed and should have kept forever. He pauses. Do you remember them? Elke does. She has never told anyone, not Tobias, not Wendeline, not even herself in the quiet hours of the night, because the words belong to that moment, the moment between the water filling her lungs and the gray country pulling her under. She spoke a name, not Tobias's, not her own. A name she had never heard before and has never heard since, until tonight. I know who you called for, Vale says. I know the name you spoke when the cold was final and the bond was not enough. I know because I was there. The reflection shifts again. The face beneath the ice opens its eyes. You called for someone who cannot answer, someone who has been waiting in the deep since before the lake remembered how to freeze. Elke's hand moves to her pocket, to the letter, to the key. You buried her, she says. Not a question. Not deep enough. The mirror darkens. The face vanishes. Vale's voice comes from everywhere and nowhere at once. Come to the well, Elke Ernberg. Bring the key. Bring the bondless lord, and I will show you what 40 years of patience has bought. The reflections shatter. Every window across the street cracks at once, glass raining into the snow, the image of the ice collapsing into 1,000 fragments. Then the silence returns. Tobias is at Elke's side before she registers him moving. His hand finds her arm, steadying her. You knew, she says. No, I did not know. Then how? He does not answer. But his eyes go to the cracked glass, the splintered reflections, the spot where her drowned face stared back at her. He has been waiting for you to ask the question. I did not ask anything. You did. The moment you picked up the key, the moment you refused to let the court have Corval without a fight. The wind picks up, cold, sharp, carrying the smell of lake water. The second return, Elke says slowly. The woman Vale buried deeper than the Sorlan girl. Yes, she is not in the lake. No, she is in the well. Tobias does not answer, but his grip on her arm tightens. Elke looks at the shattered glass, the dark street, the direction the bailiffs are moving. She is awake, Elke says. Wendeline said it in the letter. She is already awake, and Vale wants to reach her before we do. No, Elke turns to face him. He wants us to reach her first. He wants us to open the well. Why? She looks at the key in her hand. Because he cannot open it himself. The metal is still cold, but beneath the cold, something else, a pulse, faint, rhythmic, like a heartbeat, coming from the direction of Corval. Chapter 48. Elke's palm presses flat against the shattered glass still clinging to Marta's window frame. The key in her other hand has not stopped pulsing. A heartbeat. Slow, patient. As if whatever waits in the well at Corval knows she is deciding. Marta sweeps glass from the sill with her bare hand, unflinching. We cannot reach the canal tunnel through St. Veyda. It collapsed 40 years ago. It collapsed, Elke repeats. Or it was sealed? Marta's jaw tightens. The hesitation tells Elke everything. Which one? Sealed, Marta admits. By the same magistrate who ordered the burnings. Vale himself nailed the planks and poured the salt. The street outside remains dark. The shattered windows have not drawn any neighbors, any witnesses, any movement at all. The quarantine has hollowed out this district, leaving only the people who refuse to run. Tobias steps past Elke into the fragments. He does not look at the glass cutting through his boots. Then we go through the canal tunnel anyway. The seal was made by a man who believes salt and wood can hold what he cannot face. Tobias turns to Elke. Vale wants us at the well. He will not block the only route that gets us there before moonrise. Elon Bear appears in the doorway behind them, pale, one hand braced against the frame. His eyes look sunken, the way they always do after he has been listening to something only he can hear. The court's geometry, he says, voice rough. You need to understand what happens at the well. Elke turns. Elon's hand trembles against the doorframe. He has not eaten, not slept, not stopped reading the journals since they pulled them from the registry. Speak, Tobias says. Elon pushes off the frame and crosses to Marta's table. He spreads his hands over the worn wood, palms flat, as if steadying himself against the surface of a lake. The tribunal is absorptive. Every witness who speaks confirms the court's jurisdiction. Each testimony feeds the precedent that the lake belongs to them, that the drowning was lawful, that your return was a violation they are entitled to remedy. We know this, Elke says. You do not know the second layer. Elon's eyes lift to hers. The court requires live testimony, written records, sworn statements. Those are evidence, but they cannot anchor the geometry. The tribunal needs a living voice speaking the words in the presence of the dead script. He pauses. That is what the summons means. That is why Vale named Petra first. She is not a legal target. She is a mouthpiece. Tobias goes still. A mouthpiece for what? The judgment. Elon's voice drops. When the first witness speaks, the dead script activates. The words they say are not their own. The tribunal speaks through them, and once the first testimony is given, the geometry locks. Every subsequent witness confirms what the first one said. Elke sees it now. The trap Vale has been building since he called her by her drowned name. Petra speaks, Elke says slowly, and the entire tribunal becomes a recording of her forced testimony. Yes. And if the first witness refuses to speak? Elon's jaw tightens. The court cannot force willing speech. They can compel presence. They can anchor a body, but the geometry requires the words to be spoken from a living throat that has not been broken. Vale needs a witness who chooses to speak, even if the choice is made under duress. Ysel steps forward from the shadow of the hearth. Her face is drawn. The ritual diagrams she has been carrying are creased and sweat-stained. Then we give him a different first witness. Elke turns. A witness who speaks willingly, Ysel says. A survivor of the lake bloodlines. Someone the court cannot claim as a vessel because they were never bound by the Grey Country writ. Where do we find such a witness? Yesel's gaze drops to the table. To the maps Marta has spread across its surface, to the circled names of settlements that survived the burning. Corville. The word lands like stone. The elders there, Ysel continues. They remember the night Vale sealed the well. They were present. They were never named in the court's records because Vale believed the quarantine would silence them permanently. Elke stares at the map, at the small circle marking Corville, half a mile from the canal tunnel exit. Corville is inside the quarantine zone. Yes. Vale sealed that zone. He knows who is inside. Yes. Elke's hand closes around the key. The heartbeat through the metal is stronger now, faster, as if something beneath the well can feel her proximity. How many elders? 3. Yesel's voice carries the weight of a count she has memorized. The Sorensen sisters. They were children on the lake night. They saw Vale hammer the seal into the well. They have been waiting 40 years to speak. Ilan shifts. The court will have guards at the canal tunnel exit. Vale knows the tunnel is the only approach that keeps Elke out of sight before moonrise. Then we do not use the tunnel for all of us. Tobias's voice cuts the room. What do you propose? Elke turns to him. His eyes are the color of winter storms, and she knows that look. He is already calculating how many ways he can draw the court's attention away from her. You go to the lake, Elke says. Make Vale believe you are surrendering. Draw his sentries. I take the tunnel to Corville, find the Sorensen sisters, and bring them to the tribunal before the first testimony locks. Tobias's jaw tightens. The tunnel collapsed. The seal can be broken. By what? Elke holds up the key. This key, the one that matches the heartbeat beneath Corville. Tobias sees the answer in her hand and does not argue. Marta moves first. She pulls an old oilskin pouch from beneath the sink, unrolled to reveal a rusted iron pry bars and a coil of salt-crusted rope. "The tunnel entrance is beneath St. Veyda's boiler room," she says. "I will take you." Yesel steps toward the door. "I will go with Tobias to the lake. If the court sees a keeper of St. Veyda at his side, they will believe he is seeking last rites, not a countermove." Ilan remains at the table, hands flat on the wood, eyes fixed on nothing. There is something else. The room goes quiet. Ilan lifts his hat. The name in the red ink clause, the first witness who must speak. Elke waits. "I know who it is." "Who?" Ellen's voice breaks. It is the name Vale has been protecting since the lake night, the name he buried in the well, the name that is already awake. The key in Elke's hand goes cold. The pulse stops, and then the heartbeat resumes. But this time, it is not coming from the key. It is coming from beneath the floorboards of Marta's kitchen. A single, slow thud, followed by the scrape of something turning over in the dark beneath the house. Chapter 49. The heartbeat beneath the kitchen floorboards does not stop. It grows, not faster, fuller, as if something below is turning over in its sleep and has just now noticed the weight of people standing above it. Marta is the first to move. She drops to her knees, presses her palm flat to the floorboard, and goes still. "It is coming from the cellar beneath the storm drain," she says. "The one I sealed after the lake night." "You sealed it?" Elke's voice is quiet. "Or the court sealed it?" Marta's jaw works. She does not answer. Tobias is already at the back door, coat half on, eyes fixed on the street beyond the frosted glass. "We need to move," he says. "Whatever is under this house, the bailiffs will feel it before we understand it." Yesel steps toward the hearth and pulls a folded paper from her coat. The ritual diagrams she has been carrying are still creased, still damp at the edges, but her gaze is no longer on the geometry. She is watching the floor. "Elke," her voice is low. "The name, the one in the red ink clause beneath the summons. I did not tell you that name." "No." Yesel's fingers tighten around the paper. "But I have been keeping vigil over St. Veyda's death records for 23 years. I know what names the court buries and which ones they leave in the light." The heartbeat beneath the floorboards shifts. It is no longer centered under the kitchen. It is moving east, toward the foundation wall that faces the old canal route. Marta stands. Her face is carved stone. The cellar drain connects to the service stair beneath the quarantine cordon. If something is coming through, it will reach the elders in Corvel before we can. Elke looks at the key in her hand, still cold, still silent. "How long to reach the service stair from here?" Marta is already pulling the pry bars from the oilskin pouch. 4 minutes, if the tunnel has not collapsed further. "Show me." The kitchen trap door is hidden beneath a rusted iron stove that Marta moves with a grunt and a scrape of metal across stone. The door beneath is black with age, its edges sealed with salt and dried blood that crumbles when Elke touches it. Tobias is at her shoulder. Marek has appeared from the hallway, coat tightened, face already set. "Island stays with Yesel in the diagrams," Elke says. "Marta, Tobias, Marek, we move." Tobias does not argue. He does not ask where she is leading. He simply steps past her and pulls the trap door open. The smell that rises is not rot. It is older. Salt and iron and lake water so cold it balls the throat. Marek lights a lamp and drops it through the opening. The flame does not gutter. It holds steady, illuminating stone steps slick with frost. "Service stair," Marta says. It runs beneath the Old Wool district and surfaces at a storm grate 2 blocks from the cordon line. The elder we need is hiding in a boiler room beneath the quarantine boundary. "How do you know he is still there?" "Because he has been hiding in the same spot since the lake night, and he has never been found." They descend. The stair is narrow enough that Elke's shoulders brush both walls. The stone is rough, unfaced, cut by hands that did not care about finish. Frost clings to every surface in crystalline ridges that crunch underfoot. The heartbeat from the safe house is gone. In its place, a different sound rises from below. Water moving against stone, slow and deliberate, as if the canal that runs parallel to this tunnel has begun to swell. Tobias's voice comes from behind her. How far down does this stair go? 3 levels, Marta says. The lowest is submerged. We stop at the second. They pass a landing where an iron grate has been bolted to the wall, rusted shut, the space beyond it dark and silent. Elke does not stop to examine it. The air grows colder with each step. Marek's lamp casts their shadows in long, wavering lines across the stone. The frost on the walls thickens until it resembles fur, pale and breathing in the half-light. Then the stair opens into a wide stone corridor lined with arched alcoves, each one sealed with salt and iron. The floor is wet, not flooded but damp, with black water seeping through cracks in the stone. Marta stops at the third alcove on the left. The seal across its entrance is intact, a line of salt so thick it is crystallized into a solid ridge, with an iron bars hammered into the stone on either side. She pulls the pry bars from her belt. He is inside. Elke steps forward. Will he speak to us? Marta drives the pry bars under the iron. The seal groans. Salt crumbles. He has been waiting 40 years for someone to ask the right questions. The iron bar gives with a shriek. Marta catches it before it strikes the floor and lowers it to the wet stone. The salt ridge behind it collapses in a cascade of white, and the alcove beyond is dark. Marek raises the lamp. An old man sits against the far wall, knees drawn to his chest, hands resting on his thighs. His clothes are the color of damp ash. His face is gaunt, bearded, and his eyes are the pale gray of lake water at dusk. He does not look surprised to see them. The Sorensen sisters sent you, he says. Elke steps into the alcove. They told us you knew the truth about the seal. The old man's gaze drifts past her, to Tobias standing in the corridor, to Marek with the lamp, to the black water seeping through the cracks at their seat. Everyone who wants the truth about that seal, he says, is standing in water that is rising. Elke does not look down. Tell us what you know. The old man laughs, a dry sound that cracks like breaking ice. The upside-down saint's seal. You think Vale wore a first? Did he not? No. The old man's hands tighten on his thighs. The seal was worn by a chapel confessor named Idris Keller. He vanished into the Grey Country 30 years before Vale ever touched the lake. He left the seal behind, and Vale found it. Tobias steps forward. Where did Keller go? The old man's eyes meet his. He went where the first bonded dead have always gone. He went into the wound beneath the lake, and he has been walking through it ever since. The black water at their feet surges. It does not rise gradually. It climbs, in a single smooth wave that reaches Elke's ankles before she can step back. The water is so cold it bones through her boots. Marta grabs her arm. We need to move, now. The old man does not rise. He sits against the wall, watching the black water spread across the stone, and he does not move. Keller's seal, Elke says. Where is it now? The old man smiles. You are holding it. Elke looks down at her hand. The black iron key is warm. The water reaches her knees. Tobias pulls her backward out of the alcove as the wave continues rising, and the old man remains seated, watching, as the black water climbs past his chest, his throat, his mouth, his eyes. Chapter 50. The black water does not follow them up the stair. Elke's boots leave wet prints on every stone as she climbs, Tobias's hand still locked around her wrist, pulling her faster than her legs want to move. Behind them, the corridor below breathes once, a low exhalation like something settling back into sleep, and then the water stops rising. Marta reaches the landing first. She does not look back. They climb 3 levels before Marta stops at a rusted iron door set into the wall, the hinges crusted with salt. She drives the pry bars into the seam and leans her whole weight against it. The door gives. Cold air rushes in, carrying the smell of old flour and ash. Elke steps through into a narrow room with a boarded window, a dead stove, and sacks of something hardened into lumps against the far wall. A bakery. Abandoned long enough that the dust has begun to felt. Marek secures the door behind them. His lamp is the only light. Elke stands in the center of the room, breathing hard, the black iron key still warm in her palm. She can feel the heat of it against her skin, a pulse that does not match her own heartbeat. Tobias releases her wrist. His hand lingers a beat longer than necessary, then drops. No one speaks. The silence stretches until Marta moves to the boarded window and presses her eye to a crack between the planks. "We are 3 blocks from the cordon," she says, "north of the wool mill. The bakery has been empty since the winter sickness took the last baker." Merrick sets the lamp on the stove. The flame steadies, casting long shadows across the flour sack walls. "The water," he says. "It rose fast enough to drown that man before we could pull him clear. That was not a leak from the canal." "No," Marta says. "That was the wound, reaching." Elke turns the key over in her hand. The warmth is not faded. If anything, it has grown more specific, a focused heat against her palm, as if the metal knows exactly where it is meant to go. "The seal was Keller's," she says, "not Vale's. Vale took it after Keller vanished into the gray country." Tobias watches her. "You believe the old man? He was hiding in that alcove for 40 years. He did not lie to us. He could have been wrong. He was not." The certainty in her own voice surprises her. She does not know where it comes from, only that the key fits this truth the way it fits the lock in Corvell's well. Marta turns from the window. "The cordon is still holding. I counted 7 sentries on the eastern road, but they are watching the road, not the rooftops. We can move again after full dark." "We do not have until full dark," Elke says. "Moonrise is 2 hours away. Then we cross the cordon in daylight." "And the sentries?" Marta's mouth tightens. "We go under them." She taps the floor with her heel. The stone sounds hollow. "There is an old delivery chute beneath this bakery. It connects to the storm drains that feed into the canal bed. The canal runs within a 1/4 mile of Corvell's boundary wall." Tobias steps closer to Elke. "The same canal that is flooding with black water." "The chute is dry," Marta says. "I checked it the morning after the lake night. The water has not reached it in 40 years. Elke looks at the key in her hand. The warmth is constant now, a low thrum against her skin that feels almost like a voice she cannot quite hear. "We go now," she says, "or we do not go at all." She moves toward the stove, toward the floor Marta indicated, but Tobias does not follow. She turns. He is standing in the dim light from the lamp, his face half in shadow, his hand in his coat pocket. "There is something I should have told you," he says. The air in the bakery shifts. Marta and Merrick go still. Elke waits. Tobias pulls his hand from his pocket. He is holding a key. Not the black iron one, not the seal. A brass key, ordinary, worn smooth at the edges from years of use. "After you died," he says, "I kept an apartment in the harbor district. Under a false name, a lease I never dismantled." He holds the key out to her. "I went there on the anniversaries. The solstice is any night I could not bear Reinholt house." Elke takes the key. The brass is cool against her palm, ordinary, human. The teeth are worn uneven, as if the lock they fit has been opened many times. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because when I checked it 3 days ago," Tobias says, "someone had been inside before me." His voice is flat, controlled, the voice of a man who has already made peace with what he is about to say. There was ash on the floor, fresh ash. A lamp had been lit and extinguished within the same hour. Elke looks down at the key. The light from Marek's lamp catches the surface and she sees it. A fine dusting of gray powder on the teeth. Ash. Someone has been using the apartment ahead of them. Someone who knew Tobias would come there, or someone who wanted to be found. She closes her hand around the key. "Do you still have the lease?" "Yes." "Then we go there first." Tobias's eyes meet hers. "The cordon is between us and the harbor." Elke looks at Marta. "Is there a route under the cordon?" Marta's face is unreadable. "There is a route through the canal, but it passes directly beneath the sentry line." "Can we cross without being seen?" "If the water stays still." Elke turns the brass key over in her hand. Then she looks at the black iron seal in her other palm, still warm, still pulsing. 2 keys, 2 destinations, 2 hours until moonrise. She looks at Tobias. "Take me to the apartment." Chapter 51. The brass key turns in the lock with a sound like a bone settling. Tobias pushes the door open. The apartment exhales stale air, dust and lamp oil and something older, the smell of a room that has been closed for years but entered recently. Elke steps past him into the dark. The lamp on the table is cold. The ash Marta mentioned is still there, a fine gray film on the iron base, wiped clean by someone who wanted no trace. But there is a trace. A plate on the counter with a half-eaten heel of bread, dried hard. A glass with a finger of water, long evaporated. Elke touches the plate. Crumbs. Scotter. 3 days ago, she says. They ate here. Marta closes the door behind them. Merrick crosses to the window and edges the curtain aside, checking the street below. Tobias stands in the center of the room. He does not move like a man entering his own space. He moves like a man entering a grave that someone else has already opened. I kept this place for the nights I could not breathe in the manor, he says. I would sit in that chair and watch the harbor and try to remember the sound of your voice. His hand brushes the back of the chair. A worn leather armchair facing the window, the cushion shaped to a body that sat there many times. I wrote to you. He crosses to a low cabinet beside the cold hearth. He opens the door. The cabinet is full of letters, stacked in neat bundles tied with string, each bundle dated by year. 40 bundles. 40 years. The paper has yellowed at the edges, but the handwriting is still sharp, steady. The hand of a man who wrote the same name over and over because he had no other way to speak it. Elke does not move toward them. You wrote to me. Every solstice, every anniversary, every night I could not find a reason to go on. She looks at the bundles. 40 years of words he never sent. She wonders if she would have read them, if they had reached her in the gray country, if they would have changed anything. You never sent them. Where would I send them? The question lands softer than she expected. Marta breaks the silence. The intruder. Did they find what they came for? Tobias touches the cabinet's interior. His fingers stop on a faint scratch in the wood, a gouge where someone pried at the back panel. He presses the panel. It gives. A hidden compartment opens. Inside, a single sheet of paper. Not a letter. A map. Elke crosses to him. The map is hand-drawn, ink on parchment, old enough that the paper has gone brittle at the folds. It shows Lake Icecar and the surrounding towns, every settlement within 10 miles of the shore. But someone has marked each town with a date and a name written in a small, precise hand. Ernberg, 42 years ago. 23 names listed beneath. Aveme, never burned, spared by direct order. Corval, 22 years ago. Designation, sealed. No names beneath it, just a symbol, a circle split by a crack, the same mark carved into the chapel door beneath St. Veyda. Elke traces the symbol with her finger. This was not on Marta's map. No, Tobias says. This was mine. I made it from the records I could find, the testimony I could extract. Every family that lost someone to the lake night or the years after. He points to the markings, small crosses in red ink clustered around the shore. These are the disappearances, the ones the court staged as accidents, illnesses, departures. I counted them for 40 years. Hupaibeks pre. How many? 147, that I could prove. Merrick turns from the window. 147 people the court erased to protect the lake's secret. More, Tobias says. Those are only the ones I found. Elke looks at the map. Then she looks at the letters in the cabinet. 40 bundles, 147 names. A room preserved like a wound that never closed. She understands now why he kept this place. Not to hide from Reinholt House, to keep counting, to keep remembering. To make sure the dead were recorded even if no one else would record them. The intruder knew about the compartment, she says. They left the map. They left it for me to find, Tobias says, to make sure I knew they had seen it. Elke's hand closes on the brass key, then the gramophone plays. The sound comes from the corner of the room, a low crackle of static that rolls into a voice. Wendeline's voice, recorded on wax, the words slightly warped by age. If you are hearing this, Elke, you have survived the lake night and found the apartment Tobias never spoke of. Good. You are exactly where I need you to be. Elke turns. The gramophone is an old horn model, brass tarnished, the needle resting on a black cylinder. It was not playing when they entered. Someone rigged it to activate. I do not have much time to leave this message. The court is moving faster than I anticipated, and there are things you must know before moonrise. Marta steps closer. Merrick's hand goes to his coat. You have a map. You have counted the disappearances, but you do not yet know who among your witnesses has already sold their testimony to the Hollow Court. The room goes still. Petra Domich is still loyal. The Sorensen sisters are still free, but one of the others, one of the people who stood beside you in Marta's kitchen, who saw the alcove, who heard the old man speak Keller's name, that person has already made a deal with Severin Vale. Elke scans cremasses the brass key, and the gramophone winds down. The room falls silent. Elke looks at the three faces before her. One of them has already betrayed them. Chapter 52. The gramophone's needle still scratches the empty groove. Elke does not move. She watches Marta, Marek, Tobias in the same breath, cataloging what her eyes have missed, what her trust has papered over. Marta's hands hang still at her sides. Marek's hand has not left his coat. Tobias has gone utterly still. One of them made a deal with Vale 3 days ago. No of them heard the old man speak Keller's name and carried it straight to the Hollow Court. She turns the brass key over in her palm. Ash dusts her fingers. 3 days ago, she says. The same night someone lit a lamp in this room. No one answers. Where were you 3 days ago, each of you? Marta's jaw tightens. Here, sealing the cellar drain, alone. The cordon was already up, Marek says. I was compiling the archivist list. Yourself can confirm. Confirm she was also alone, Elke says. Tobias looks at her. You want my alibi? Do you have one? I was at the lake. His voice is flat, emptied of defense, counting the cracks in the ice. It could be any of them. It could be all of them except Elke, except Petra, except the Sorensen sisters who have not spoken since the lake night. Then we proceed as planned, Elke says. But no one moves alone. No one carries information the others do not see. Marta's eyes stay on her. You will watch us all. I will watch everyone, Elke says. The words sit in the air like a blade laid flat. She moves to the cabinet. She takes the map and the first bundle of letters, the oldest, the one dated the year after she died, and folds both into her coat. Evidence. Proof of a love that kept counting when revenge could not. We go to Quay now, not through the apartment door, through the canal. She looks at them again. She will trust only what she can verify, starting with a rule that forces the traitor to either expose themselves or lose Vale their next piece of intelligence. Trust no single story. Watch for what each of them does not say. The canal chute beneath the abandoned bakery is dry. Elke goes first, the black iron key warm against her palm, its pulse steady as a living heart. The storm drain opens into a brick tunnel just wide enough for two, the walls seamed with salt residue and the smell of old water. Marta follows a length behind, then Marek, then Tobias, whose footsteps she cannot hear even on wet stone. The tunnel angles east. Every 20 paces, Elke touches the key. It keeps its warmth. Whatever lives in the well at Quay is still waiting, still drawing her forward along the canal. Yourself should have the discipline records by now, Marek said. She knows about the false confessor. She will find what she finds, Elke says. We focus on Corvel. They walk. The tunnel bends. The walls change from brick to cut stone, older, rougher, the marks of chisels instead of molds. Dead roots hang from the ceiling like veins pulled loose. Elke counts her steps. 100, 200. The key's pulse grows no stronger, no weaker, just constant, as if it is not guiding her toward the well, but confirming she is already on the correct path. At 312 steps, the tunnel opens into a wider chamber, a cistern, round, dry, the floor covered in a layer of silt so fine it looks like frozen smoke. In the center of the cistern, a stone slab, and on the slab, a single object, a confessor's seal, iron. The saint's face inverted, the circle split by a crack, the same mark as the chapel door beneath St. Veyda, the same mark as Quarveld on Tobias' map. Elke stops. "This was not here 40 years ago," Marta says. "No," Marek says. "The silt would have covered it. Or it was placed here after the tunnel was sealed," Tobias says. Elke steps onto the silt. It does not shuft beneath her weight. She crouches beside the slab, studies the seal without touching it. The iron is not rusted. The edges are sharp, fresh, the mark stamped deep. This seal is recent. 3 years old, maybe less. She looks at Marek. "Who signs the issuance orders for confessor seals in Norskelt?" Marek's face goes still in a way that tells her he already knows the answer and does not want to speak it. "The city judge," he says. "Municipal discipline records. All seal issuances require his signature." "Which judge?" "And a boss." "Hedda Voss." The name lands like a stone dropped into still water. Marta exhales through her teeth. "Voss. The one who certified the hospital construction permits. The one who signed off on the Lake District zoning." Marek does not deny it. His face has gone pale. "I vetted her," he says. 12 years ago when she took the bench. I vetted her myself." "You vetted a court plant," Elke says. "She was clean. I ran 3 separate background checks through the mortal networks and 2 through the gray country channels. She had no supernatural ties, no sworn oaths, no blood debt. She was a civil magistrate with an unblemished record and a living husband and a mortgage on a house in the Wool district." "And yet," Elke says, "the seal is here." She stands. The key pulses against her palm. "How deep does the corruption go?" Marta asks. "We will find out," Elke says. "After Corvel." She turns from the slab. The seal stays what it is, inverted saint staring up at the cistern ceiling. As she steps back onto the tunnel floor, the key goes cold. Not slow. Instant. As if something heard her decision and turned away. Elke stops. The silence in the tunnel is absolute. Then the cistern behind her begins to fill with water rising not from below, but from above, dripping through the ceiling roots in steady, deliberate drops. Chapter 53. Marek finds the service entrance without a word. It is a plain iron door set into the alley wall behind the judge's townhouse, painted to match the stone and visible only because a single boot print breaks the frost at its base. Recent. The court has been using this door. Ella presses her palm to the cold iron. No pulse from within, no light under the frame. "How long?" she asks. 2 minutes, Marek says. "If the seal holds on the canal, we have until she finishes her dinner circuit at the Wool District hearings." "And if it does not hold?" Marek does not answer. He kneels, produces a leather pick roll from inside his coat, and begins working the lock. The iron does not resist him. The mechanism turns with a click that sounds too loud in the alley silence. Marta watches the street. Tobias watches the rooftops. Elke watches the door. "Open," Marek says. They enter. The judge's townhouse is warm. That is the first wrong thing. Every other building in the quarantine zone has let its fires die, but the heating pipes here are alive, humming through the walls like a second heartbeat. The back hall is narrow, clean, ordinary. A coat rack holds a wool overcoat and a single umbrella. A row of boots stands neatly against the baseboard, everything in its place. The cellar stairs are behind a door disguised as a pantry. Marek finds it by counting floorboards. He has been here before, Elke realizes. Not recently, but he knows the house. "You vetted her in person?" she says. 12 years ago, Marek says. "Tea in the parlor, records on the dining table. She showed me everything I asked for." "And you did not notice the cellar door?" "It was a pantry then." He opens it. The stairs descend into light, not darkness. A cold, steady glow from oil lamps arranged along the walls, their flames turned low but burning. Someone has been here recently. Someone is maintaining this space. Elke goes first. The cellar opens below her like a room that was never meant to be seen. The walls are lined with iron hooks. Salt lines run along the floor in patterns she recognizes from the ritual diagrams beneath St. Veyda, the same geometries Illid drew for the anchor, the same shapes the court uses to bind. At the center of the room, 5 wooden boxes, not coffins, witness boxes, narrow, upright, fitted with iron restraints at the wrists and throat. Each one has a name stenciled on the front in the same pale ink as the tribunal summons. Petra Dummick, Ileana Sorlin, Marta Edivani, Tobias Reinholt, Elke Ernberg. She was building the stage, Elke says. Marta does not speak. Tobias stands in the doorway, his face unreadable in the lamplight. Merrick moves past the boxes to a desk against the far wall. Papers stacked in neat piles, weighted by a polished stone. A ledger, a tray of sealing wax. He opens the ledger and goes still. "What is it?" Elke asks. "Verdicts," Merrick says. "Already written, dated for tomorrow night. 63 names. Citizens of Norskeld who have not been arrested yet, who have not been charged, who have not been told they are witnesses." He turns a page. The court is not waiting for the tribunal to find them guilty. The tribunal is waiting for the verdicts to be read so the executions look legal. Elke crosses to the desk. The pages are in Hedda Voss's hand, each one signed and sealed, the ink dry. She flips through them. Many names she does not recognize. Mortals from the Lake District, harbor workers, hospital staff. One of the grave clerks from Wendeline's network. The amber-eyed elder who named Vale on the shore. At the bottom of the stack, a separate sheet. Not a verdict, a list. Handwritten. The ink darker, the letters smaller, as if the writer did not want it to be seen. Elke reads the first name, Ileana Sorlin. The second, Idris Keller. The third, Wendeling Korsak. Below them, 23 more names. Some she recognizes from Wendeline's journals, others she does not. At the bottom, circled in red, suitable for return experiments. Bloodlines with active lake signatures. Priority, living subjects. Elke's hand stops. One name near the middle of the list. Ernberg, Elke. Secondary signature confirmed. Status, operational. Operational, as if she is a procedure, a method. She was never the only one. The court has been tracking returned souls, potential returnees, bloodlines that carry the lake's memory, and Hedda Voss has been their gatekeeper for a decade, writing verdicts before trials, building boxes for bodies that have not yet been taken. "We take this," Elke says. "All of it." She reaches for the list. Above them, a door opens. Heavy. The front door of the townhouse. A woman's voice, low, unhurried, saying something Elke cannot make out, and then another voice responding, flatter, colder, speaking without breath. The bailiffs are with her. Merrick has the ledger in his hands. Marta is already moving toward the stairs, her hand on the pry bars at her belt. Tobias does not move. He's looking at the box with his name on it, at the iron restraints, at the neat white stencil. "Tobias," Elke says. He turns. A buzz, footsteps cross the parlor floor, heading toward the pantry door. Elke folds the list into her coat. She takes the verdicts, the ledger, the sealed pages, and shoves them into her pockets until the paper is a solid weight against her ribs. "The back door," Marta whispers, but the footsteps are already in the hall, and the pantry door handle is turning. Chapter 54. The handle turns. Marta moves first, not toward the stairs, toward the iron hooks on the wall. She tears one free and throws it across the cellar in the same motion, a clatter that pulls the pantry doors creak in the wrong direction. "Cellar door," a bailiff voice says above. Flat, breathless. "Rain, drain," Hedda Voss answers. "Old building. The pipes sing when the canal breathes." A pause. Merrick is already at the far wall, counting stones. His hand stops on a brick set at a slight angle, lighter than the others. He presses. Nothing. He pushes harder. A seam opens. Not a door, a coal chute, narrow, black, sloping upward at a steep angle. The iron hatch at the top is flush with the alley outside. "One at a time," Merrick says. Above, footsteps cross the parlor floor toward the pantry. Slower now. Careful. "The verdicts," Voss says, Closer. I left the stack on the desk. Elke shoves the last of the papers deeper into her coat. She looks at the witness boxes. 5 of them. Her name, Tobias's name, Marta's, Petra's, Ileana's. She takes the stencil plate from Petra's box, slides it into her sleeve. Go, she tells Marta. Marta does not argue. She ducks into the chute, her broad shoulders scraping the brick, and pulls herself upward in 3 silent pulls. Her boots vanish through the hatch. Merrick next. Faster, lighter, his suit catching on the brick. Tobias stands at the base of the chute, one hand on the iron lip. Elke, he gines the resident silence. I just may being shoyt as servage, chankers hodily and tired, speaking a much one raised ems. Elke. I know. Footsteps stop above the pantry door, a hand on the handle. Elke crosses the cellar in 4 steps. She does not look at the boxes again. She does not look at the desk. She puts her hand over Tobias's on the chute's iron edge and goes first, into the dark, the coal dust thick against her face, the slope steep enough that she has to use both hands to climb. Behind her, the pantry door opens and closes, and Tobias's weight enters the chute below her, and the hatch above her opens to Marta's hand, and cold air floods in as Elke pulls herself into the alley. They land in a sprawl of coal dust and frozen mud. The alley behind Voss's townhouse is dark, the lamps unlit, the quarantine silence pressing down from the rooftops. Marta is already moving, her pry bars back in her hand, her head tilted toward the canal route. We have half an hour to moonrise. Merrick is on his feet, brushing coal duff from his collar with mechanical precision. His hands are shaking. He hides them in his pockets. Tobias stands last. He does not brush off the dust. He looks at Elke, at the papers bulging under her coat, at the smudge of ink on her wrist from the pre-written verdicts. What did you find at the bottom of the list? She pulls the folded sheet from her coat, hands it to him without reading it again. He looks at the names. Ileana Sorlam, Idris Keller, Wendeline Korsak, 23 more, her name circled in red. Suitable for return experiments, he reads aloud. His voice does not change. Priority, living subjects. They were tracking me before I came back, Elke says. The court knew I was coming. They had a procedure for me. A procedure? Operational. She lets the word sit. Not a threat, not a miracle. A procedure. Marta stops at the end of the alley where the canal wall rises. She points to a rusted grate set into the stone, half submerged in standing water that glitters black under the moonless sky. That tunnel runs under the cordon, comes up inside Corville's old mill wall. The water's still. Still, Elke repeats. For now. Merrick crouches at the grate, testing the lock with his pick. It opens in seconds, too easy, and they all feel it. Vals knew we were in the cellar, he says. She knows we took the verdicts. This is not an oversight. Then why is the tunnel open? Tobias asks. No one answers. Elke takes the map from her coat, the circle and crack symbol on Corville, the sealed well, the name Vale buried there, the one that is already awake. Because they want us to reach Corville, she says. They want the well open. She looks at the grate, at the black water beyond. But they do not know we found the appendix. Merrick stops picking. What appendix? Elke pulls a second sheet from the verdict stack. Thinner, older. The ink is brown, not black, and the handwriting is different, smaller, tighter, as if the writer was afraid of the words. She read it in the cellar, standing over the witness boxes, while Marta and Merrick searched the desk. She did not understand all of it, but she understood enough. There are procedures for stripping memories from bonded dead before rewriting the Verdict records. The court has been doing it for decades. They call it washing, but one memory cannot be washed. One witness cannot be silenced or bought or erased. She folds the sheet open and reads the word that changed everything. Ferryman of Icecar. Marta goes still. Tobias turns. What did you just say? There is a witness the court cannot control, Elke says. An entity under the lake, not fully court, not fully mortal. It carries souls through the wound. It remembers every passage. She looks at the grate, at the still water, at the dark shape of Corvell's mill wall in the distance. The appendix says the ferryman can testify. It can speak the original record, the one the court buried before they started washing verdicts. Tobias is watching her with an expression she cannot name. Elke, that is not a witness. That is a boundary you do not ask for its name. I am already operational, she says. I am already on the list. If the ferryman has the original record, we can prove the court has been pre-writing verdicts for 40 years. We can break the tribunal before it begins. Marta steps between them. The ferryman does not trade for free. You give it something, it keeps it. You ask a question, it owns the answer. Elke holds her ground. Then I will pay whatever it costs. The wind shifts. The black water ripples once, then goes still again. And from somewhere beneath the alley, beneath the canal, beneath the sealed well at Corvell, a sound rises. Not a voice, not a scrape, a chain, dragging across stone. Tobias's hand finds hers in the dark. His fingers are cold. The ferryman knows we are coming, he says. The chain sound stops. The water stays still. But under her ribs, where the bond used to live, Elke feels something she has not felt since the severing. A pull. Not toward Tobias, not toward the bond, toward the water, toward the sound, toward the well that has been sealed since the young she drowned. Chapter 55. Marta leads them through a rusted gate into a building that was once a district heating plant, now a shell of collapsed pipes and frozen condensate pooling on concrete. The air smells of coal dust, wet iron, and something older, something that has been waiting for this meeting longer than the building has stood. 7 people sit on overturned cable spools around a dead furnace. They are not young. Their hands show work, their coats show age, their faces show the particular wariness of people who have spent decades learning not to be seen. Marta does not introduce Ellie by name. She says, "This is the one the lake let go." A woman with braided gray hair and a cane stands. "We know who she is. We have known for 40 years that she would come back." Ellie stops at the edge of the circle. "How?" "The court told us." The woman's voice is dry, factual. "They sent word to every surviving household the winter after the lake night. Said a returned soul would walk among us one day. Said we would know her by the eyes." "Different colors," a man says. He has a scar cutting through his left eyebrow, white against weathered skin. "Gray and amber, like the ice and the earth." "Did they tell you what to do when I came?" "Hide. Do not speak to her. Do not shelter her. Report her presence to the nearest bailiff station within 12 hours or forfeit your household's exemption." Ellie looks at Marta. "Exemption?" Marta's jaw tightens. "The court gave us immunity in exchange for silence. Every bloodline with a living signature. Every household they did not burn. We stay quiet about the lake night. We do not talk about what was buried, and we are allowed to survive." "Allowed. Allowed," Marta repeats. It doesn't eventually being a calculation. Within the Leidmoth math winters, the man will already mean his faced. "But you never tried to fight," Ellie says. "We tried to survive." Those are the same thing to people who already have power. A younger man near the back of the circle speaks. He is maybe 40, lean, with the hollowed look of someone who has been running for years. "Survival is not submission. It is waiting. We have been waiting for someone who could open the door without being destroyed by what is inside." Ellie meets his eyes. "I opened the well." "You opened the well. You did not open Keller's seal." "How do you know that name?" The room shifts. The scarred man stands. The woman with the cane grips her cane. "We know it because we helped him carve it." Ellie feels the temperature of the room change. Tobias moves closer to her shoulder. 40 years ago, the scarred man says, a man came to Corvell in the week before the lake night. He was not wearing a confessor's robes. He was not marked by any church we recognized. He walked into the square at dusk, carrying an iron key on a chain, and asked which of us could read the old script. "I read it," the woman with the cane says. "I was 23. I had been taught by my grandmother, who learned it from her grandmother, who learned it from the first bonded dead when the iron was still warm. What did Keller ask you to read? A name. A single name, written in the old script, on a page that had been torn from a larger book. He said if I read it aloud, the seal would hold and the lake would remember what the court tried to bury. And you read it. I read it, and I have been tasting that name in my mouth ever since. It does not fade. It does not wash away. Every morning when I wake, it is the first word on my tongue. She looks at Ellie. I have been waiting 40 years to speak it again, to someone who would know what to do with it. Ellie holds her gaze. Tell me now. His name is not for the air, it is for the water. The scarred man steps between them. That is why we are here. You stood at the well. You felt the key go cold. You did not turn back. That is more than anyone has done in 40 years. But the court knows we are coming. The court has always known we would come. They built their strategy around it. What they did not count on is what we kept. He reaches inside his coat and pulls out a folded sheet of paper, yellowed, brittle, sealed with black wax. This arrived at my door 3 hours ago. A midnight courier. No face, no name, just this. He hands it to Ellie. She breaks the seal, reads the single sentence written in a hand she recognizes. You will not be alone at the well. I have already paid for your passage. Wendeline. Below it, in fresher ink, a second line, different hand. But the price doubles if you bring the Ernberg woman to the ferry landing first. Ellie looks up. Vale knows about the ferryman. He knows about everything, the scarred man says. He has always known. The question is not what he knows. The question is whether we still have time to move before he does. The woman with the cane rises. Her joints crack. Her breath steams in the cold air. I will testify, she says. I will speak the name. I will stand before the ferryman, and I would tell him what I read 40 years ago. Liesel, the scarred man starts. I have been tasting it long enough. Let me give it back to the water. Ellie looks at the folded paper in her hand. Wendeline's promise. Vale's threat. The elder's offer. Before I accept, she says. One question. The woman waits. Did Wendeline offer you protection 3 days ago? The room goes quiet again. The scarred man licks at the floor. Yes, the woman says. She did. And did you accept? I did not reject it. None of us did. Ellie looks at Marta. Marta does not flinch. The traitor is not among us, Marta says. The traitor is someone who was offered the same protection and took it further. Someone who sold the name of everyone who listened. The scarred man lifts his head. That narrows it to 2 people I trust completely, and 7 I have never trusted at all. Ellie folds the paper and puts it in her coat. Call everyone in Norskeld who still remembers the old script. Every household that received an exemption. Every bloodline that has been waiting. She looks at the circle. Tell them the well is opening. Tell them the witness is ready. Tell them the ferryman will hear the truth, or the court will bury us all under the ice. And the price? The scarred man asks. Ellie feels the pull again, the one beneath her ribs where the bond used to live. I will pay it. The woman with the cane nods once, and in the silence that follows, the heating plant groans, as if something beneath the concrete has heard the promise and begun to stir. I think we death. I've got that Christic geese, when my beneath his will's perfectors stand, answer it. Wait, it deadly swatted the next got to the speech present. I hoped that the dereferent or a nex was fine, but I have never one certy. I can hear the terms of the best, but I am very davidable in feckening. Right now for our Caesar's Christ, staring that for a machine has traveled, any same staring the patient bot but a treaty turn. Ellie devoted in rescue stands, their exaction coming back against, over all that don't Kalim's easen. Before I accept, you heard the first point, with a scarred man away. The quarters curring on the window bladder. If he put myself with my craft, I can't be entired into the piece. But, Chapter 56. Elon gives them the location with 3 words and a hand-drawn line on a scrap of paper. The northeast edge of the split ice, where the wound opens widest at dusk. Wait for the breach to breathe in, then call. Elke folds the paper into her sleeve. She does not ask Elan how he knows. She does not ask if he has called the ferryman before. The set of his jaw tells her everything she needs. The answer is yes, and he is still alive, only because he paid a price he will not describe. They leave the heating plant in silence. The survivors watch them go. Liesel stands apart, her braided gray hair hatching the last light through the grime-streaked windows, and Marta stays behind to organize the households, moving among the survivors with the calm authority of someone who has been waiting 40 years for permission to act. Elke and Tobias walk toward the frozen lake alone. The sky above Norskeld has gone the color of ash. The quarantine zone sprawls silent around them. Empty streets, dark windows, a city holding its breath. The ice comes into view between the last buildings, a white plain stretching into the gray distance, and at its northeast edge, the wound. It is bigger than she remembers. The crack in the ice runs 100 yards now, jagged at the edges, black water visible beneath. Steam rises in thin curls. The air smells of cold stone and something older, something like the inside of a grave that has been open too long. She stops at the ice line. "You do not have to do this alone," Tobias says. "I know. I mean it. Whatever the ferryman asks, I have things I can give." She looks at him. His face is bare to the cold. His eyes hold the same winter storm gray they have always held. But there is no calculation in them, only readiness. "I know," she says again, "but this part is mine." She steps onto the ice. The verdict pages are in her left hand, folded and pressed flat. Tobias's blood is on her right palm, still wet from the shallow cut he made without asking, without flinching, opening his hand over hers until the blood pooled and she let it dry into her skin. She walks to the edge of the black water. The wound breathes. She has felt it before, the pulse beneath the ice, the rhythm that matches nothing in a living body. It breathes in, and the water draws back, exposing the raw edges of the crack. It breathes out, and the water rises, almost spilling over the ice. She waits for the exhale. When the water is highest, she drops the verdict pages into it. The paper floats for a moment, darkening, soaking through. The black water pulls them under without a ripple. She speaks the words Ilan gave her. "I come with a living name, a blood vow, and a judgment the court already wrote." The water goes still. The breathing stops. She can hear her own heart. She can hear Tobias's breath behind her, held and waiting. Then something answers. It does not rise from the water. It rises beneath it, a shape that takes form in the darkness below, growing distinct as it ascends. She sees the chain first, dragging soundlessly behind it, a length of rusted iron that disappears into the depths. Then the hood, frayed and dark, and beneath it, a face that is not a face. There are no features, only the suggestion of them, the hollow where eyes would be, the ridge where a mouth might have been. It floats just beneath the surface, watching her. The voice comes through the water. It does not travel through air. It travels through her. "You brought paper." "I brought the court's own verdicts, pre-written, unsealed." "I do not need paper. I need memory. I have memory. You have never spoken. Not to the man behind you, not to yourself. That is the toll." She feels Tobias shift behind her. He does not interrupt. He waits. She knows the memory. She has carried it for 40 years, buried deeper than any other. A small thing, a quiet thing, a thing that belongs to the girl she was before the lake. The morning she first chose Tobias. Not the night of the vow, not the ceremony. The morning after, when she woke in his bed and watched the light move across his face and thought, without terror, without negotiation, "I will stay." She has never told him that. She has let him believe the bond chose me. I let him believe I had no other option. But I did, and I chose him. She feels the ferryman listening. It closes the hollow where its eyes would be, a gesture that might that acknowledgement. The toll is accepted. The water around her hand warms. Not hot, but the cold recedes, replaced by something that feels like a pulse. "I will carry your truth to the wound." I will return with the record the court tried to drown. But when I return, I will ask what the record shows. And if it shows something you already know, then I will still own the answer. She pulls her hand from the water. The warmth fades, the cold returns. The ferryman sinks, the hood disappearing beneath the surface, the chain dragging after it into the darkness. The wound is still. Elke stands. Tobias is watching her. He does not speak. She does not know what he heard. The ferryman's voice came through the water, through her, through the bond that no longer exists. She does not know if Tobias heard her confession. She does not look at him. The ice holds. The wound remains open. And somewhere beneath it, the chains begin to drag again, growing fainter as they descend, carrying her untold memory toward the place where truth goes to be preserved. She waits on the ice, not for an answer yet, but for the certainty that something heard her, something older than the court, older than the gray country, older than the laws designed to bury what the living refuse to face. Behind her, Tobias says nothing. He steps forward until he is close enough that she can feel the heat of him at her back, and he does not touch her. But he stays. The chains keep dragging. The ferryman keeps descending. And Elke keeps breathing. One hand still wet, one memory finally spoken, knowing that when it returns, she will learn what the court truly drowned, and whether her truth was ever hers to give. Chapter 57. The chains return slowly, not dragged but lowered, descending from above as if the ferryman has been waiting beneath the ice all along, watching her wait. The water ripples. The hood breaks the surface. The face that is not a face turns toward her, and the hollows where eyes should be hold something new. Not light, not heat. A depth that was not there before she gave her memory. The record is not paper. The voice comes through her chest, through the wet palm she still holds above the ice. The record is what the water remembers. I have brought it to the surface. You must look. The ferryman raises one hand from the water. Rusted chains hang from its wrist, and between the links, caught like fog in nettles, a shard of something translucent. Ice. Memory. A piece of the lake night that has never been touched by ink or verdict or tribunal seal. It glows faintly, blue-white, the color of cold so old it has stopped burning. Take it. Elke reaches forward. Her fingers close around the shard. The cold does not enter her. The memory does. She is on the shore of Lake Icecar 40 years ago, but not in her own body, not in her own eyes. She is standing where the trees meet the ice line, watching from a place no one should have been able to see. The perspective is wrong. This is not the drowning. This is the shore, the moment before, and she is looking at herself from outside. She sees her own face in the distance, 18 years old, standing at the edge of the ice with Tobias. She sees the fear she would not admit, the jaw set against trembling, the hand that kept reaching for his, even though she had been told not to touch him in front of the court. And she sees Wendanley. Wendanley Corsic is standing among the witness trees, hidden in the shadow of a split oak, wearing a cloak that drinks the moonlight. She is watching. She is counting. She has a piece of black stone in her hand, and she is pressing it against the tree bark as if marking something. But Wendanley is not alone. Behind her, deeper in the trees, a figure shifts. Tall, lean, dressed in the ash-gray coat of a Reinholt retainer. The face is half obscured by a hood, but the posture is familiar. A cant to the shoulders, a way of standing that belongs to someone who has spent decades in Tobias's household. The figure hands Wendanley something, a roll of paper, a map, and then the figure turns, just slightly, and the moonlight catches the jar. Younger, sharper, not withered by years or grief, but recognizable. The shard goes dark. Elke is back on the ice, the cold shard dissolving in her palm, the ferryman sinking, the chains dragging it back into the wound. The toll is paid. The record is given. But the image is already burned into her. She turns. Tobias is standing where he was, hands at his sides, face unreadable. But his eyes are not on her. They are fixed on the place where the shard dissolved, as if he can still see the image that was inside it. You saw, she says. I saw. The second watcher, the one who helped her. Tobias does not answer immediately. His jaw works, his hands stay still. I know him, he says. The words land like stones. He served my house for 40 years, steward of the Easter holdings. I dismissed him 3 months before the lake night. Accused of embezzlement, I did not have him killed. I exiled him. Who is he? Tobias meets her eyes. The ice creaks beneath them. Kesper Rai. The name means nothing to Elke, but Tobias's voice carries something she has never heard from him before. Not grief, not guilt, uncertainty. Kesper Rai was my chamberlain. He knew every movement of my house, every weakness, every route into my confidence. And you exiled him 3 months before the court came for the lake. Yes, because he stole from you. The papers showed a trail, payments to an unmarked account, transfers I could not trace. Elke holds his gaze. The cold from the shard is still in her palm, but the question forming in her chest is colder. What if the papers were planted? The words hang between them. Tobias does not argue. The thought has already occurred to him. He would be old now, Tobias says, if he is still alive. If he is the one who helped Wendanley hide among the witnesses, he was on the shore 40 years ago. He knows what she did. He may know what she intended. He may be the only living witness who saw her place the anchor. Elke looks back at the wound. The water is still. The chains are gone. The ferryman showed us his silhouette for a reason, she says. It does not pay a toll with useless coin. Tobias steps forward until he is beside her, not touching, but close enough that she feels the heat of him against the frozen air. Kesper built a secondary estate after the exile. I never confirmed it. I never cared to. Where? What Norskeld? An old cool village called Grau. He had a counting house there. Grau is 3 days from here. Grau is 2 hours from here if you take the canal tunnels that do not appear on maps. She turns to him. The night wind lifts frost from the ice. You knew about tunnels to Grau? I knew Kesper knew. I never used them. Elke looks back at the wound, where the ferryman descended, where the record of the lake night now lows beneath the water, witnessed, but not yet spoken aloud. We have the truth, she says, but we do not have the living confirmation. No. The ferryman will testify, but a living witness who saw Wendanley plant the anchor before the drowning begins, you knew you were framed, not just coerced, can hold it. And that means Vale cannot claim you chose freely because you knew you would survive. Tobias does not correct her. He does not argue. Because she is right. And she can see him rearranging his understanding of the last 40 years, shifting the architecture of guilt he has lived inside, not to release it, but to make room for something he never considered. That he was set up before the choice ever arrived. The ice settles, but beneath it, something moves. A chain sound, distant, returning. The ferryman is not done with them yet. Chapter 58. The ferryman's chains rise beneath the ice. Not returning from depth, the slow, measured drag of an entity that has finished its crossing, rising toward them. Elke steps back from the wound's edge. The cold that was in her palm, the shard's residue, spreads up her arm, into her chest, settling behind her ribs like a second pulse. Tobias moves beside her, not touching, close enough that she feels the shift in the air when he tenses. The chains break the surface. Not the ferryman, only the chains rising in a loose coil, the rusted links steaming in the frozen air. They hang suspended above the wound for 3 heartbeats, then they drop. The sound cracks across the ice like a hammer, and the water stills. Elke waits. The chains do not rise again. The ferryman is done with us, she says. For now. Tobias does not answer. His eyes are still on the wound, on the place where the Murray shard dissolved, on the silhouette that burned itself into both of them. Caspar remains. First, the tunnel is low enough that Tobias has to duck. The walls sweat black moisture. The floor is not stone but compacted earth, frozen in places, soft in others. There are no lamps, no markings, only the memory of passage worn into the ground by feet that have walked this route for decades without maps. Caspar built this, Tobias says behind her. His voice echoes off the low ceiling. Not for me, for himself. A way to move without being tracked. He knew the court was coming. He knew something was coming. He tried to warn me, And you exiled him. Yes. The word lands flat, not defensive, not guilty, just fact. She keeps walking. The tunnel bends east, then north, and the air changes. The wet stone smell fades, replaced by something drier, hotter, a whisper of warmth that does not belong underground. Grau has a crematory, Tobias says, the only one in the wool district. Kaspar's counting house was attached to it. He's been burning bodies, cataloging them. Elke stops, turns. Cataloging? The crematory records would show cause of death, time of death, circumstances. If the court has been killing through breach weather, through the drain, through staged accidents, Kaspar would have seen the pattern in the ash. The heat rises through the stone ahead. 70 years old, exiled, disgraced, and still counting. The tunnel opens into a coal cellar. The stairs above are iron, rusted at the treads, but recently swept. No coal dust on the 5th step, no cobwebs across the handrail. Someone is here. Elke climbs first. The door at the top gives easily, swinging inward on greased hinges, and she steps into a room that stops her cold. Shelves, hundreds of them, floor to ceiling, lining every wall. Not books, not ledgers, but small glass jars, each one labeled with a name, a date, a cause of death. The labels are handwritten in a tight, aging script. The jars contain ash. Tobias steps in behind her. His breath catches. Not grief, recognition. He has been here the whole time. Elke crosses to the nearest shelf, reads names she does not recognize, dates spanning 40 years, causes of death listed in clinical precision. Cardiac event, respiratory failure, accidental drowning. All within the Lake District, all within the quarantine zone. She pulls a jar at random. The date is 3 years after the lake night. The cause is listed as bleach exposure. The name means nothing to her. But the handwriting on the label has an old curl to the letters, a way of shaping the capitals that she has seen before. On the Mac, Kaspar handed Wendeline. On the shore of Lake Icecar. She turns, holding the jar, and the door at the far end of the room opens. The man who stands in the threshold is old, 70, maybe older. White hair cropped close to the skull, a face lined by years and ash and the particular wear of someone who has spent a lifetime watching the dead arrive. He wears a crematory worker's apron, stained gray, and his hands are empty. His eyes find Elke first, then Tobias, and he does not run. He stands in the doorway as if he has been expecting them, as if 40 years of counting the dead have led to this single moment. Kaspar built this, Tobias says. The old man does not answer. His gaze drops to the jar in Elke's hand. You found my archive, he says. His voice is dry, unafraid. I wondered which of you would find it first. You helped her, Elke says. On the shore, you handed Wendeline map. Kaspar's jaw tightens, the first crack in his composure. I handed her a map, he says. I did not know what she meant to do with it. You were her chamberlain for 40 years, Tobias says. You knew every weakness in my house. You fed them to her. Kaspar meets his old master's eyes. I fed her the truth, he says. The court was coming. I had watched them prepare for 3 years. The bloodline lists, the exemption contracts, the burner wards being installed in every district hospital. I knew they meant to slaughter, and I knew you would not believe me, because believing me would mean accepting you could not stop it. The words hang. So I helped her, Kaspar says. I gave her the anchor point. I gave her the timing. I gave her the one thing that would make the court hesitate long enough for the bloodlines to scatter. And that thing, Elke says slowly, was my death. Kaspar looks at her. His eyes are old, tired, but there is no apology in them. Yes. The word settles into the rune like the ash in the jars. Elke holds his gaze. The ferryman's cold is still behind her ribs, the shard's image still burned into her. The silhouette in moonlight now standing before her, in an apron smeared with the remains of the dead. You have been cataloging, she says. 40 years of breach deaths. The court's kills. I have. You have the record. Kaspar looks between them. I have the names, he says. I have the dates. I have the causes that do not match the official reports. I have the evidence that the hollow court has been killing the living signatures one by one. He reaches into his apron. Elke's hand moves to her sleeve where the knife rests, but Caspar only draws out a folded sheet of paper. Thick, stained at the edges. This is the list of everyone who died in the 37 years after the lake night, he says. Everyone whose death the court recorded is natural. Everyone who was drained, exsanguinated, or fed to the wound. He holds it out. Elke does not take it. I need you alive, she says. I need you to testify that Wendeline planted the anchor before the drowning, that Tobias was set up, that the court was preparing this before he ever stood on the ice. Caspar's hand trembles, but the tremble is not fear. It is age. I am not the witness you need, he says. I am a man who helped a woman anchor to death without understanding what I was giving her. You are the witness I have. Caspar looks at Tobias. Something passes between them. 40 years of exile and silence, a debt that neither of them knows how to measure. Then the crematory furnace fires ignite behind him, a deep roar that shakes the floor, and the heat surges into the room. Caspar's face changes. She is here, he says. Who? Wendeline. He looks at the folded sheet in his hand, then back at Elke. She found me 3 days ago, told me you would come, told me to give you this. He extends the paper. Elke takes it, opens it. The handwriting is not Caspar's, it is Wendeline's. Neat, controlled. The same hand that wrote the letter in Marta's foundation wall, that left the rigged gramophone in the harbor apartment. Caspar Ratty is not your quarry. He is your compass. Follow the ash. Find the witness list before Vale does. You have until the furnace burns down. Elke looks up. The heat from the crematory is growing, the fire roaring louder, and somewhere beyond that door, Wendeline is waiting. Caspar steps back into the threshold. I am sorry, he says, and he vanishes into the smoke. Chapter 59. The smoke swallows Caspar before Elke can move. One breath he stands in the threshold, apron stained, jaw set, the apology still hanging in the air between them. The next, the crematory fire roars, and he is gone, swallowed by heat and shadow and the thick gray curtain pouring from the furnace doors. Tobias moves first, not toward the door Caspar vanished through, toward the wall where the jars of ash stand in their rows, 40 years of catalogued dead, names and dates and causes that do not match the official reports. He will not outrun me in tunnels I helped him build, Tobias says, and his voice is changed. The grief is still there, the 40 years of guilt he carried, but underneath it something harder is surfacing. The lord who ruled Norskald before the lake broke him, but if I chase him and the fire reaches this archive before I return, I will have lost what he spent 40 years preserving. Elke understands. The choice is already forming between them, and neither of them likes its shape. You go after Caspar, she says. I save the records. Tobias's jaw tightens. The wards are bonded to blood. If the furnace is keyed to Wendeline's signature, a mortal hand may trigger the failsafe before a vampire can reach the source. I have your blood on my palm. She holds up her right hand. The cut he gave her at the lake is still drying, still dark across her skin. Tobias looks at it, looks at her. Elke, do not waste time saying my name as if it is goodbye. She turns before he can argue, before the heat of his gaze can soften her, and moves toward the nearest row of jars. Behind her, Tobias's footsteps recede, and then, somewhere deep in the crematory's belly, a door slams open. The archive is a labyrinth. Rows of iron shelving extend into the smoke, each shelf bearing glass jars labeled in Caspar's dry hand. Narit Sorlin, drowned, Lake District, official cause, accidental. Henrik Voss, exsanguinic. Harbor District, official cause, heart failure. Lena Adevane, drained. Lake District, official cause, natural. 40 years of them. Elke moves fast, scanning the nearest shelves, trying to understand the system. Chronological by year of death, then alphabetical within each span. She grabs the first jar from the earliest row, Marit Sorlin, 43 years ago, and slides it into the canvas bag she finds hanging from a rusted hook. The heat is building. The furnace roar deepens, and she feels it through the floor now, a vibration that travels up through the soles of her boots. The fire is not staying contained. It is reaching. She moves faster. Row after row she pulls jars, stacks them into the bag, working backward from the earliest records to the most recent. The canvas bulges. Her arms ache. The smoke crawls into her throat and makes every breath a negotiation. 10 minutes, maybe less. She counts the jars she has saved, 30, 40, a fraction of what Casper preserved. The furnace groans and a new sound joins it, a high, dry crackling that she recognizes too late. The ceiling beams above her are beginning to glow. Not smoke, fire. The wards are captivating. She looks up and sees it spreading along the joists, a line of flame that follows a seam she did not notice until now. Salt-laced, iron-dusted, Gwendoline's hand laid into the architecture years ago, waiting for a trigger. You have until the furnace burns down. The message was not a threat. It was a deadline. Elke drops the bag and runs, not away from the fire, toward the far wall where the heat is thickest, where Casper's body was standing when he vanished. There is a door there, she saw it, a narrow iron door set into the stone, half hidden by smoke and shadow. She reaches it as the first burning beam crashes behind her. The handle is hot. She pulls her sleeve over her palm and yanks. The door swings open onto a stairwell going down, and the air that hits her face is cold, damp, old. Canal air, tunnel air, the smell of black water and sealed stone. Casper went this way, but behind her, the archive is burning, and the jars she left behind are cracking open in the heat, their contents turning to smoke. 40 years of evidence dissolving into ash that will never be read. The choice is still alive in her chest. Pursue Casper and lose the records. Save the records and lose Casper. She stands in the doorway, one hand on the hot iron, the other still dark with Tobias's blood, and feels the seconds burning away beneath her feet. Chapter 60. The heat drives her forward. Elke pulls more jars from the nearest shelves, working blind through smoke that turns the air into wool. Her lungs burn, her eyes stream. The canvas bag is too heavy now, the strap cutting into her shoulder, but she keeps pulling because every jar she leaves behind is a witness the court will never answer for. Marta Storlin, drowned. Official cause, accidental. She shoves it into the bag. Henrik Voss, exsanguinated. Official cause, heart failure. Another jar, another name. Lena Evane, drained. Official cause, natural. The ceiling groans above her. A beam crashes down 10 feet to her left, spraying embers across the stone floor, and the fire finds new purchase in the splintered wood. The heat redoubles. The salt-laced wards in the walls begin to glow, lines of iron-dusted light tracing Gwendoline's geometry through the mortar, and Elke understands the architecture is not fighting the fire. It is feeding it. She turns and runs. The bag slams against her hip as she sprints for the far wall, the iron door still open, the cold stairwell exhaling damp air that feels like salvation. She throws herself through the threshold as the archive behind her collapses inward, a roar of flame and shattered glass and 40 years of truth turning to smoke. The door slams shut. She stands in the dark, breathing hard, the canvas bag heavy against her thigh. The cold from the stairwell seeps through her clothes, coats her skin, and she does not know how many jars she saved. 30, 40, not enough. She finds them in the canal tunnel at the bottom of the stairwell. Marta first, iron-gray hair slick with damp, pry bars still in her hand. Then Merrick, his suit jacket streaked with soot, a leather sachem across his chest that smells of old paper and ink. Tobias is not with them. He went after Caspar, Marta says before Elke can ask. The tunnel splits 3 ways down here. We took the wrong fork first. Elke sets the bag down and opens it. The jars clink together, glass smeared with ash, labels curling at the edges from the heat. She pulls them out one by one, arranging them on the stone floor in rows, and Merrick kneels beside her without speaking. Matit Storlin, he reads. Henrik Voss, Lena Evane, he stops. Evane? Marta steps closer. Her face is unreadable in the low light. Lena was my grandmother's sister, she says. They told us she died of fever. They lied. Elke keeps pulling jars. The names are a litany, a roll call of the dead the court tried to erase. Storlin, Voss, Evane, Kessler, Marsak. Drowned, exsanguinated, drained. Each label is a verdict the court never wrote, a crime Adeverick acknowledged. Marek begins making notes, copying names and dates into a small leather book he pulls from his satchel. His handwriting is precise, unhurried, the careful script of a man who has spent his life documenting what others once forgotten. Pattern, he says after a moment. The first wave clusters around the lake night. The second wave starts 6 months after the immunity exemptions were issued. The third, he stops, flips back a page. The third starts 2 years ago, right after they added your name to the return list. Elke looks at the last jar in the bag. It is smaller than the others, newer, the label written in a different hand. Casper's lettering, she realizes, but shakier. The name on it is one she does not recognize. Petra Damone, Elect District. Official cause, pending. The world goes very still. That is not a death record, Marta says slowly. That is a warning. Elke's hand tightens around the jar. The glass is cool against her palm, a weight she did not ask for, a name she cannot afford to lose. Petra is alive. She is alive, and Caspar knew her name, and someone wrote it on a jar with pending as the cause. He knew, she says. Caspar knew she was marked. Marek takes the jar from her, gently, as if handling something that might shatter. He holds it up to the lantern light, reading the label again. Pending means the verdict is written but not executed. The court files these as placeholders, so when the death happens, the paperwork is already complete. He pauses. It is common practice. I have seen it in the tribunal ledgers for years. Then she still has time. Elke takes the jar back. She wraps it in her scarf, nests it at the bottom of the canvas bag where it cannot break. How many do we have? Marek counts. 43 jars, 15 different bloodlines, spanning 42 years of deaths that come to date for official records. She looks at the bag. It feels too light for everything it holds. It is enough, she says. She does not know if she means enough to save Petra, enough to break the court, or enough to make the choice to leave the rest behind worth the cost. They move through the tunnels in silence. Marta leads, her memory of the Grau Canal system precise and unfaltering. Marek follows close behind, the leather satchel heavy against his ribs. Elke carries the canvas bag with the jars, 43 pieces of the dead, a weight she will not set down. The tunnel opens into an old pump house at the edge of the quarantine zone, the machinery rusted and silent. Marek finds a workbench, clears it of debris, and begins spreading the jars across its surface. He pulls out a small flame and works carefully, copying each label into his book, while Marta holds the lantern steady. Once the sun rises, Marek says, I can approach 3 newswriters who owe Tobias favors, 2 more who owe me. The evidence goes out through multiple channels simultaneously, so the court cannot suppress a single source. And when the stories break, the tribunal denies everything, claims the records are forgeries, that Elke never died, that the lake night was a ritual malfunction rather than a sanctioned event. It does not matter if their denial holds. What matters is the cracks appear, and once the first crack appears, the rest are faster to open. He writes another name, another date, another verdict that never was. They will try to bury it, Elke says. Let them. Paper burns slower than glass, and I have already made copies. Marek reaches into a satchel and pulls out a single folded sheet, yellowed at the edges, the handwriting on it cramped and dense. He sets it on the workbench between them. I found this tucked into one of the jars. Not Casper's hand, someone else's. Elke picks it up. The paper is thin, almost translucent, the ink faded to brown. It is a slip of something larger, torn from a ledger or a docket, and the words on it are not a name or a cause of death. They are a summons. Grey Country Hearing, Session 87. Defendant, Tobias Reinholt. Charge, harboring an illegal return. Status, absent. Property in dispute, Hardberg, Elke. Secondary return claim pending. The date on it is tomorrow. The seal beneath it is the circle split by a crack, the same mark that burned into the chapel door, the same mark that scarred Corval's foundation, the same mark that has followed her from the moment she spoke her name at Tobias's ball. She reads it again. Absent defendant, property in dispute. The court has already started the hearing. They are trying him without him, trying to claim her without her. And the evidence she just carried through a burning crematory is already too late to stop the first judgment from being written. Chapter 61. The pump house walls sweat condensation, the rusted machinery casting long shadows in the lantern light. Elke reads the summons again, the words burning into her retinas. Defendant absent, property in dispute. She folds the paper, tucks it into a sleeve. The motion is automatic, the same gesture she used at the ball to hide her knife. A different weapon now, but the same purpose. When was this filed? She asks. Merrick checks his book. The jar was sealed 3 days ago. The summons itself could have been written any time before that. 3 days, Marta repeats. Before the fire, before Caspar vanished, before Vale knew we had the archive. Elke looks at the canvas bag. 43 jars, 15 bloodlines, 42 years of court-sanctioned death, and still not enough to stop a trial that has already begun without them. We need to move faster, she says. The hearing is tomorrow. We need the news writers before sunrise, not at sunrise. Merrick hesitates. The windows are tighter. If one copy fails to reach its target, then we send more than one copy per target. Elke turns to the workbench, begins pulling jars from the bag. We split the evidence into 5 packets. Each packet contains the same core documents, the 3-wave death pattern, the Voss ledger entries, the contradicting official records for Marit Sorlin, Henrik Voss, and Lena Idevane. Make copies of everything, multiple copies, all we have time for. Merrick watches her for a beat, then nods. Divide and multiply. It buys us coverage but loses us death. The reporters will have fragments, not the full picture. Fragments are enough if they all point the same direction. Marta pulls the lantern closer and begins laying out paper. Merrick unpats his ink bottle and starts writing, his hand moving fast and precise. The scratching of the nib fills the pump house, a rhythm like counting. Elke works beside them, copying labels, sorting names, arranging the evidence into piles that will become weapons of a different kind. Her hands are steady. Her mind is not. Property in dispute. She thinks of Tobias somewhere in the tunnels, chasing a ghost who might already be dead. Thinks of Petra with a pending verdict filed in a jar. Thinks of 43 jars and a city that does not know it has been drowning for 40 years. Elke. She looks up. Merrick holds out a folded packet, sealed with a drop of candle wax. This one goes to the first writer. Juliana Berghoff, city desk at the Norskeld Courier. She owes me a debt from 15 years ago. Will she print it? She will print it, and then she will disappear. I have already arranged a safe house in the Eastern District. He holds her gaze. This is the moment of no return. Once these packets leave our hands, the court will know we have the evidence. They will move to contain it. They will move anyway. True. He sets the packet on the edge of the workbench. But after this, there is no pretending we are still operating in shadow. Elke looks at the 5 packets lined up on the bench. 5 copies of the truth, about to be released into a city that has been fed lies for 4 decades. Good, she says. Merrick leaves first, a single packet in his satchel, moving through the quarantine zone with the practiced silence of a man who has learned to survive in the spaces between powers. Marta follows 10 minutes later, a second packet wrapped in oilcloth against the cold. Elke waits. The pump house breathes around her, old water in old pipes, the groan of metal settling. She counts the seconds, the minutes, the spaces between breaths. At 40-minute mark she hears it. A church bell, somewhere in the Eastern District, then another, closer, then a third. The signal. The first packet has reached its target. She takes the remaining 3 packets, tucks them inside her coat, and steps into the pre-dawn cold. The city is waking to news it does not yet understand. Elke moves through streets that hum with a different frequency. Delivery carts stop mid-route, drivers gathered around newspaper boys who shout headlines in law-breaking voices. A woman in a market apron stands frozen, a sheet of newsprint trembling in her hand. A man at a corner cafe has spread a newspaper across his table and is reading aloud to a crowd of strangers. List of deaths, official causes contradicted by internal court records. 42 years of systematic erasure. Citizens of the Lake Desk designated as suitable for. He cannot finish the sentence. Elke keeps walking, She passes a second news writer's office, the windows dark, the door cracked open. A stack of fresh papers waits in a wire basket, still wet from the press. The headline reads, "The names they drowned again." Her own name is not there, not yet. But it will be, once the full packets are collated, once the reporters connect the dots between the death pattern and the returned soul walking through their streets. The third packet goes to a woman in a Cellar print shop, her hands stained with ink, her eyes sharp with purpose. The fourth goes to an archivist who has been waiting 40 years for permission to speak. The fifth goes to no one. Elke keeps it, folded inside her coat, pressed against the summons that calls Tobias a defendant and her a piece of property. The square at the heart of Norskjöld is already filling. Elke stands at the edge of the crowd, watching. They hold newspapers, printed sheets, handwritten copies passed hand to hand. The murmur is a sound she has never heard from mortals before. The sound of information becoming belief. A woman with a child on her hip reads her paper aloud. A fishmonger points to his stall, where he has taped a copy of the death list above the scales. A young man with ink-smeared fingers stands on the fountain's edge, reading the names of the drowned into the cold air. The crowd is not angry yet. They are stunned, processing, disbelieving and believing at once. Then the air changes. A low hum, like a wire pulled too tight. The sound comes from above, from the colonnade at the northern edge of the square, where the old tribunal building casts its shadow. A projection appears against the white marble. Elke's face. Her name beneath it, ARNBR. Elke, secondary return, status, operational. The crowd goes still. A voice speaks, not from the projection but through it. Severin Vale's voice, smooth and unhurried. Citizens of Norskjöld, you have been given documents this morning, documents that appear to tell a story of state violence and erasure. Pages of the death list flicker into view beside Elke's image. Names, dates, causes, the same evidence Merrick distributed. These records are genuine, Vale's voice continues. We do not deny them. The crowd shifts, confusion, suspicion, a ripple of uncertainty. What the documents do not tell you is who made them necessary. The projection changes. A new image forms, a ledger page dated 42 years ago showing a single entry. Return protocol initiated. Subject, Arnder, Elke. Method, intentional drowning. Purpose, breach creation. Authorized by, the name is redacted, but the implication is clear. The woman whose face you see, Vale says, is the cause of every death on that list. Her return was not an accident. It was designed to rupture the boundary between life and death. The cord has spent 42 years containing the damage she was created to cause. Elke feels the crowd's attention shift like a tide turning. She is the wound, Vale says, not the healer. And anyone who helps her is helping the wound grow. The projection dissolves. The square erupts. Elke backs away from the crowd, her hand pressed to the packet inside her coat, the summons burning against her ribs. The faces around her are no longer reading. They are searching. For her. Chapter 62. The crowd's attention is a tide, and Elke feels it turning against her. Faces scanning, hands tightening on newspapers. A man near the fountain points, not at her, but in her direction, his arm marsing like a question mark. She is already backing away, one hand pressed to the packet inside her coat, the other empty at her side. Then Marta steps past her. Marta Evevane, iron-gray hair catching the winter light, broad shoulders squaring as she plants herself between Elke and the searching crowd. She does not raise her voice. She does not need to. The name on those pages is Evevane. The words cut through the murmur. Faces turn toward Marta instead. Lena Evevane, my grandmother's sister. The court told us she died of fever. The court told us to be grateful she died at home, in her own bed, with family around her. Marta's voice is raw, work-chapped hands gripping a newspaper sheet she has pulled from somewhere. She was drained by the court's confessors, and her blood was logged in a ledger that was kept in a judge's cellar for 42 years. The crowd shifts. The man who pointed at Elke lowers his arm. Marta looks at Elke, and something passes between them. Not forgiveness, not trust fully restored, but acknowledgement that the evidence Elke dragged out of burning tunnels is real, and that Marta knows it because she lived the lie. 42 years, Marta repeats. That is how long they made us carry their silence. The square is listening now, not believing, not yet, but listening. Elke steps forward, not away from the crowd but into it. She lets her hands fall to her sides, lets her face be seen in the gray winter light. The heterochromia is visible now, gray and amber, the mark of a returned soul. Vale's projection named her as the wound, as the rupture, as the cause of every death on that list. She opens her mouth to speak. The air changes, a sound like a wire pulled too tight. Not from above this time, not from the tribunal building, from below, from the stones beneath her feet. The crowd feels it too. A woman near the fountain gasps, her hand flying to her chest. A child starts crying, not from fear but from something older, a recognition that has no name. Elke knows this sound. She heard it once before, 40 years ago, when the ice beneath her bota cracked and the black water rose to meet her. The lake remembers, she says. Her voice carries. She does not shout, but the square goes still enough that every word lands. I am Elke Ernberg. I drowned in Lake Icecar 40 years ago, and the hollow court made my death look like an accident. They have been making deaths look like accidents for 42 years. The names on that list, she gestures to the newspapers, the printed sheets, the pages passed hand to hand, are the people they decided did not deserve to be mourned. The people they erased so thoroughly that their own families forgot why the lake made them afraid. A man near the front of the crowd speaks. His voice is rough, accented with the Lake District's flattened vowels. My sister drowned in Icecar 20 years ago. They said she wandered onto thin ice. Elke meets his eyes. Did she? The man does not answer. He does not need to. The question hangs in the air, and the crowd feels its weight. Then the first body falls. A woman in a gray coat, mid-30s, standing at the edge of the fountain. She collapses without sound, her eyes rolling back, her limbs going rigid. The people around her step back, hands raised, uncertain. Another falls. A man near the colonnade. Then a third, a young woman clutching a newspaper. Then a fourth, fifth, sixth, bodies dropping across the square like stones thrown into still water. Elke moves before she thinks. She reaches the first woman in strides, dropping to her knees on the cold stones. The woman's body is convulsing, her mouth open, her eyes showing white. Then the woman speaks. The voice is not her own. It is older, heavier, carrying a weight that makes the air around Elke feel thin. The wound does not choose whom it remembers. Elke's blood goes cold. She knows that voice. She has heard it in a burning crematory, in a message left on a gramophone, in the spaces between her own memories. Gwendoline. The woman convulses again, and the voice continues, speaking through a throat that does not belong to it. Elke Ernberg, you are standing on the threshold of the tribunal's first true trial. They have been preparing for this moment since before you were born, since before the lake froze over the first time. Elke's hands hover over the woman's shoulders, uncertain whether to hold her down or let her shake. Where are you? She demands. Where I have always been, the voice answers, waiting for you to ask the right question. Another body falls, then another. The square is filling with convulsing strangers, each one speaking in a voice that is not their own, each one carrying a fragment of the lake's memory. Among them, a child. A girl of perhaps 8, with braided hair and a torn coat, lying crumpled on the stones. Her body is still. Her eyes are closed. Petra reaches her first. Petra Domick, paramedic, her hands steady as she checks the girl's pulse. She rolls the child onto her side, clearing her airway, and the girl's eyes snap open. The girl's mouth moves, and Gwendoline's voice emerges. The child will not remember this. None of them will. The lake borrows their bodies because they are the only vessels still pure enough to carry the weight of what the court tried to drown. Petra's face is pale, but her hands do not shake. Get her out of this, she says, not to Gwendoline, not to the child, to Elke. Get all of them out. The square is chaos now. People running, people falling, people frozen in place with their hands over their ears. The convulsing bodies lie at a pattern Elke does not recognize until she stands and looks down from the fountain's edge. A circle. They have fallen in a circle. And at the center of that circle, untouched, unharmed, and stands the child. The girl with braided hair. Her eyes are open now. Her gaze finds Elke across the crowd, and she smiles. It is not a child's smile. 7 days, Gwendoline's voice says, through the girl's lips. That is how long you have before the tribunal convenes in the Grey Country and closes the door forever. 7 days to find the witness list. 7 days to prove to court washed the lake's memory. The girl's smile widens. Tick. Then her eyes close, and her body goes limp in Petra's arms. The square falls silent. The convulsing bodies still. The crowd stares. The winter light grows thin and pale, as if the sky itself is holding its breath. Elke stands at the center of the circle, the winter light catching her mismatched eyes, and she knows, with a certainty that has nothing to do with revenge and everything to do with truth, that this is the moment when the court's silence finally breaks. 7 days. She looks at the child in Petra's arms, at the woman who heard the names, at the crowd that is no longer searching for a target, but listening for a reckoning. And she begins. Chapter 63. The child is still in Petra's arms when the first seizure passes. The girl's braids have come loose, dark hair plastered to her temples with sweat that should not be there in this cold. Petra works without looking up, her paramedic training cutting through whatever fear sits in her spine. She's stabilizing. Petra's voice is clipped. Pulse is thready but present, pupils reactive. Elke kneels beside them. The crowd has not moved. They're watching, frozen in the same breathless suspension that gripped the square during Gwendoline's possession. The names Elke spoke still hang in the air like frost. Marit Sorlin, Henrik Voss, Lena Idevane. The child's eyes open. Not the child's eyes. The same flat recognition that filled the woman near the fountain. The same calm that does not belong in a body of 8 years. Elke, Gwendoline's voice, dry and precise, coming from a girl who should be learning multiplication tables. You have less time than I told them. Petra's hands remain on the child's pulse, but her jaw tightens. She's a child. You are using a child as a vessel. The lake does not check ages before it borrows. Gwendoline's voice is not apologetic, and Vale does not check verdicts before he feeds them into the breach. Elke feels the words land in her chest like stones. What breach? The one you made when you severed the anchor. Gwendoline's gaze, through the child's eyes, is steady. The wound between worlds does not close because you walked away from it. It widens, and Vale has been feeding districts into it one legal verdict at a time since moonrise. The child's hand lifts. The gesture is slow, deliberate, as if Gwendoline is learning the body's mechanics as she speaks. She points east, toward the gray Quay, toward the harbor districts that were already hemorrhaging memory and breath. First district, Salt Lane, 17 verdicts, all legal, all filed before you ever returned. Gwendoline's voice drops. Second district, Harbor Glass, 23. He has been planning this for 40 years, Elke. The moment you severed the anchor, you gave him jurisdiction. The breach is now a legal beachhead. Every death he files through it is lawful. Petra's face is pale. How many districts does he have prepared? All of them. Gwendoline's smile on the girl's face is terrible. The court does not leave contingency to chance. Elke forces herself to breathe. 7 days, Gwendoline said through the first vessel. But Vale is already moving, using the breach she created to drain Norskeld one verdict at a time. The 7 days are not a countdown to the tribunal. The countdown started the moment she stepped out of the lake. Where is the witness list? Elke demands. You said 7 days to find it. The child's hand drops. Her eyes unfocus for a moment, and Petra checks her pulse again, her fingers pressing into the thin wrist. Still here, Petra confirms. Still her. Gwendoline returns. The child's gaze sharpens. The witness list is not a document you can hold. Gwendoline's voice is quieter now, as if the possession is taking more effort. It is a ledger, a private accounting of payments made to tribunal members from the settlements extracted after massacre prevention pacts. 42 years of bribes. 42 years of the court profiting from the very deaths they were supposed to prevent. Where? The child's mouth opens and an address falls out, spoken in a single breath like she is reciting something she has always known. 12 Bale Street, beneath the counting house. A false floor under the 5th stair. The ledger is bound in gray leather. It will burn if the wrong hands open it. Elke memorizes the address before the words finish leaving the child's lips. 12 Bale Street, counting house, 5th stair, gray leather. How do I? The ledger is sealed with a self-destroying oath. Gwendolyn's voice is fading now, the possession thinning. It requires a bonded pair to open it together. The bond does not have to be alive. It only has to have existed. The residual vow will answer if you press both hands to the cover. Elke's chest tightens. The bond is gone. She severed it under the ice. But Gwendolyn is saying the residual trace, the memory of what the bond was, may be enough. The lake remembers what the bond carried, Gwendolyn says, as if reading the question in Elke's silence. Even after severance, even after death, the question is whether you and Tobias still carry enough of each other to wake it. The child's eyes roll back. Petra catches her before she falls, easing the girl onto the stones. The child's lips move, forming words that are not Gwendolyn's. A whisper, a single phrase, repeated 3 times before her voice gives out. Tick, tick, tick. Then nothing. Petra checks for breath, finds none. Elke. Petra's voice cracks. She's not breathing. The crowd watches as Petra works, chest compressions on a body that cannot weigh more than 60 pounds. Rescue breaths into lungs that are not responding. The child's face is slack, peaceful, as if she has simply decided to stop. Count to 30. 2 breaths. Count again. Elke stands frozen, the address burning in her memory, the child's stillness pressing against her ribs like a second wound. Come on, Petra whispers. Come on. The girl's chest rises, falls, rises again. Petra exhales, her hands shaking as she feels for the pulse. She's back. She's back. The child's eyes open. They are confused, scared, a child's eyes blinking up at Petra, at the crowd, at the winter sky that does not explain why she is lying on cold stones with a stranger's hands on her chest. Where? The girl whispers. Where is my mother? She does not remember. She does not remember the names. She does not remember Gwendolyn's voice. She does not remember the address she spoke. But Elke remembers. Elke stands, her legs unsteady, the address etched into her mind like a scar. 12 Bale Street, counting house, 5th stair, gray leather. She looks at the child, who is crying now, who is being held by a woman from the crowd who claims to be her aunt. Then she looks at Petra. 12 Bale Street, Elke says. I need to get there before Vale finds out I know. Petra's eyes meet hers. You need Tobias. The ledger requires both of you. Elke's hand moves to her ribs, where the summons still presses against her skin. Tobias is somewhere in the tunnels. Tobias is being tried in absentia. Tobias is the other half of a bond that no longer exists. But the ledger does not need the bond to be alive. It only needs the residual vow. And somewhere beneath Grau, beneath the ash and the tunnels and the lies that built both their lives, Tobias is still carrying the echo of what they were. The question is whether he will reach her before Vale reaches the ledger. The child sobs. The crowd begins to disperse, the spell broken by the sight of a frightened girl in her aunt's arms. But one woman remains, a weaver's apprentice who is holding a newspaper folded to the death list. She walks to Elke, her face unreadable. You said the names, she says. I heard them. She presses a slip of paper into Elke's hand. I have been keeping a list of my own. Since they took my brother in the 3rd wave, I thought I was the only one who remembered. She walks away before Elke can answer. Elke opens the paper. A single name, written in careful block letters. Soren. One name, one bloodline, one more thread in a tapestry of loss that spans 42 years and 14 districts, and an unknown number of unbodied dead. Elke folds the paper into her sleeve where the summons already waits, and feels the weight of every unanswered verdict pressing against her bones. Vale is feeding districts into the breach. The ledger waits at 12 Bale Street, and the child who carried Gwendolyn's voice is already forgetting that she spoke. Elke turns toward the quarantine line, where a woman's voice on the square's edge whispers the names she has not yet spoken, where the word passes like a thread she is still pulling. 12 Bale Street. Tick, tick, tick. tick. Chapter 64. The address burns through Elke's mind as she moves through the quarantine line, past the posted sentries who glance through her like smoke. 12 Bale Street, counting house, 5th stair, gray leather. The streets narrow as she pushes deeper into the wool district, where the buildings lean toward each other like conspirators. Snow has begun falling again, fine and dry, the kind that does not melt on contact but skids across stone as if the ground refuses to accept it. She reaches the counting house at dusk. It stands 4 stories tall, gray stone with iron shutters bolted closed on every window. A brass plaque beside the door reads, Balfour and Soren, ES 30,782. The name catches her breath. Soren, the same name the weaver's apprentice pressed into her palm. Not a bloodline, not a location. A firm, a counting house that has been here for 2 centuries, watching Norskell's money change hands while the Hollow Court changed verdicts. The door is unlocked. Elke steps inside. The foyer smells of old paper, coal dust, and something else, something metallic that she recognizes from the crematory. Iron filings ground into the floorboards. Wendeline's signature, or someone else's. A figure moves in the dark at the top of the stairs. Ilon. He looks down at her, his face half lit by the gray light filtering through the shutters. His hands are covered in dust, the sleeves of his coat rolled to the elbow. You felt it too, he says, not a question. Felt what? The pull. He descends the stairs, his boots making no sound on the old wood. The ledger does not want to be found quietly. It has been humming beneath this building since I crossed the threshold, like a second heartbeat. Elke steps past him, climbing toward the 5th stair. She finds it by counting, her palm pressed flat against the wall, her fingers trailing over horsehair plaster and old paint. The 5th stair creaks under her weight. She kneels, runs her hand along the seam where the stair meets the riser. Finds nothing. Presses harder. The wood gives slightly at the back edge, a hairline gap her nails catch. Help me. Elon drops beside her. Together they work their fingers into the gap and lift. The stair tread comes free, a false panel fitted so perfectly that only touch could find it. Beneath it, a leather binding the color of a winter sky. Gray leather, dark with age, stamped with no title, no seal. Nothing but the texture of old hide worn smooth by hands that have touched it many times. Elke reaches for it. Ilon catches her wrist. The oath, he says. Wendelin said it destroys itself if wrong hands open it. What makes your hands the right ones? Elke looks at the ledger. At her own hands, scarred from the archivist's fire, still carrying the memory of the bond she severed under the ice. I do not know, she admits, but I am the one she sent here. She lifts the ledger from its hiding place. The moment her fingers touch the leather, the binding shudders. A low vibration travels up her arms, through her chest, settling in the hollow place where the bond used to live. The ledger remembers something. It recognizes her, or recognizes what she once carried, but it does not open. Elon watches. It needs both of you. Tobias is in the tunnels. I do not know if he is alive. I do not know if he is coming. I do not know if Vale has already taken him. Then call him. Elke stares at the ledger. The leather is warm now, as if it has a pulse of its own. She presses her paw flat against the cover. Nothing. She presses harder, willing the bond that no longer exists to answer, willing the thread that was severed to reach across whatever distance separates her from Tobias. The ledger shudders again, and a crack appears along the spine. Not a break, a seam. A door that is not quite opening. Elon exhales. It is working. Whatever you are doing, it is working. But the crack does not widen. The ledger resists, holding itself closed against an incomplete key. Tobias, Elke whispers, her throat tight. I need you here. The counting house groans around them. Dust falls from the ceiling. The iron shutters rattle in their frames as if something outside has heard her speak his name and is answering. Footsteps on the street below. Not one set, many. Moving in unison, the rhythm of trained feet, of bailiffs who do not tire. Elon moves to the window, peers through a gap in the shutters. Vale's people, who says. They are surrounding the building. They know we are here. Elke looks at the ledger. At the crack that will not widen. at the bond that will not answer because she destroyed it to save him. The footsteps stop outside the counting house door. A knock. 3 beats. Deliberate. Ceremonial. Elke does not answer. The door begins to splinter. Chapter 65. The door splinters again. Wood cracks along the grain, and the iron hinges groan against the third strike. Elke does not move. The ledger is warm in her hands, the crack along its spine a seam that will not widen without what it needs. She presses her palm flat against the leather and feels the severed bond's memory pulse beneath her skin, a ghost of connection that recognizes her but cannot answer. Elon is at the window, his back to her, his breathing measured. How many? 12, maybe more coming from the North Street. The 4th strike hits the door. A panel splits inward, and Elke sees pale fingers curl through the gap, reaching for the latch. She looks at the ledger, looks at her hands. The bond is gone. She cut it herself, chose to sever the thread rather than let the court use Tobias as its lock. That choice was hers, freely made, and she does not regret it. But standing here, with the bailiffs breaking through and the ledger refusing to open, regret does not matter. Only the next breath, only the next move. She presses her forehead to the leather binding. "I am sorry," she whispers. "I am sorry I could not keep it whole." The ledger shudders, not in response to her, something else. The iron shutters rattle in their frames. The floorboards beneath her knees hum with a vibration that travels up through the counting house foundation, through the stone and timber, through the ash and iron filings ground into the wood. A voice from the street. "Hold." One word. Low. Familiar. The splintering stops. Elon turns from the window, his face caught between recognition and disbelief. That is not a bailiff. Elke knows that voice. Knows it the way she knows the cold of Lake Icecar, the way she knows the shape of grief carved into a man's gulgi over 40 years. She has felt that voice through a bond that no longer exists, heard it in visions, in memory, in the space between drowning and waking. Tobias. He steps through the broken door past the bailiffs, who have frozen at his arrival. Not because he commands them, but because something in the air shifts when he enters. The counting house groans again, and Elke feels the ledger pulse under her hands. Tobias's eyes find hers across the foyer. He looks like he has walked through fire. His coat is torn at the shoulder, his jaw darkened with ash, his hands raw and bloodied from climbing through canal tunnels that should have collapsed. But he is alive. He is here. He crosses the floor without speaking, climbing the stairs to where she kneels. He drops beside her, his breath ragged, his gaze falling to the gray ledger in her hands. "The bond is gone," he says. Not an accusation, a statement. "I know. Wendelin said it would not open without both of us." She was right. Tobias looks at the seam along the ledger's spine, the crack that will not widen. He does not touch it. He looks at Elke instead. "What do you need?" She does not know how to answer. The bond was the key. The bond was what made them a pair in the court's eyes, what made their connection legible to the ancient oath binding in the ledger's fibers. Without it, they are just 2 people who used to be something, 2 people who chose to lose that thing. But the ledger recognized her. It remembered. Elke reaches out and takes Tobias's hand. His fingers are cold, scraped raw, and they tremble when she wraps her own around them. She presses his palm against the leather beside hers. "Together," she says. "Even if it does not work, even if nothing answers, together." Tobias does not argue. He presses his hand flat against the ledger. The leather warms under both their palms. The crack along the spine widens by a hair, then stops. The binding holds, resisting, demanding more than presence, demanding the thread that no longer exists. Elke closes her eyes. She does not try to summon the bond. She does not reach for the hollow place where it used to live. Instead, she remembers. She remembers the first time she felt Tobias through the bond, the shock of recognition in the ballroom, the way his grief had poured into her chest before she could armor against it. She remembers the lake vision, the memory shard, the truth she had spent 40 years refusing to see. She remembers cutting the anchor, the cold that had hollowed her out, the silence where his heartbeat used to be. She remembers choosing him. Not because the bond demanded it, because she wanted to. The ledger shudders. Beneath her palm, the leather splits cleanly down the spine, the seal breaking open like ice giving way. The pages inside are not paper, they are thin sheets of something older, something that catches the gray light and reflects it back in threads of pale silver. Writing covers every sheet, dense and precise, the scent of a scribe who has been recording for decades. The bond does not return, but the ledger opens. Tobias exhales, a sound, wordless. The bailiffs outside resume moving. Elke hears them, the scrape of pale feet on stone, the rustle of tribunal coats, the measured advance of 12 bodies converging on the counting-house door. She does not have much time. She flips through the ledger, scanning pages that blur past her fingers. Payment trails, names she recognizes from the archive jars, families whose deaths were recorded as accidents, heart failures, fevers. Each entry lists a sum paid to a tribunal member, a date, a seal, massacre authorizations, lists of settlements marked for erasure, with checkboxes next to each name. Lake District villages, bloodlines, witness lines. Yvain appears with a single mark, the only one left blank. Correspondence, Vale's handwriting, formal and precise. A petition addressed to the Hollow Court's presiding council, requesting authorization to drain Norskeld into the wound as exemplary punishment for harboring an illegal return. Elke's stomach turns. She keeps reading. The petition is dated 3 days ago. And at the bottom, a final notation in a different hand. Hearing venue confirmed. Grey Country, Hall of Revised Lives. Door opens at moonrise. Tobias reads over her shoulder, his breath warm against her neck. He is moving the trial into the Grey Country. Not moving it. Elke's voice is flat. He has always intended this. The hearing tomorrow, the 7-day countdown, the districts he has already consumed. Everything has been pointing toward the same place. The Hall of Revised Lives. Elon speaks from the window, his voice tight. I have heard that name. It is where the court keeps the records they have altered, where they store the versions of history they have rewritten. Elke looks at the ledger. At the payment trails, the authorizations, the names of the dead. At Vale's petition, signed and sealed. And at the notation of the hearing venue, written in ink that is still wet. Chapter 66. Ysil spreads the map across the counting-house floor where the ledger still lies open, its pages catching the gray light through the broken shutters. The bailiffs have withdrawn to a perimeter, waiting for something, probably reinforcements, probably Vale's arrival. We cannot use the front door of the Grey Country. Ysil traces a line from Norskeld's harbor to the lake wound. The court owns that threshold. They will strip us of testimony before we speak the first word. Tobias kneels beside her, jaw still dark with ash. Then we go through the wound itself, the opening Elke made when she severed the anchor. That is not a door. Ysil's voice is flat. That is a tear, unstable. The lake remembers every passage and demands a price for each crossing. The ferryman takes a memory, Elon says from the window, but the wound itself takes something else. Orientation. Time. You may emerge in the Grey Country 3 hours before you entered, or 3 years after. Petra steps into the circle. Her paramedic coat is still streaked with blood from the square, the child's blood. Then we go together, and we carry the names. Everyone looks at her. She meets their stares. You have 43 jars of death records. You have a ledger of bribe payments and massacre authorizations. You have testimony from survivors who have been waiting 40 years to speak. That is not just evidence. That is passage law. Yisil's eyes narrow. Where did you learn that term? From Merrick. Petra pulls a folded sheet from her coat. He gave it to me before he left for the courier. He said if we enter the Grey Country, we need to carry the dead with us. Not as grief, as legal shelter. The court cannot deny entry to witnesses bearing original records. Tobias studies her. Merrick told you this before he distributed the evidence packets. He told me because he knows I am going. Petra's voice does not waver. I know what I am offering. Elke crosses the floor and takes Petra's hands. They are cold and trembling. I did not bring you into this to die. You did not bring me at all. Petra's eyes are wet, but her jaw is set. I found you in an alley with frost in your hair, and I chose to stay. I am still choosing. The building groans around them, a deep shudder that travels through the floorboards. The ledger on the floor begins to hum, its silver pages catching a light no one has lit. Ysil moves to it. She touches the open page where Vale's petition is written. The ink is not dried. It smears under her finger, then reforms into different words. What is it doing? Elke steps closer. Ysil does not answer. Her lips move silently. Then she looks up. The Hall of Revised Lives is responding. It knows someone has read the original record. It is calling the witness forward. The hearing here at moonrise, Tobias says. That is 4 hours. Then we have 4 hours to assemble the living dead. Ysil folds the map. Marta, Liesel, the weaver's apprentice, anyone who remembers the lake night and has not been silenced. We need them at the wound shore before the light goes. Petra reaches for her coat. I will find them. I know where they live. The building groans again, sharper this time. A crack runs up the wall from the foundation, hairline and trembling. The ledger wants to move. Elon's voice is tight. It has been still for 40 years. Now it is waking. Elke looks at the gray leather, at the pages that hold the court's unwashed truth, at Vale's petition still wet at the bottom, as if someone inside the court is writing in real time. She lifts the ledger. It is heavier than it should be, warm against her chest, pulsing with a rhythm that matches the lake wound's breathing. Then we take it where it belongs. Tobias stands beside her. Through the wound. Elke nods. Petra is already at the door. She turns back, face lit by the street lamp, and for a moment, she looks like something older than her 29 years. I will bring them. But Elke, say it. The gray country does not forget what it claims. Petra's voice drops. And you have already been claimed once. The words settle like frost in the room. Elke does not answer. She can still feel the cold of that foos drowning, the pressure of water in her lungs, the moment the bond tore her back to the surface. She does not know if the gray country will let her renewal the second time, but she knows she has to go. She tightens her grip on the ledger and turns to the door. The street outside is empty, the bailiffs are gone, withdrawn like fog before dawn. The only sound is the distant crack of ice shifting on the lake and the whisper of something breathing beneath the city's skin. The wound is waiting. Moonrise is 4 hours away. Petra disappears into the dark, and from the silence of the counting house, a voice Elke almost does not recognize says, "We should also bring the child." She turns. Elon is standing by the cracked wall, his hand pressed to the hairline fracture as if listening. The one Winden line used in the square. The girl who said, "Tick." The child is 8 years old, Tobias says. She is also a bloodline vessel. Elon's eyes are distant. I have seen this before. The court uses children from families with active Lex signatures as living anchors. If she stays in Norskeld, Vale will take her before moonrise. If she comes with us, she is a witness no one can deny. Ysil looks at Elke. He is right. Elke closes her eyes. The ledger pulses against her ribs. She thinks of the child's face, smiling with Wendenline's expression, saying, "Tick," while the world convulsed around her. She thinks of the gray country, the Hall of Revised Lives, the hearing that has already begun without her. And she thinks of what Petra said. The living must be present. The living girl who was touched by the lake. I will find her, Elke says, before moonrise. Tobias does not argue. He takes her hand, the same hand that pressed against the ledger with hers, and for a moment the cold between them is not absence, but space, a room waiting to be filled. Together, he says. The word is not a promise, it is a door. And the wound is breathing. Chapter 67. The lake shore is dark when they arrive, the ice a black mirror under the cloud-thinned sky. Moonrise is 3 hours away, but the wound is already breathing, a slow rhythm that pushes mist across the frozen surface in pulses. Marta stands at the water's edge with a lantern in her raw, work-chapped hands, Behind her, the survivors gather in a loose arc, Liesel leaning on her cane, the weaver's apprentice with her brother's name still folded in her pocket. A fishmonger's widow, a carpenter whose father vanished in the second wave, a brickmaker's daughter, a carpenter whose father vanished in the second wave, a brickmaker's daughter, a ferryman's son speaks his brother's name. Each one blooms in frost, filling the circle spreading outward through the black surface like a bruise rising to skin. The widow does not flinch. She has been waiting 42 years to say that name aloud. Henrik Voss. The carpenter steps forward. Heart failure, they said. He was drained. Frost spreads, another name joining the first. Lena Idevane, Kjell Ernberg, Thomas Sorlin, Sigrid Markese. The names fall like stones into still water, and the ice takes each one, writing them in a circle that grows wider with every syllable. The survivors speak in order of loss, oldest first, working forward through the decades until the names become recent, until they reach the ones who fell in the third wave, the ones whose bodies are still warm in the ground. Elke feels the ledger pulse against her chest. The gray leather is growing warm. Marta Idevane. Marta speaks her own name, not the dead. I was spared. The court left Idevane standing while it browned every other settlement. I have carried that exemption for 42 years like a brand. She looks at the ice. I should have spoken sooner. Liesel steps forward next, using her cane to steady herself on the frozen shore. Her voice is thin but clear. Idris Keller. The frost stops spreading. Elke feels it first, a change in pressure, as if the air itself is listening. The name hangs over the ice like smoke, visible in the breath of everyone who hears it. He carved the seal, Liesel says. He walked into the wound. The court says he vanished, but I have been tasting his name every morning for 42 years, and it has never faded. The ice beneath her begins to crack. Not the surface, something deeper. A sound like a door opening underwater. Stop, Elon says, his voice tight. Do not call him here. Not yet. Liesel nods. She steps back. The names resume. The carpenter speaks his father's name. The brickmaker's daughter speaks her uncle's name. The ferryman's son speaks his brother's name. Each one blooms in frost, filling the circle, spreading outward until the ice is a grain of white letters, all the erased dead finally written. Elke steps forward. She does not know what to say. She has spoken her own name in the square, stood in the center of Wendelin's circle, felt the weight of every death the court has laid at her feet. But this is different. Here, on the shore where her first life ended, surrounded by the living voices of the dead she never met, she is no longer the returned soul. She is only another name waiting to be spoken. Anberg Elke, she says. Drowned in Lake Iskar. The court judged me before I was born. The frost beneath her feet takes the name. For a moment, the letters glow with the same pale silver as the ledger's pages. Then they settle, joining the rest. Now you. She turns. Tobias is still standing where she left him, motionless, his face unreadable. But his hands are open at his sides, palms forward, as if offering something. I have no names to speak, he says. Everyone I could have named is already dead because of me. That is not true. Elon's voice is quiet. There is one name you have never spoken, the one the court used to make you choose. The ice goes still. Elke sees Tobias's jaw tighten, the muscle beneath his skin working against something he has held for 40 years. I do not know her name, he says. You do not speak it, Elon corrects. That is not the same. The survivors are watching now, candles guttering in the wind, frost names glowing beneath them. The wound breathes, slow and patient. Tobias closes his eyes. Meriden, he says. The ice cracks. A single sound, sharp as a gunshot, running from the center of the frost circle to the shore where he stands. A name appears in the crack, written in water, not frost, rising from the wound depth. The true name of Tobias's mother. Elke has never heard it. She does not need to. The way the ice writes it, the way the lantern flame bends toward the letters as if bowing, tells her everything. The court took her, Tobias says, his voice hollow. When I was 7, they told me she had died of fever, I found the record years later. She was drained because she refused to give them my bloodline's lake signature. The frost names around him begin to flicker, as if the ice is trying to remember something it was forced to forget. They used her death to make me believe the bloodline was already corrupted, he continues. They told me if I did not cooperate, the same would happen to every living descendant. That is how they made me choose. Not with a massacre, with a mother I was never allowed to mourn. The water in the crack begins to rise, black and slow, sealing the letters of her name until they pulse like a heartbeat. Elke moves before she thinks. She steps onto the ice, crossing the frost names, her boots leaving prints that the cold does not seal. She stops in front of Tobias, close enough to see the frost forming in his hair, the grief he has never been allowed to speak. Say her name again, she says. He looks at her. Presiding Reinholt. The ice beneath them shudders. The name glows brighter, and for a moment Elke sees something beneath the surface, a shape moving in the black water, rising toward the light. Then the frost names begin to fade, not erasing, folding, as if the ice is storing them somewhere deeper, where no court can wash them away. Marta lifts her lantern. We have 1 hour until moonrise. The survivors begin to gather their candles, their photographs, their scraps of paper. But something has changed. They stand straighter. They look at the ice with recognition, not fear. The names are written, and for the first time in 42 years, the lake remembers them all. Elke turns to the wound. It is breathing faster now, the pulse quickening, the black water at its edges beginning to glow with the same pale silver as the ledger. The crossing is almost ready. She looks at Tobias. He is still staring at the ice, at the fading letters of his mother's name, at the crack that holds her voice. Can you do this? Elke asks. He does not answer immediately. Then he lifts his head, and his eyes are not the color of winter storms anymore. They are darker, closer to the lake water, closer to something that has been waiting 40 years to surface. I have been crossing into that wound my entire life, he says. I just did not know it until now. He takes her hand. The ice beneath them cracks again, not with violence but with recognition, as if the lake is parting to let them through. Moonrise is 1 hour away. Chapter 68. The ice groans as moonrise bleeds across the wound. Pale silver light spills through the crack, not from the sky, but from beneath, as if the lake is birthing its own moon. The water in the wound begins to rise, black and slow, filling the frost-carved names until they pulse like a second heartbeat beneath Elke's feet. Ezel steps onto the ice, her gray cloak folded back, a braid of iron filings and dried saint's rue wrapped around her left wrist. She carries no candle, no lantern. The wound itself lights her. The crossing requires 3 things from each of you, she says. A name that belongs to the dead, a truth the court has tried to bury, and a choice you made freely in this life, not the last one. She looks at Elke. You have all 3. The question is whether you can carry them through the water without drowning in what they mean. Elke presses the gray ledger against her ribs. It is warm, pulsing, responding to the wound like a second heartbeat learning to match the first. I know what I carry, she says. Marta steps forward, her lantern raised, amber eyes catching the silver light. She has wrapped her great-aunt Lena's name in oilcloth, folded it against her chest where the court's exemption used to sit like a stone. I carry the names of every settlement that burned while Evemain stood, she says. I have carried them 42 years. I will carry them through whatever comes. Liesel follows, her cane tapping a rhythm against the ice. Her jaw is set, her gray braid tight against her skull. She holds a strip of torn paper with Idris Keller's old script name written in her own hand. I carry the name I was never supposed to read, she says, and I will speak it again if the water demands. The weaver's apprentice steps forward, her hands empty, her face pale. She does not carry paper. She carries her brother's name in her throat, where she has kept it since the 3rd wave took him. The ferryman's son steps forward, carrying nothing but a rusted hook and the memory of a father who crossed into the gray country and never returned. Elon is last. He stands at the edge of the wound, his revenant hunger visible in the set of his shoulders, the way his hands stay open at his sides, as if he is afraid to close them. "I carry what I helped the court wash," he says. "Every verdict I wrote, every memory I stripped. I will carry them into the hall and lay them on the floor." Giselle nods. She kneels at the wound's edge, her iron-braided wrist extended over the black water. She begins to speak, not in the lake tongue, not in the court's dead script, but in the language of the first bonded dead, the one carved into the chapel door beneath St. Veyda. The wound answers. The water stills. The silver light deepens, shifting from reflection to something internal, as if the wound is opening its eye. Giselle gestures. Now, Elke steps first. The black water takes her ankles, her knees, her hips. It is cold, but not the cold of the lake. This cold has weight. It presses against her skin, tasting her, recognizing the 40 years she spent in the gray country, the anchor she severed, the bond she sacrificed. The ledge drops. She is falling. Not through water, through something thicker, something that breathes against her ribs, that wraps around her like a memory she has not finished living. The ledger pulses against her chest, and she feels Tobias's hand find Hall's in the dark, his fingers lacing through hers. Then her feet find stone. She is standing in a corridor of black water, walls of frozen lake rising on either side, the floor a slab of ancient rock veined with the same silver light as the wound above. The corridor stretches ahead, curving into shadow. Tobias is beside her, Marta behind him. Liesel, the apprentice, the ferryman's son, Elon. Giselle steps through last, and the wound above her closes. The corridor settles. "Keep walking," Giselle says. "The hall will meet us where we arrive, not where we entered." They move. The corridor narrows, the walls pressing closer, the black water in the floor beginning to swirl with currents that have no direction. Elke feels the gray country recognizing her, testing her, trying to find the seam where she was torn. She holds the ledger tighter. They pass alcoves filled with frozen shapes that might be bodies, might be statues, might be the court's discarded records given form. Voices begin to surface from the walls, calling names Elke does not recognize, names that sound like questions. Merit Sorlin. Where was she buried? Hendrik Voss. Who signed his death? Lena Edavane. Who drank her blood? Elke keeps walking. The calling voices grow louder, pressing against the corridor like water against a failing dam. Ernberg. Who spoke your name when you drowned? Elke stops. The voice comes from everywhere, from the walls, from the floor, from the silver light pulsing beneath her feet. Ernberg. Who spoke your name when you drowned? She knows the answer. She has always known it, buried beneath the memory of ice and Tobias's hand and the breaking surface she never reached. "I spoke it myself," she says. "My own name, because no one else was there to say it." The corridor goes silent. Then the walls begin to crack. Black water seeps through the fissures, not slow but fast, flooding the corridor in pulses that match the breathing of the wound above. The floor shifts, tilting, splitting into channels that lead nowhere. Giselle's voice cuts through the chaos. "They are invoking her severed anchor. Vale's agents are inside the crossing." The corridor fractures. Elke sees them then, shapes moving through the black water, pale and silent, wearing tribunal coats that do not get wet. They move through the flooding like it is air, their hands reaching for the survivors, their mouths open to speak the words that will unmake the crossing. The apprentice screams. The ferryman's son is pulled under. Marta catches Liesel as the floor crumbles beneath them, the old woman's cane clattering into a channel of black water that swallows it without sound. Elon turns, his revenant hunger flaring, his hands finding the throat of the nearest agent. But there are too many. The corridor is collapsing, and from the black water, from every channel and chack and fissure, the calling dead begin to rise. Chapter 69. The corridor is not collapsing, it is being rewritten. The black water surges past Elke's knees, not flooding, but reshaping, the walls shifting from frozen lake to marble veined with silver thread, the floor rising beneath her feet until she stands on polished stone that hums with the same cold as the wound. The calling dead are gone, the agents are gone, the ferryman's son is gone. But around her, shelves rise from nothing, row after row of bound records stretching into a ceiling that reflects no light. The hall of revised lives opens like a throat that has been swallowing truth for centuries. Marble columns support galleries lined with winter-glass witness boxes, each one frosted from within, each one containing a shape that might be a person waiting to testify or a record given form. The air smells of ink, old paper, and something metallic, like blood that has been dried and catalogued. "Stay together," Yesel breathes. The group presses close, survivors soaked and shivering, the gray ledger warm against Elke's chest like a second heartbeat. Tobias's hand finds hers, and she lets him hold it, because the cold here is not temperature, it is absence, the space where erased memories used to live. A figure stands at the far end of the chamber, not Vale, not Wendelin. A tribunal clerk in a coat the color of frozen water, face smooth as wax, hands folded at its waist. It does not move, does not speak, merely waits as if it has been standing there for 40 years, knowing exactly when they would arrive. "Elke Ehrenberg," the clerk says. Its voice comes from everywhere, from the shelves, from the frost on the witness boxes, from the ink drying in the records. "The hall recognizes your return. Your file is in Section 7, Shelf 12, Volume 304. The clerk gestures without lifting its hands. A single bound volume detaches from the nearest gallery and floats down, settling on a reading stand that was not there a moment ago. The cover is gray leather, identical to the ledger Elke carries, but older, the surface cracked and veined with silver. Her name is stamped on the spine in dead script. Ehrenberg, Elke, drowned. Status, pending revision. Elke releases Tobias's hand and steps toward the reading stand. Her boots echo on the marble, each step a question the hall does not answer. The survivors watch in silence. Yesel's hand moves to the saint's seal at her throat. The file opens by itself. Elke sees her own death first, recorded as the court approved it. Drowning, Lake Lascar, authorized by Severin Vale, classified as lawful culling of an unbound bloodline. The language is clinical, precise, the kind of record that makes murder sound like maintenance. But beneath the authorized text, a second layer shimmers, text written in ink that changes color as she watches, amendments made after her return, after the ball, after the anchor severance, after every choice she has made in this second life. Subject Ehrenberg has demonstrated predatory re-entry behavior. Subject's soulmate bond was weaponized to breach Grey Country Protocol. Subject's continued existence constitutes a contagion risk to adjacent bloodlines. Elke's hand hovers over the page. "Contagion," she says. "They are calling me a disease." The clerk does not answer. It does not need to. The record speaks for itself, and the record has already been rewritten to make her the wound Vale described, the breach that must be sealed, the infection that spread from the lake into the city. She tears the page free. The sound splits the chamber, paper ripped from binding, the spine cracking, a sound that makes the winter-glass witness boxes shudder. The survivors inhale as one. But Elke is not looking at the torn page. She is looking at what fell from inside the binding. Dozens of slips, thin as skin, each one bearing a name in dead script. They scatter across the marble floor, catching the silver light, and Elke kneels to pick up the nearest one. Sorlin, Juliana. Status, pending revision. The next slip, Keller, Idris. Status, pending revision. The next, Corsac, Wendelin. Status, pending revision. The clerk says her name the same way it said Elke's, clinical, precise, as if Presiding Reinholt is a record to be corrected, rather than a woman the court drained and buried in an unmarked grave. Tobias goes still. Elke looks at the name in her hand. Corsac, Wendelin. The witch who anchored her, manipulated her, prepared her for this moment, is also on the list. Marked for revision, marked for erasure, which means Wendelin knew. Wendelin has always known. "Where is the hearing chamber?" Elke asks. The clerk gestures toward the far end of the hall, where a set of doors rises from floor to ceiling, carved from the same ice as the wound, veined with silver light that pulses in rhythm with the ledger against her chest. Through those doors. The tribunal will convene at moonrise. The witness boxes are prepared. The revised records are in order. It is not moonrise yet. No, the clerk agrees. But the tribunal can begin processing preliminary revisions as soon as the presiding magistrate arrives. Cellar and Vale has already petitioned to open early. Elke looks at the scattered names. The 712 lives the court has already decided to erase. The hearing that will ratify their deaths before any of them can speak. She looks at Tobias. His eyes are dark, lake-water dark, and she knows he is thinking of his mother, of the name he spoke on the ice, of the file that will be opened in a few hours and revised into something the court can justify. "What do you need?" he asks. The same question he asked at the counting house. The same offering of choice, of partnership, of trust rebuilt from the wreckage of the bond. Elke turns to the survivors. Marta stands with Liesel's arm around her shoulders. The weaver's apprentice holds her brother's name pressed against her chest. Yasel's hand is still on the saint's seal, but her eyes are fixed on the ice doors, calculating. "We need to get inside before Vale does," Elke says, "and we need to bring every name with us." She gathers the scattered slips, pressing them into the gray ledger until the binding bulges with folded paper. 712 names packed into the record that should contain only hers. The ledger shudders. The silver veins in the doors pulse once, twice, a third time, and the ice begins to crack. Chapter 70. The ice doors crack, and the sound is not wood splitting or stone breaking. It is the noise a lake makes when the surface gives way beneath the body that should not have fallen. Elke feels it through her boots, through the stone, through the bound weight of the gray ledger pressing against her ribs. The silver veins in the doors splinter outward, hairline fractures branching like frost on a window, and she understands what the ledger has done by accepting the 712 names. It has become too full to ignore. The clerk watches the cracks spread, its face unreadable, its voice flat when it speaks. The tribunal will convene as scheduled. The presiding magistrate has already taken the chamber. Elke does not wait for permission. She walks toward the doors, the ledger warm and heavy against her chest, and the ice continues to break ahead of her, as if the hall itself is opening a path it can no longer refuse. Tobias catches up at the threshold, his hand finer hose, his fingers cold but steady. "Together," he says. She does not answer. She does not need to. They push through the cracking doors into a chamber that should not exist beneath the lake, a vast rotunda of black marble and frozen air, ringed by galleries stacked to darkness. Tribunal scribes line the lower tiers, their pens moving across open ledgers, recording everything before it is spoken. At the center, a raised platform holds a single chair carved from the same ice as the wound. Cellar and Vale stands beside it, his tribunal coat immaculate, his hands resting on the back of the empty chair, as if he owns everything the light touches. He does not look surprised to see them. "Elke Arnberg," he says, and his voice carries, amplified by the chamber's geometry, by something older than acoustics. "You arrive before the tribunal with an absent defendant. Tobias Reinholt's name appears on the summons, but I see only you standing in the witness box." He pauses, lets the silence stretch. By precedent, a defendant who fails to appear within the first hour of convocation forfeits the right to contest any charge levied against their bloodline. The court has already prepared the revision order. Elke steps forward, and the ledger pulses once, hard, against her chest. "He is here." Vale tilts his head. "I do not see him." "Then you are not looking." She turns, and Tobias moves from the shadow of the broken doors into the chamber's silver light, his coat torn, her jaw still darkened with ash from the canal tunnels, his eyes the color of lake water at midnight. Behind him, Petra walks in with her paramedic's coat still buttoned, her hands empty, her face set. Marta follows, iron-gray hair pulled back, amber eyes fixed on Vale with 42 years of silence burning behind them. Vale does not flinch. "3 living bodies," he says, almost admiring, carrying nothing but breath and nerve. "You believe presence alone disrupts the tribunal's precedent?" Petra answers before Elke can. "No, we believe original records disrupt your precedent." She holds up the strap of the gray ledger, still pressed against Elke's chest, still bulging with folded name slips, still pulsing with the rhythm of the wound. The court's own ledger admits you washed verdicts for 40 years, Vale. We carried it through the wound. We brought it to the hall. A murmur moves through the scribes. Pens pause. Heads turn. Vale's smile does not waver, but something in his posture shifts. A fraction of weight transfers from one foot to the other. A predator recalibrating. The ledger is evidence, he says. It is not testimony. The tribunal does not convict on paper alone. It requires living voices to confirm what the ink claims. He turns to the empty chair, to the galleries, to the frozen air, and the living voices the court invited to testify. Your survivors, your witnesses, the citizens of Norskeld who stood on the ice and spoke names, are all scheduled for revision. Their testimony will be recorded, weighed, and filed according to the tribunal's schedule. He looks back at Elke. Which means you have nothing but a book and a broken bond and a dead man's love that could not save you the first time. Tobias moves then, not toward Vale but toward the witness box, a low rail of black marble at the chamber's edge. He places his hands on it, palms flat, and when he speaks, his voice does not shake. Call the first name. Vale's eyes narrow. Meriden Reinholt, Tobias says. Third reading, pending revision. Call her file. The chamber holds its breath. Vale studies him for a long moment, then laughs, a dry sound without humor. You wish to testify on behalf of a woman who has been dead for 35 years? The tribunal does not accept advocacy from emotional lineage, Tobias. You are not a licensed representative. You are a defendant who nearly failed to appear. I am not here to represent her. Tobias's hands remain flat on the marble, his head lifted, his eyes fixed on Vale with a clarity Elke has never seen in him before. I am here to confess that I killed her. The silence that follows is absolute. Elke feels the words land in the chamber like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading through the scribes, through the galleries, through Vale's careful composure. You took Meriden Reinholt when I was 7, Tobias continues, and you drained her because she would not sign my pegline to the lake. Then you told me she died of fever, and you used her death to make me compliant for 40 years. Vale watches him, still, calculating. The tribunal does not try the dead. No, but it tries the living who aided their murder. A door opens at the far side of the chamber, and every head turns. Gwendoline Corsack steps through, her wrists bound in chains that glow with silver light, her face pale, her hair loose, her eyes fixed directly on Vale. The chains clink as she walks, but the sound is wrong, too light, too rhythmic, as if the restraints are synchronized to her pulse rather than restricting it. Vale's smile returns. Ah, he says, my final witness. Gwendoline stops at the edge of the witness box, and the chains do not pull her back. They do not bind her arms to her sides. They hang from her wrists like jewelry, like theater, like a choice she is making rather than a sentence she is serving. Gwendoline Corsack, Vale announces, has volunteered to testify against the Arnberg return. She will confirm that she anchored Elke's soul without consent. She will confirm that she manipulated the bond between Elke and Tobias to serve her own purposes. She will confirm that the Arndal return was never a miracle. He turns to face Elke fully. It was a weapon. Gwendoline's gaze meets Elke's across the marble floor, and in that look, Elke sees something she cannot name. Regret, calculation, warning, or all three fused together like the ice of the wound, impossible to separate. The chains gleam silver. The chamber waits. And Vale's hand hovers over the empty chair, ready to sit in judgment over lives he has already condemned. Chapter 71. Gwendoline steps into the witness box as if she owns it, the silver chains catching the chamber's pale light and scattering it across the marble floor like shattered glass. She does not look at Vale. She looks at Elke, and for a long, suspended breath, the chamber holds a silence that feels older than the hall itself, older than the court, older than the Grey Country's claim on the dead. Gwendoline Corsack, Vale announces, his voice carrying through the rotunda like a blade drawn across stone, has agreed to testify under the tribunal's binding oath. She will speak without reservation, without omission, and without protection from the consequences of her words. He settles into the carved ice chair, and the satisfaction in his posture is a visible thing, a predator who believes the trap has closed. Gwendolyn's hands rest on the rail of the witness box. The chains slide against the marble with a sound like water running over stone. "I anchored Elke Ehrenberg in the Grey Country," she says, and her voice carries through the chamber without effort, clear and unhurried. "I held her soul there for 40 years. I prepared her body in this life. I trained her toward the moment she would return to Norskeld and face Tobias Reinholt with a blade in her hand and murder in her heart." The scribes scratch their pens. The galleries lean forward. Vale's smile deepens. "And why did you do this, Bond Witch?" Gwendolyn turns to face him fully, and the chains rise with the motion, floating an inch above her wrists, not restraining, not ceremonial, something else entirely. "Because the hollow court had already turned love into a mechanism of execution," she says, "and no lawful remedy remained." The silence that follows is not the silence of shock. It is the silence of something cracking. Vale's smile does not vanish, but it hardens at the edges, a mask tightening over bone. "Explain yourself." Gwendolyn looks at Elke again, and her eyes hold something Elke has never seen in them before. Not calculation, not warning, but a grief so old it has become geological, bedrock pressed into diamond by 40 years of pressure. "Tobias Reinholt loved Elke Ehrenberg before the bond existed," she says. "He loved her without magic, without compulsion, without the court's permission. And the court recognized that love as a threat to its authority over the lake, over the bloodlines, over the boundary between life and death." She pauses. "So the court engineered a choice that no love could survive. They threatened a massacre of 1,000 mortals. They put Tobias in a position where any decision he made would destroy what he loved. And then they called his surrender a free choice and used it as precedent to justify every other slaughter he had committed or would commit." Vale rises from the chair, slowly, deliberately. "The court acts to preserve the boundary between life and death. That preservation is not cruelty, it is necessity. The boundary you preserved," Gwendolyn says, "was your own authority. You used the threat of massacre to make Tobias choose Elke's death. Then you used his choice to justify the massacre you had always intended to commit. You burned the settlements anyway, Vale. You drowned the bloodlines. You revised the record so that history would remember Tobias Reinholt as a murderer and the hollow court as a merciful arbiter forced to clean up his mess." The scribes have stopped writing. The galleries have stopped breathing. Vale's hand grips the arm of the chair, and Elke watches his composure fracture along a hairline crack she can almost see, a fault line in the ice of his authority. "Testimony must be evidenced," he says. "You speak of intention, you speak of pattern, but you offer no single act that the tribunal can verify." Gwendolyn's gaze does not waver. "I am the evidence." She lifts her bound hands, and the chains rise with them, catching the light. "I have walked between the Grey Country and the living world for 40 years. I have watched the court revise every record that contradicts its narrative. I have seen the names of the dead folded into files marked pending revision, and I have known, for every one of those years, that my own name would eventually appear on that list." She lowers her hands. "Elke Ehrenberg is not the first soul I anchored. She is not the first returned life I prepared, but she is the only one who survived long enough to stand before this tribunal and demand that her death be seen for what it was." Vale steps down from the chair, approaching the witness box with measured strides. "And if you believe the court is corrupt," he says, "why have you volunteered to testify against the woman you claim to have saved?" Gwendolyn's smile is a blade. "Because I have never lied to Elke Ehrenberg. I have withheld truth. I have manipulated events. I have shaped her toward purposes she did not choose. But I have never lied to her." She turns to face Vale directly. "And I will not start now." The chamber shudders, not from sound, not from movement, from something beneath the floor, beneath the ice, beneath the hall itself, a pressure shifting in the deep places where the Grey Country meets the wound. "I anchored Elke," Gwendolyn says. because I needed a key to open the court's lock on the boundary between life and death. I trained her toward Tobias because their bond, when it finally broke, would tear a wound large enough for the bonded dead to pass through. She looks at Elke, and her voice drops, not in volume but in temperature, becoming something colder and more honest. I have not changed this intention. I still mean to widen the breach. I still mean to free the bonded dead en masse, and I will watch whole cities fail in the transition if that is the price of breaking the Hollow Court's monopoly over the Grey Country. Elke feels the words land in her chest like a blade she has been expecting for 40 years. The betrayal is not a surprise, but the shape of it, the scope of it, the cold arithmetic of a woman who has weighed lives against revolution and found the dead worth more than the living, is a wound she did not know she was still carrying. "You used me," Elke says, and her voice is steady, steadier than she feels. Wendelin meets her gaze. "Yes. For 40 years. Yes. And you would still let Norskeld drown." Wendelin's jaw tightens. "I would let worse than drown, if that is what it takes to break the court's machinery. The bonded dead have been waiting in the Grey Country for centuries, Elke, waiting for a door, waiting for someone to tear a hole large enough that the court cannot seal it again." She steps forward, and the chains trail behind her like a train, like a shroud, like a vow she has been keeping longer than Elke has been alive. "You are that door." The ice doors at the far end of the chamber crack, a single sound like a bone breaking underwater, and the silver veins pulse faster, brighter, hungry for what they have been promised. Vale's voice cuts through the noise. Then the witness has confirmed what the tribunal suspected. He turns to the galleries, to the scribes, to the frozen air. Wendelin Corsac admits to engineering the Ehrenberg return as a weapon of mass insurrection against the Order of Death itself. She admits that she intends to widen the breach. She admits that Elke Ehrenberg is a door she built, not a soul she saved. He looks at Elke, and his eyes are flat and cold and final. Which means the court's judgment is clear. The breach must be closed, the door must be sealed, and whatever must be sacrificed to accomplish this, including the city of Norskeld and every living soul within it, is lawful. Wendelin laughs. It is not a joyful sound. "You cannot close a door that is already open, Vale. The breach is not a wound in the boundary. It is a crack in your authority, and a crack in a dam does not seal itself when the water has already begun to flow." She raises her bound hands, and the chains snap, not breaking, but loosening, falling from her wrists in coils that gleam like liquid silver. "I did not come here to testify against Elke Ehrenberg." The silver chains pool on the marble floor, and Wendelin steps free of them, lifting her empty hands. "I came here to show this tribunal that its chains are a choice, not a law." The chamber erupts, scribes scatter, bailiffs surge forward. Vale's voice rises in a command that cracks against the marble like a whip. But Wendelin is already moving, not toward the doors, not toward escape, but toward Elke, her hands raised, her eyes burning with something that looks terrifyingly like hope. "The bonded dead are waking," she says, and her voice cuts through the chaos, finding Elke alone in the noise. "They are coming through the wound, and when they arrive, this court will have to answer for every life it revised, every name it drowned, every love it turned into a weapon." She reaches for Elke. "I know you hate me. I know you have reason to. But I am the only one who can show you what is waiting beneath the lake. The truth the court buried before it buried your body." Elke looks at Wendelin's outstretched hand. She looks at Tobias, still standing at the witness box, his mother's file unopened on the marble rail. She looks at the ice doors cracking wider, several lights spilling through the fractures like blood through a wound. And she makes her choice. She does not take Wendelin's hand, but she does not turn away. "The truth beneath the lake," Elke says, "is not yours to give me." She steps past Wendelin, toward the cracking ice doors, toward the silver light, toward whatever is waking in the depths. "I will find it myself." The floor beneath her feet shudders, and the Hall of Revised Lives begins to scream. Chapter 72. The Hall of Revised Lives screams around Elke as she moves toward the cracking ice doors, silver light spilling through the fractures like slow hemorrhage. Behind her, the chamber is breaking apart. Scribes scatter across the galleries. Bailiffs surge toward Wendellin's position, but she is already stepping backward into the shadow of a pillar, her empty chains pooling on the marble like shed skin. Vale's voice cuts through the chaos, ordering the doors sealed, ordering the breach contained, ordering order restored. But the order does not return. The silver veins in the ice doors pulse faster, and the screaming is not coming from the witnesses in the galleries, but from the walls themselves, from the shelves of revised records, from the marrow of the hall's architecture, as if the building is waking from a long, drugged sleep and discovering what has been done to its memory. Elke keeps walking. She does not look back. She does not look at Tobias, still standing at the witness box, his mother's file unopened in his hands. She does not look at Wendelin, hidden in the shadow. She looks at the ice doors, and she reaches for the crack where the silver light is brightest. Then a figure moves into her path. Not a bailiff, not Vale. Elan Bear. His jaw is set, his hands are shaking. His revenant hunger bleeds through his eyes like ink through water, but he stands in front of her and does not move aside. "Let me pass," Elke says. "No, you cannot stop me. I am not trying to stop you." He gestures toward the witness box, toward the scribes, toward Vale. "I am trying to give you a weapon stronger than whatever is waiting behind those doors." The silver light pulses, the screaming deepens. "You have the ledger," Elan says. "The ledger holds the records, but a ledger is ink and binding. It cannot speak, it cannot swear. It cannot look Vale in the eye and say I was there. I saw, I helped." He steps past her. He climbs the steps to the witness box. The scribes fall silent. Vale's head turns, tracking the movement, his flat magistrate's eyes narrowing as he recognizes the figure who was once his clerk, the defector he has been hunting since the counting house. "Elan Bear," Vale says, "you are under revision order. You have no standing to approach this tribunal." Elan reaches the witness box. Tobias steps aside, and Elan takes his place at the marble rail, gripping it with both hands, his knuckles white. "I have every standing," Elan says. His voice is raw, scraped clean of pretense. "Because I am the one who processed the memory strippings. I am the one who filed the false seals. I am the one who wrote the death certificates for the living and watched them die anyway." The chamber holds its breath. Elan begins to speak. He names the dates of massacre pacts he stamped. He names the families whose signatures he forged to relocate them from Lake District settlements that no longer exist on any map. He names the confessor seals he issued knowing they were execution warrants. He names the children listed as relocated who were never seen again. As each name lands, the walls begin to bleed. Not blood, ink. Dark blue ink seeping through the mortar, through the ice, through the marble, beating on the surface of the shelves, and running down the spines of the revised records like tears. The scribes fall back. Vale's face is stone. "The witness is compromised," Vale says. "His testimony is the confession of a criminal seeking leniency through betrayal. It carries no weight. But the ink keeps bleeding, and as it bleeds, the records begin to shift. Titles realign on the shelves. The word revised across file covers begins to blur, the letters running together, the ink bleeding into the margins into the original text beneath surfaces in pale silver thread. Boundless names, true dates, unwashed verdicts. Elan does not stop. He names the memory stripping of Ileana Sorlin. He names the false death certificate of Herrick Voss. He names the seal that authorized the Lake Night Massacre and the magistrate who signed it. He points at Vale, and the ink on Vale's tribunal coat begins to run. Dark streaks bleed down the fabric, the dye separating, the coat turning gray where the dried ink reaches the wool. Vale looks down at his own robe. Something in his jaw tightens. Enough. His voice cuts through the chamber, and the ink stops bleeding, freezing midstream on the walls, suspended in the air, hanging like static punctuation. "The witness has spoken," Vale says, "and the witness has confirmed what the tribunal already knew, that the bloodline records are compromised by the very clerk who processed them. His testimony invalidates his own evidence." He turns to the scribes. The emergency closure protocol is invoked. The scribes scatter. The bailiffs form a line. and the ice doors behind Elke begins to groan, not opening wider but compressing, the crack narrowing, the silver light dimming as something in the architecture starts to shut down. The chamber will collapse in 5 minutes, Vale says. All living witnesses must withdraw to the Quay country threshold or be crushed by the closure. He looks at Elke. Choose. The ink on the walls trembles. Elon's testimony hangs in the air, unfinished, unacknowledged, and the silver light begins to die. Elke looks at the ice doors, contracting, sealing, the truth she was moving toward retreating into darkness. She looks at Elon, still standing at the witness box, his hands gripping the marble, his body beginning to dissolve at the edges, the revenant hunger urging through his form as the chamber's closure registers him as an unlawful presence. She looks at Tobias. Tobias looks back, and in the space between them, the name Reinholt rises like a held breath, unspoken but alive, waiting for what comes next. The floor beneath Elke's feet shudders. The ink on the walls begins to move again, not bleeding now but writing, reforming into words not placed there by any scribe. The first word forms on the nearest shelf. S-O-R-E-N. Soul's blood goes cold. The name from the weaver's apprentice is surfacing, not on paper, not in the ledger, but in the fabric of the hall itself, scoring itself into the architecture as if something beneath the chamber is answering Elon's testimony with its own. Vale sees it. His composure breaks. No. His voice cracks. That cannot be here. I sealed that name. I sealed it in the foundation. I sealed it before the lake was built. But the word keeps writing, letter by letter, scoring deeper until the marble chips and the silver light spills through the carved grooves. S-O-R-E-N. The chamber groans. The bailiffs hesitate. And from somewhere beneath the floor, deeper than the hall, deeper than the lake, deeper than the gray country itself, a sound begins to rise. A heartbeat. Slow. Steady. Familiar. Elke knows that rhythm. She has heard it before, on the night she drowned. The ice doors stop closing, the silver light stops dying, and in the witness box, Elon Bear's body begins to dissolve into light. Chapter 73. Marta Edevinen does not wait for permission. She steps past Elke, past the dissolving light that was Elon Bear, past the frozen scribes and the bailiffs who have not yet decided which order to follow. Her boots strike the marble with the weight of 42 years of silence, breaking at once. Soren, Marta says. The name hits the chamber like a stone dropped into still water. Soren was the first settlement, Marta says. Burned before the lake froze. Burned before the court wrote its first law. Burned because they would not sign. The ink on the walls shudders. The silver light in the carved name deepens, pulsing, breathing, as if the chamber itself is inhaling Marta's words. Vale's hands grit the ice chair. His knuckles are white. That name is sealed, he says. That name was never spoken. That name was removed before the foundation. You removed it, Marta says. But the ice remembers. The shore remembers. The women who passed the story through 4 generations of needlework, of birthings, of graves dug without priests remember. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a strip of cloth, frayed, stained, hand-stitched with letters in faded blue thread. S-O-R-E-N. The scribes lean forward. The ink on the walls begins to move again, not writing new words but pulling the existing letters deeper, carving them into the marble until the silver light spills through like veins. The Edevane women kept this, Marta says. 1 strip per generation, passed through the births the court tried to prevent, through the relocations, the name changes, the false records. My grandmother told me, if the lake ever opens, if the wound ever breathes, speak the name into the chamber where the court sits. Speak it until they hear. She turns to Vale. So I am speaking. The chamber groans, and behind Marta, the survivors begin to move. Liesel steps forward, her cane clicking on the marble. She does not speak yet, but she plants her feet, ready. The weaver's apprentice steps forward, her hands empty, her face wet. Petra steps forward, still in her paramedic coat, still carrying the bag she backed before crossing the wound, and they begin. Not in unison, not rehearsed, but one by one, name by name, the names they gathered on the shore while the frost spread and the wound breathed, and the moon rose over a lake that would not stop bleeding. Idris Keller, Liesel says. The ink on the walls deepens. Henrik Voss, Marta says. A shelf at the far end of the chamber groans, and a file slides free, landing open on the marble, its pages visible, the word revised bleeding away to reveal a death certificate dated 4 years before Henrik Voss was reported dead. Marit Sorlin, Petra says. Another shelf groans. Lena Edevine, Marta says. The ink in Vale's coat runs faster. He looks down at his own chest, at the dark streaks spreading across the wool, the tribunal dye separating, the fabric turning pale where the truth touches it. This is theater, Vale says, but his voice has lost its edge. This is performance. The names of the dead do not unmake the law. They unmake yours, Petra says. She reaches into her bag and pulls out the jar she carried through the wound, the glass still cold, the label bearing a name she should not know but now speaks anyway. Petra Domik, she reads. The chamber goes still. Petra looks at the jar in her hands, the one meant to mark her own death, the one the court prepared months ago, waiting for the moment to use it. I'm standing here, she says. I'm alive. Your records say I'm pending, but I'm standing here. She sets the jar on the marble at Vale's feet. The glass cracks. The ink inside it, the false verdict, the pre-written death, bleeds out across the stone and begins to write something else, something the jar was never meant to hold. A name. Sorlin. The same name, scratched into the false verdict, carried inside the death that never happened, written into the evidence Petra did not know she was carrying until the chamber forced it to surface. Vale stares at the bleeding ink. The chamber shudders. And the heartbeat beneath the floor, the one Elsa recognized from the night she drowned, grows louder, fuller, closer, as if the name Sorlin is not a word but a door, and something on the other side has heard it spoken for the first time in 42 years. Elke moves toward Petra. She does not know why. Her body moves before her mind catches up, her hand reaching for the bleeding jar, for the name that keeps surfacing no matter how many times Vale tries to bury it. Don't touch it, Vale says. Elke's fingers close around the cracked glass. The name Sorlin burns against her palm, cold and silver and alive, and in the instant of contact she feels it. Another heartbeat, another soul, another return the court tried to prevent before it could begin. Not Ileana Sorlin, not her. Someone else. Someone sealed before the lake was built, before the court wrote its laws, before the gray country became a jurisdiction instead of a wound. Tobias is at her side before she knows he has moved. His hand covers hers on the cracked glass. What did you find? He asks. I don't know. But she does. She knows the rhythm of this heartbeat. She heard it on the night she drowned, beating beneath the ice, beating while the bailiffs held her down, beating while Tobias made his choice, beating while she stopped breathing and the gray country pulled her under. Not Sorlin. Someone else sealed inside the name, someone who has been waiting for her to return and ask. The ink on the walls begins to form a new word. Not Sorlin, a new name, bleeding through the marble, forming letter by letter in pale silver thread, carving itself into the record, into the foundation, into the bedrock beneath the hall of revised lives. Elke reads it as it forms, and her blood turns to ice, because it is her name, her first life name, the name she spoke when she drowned. And beneath it, written in the same silver thread, a question aimed at her through 42 years of silence. What good is truth if it still leaves me drowned? Chapter 74. The silver thread of her first life name fades into the marble like a breath exhaled on glass, leaving only the question scored into the wall. What good is truth if it still leaves me drowned? Elke cannot answer. The cracked jar in her palm still pulses with the heartbeat beneath the hall, the rhythms she recognized from the night she stopped breathing, and she understands now that she has been carrying this question for 42 years without knowing it was a question at all. She thought vengeance was the answer. She thought killing Tobias would close the loop. She thought truth would set her free. But the ink on the walls is still wet, and the chamber is still screaming, and the bonded dead are still waking beneath the lake, and none of it has answered the one voice that has been waiting for her since the ice closed over her head. Tobias's hand tightens on hers. He is not done, Tobias says. Not to her, to the chamber, to Vale, whose coat is bleeding ink in dark streaks across the wool, whose composure has cracked along the same fault lines as the ice doors, whose mouth is open, but no words are coming out. He is not done because I am not done, Tobias says. He lets go of Elke's hand. He steps toward the witness box where Ilan Bear dissolved into light, where the marble is still warm from the transformation, where the air smells of ash and winter and something that might have been mercy. I am Tobias Reinholt, he says, Lord of Norskeld, keeper of the Reinholt bloodline, the man who let Elke Ernberg drown. The chamber goes still, not the stillness of attention, the stillness of a wound that has just been reopened. I have spent 42 years telling myself I chose the greater number, Tobias says. 1,000 mortals against one woman. The arithmetic was clean. The math justified the cost. I told myself if I could save her bloodline, if I could preserve the descendants who would become Marta Idave, Liesel, the children who never knew they were purchased with a drowning, then the choice was righteous. He stops. His hands are empty. He has no file, no ledger, no evidence. He has only his voice and the silence of a chamber that has spent centuries revising the truth into something more convenient. It was not righteous, Tobias says. It was cowardice dressed as arithmetic. I did not choose the greater number because I was brave. I chose them because I could not bear to watch her die and know I caused it. So I let the court cause it instead. I let the bailiffs hold her down. I let the ice close over her face. I told myself the water would be quick. I told myself she would not suffer. I told myself 1,000 lies because the truth was too heavy to carry. He turns. He looks at Elke. The truth is, I loved her, Tobias says, and I was afraid, and I failed, and I have spent every night since then crossing the wound beneath the lake, trying to find a way back to the moment before I chose, trying to believe that if I could bring her back, I could make the choice again and choose better. He waits. I cannot choose better, he says. I cannot undo what I did, but I can stand here, in this chamber, and speak what actually happened. Not the version the court washed, not the version I told myself to sleep at night. The vision that left me standing on a frozen shore while the woman I loved stopped breathing. Vale's hands are shaking, not visibly, almost imperceptibly. The tremor runs through his fingers like the ink running through his coat, a sympathetic shudder he cannot control. This testimony is inadmissible, Vale says. On what grounds? Yell says. Vale does not answer. On what grounds? Yelsa repeats, stepping forward, her gray cloak brushing the marble. He is a living witness. He is a bonded party to the returned soul in question. He has invoked the tribunal's own procedure. On what grounds do you silence him? Vale's jaw tightens. The grounds of necessity, Vale says. The grounds of preservation. The grounds of a court that has maintained the boundary between life and death for longer than your faith has existed, Keeper. He raises his hand, and the shelves begin to move. Not the shelves holding the revised records, the ones that have been bleeding ink and truth and erased names across the chamber floor. The shelves behind them, the deeper shelves, the ones carved into the bedrock, the ones the silver light has not touched, the ones filled with souls. Elke sees it before she understands it. The pale shapes pressed into the bindings, the faces that are not faces, but impressions of faces, the mouths that open in a silence that predates sound. The revised souls, the erased ones, the ones the court has been feeding into its foundation for 42 years, not as records, but as fuel. Vale draws. He draws the silver light from the shelves the way a breath drops air, and the light comes, streaming toward him in threads, pouring into his open hand, into his chest, into the dark of his tribunal coat where the int has already begun to separate. He is consuming them, the bonded dead, the revised lives, the souls he sealed in the foundation before the lake was built. Vale, Elke says, but her voice is too small. The chamber is shaking now, not screaming, shaking, as if the foundation itself is rejecting what Vale is doing, as if the Hall of Revised Lives is waking from a dream and realizing it has been built on a graveyard. We will close the breach, Vale says, and his voice is no longer the voice of a magistrate. It is the voice of the ink, the voice of the silver light, the voice of every soul he has just swallowed. We will close the breach, and we will seal this chamber, and we will revise every name that has been spoken here tonight, including yours, Tobias Reinholt, including yours, Elke Ernberg, including yours, keeper of a faith that cannot save you. The silver light around him deepens. His eyes are no longer human. They are the color of the wound beneath the lake, the color of the heartbeat that has been waiting beneath the hall for 42 years, the color of the question carved into the wall. The question Elke still has not answered. Tobias has not moved from the witness box. He stands in the path of the consuming light, his hands still empty, his throat still bare, his gaze still fixed on Elke, as if she is the only thing in the chamber worth seeing. I have one more thing to say, Tobias says, to the chamber, to the record, to the solo beneath the floor who has been waiting for Elke to return. Vale's hand is raised, the silver light is pouring, the shelves are bleeding, and Tobias speaks a name into the chaos, a name he has never spoken in public, a name that has been sealed in his silence since the night he chose the greater number. Meriden Reinholt, he says. My mother. She told me before they took her that the Kret would try to make me forget who I loved. She told me to remember. She told me to speak her name into the wound when the time came. He looks at Elke. I am speaking it now. The silver light stops, not fades, stops, as if the name has struck something solid in the current. Vale's hand freezes in mid-air, and beneath the floor, the heartbeat that has been waiting for 42 years changes rhythm. It does not speed up, it does not slow down. It shifts, as if something has finally heard a voice it recognizes, a voice that has been silent since the ice first formed over the lake. Elke feels Tobias's mother's name land in the chamber like a stone dropped into still water, the ripples spreading outward, touching every shelf, every binding, every soul Vale has not yet consumed. And Vale begins to laugh. It is not a sane laugh. It is the laugh of a man who has been cornered long enough to decide that burning everything is better than losing. You think her name saves you? Vale says. You think speaking your mother's name into a chamber full of revised dead will undo what I have built? His hand closes. The silver light stops streaming toward him. It begins to spread outward instead, toward the shelves, toward the bindings, toward the sealed jars that hold the souls he has not yet consumed. Let me show you what I built, Vale says. He opens his palm. The light blooms. It touches Petra's cracked jar. The jar shatters, and Petra screams. Chapter 75. Petra's scream does not fade. It widens, spreads through the chamber like light through cracked glass, and the sound of it touches every shelf, every binding, every sealed jar that still holds. The silver light pouring from Vale's open palm does not stop, but the scream moves faster, carrying something the light cannot consume. A name. Petra's name, spoken by her own voice as the jar shatters. And for one heartbeat, the chamber hears a living woman name herself inside the Hall of Revised Lives, as if daring the court to try and revise her. Vale's hand clenches. The silver light contracts, then blooms again, wider, hungry, reaching for the next row of sealed jars, the next shelf of bound souls, the next name the court has been feeding into its foundation. Seal the doors, Vale says. His voice is no longer his own. It is the voice of the souls he has swallowed, the voice of the silver light, the voice of a foundation that has been drinking the dead for 42 years and is finally being asked to give them back. Do it now. The bailiffs do not move toward Vale. They move toward the ice doors, not to close them, to hold them open. Because the bailiffs are not here to contain the breach. They are here to ensure Vale has time to finish what he started, to consume every soul in the hall before the name Meriden Reinholt can finish waking whatever has been sleeping beneath the floor. The heartbeat shifts again, slower now, heavier. the rhythm of something rising from a depth it has not left in 42 years. Gwendoline Corsack steps out of the pillar shadow where she has been waiting since her chains fell loose. Her wrists are bare, her hands are open, and there is something in her expression that Elke has never seen before. Not triumph, not grief, relief. The doors stay open, Gwendoline says, and her voice cuts through the chaos like a blade through silk. The hall stays awake, and every revised file in this chamber opens now. She spreads her arms. The shelves behind her begin to move. Not the shelves carved into the bedrock, the ones holding souls. The shelves of revised records, the ones holding the court's altered history, the washed verdicts, the false death certificates, the erased names that were never supposed to surface again. The bindings split. Pages spill into the air like birds released from a cage, each one carrying a name the court tried to bury. Marta Edevane catches one before it touches the floor. Her hands are shaking, the names Soren and Henrik Voss and Lena Edevane still fresh on her tongue. But she reads what is written on the page, and her face goes gray. He signed it, Marta says. Severin Vale signed the order to burn Soren before the lake froze, before the court wrote its first law. He was there. He has been here from the beginning. Vale's laugh is a sound of splintering ice. I have been here from before the beginning, he says. I was here when the lake was a wound in the earth, and the bonded dead were still learning to scream. I sealed the name Soren in the foundation because Soren was the first settlement that refused to sign. Soren was the first name I erased, and I have been feeding the court the revised dead ever since, because power built on erased names is the only power that lasts. He turns his open palm toward Gwendoline. You think you can free them? You think you can open every revised file and let the truth spill out? I have been waiting for someone to try. Because when you open the records, you also open the door the records were sealing shut. The floor beneath Gwendoline cracks. Black water rises through the fissure. Not lake water, not gray country water. Something older, something that has been waiting beneath the hall's foundation since before the court built its first shelf. The water does not flood. It riches. Gwendoline looks down at the black water coiling around her ankles, and for the first time, Elke sees something flicker in the witch's face that looks like recognition. You buried them under the hall, Gwendoline says. Not in the foundation. Beneath it. The bonded dead are not sealed in the shelves. They are sealed in the water under the shelves. And every record I just opened is a hole in the floor. Vale's smile is a wound. I told you. I built this place. The bailiffs move. Not toward Gwendoline, not toward Vale. Toward Tobias. There are 6 of them, emerging from the record stacks where they have been waiting, pale figures with stillness that belongs to animals that have cornered something they have been tracking all night. Tobias does not step back. He is still standing in the witness box where he spoke his mother's name, his hands empty, his throat bare, his gaze fixed on Elke, as if she is the only thing in the chamber that matters. The oldest viable lock, Gwendoline says, and her voice is almost gentle. A soulmate bond that survived death, a bloodline that refused to sign, a man who has been crossing the wound beneath the lake his entire life without knowing why. She reaches for Tobias, not to hurt him, to claim him. Her fingers are 6 inches from his chest when the silver light between them solidifies into something that cannot be crossed, a wall of light, and a voice speaks from within the light. It is not Vale's voice. It is not Tobias's voice. It is the voice of the heartbeat that has been waiting beneath the hall for 42 years. Meriden Reinholt, the voice says. You named me. You called me. And I am answering. The silver light does not fade. It takes shape. A woman stands in the witness box beside Tobias, made of light and memory, and the name he has been carrying in his silence since he was 7 years old. She looks exactly like the portrait Tobias has never painted. Meriden Reinholt. Tobias does not breathe. He has not breathed since the light began to take shape, since the heartbeat shifted, since his mother's name landed in the chamber, and something that has been sleeping beneath the hall for 42 years finally opened its eyes. She does not touch him. She cannot. But she looks at him, and her expression is not grief, not triumph, not relief. It is the look of someone who has been waiting a very long time to tell the truth. The court did not drain me, Reinholt says. I drained myself. I gave them my life, my soul, and my silence, because I knew that if I died resisting, they would use my death to bind you tighter. I let them believe they had won. I let them seal me in the foundation so that one day, when you spoke my name, I would be here to speak the truth. She turns toward Vale. You sealed Lildoran in the foundation before the lake was built, but you sealed me in the foundation after the lake was built, and I have been counting every heartbeat beneath this hall for 42 years, waiting for my son to spike my name into the wound. Vale's hand is trembling. The silver light around him is flickering. You died, he says. You died. I watched you die. I sealed your soul myself. You sealed my body, Reinholt says. You sealed my name, but you did not seal my voice. And a voice that has been counting heartbeats for 42 years does not stop speaking just because the foundation tells to. The black water beneath Wendelin's feet begins to rise. The revised records are still spilling from the shelves. The silver light is still pouring from Vale's hand, and the chamber is still shaking, as if the Hall of Revised Lives is finally understanding what it has been built on and deciding it does not want to stand anymore. Tobias looks at his mother. He does not speak. He does not reach for her, but his hands are no longer empty. They are holding the name he has carried for 42 years, the name that has just taken shape in the light, the name that is now looking at Vale with the patience of something that has been dead long enough to forget how to fear. Elke, Tobias says, and his voice is steady. She turns. The silver light is spreading. The black water is rising. The records are falling. And Vale is laughing. Not sanely, not humanly. The laugh of a man who has been cornered long enough to decide that burning everything is better than losing. Do you think her name saves you? Vale says. Do you think speaking your mother's name into a chamber full of revised dead will undo what I have built? Reinholt smiles. It is not a kind smile. I am not here to undo what you built, she says. I am here to show them what you built it on. She raises her hand. The silver light surges, and the floor beneath the Hall of Revised Lives begins to open. Chapter 76. The floor between Elke and Reinholt is still opening. Black water rising through the cracks in slow pulses, and Vale is laughing. Not the laugh of a defeated man, the laugh of a man who has already decided that if he cannot keep what he built, no one will survive its collapse. Wendelin moves, not toward Vale, not toward the rising water, toward Tobias, her bare hands reaching past the wall of silver light that Meriden has thrown between them, her voice low and precise. The bonded dead are waking, she says. The floor is opening. The court is collapsing. This is the moment. This is what I built you for. She's not speaking to the chamber. She is speaking to Elke. The breach is widening. Vale cannot close it. The court cannot seal it. But if Tobias dies now, if his soul crosses into the great country while the door is open, the rupture becomes permanent. Every soul the court has sealed beneath this hall comes free. Every bonded dead walks out. The court's power over the boundary dies with him. Elke sees the shape of it. Wendelin does not want to save the souls. She wants to use Tobias's death as a key to shatter the lock forever. The court wants him as a lock, Wendelin says, stepping closer. I want him as a key. One death, one choice. And every revised record, every erased name, every soul they have buried beneath this hall rises free. No more revisions, no more erasures, no more court. She stops at the edge of the silver light. Give me his death, Elke, not for vengeance, for liberation. The thing you came here to do, the only death that actually matters. The chamber shakes. The black water rises. Reinholt watches from within the light, her face unreadable, her hands empty. And Elke understands. She has been given the same choice twice now. Kill Tobias and the world breaks open. Spare him and the court closes everything. Wendelin and Vale are opposite sides of the same trap. One wants his death to seal the boundary, one wants his death to break it. And both of them have been building toward this moment for 42 years. Neither of them asked what Elke wants. Neither of them counted on the residual vow. I am not giving you his death, Elke says. Wendelin's expression does not change. then the court will take him. The bailiffs are already moving. Meriden cannot hold the light forever. Vale is burning everything. There is no third option. There is. Elke steps past Wendelin, past the rising water, past the silver light, until she is standing at the edge of the witness box where Tobias is standing, where Meriden is manifesting, where the first truth of the Hall of Revised Lives was spoken 42 years ago. She holds out her hand, not to kill him, not to claim him, to witness him. Tobias Reinholt, you let me drown. You chose the 1,000 over me. You have spent 42 years trying to undo a choice you cannot undo. He does not flinch. Say it again, she says. Say it into the water. Say it into the records. Say it so the hall can hear it. Not as a confession, as testimony. The truth that the court tried to bury. Your truth, my truth, our truth. He looks at her. His eyes are the color of the lake beneath Kitterweiss, the color of the wound that opened when she severed the anchor, the color of every night he has spent crossing into the dark without knowing why. Elke, he says, I let you drown. I chose the 1,000. I have spent 42 years crossing the wound beneath the lake, trying to find a way back to the moment before I chose. I told myself it was mercy. I told myself it was arithmetic. I told myself 1,000 lies, and I believed every one of them, because the truth was unbearable. He takes her hand. The truth is that I loved you more than I loved the 1,000, and I let you drown anyway. Not because I chose the greater number, because I was afraid. Afraid that if I saved you, the court would take everything. Afraid that if I refused, the 1,000 would die, and you would still drown. Afraid that the only choice I had was the wrong choice, so I chose the one that let me survive. The black water beneath the floor stops rising. The silver light louding Meriden flickers, and the records, every revised record, every washed verdict, every erased name, every page that has been spilling from the shelves since Wendelin opened them. They begin to burn, not with flame, with light. The same light that is rising from beneath the hall, the same light that has been counting heartbeats for 42 years, the same light that was sealed in the foundation when the court built its first lie. The truth, not the court's truth, not Wendelin's truth, their truth. The truth that no one has been willing to speak because speaking it means paying for it. Elke feels it. The residual vow, the broken bond that should have been a severed thing, a dead thing, a wound that closed when she cut the anchor. But there is still something there. Not the bond itself, the memory of it, the shape it left behind, the echo of every heartbeat, every touch, every moment they shared before the ice. She uses it, not as a weapon, not as a lock, as a bridge. She pulls the truth of Tobias's confession into the residual vow and folds it into the records. Every word, every tremor, every silence. The records do not burn. They release. Names, dates, signatures, verdicts written in ink that has never seen light. The court's true history, the one that has been revising for 42 years, the one that was sealed beneath the Hall of Revised Lives because the truth was too dangerous to let live. It pours into the chamber like water through a broken dam, and Elke feels it, the strain. The residual vow is not a full bond. It is a scar, a wound that healed wrong, a bridge built from broken pieces. Holding it open, feeding the truth through it, keeping it from collapsing while the hall shakes and the water rises, and Vale laughs, and Wendelin watches with something that might be recognition. It is tearing her apart from the inside. She does not let go. Tobias, she says, and her voice is thinner now, fraying at the edges. Keep speaking. Keep naming. Every truth you have, every truth the court tried to bury. Feed it into the bridge. He looks at her. He sees what it is costing, and he does not stop. Meriden Reinholt, he says. My mother. The court took her when I was 7. They drained her body and sealed her soul in the foundation. They told me she died of fever. I believed them because I needed to believe something that let me keep breathing. Meriden's light brightens. Keller, Tobias says, the confessor who vanished into the wound beneath the lake. The court erased him because he refused to seal Elke's name in the foundation. He has been walking through the gray country for 30 years, carrying the truth the court tried to drown. The records burn brighter. Soren, he says, The Stair settlement burned before the lake froze because they refused to sign the court's law. Every name in Soren, every child, every elder, every soul the court buried in the foundation and called it Precedent. The hall stops shaking. The black water stops rising. The silver light stops flickering. And the records, every record in the hall, every name, every verdict, every truth the court has buried for 42 years. They are no longer in the shelves. They are in the air, in the light, in the water. Written across the chamber walls in silver thread that will not fade, will not revise, will not be erased. The truth is free. And Elke is falling. Her knees hit the marble. Her hands are still reaching, still holding the bridge open, but her body is giving out, the strain of holding the residual vow open while feeding 42 years of truth through it, tearing through her like a wound that will not close. Tobias catches her, his arms around her, his voice saying her name. The residual vow flickering, closing, retreating back into the scar it came from. And on the chamber wall, written in silver thread that will not fade, the faced truth the court never wanted spoken. Severin Vale sealed the name Soren. Severin Vale burned the first settlement. Severin Vale built this hall on erased names and revised dead. Wendelin is staring at the wall. Vale has stopped laughing. And 6 bailiffs are still moving toward Tobias because the oldest viable lock is still alive, and the door beneath the hall is still open. The face is the Averty, Abius-driven. You give me thing more the one. He implies his obs to his trepitation world. Silver thread against marble, permanent, unrevised. Severin Vale stands beneath his own name, his own crime, his own signature that Marta Edavain caught on a page that fell from a splitting binding. The ink in his tribunal coat separates further, the dye bleeding into the wool, revealing the gray threading underneath, the fabric beneath the lie. He does not look at the wall. He looks at Elke, at the collapsed woman in Tobias's arms, at the bridge that has closed back into its scar, at the records that are no longer sealed in shelves but are pouring through the chamber, pages skidding across marble, catching under chairs, covering the ice floor in a carpet of exposed truth. The foundation, Vale says, and his voice is not the one he used to command the hall. It is thinner, an edge of something that might be fear, or might be rage curdling into the same thing. You have torn open my foundation. Elke cannot answer. She can barely breathe. The residual vow has closed, but the cost of holding it open, of feeding 42 years of truth through a wound that was never meant to carry that weight, is still tearing through her chest in waves. But she hears him. She hears the shift. Not regret, not surrender. The noise of something realizing it has been cornered and deciding the building will burn with it. Vale turns. His eyes sweep the chamber, the witnesses, the survivors, the bailiffs who are still moving toward Tobias with the slow patience of creatures that do not understand defeat. He looks at Wendelin, who has not moved from the pillar shadow, her bare wrists at her sides, her face unreadable. He looks at Merridin's light, still bright in the witness box. And then he looks at Petra Domi, who is standing at the edge of the shattered jar, her hands still raised where she caught her own name bleeding into silver thread. One soul, Vale says. One living, breathing soul, still carrying a name the court sealed, still breathing air the court has not authorized. He moves, not toward the bailiffs, not toward the door, toward Petra. And Elke understands. He cannot win the hall back. The truth is written. The foundation is cracked. But if he can take one living witness, one soul the court has already condemned, he can use her as a hostage, a bargaining chip, a vessel to drag into the gray country and reseal. Petra does not run. She is a paramedic from the Lake District who has spent the last hour watching her own death jar shatter and courtroom architecture bleed silver truth. She is frozen in the space between understanding and action. Vale reaches for her, and Marigiltani steps between them. He has nothing, no weapon, no oath mark, no bond-forged blade or witch-crafted ward. He is a mortal man in a dark suit that has been through too many nights without sleep, carrying a leather book of jar labels and a copper saint seal on a chain around his neck. He turns the seal upright, not the way the court wears it, inverted, claiming authority over the Grey country. Upright, the way it was worn before the first settlement burned. "The Hall of Revised Lives," Merrick says, and his voice is steady, flat, the voice of a man who has spent his entire life moving through rooms where he was the only one without fangs. "Operates on precedent. You told us that yourself, magistrate. You cannot touch a living witness who has offered testimony in an open hearing without invalidating every verdict this chamber has ever produced." Vale stops. His hand is still reaching. His coat is still bleeding ink. "She is not a witness," Vale says. "She is a corpse the court has already revised." "She stood in this chamber," Merrick says. "She spoke her own name. She held her own death jar while it shattered. She is a living witness to the court's forgery, and you cannot touch her without turning every verdict you have ever signed into ash." The chamber holds its breath. Vale's face does something that might be calculation, might be recognition, might be the final crumbling of a man who has spent 42 years believing he was the foundation and is now watching himself become the rot. "You," he says, and there is something new in his voice. Not rage, not fear. "You are the daylight envoy, the mortal who handles the contracts, the one who has been filing the permits, certifying the bloodline transfers, stamping the death certificates the court sealed." Merrick does not flinch. "I am," he says. "You have been in my hall," Vale says. "You have seen the foundation. You have read the records. You know what the court built." "I know," Merrick says. "And I have copied every name I saw into a leather book that is now in the hands of 5 news writers, 3 hospital administrators, and 1 bond witch who has already proven she can make a city hear what it was not meant to hear." Vale's hand drops. Not in surrender, in recognition. The game has shifted. The witnesses, the records, the truth on the walls, and a mortal man who has spent the entire war keeping his head down, filing the paperwork, being the one no one noticed because he did not have fangs or a bond or a scarred vow, standing between the magistrate and his last hostage with nothing but a saint seal turned upright. "You cannot hold the line," Vale says. "I do not need to hold it," Merrick says. "I only need to stand it long enough for the foundation to decide what it wants to do with you." And beneath the hall, the heartbeat shifts again. Not the rhythm of Meriden Reinholt's 42-year vigil, something deeper, something that has been listening. The black water at the edge of the broken floor begins to rise, not reaching, not flooding, but forming a shape, a column, a presence. Vale steps back. For the first time he steps back, and the truth on the walls begins to move. Not the silver thread, the truth beneath it. The older truth, the one that was sealed in the foundation before the hall was built, surfacing through the cracks like water through a broken dam. The name Soren, not carved in silver thread, carved in the stone itself, pushing through the marble like a root breaking through a foundation that was never meant to hold. Vale watches it rise, and Elke, still in Tobias's arms, still gasping through the cost of the bridge, sees his face in the light of rising name. He is not angry. He is not afraid. He is remembering. Remembering something he has not allowed himself to think about in 42 years. Something that is surfacing now because the truth is written, and the foundation is cracking, and the black water is rising to meet the name he sealed. "Soren," Vale whispers, and the black water reaches for him, not as a flood, as a claim. Jallar stast. From the black water rises, not fast, not slow. The way a tide remembers it was always meant to come in, and Vale stands at the center of its reach, the name Soren pushing through the marble beneath his feet like a root that has spent 42 years finding the light. His tribunal coat is still bleeding ink. His hand is still empty where it reached for Petra. And Merrick Iltani, mortal man with a copper seal turned upright, stands between them with nothing but precedent and the weight of a voice that has spent years learning how to speak in rooms where everyone else has fangs. "The Hall of Revised Lives," Merrick says, and his voice carries now, cutting through the silver light and the rising water. Iron-streaked hair catching the silver light, and her hand closes over the copper seal at Merrick's throat. not to remove it, to hold it steady. "Read it," Zela says. And her voice is not the voice of a woman who hides in crypts and tends forbidden records. It is the voice of someone who has been standing in the foundation of a lie for so long she has memorized the shape of every crack. Merrick reads, "The Hall of Revised Lives shall preserve the truth of every soul that passes through its keeping. No name shall be erased, no verdict shall be washed, no record shall be altered to serve the living at the cost of the dead." The words hit the chamber like stone. The silver light on the walls does not shudder, it hardens. The truth already written there, the names, the verdicts, the question carved above Elke's first life name, they deepen, pressing into the marble as if the walls themselves are remembering what it means to hold something permanent. Vale takes a step back. His foot touches the black water, and the water does not part for him. It rises, wraps around his ankle like a hand, testing whether it has permission to hold. "That oath," Vale says, "was written before the court understood what it was preserving." "It was written," Zale says, "before you learned how to lie." She takes the copper seal from Merrick's neck, holds it up. The chamber goes silent. Not the silence of absence, the silence of attention. The black water stops rising, the silver light stops moving. Even the heartbeat beneath the floor, the deeper one that has been listening since Soren's name broke through, pauses as if it wants to hear what comes next. "The seal was upright when the first keeper wore it," Zale says, "inverted when the court claimed authority over the Grey Country. But the seal is not the authority, the oath is, and the oath has never been revised." She presses the upright seal against the marble wall where Soren's name is still rising through the stone. The copper meets the name, and the marble accepts it. The seal sinks into the wall as if the stone has been waiting for this touch since the foundation was laid. Light bleeds from the edges, not silver, not white, but something older. The color of lake water before the sun touches it. The color of memory before it was drowned. Vale makes a sound. Not a word, not a scream. The sound of something being pulled from a place it has been hiding. "The oath binds the hall," Zale says, "and the hall binds its keepers. You swore to preserve truth, magistrate. You swore it before the first settlement burned, before you sealed Soren, before you built your authority on the bones of the dead you were meant to preserve." Vale looks down at his empty hands. The black water is at his knees now. "The jurisdiction is not yours to strip," he says, but his voice is thinner than it was, thinner than it has been all night, as if the removal of the coat's sympathetic magic has taken something essential from his throat. "It was never yours to hold," Merrick says. He steps forward, not to strike, not to accuse, to read the final line from the folded sheet in his hand, the one he has been saving for this moment, the one that makes Vale's face go still. "The keeper who violates the custodial oath forfeits all claim to the hall, its records, its jurisdiction, and its protection. The Grey Country will receive them as it receives all who broke faith with the dead." Vale's eyes shift. For the first time, Elke sees something in them that is not calculation or rage or the crumbling composure of a man watching his foundation crack. She sees recognition. He knows this line. He has read it before. He has spent 42 years hoping no one would read it to him. The black water rises to his chest, not drowning, receiving. The column forms behind him, the presence that has been listening, the thing that surfaced with Soren's name, and it does not draw him under. It opens. A door in the water, darker than the lake, darker than the Grey Country, darker than any wound Elke has felt beneath the ice. "The hall rejects your jurisdiction," Zale says. "The seal rejects your authority. The truth rejects your revision. And the Grey Country reclaims what the court stole when it inverted the first oath." Vale does not fight. He does not scream. He looks at Elke, not as an enemy, not as a magistrate, as a man who finally understands that the foundation he built was never his to shape. "You spoke your own name when you drowned," he says. The words hit her like ice. "Because no one else was there to say it. But you are not alone. You have never been alone. The name you spoke was not only yours. The black water closes over his head. He is gone. Not dead, not erased. Huddled deeper into the gray country than any living or dead has been sent in 42 years, stripped of his coat, his seal, his jurisdiction, and his voice. The column of water holds for a single breath. Then it falls, and the chamber begins to shake. Not the way it shook when Meriden rose, not the way it shook when the foundation cracked, the way something shakes when it has been holding a door shut and the hand that was bracing it has been pulled away. The hall is ejecting us, Zeel says. She does not sound surprised. The seal fixed the truth. The truth broke the lock. And the hall cannot hold living witnesses in a chamber that no longer has a magistrate to judge them. The floor tilts. The black water recedes, not into the cracks but through them, pulling backward, and Elke feels the pressure shift. The air changes. The silver light on the walls dims, hardening into permanent marks, and the ice doors at the far end of the chamber begin to open. Not cracking, opening. Beneath her, the marble hums, and Tobias's arm tightens around her ribs, pulling her upright as the floor begins to slide. "We need to move," he says. Elke looks at the wall where her name is still carved. The question is still there. The silver threads are still holding. The answer is still hers to find. But the chamber is already pushing them toward the doors, toward the ice, toward the lake that has been waiting for them to return, and she does not have time to ask the wall what it means. Ysel catches her eye. "The seal stays," Ysel says. "The truth stays, and Vale's absence will not stop the court's machinery. It will only slow it." "Slow it how long?" Petra says. Ysel does not answer. The floor tilts harder, and the Hall of Revised Lives, freed from its corrupted keeper, begins to expel them the way a wound expels what does not belong. The ice doors open. The lake is on the other side, and Elke feels the cold before she sees it, feels the wind that smells of black water, feels the first crack of real air against her face after the sealed silence of the hall. Behind them, the name Soren is still rising through the marble. Ahead of them, the ice is waiting. And between them and the shore, the wound beneath the lake is breathing. Tobias does not ask if she can walk. He lifts her, carries her through the ice doors, onto the frozen surface that remembers every name spoken on it. And behind them, the Hall of Revised Lives goes dark. Not silent, dark. The truth is still on the walls, but the chamber has nothing left to say to the living tonight. Elke's fingers find the collar of Tobias's coat. Her voice is barely a breath. "Vale said the name I spoke was not only mine." Tobias's step falters. The ice beneath them creaks, and in the distance, at the shore where the wound is widest, something steps out of the black water. Not a bailiff, not a soul. A woman with Elke's face. Wearing the same dress Elke drowned in 42 years ago. Chapter 79. The ice beneath Elke's back is the first thing she registers. Hard, cold, real, the shock of it driving through the borrowed dress, through the layers of borrowed strength, through the last wall between her and the night. Above her, the sky is the color of old bruises. The Hall of Revised Lives is gone. No, not gone. Behind her, the ice doors have sealed, the silver light has dimmed to a thread, and the chamber that held 42 years of buried truth is now a dark shape against the shore, already receding into the mist, as if the lake is pulling it backward. Tobias's arms are still around her. His breath is ragged. "We are out," he says. Not a statement, a prayer. Elke tries to answer. The words do not come. Something is wrong with her chest. Not pain, not pressure. A thinness, as if the air is passing through a space that used to be solid and has become a sieve. She blinks, and the stars above the lake smear into pale ribbons. "Elke." Tobias's voice is closer now, his hand on her jaw, tilting her face toward his. "Stay with me." She wants to tell him she is staying. She is right here. But her mouth does not move the way it should, and when she looks down at her own hands, the edges of her fingers are translucent. Not bleeding, not injured. Fading. The witness bridge. She held it open too long. The residual vow accepted her as the channel, and the channel is still open, and the chamber has expelled her body, but the bridge has not released her soul. Tobias sees it. His face goes still in a way she has never seen. Not when the bailiffs came, not when Vale rose, not when the black water reached for him in the hall. A stillness that belongs to men who have already lost everything and are watching it happen again. No, he says. He pulls her upright, cradling her against his chest as if he can press her back into solidity by wills alone, and the ice beneath them creaks under the weight of both their bodies and the fracture that is running through her. The bridge is still holding, she whispers. Her own voice sounds distant. The judgment is not resolved. Around them, the lake is changing. The wound beneath the ice is breathing faster, pushing columns of black vapor into the air, and where the mist touches the shore, the snow is turning the color of old silver. The truth that was written on the hall's walls is not staying sealed in marble. It is leaking into the world. Fragments of revised records spiral across the ice like ash from a fire no one lit. Dates, names, verdicts. They land on the frozen surface and burn through, leaving dark holes that steam. And in the distance, where the wound is widest, the woman with Elke's face is still standing. She has not moved. She is watching. Tobias follows Elke's gaze and his arm tightens. Who is she? Sound. The fading has spread to her wrists. The skin is not gone, not yet, but it is becoming something else, something that belongs to the gray country rather than the living world. And Petra is already pulling off her own coat, pressing it against Elke's chest as if warmth can anchor what is being pulled loose. She needs a bond witch, Petra says. Gwendoline is gone, Tobias says. Then a healer, someone who can... There is no one. Tobias's voice breaks on the last word. He does not let go. The ice beneath them groans as the wound pulses, and Elke feels the bridge inside her chest shudder, feels the connection to the unresolved judgment pulling taut like a thread that has been tied to something deeper than the hall, deeper than the lake, deeper than the gray country itself. She understood it wrong. The bridge was never only about freeing the truth. It was about anchoring her to the judgment that has not yet been rendered. The court's case against her is not closed. The trial that began in the hall is not over. The woman on the shore lifts her hand. Not a wave, a gesture of recognition, as if she has been waiting for Elke to understand this moment, as if the entire night has been moving toward this single point of contact between two faces that share the same bone structure, the same scar tissue, the same name. Elke's mouth forms the question, but the bridge pulls taut before she can speak it, and the ice beneath the woman's bare feet begins to crack. The cracks spread from the woman like roots searching for water, branching across the frozen surface toward the wound, toward the shore, toward the place where Tobias holds Elke against his chest. Each fracture releases a sound, not ice breaking, but something older, something that remembers when this lake was not a lake, but a door. The woman steps forward. Her bare feet leave no prints on the ice. The dress she wears is the same shade of pale gray Elke wore 42 years ago. The fabric darkened at the hem where lake water still drips from it. The sleeves hanging open at the wrists, as if the hands inside them have not yet decided whether they belong to the living or the dead. Elke. Tobias's voice is a command now. Do not look at her. But Elke cannot look away. The woman's face is hers, not a twin, not a copy. The same bone structure, the same line of the jaw, the same curve of the mouth that Elke sees in mirrors she does not trust. But the woman's eyes are both the same color, not gray and amber like Elke's, but the deep black of lake water at midnight. You spoke my name, the woman says. Her voice is Elke's voice, but older, colder, wet. You spoke it when you drowned. You have been speaking it every night for 42 years. You just did not know what you were saying. The bridge inside Elke's chest pulls again, harder this time, and she feels the judgment that has not been resolved. Not the court's judgment, something older, a debt that was never paid. The name I spoke, Elke starts, was mine, the woman says. She takes another step. The ice beneath her foot holds. I am what the court sealed before they built the hall. I am what Vale buried in the foundation. I am the name they revised out of existence because it was older than their law. The woman stops at the edge of the wound. The black water rises to meet her feet. And you have been carrying me inside your throat since the night you drowned. Elke feels it. The weight in her chest that has always been there. The pressure behind her ribs that she thought was grief, that she thought was the memory of water. that she thought was the shape of her own lost life, pressing against the walls of her second body. It was not hers. It was never only hers. "You were not alone," the woman says, and her voice is almost tender now. "I was the name you did not know you were speaking. I was the heartbeat beneath the ice. I was the judgment that had not been waiting for 42 years to be spoken aloud." The wound pulses, the black water rises, and Elke feels the bridge inside her chest begin to pull her toward the woman, toward the water, toward the judgment that has not yet been rendered. Tobias grips her harder. "Do not let go," he says. But Elke is not sure if she is the one holding on, or if she ever was. Chapter 80. The ash is still falling when Elke opens her eyes. It drifts across the frozen lake in long gray ribbons, settling on the ice like the first snow of a season that has already passed. Tobias holds her against his chest, his coat soaked through with lake water and her own fading warmth, and she watches the ash land on his sleeve and burn a small black hole into the wool. The truth is still burning. Fragments of revised records spiral across the sky, pages that the hall expelled when the seal fixed into the marble, carrying names and dates and verdicts across the sleeping city. Some land on the ice and sizzle. Some catch the wind and drift toward the shore where the survivors stand watching, their faces pale in the false dawn. "Marta," Elke says. Her voice is barely a breath. Tobias's arms tighten. "She is alive," he says. "They are all alive. The hall expelled them before the doors closed." Elke turns her head. The shore is 50 feet away. Ysel stands at the water's edge with her gray cloak wrapped around a child who cannot be more than 8, the same child from the possession circle, the one who said "tick" with Gwendoline's smile. Marta Edivane kneels beside a woman with braided gray hair, her raw hands pressing a cloth against the woman's arm where a cut bleeds through the fabric. Petra is already moving toward them across the ice. She walks carefully, testing each step, her paramedic's bag slung across her shoulder. She stops when she reaches Elke and drops to her knees, her hands hovering over Elke's chest without touching. "You are still fading," Petra says. "I know. The truth is still inside me." Elke's fingers are translucent again. She can see the ice through them, the dark water moving beneath, the silver threads of the wound pulsing with every breath she takes. The bridge has not released her. The woman with her face has not gone back into the lake. She is standing at the place where the ice meets the shore, bare feet leaving no prints. Both black eyes fixed on Elke with a patience that feels older than the lake itself. "She is waiting for me to understand," Elke says. "Understand what?" "The judgment that has not been rendered." Tobias shifts behind her, his hand moving to her jaw, turning her face away from the shore. "Do not look at her. I have to." "No." His voice breaks on the word. "You almost died, Elke. You held the bridge open until your body started to become light. I watched you fade in my arms and I could not stop it." "I know. Do you?" She looks at him then. His face is gray with exhaustion, his eyes red at the rims, the silver at his temples more pronounced in the dawn light. He looks 40 years older than the man who dropped to his knees at the winter ball and offered her his throat. "I know," she says again, "and I am still here." He holds her gaze for a long moment, searching for something she cannot name. Then he nods once and looks through the shore, toward the woman with her face. "Then we need to understand what she wants." The ash continues to fall. Ysel reaches them first, the child still wrapped in her cloak, the girl's face blank and dreaming. Ysel's expression is carved from the same stone as her chapel walls, but her hands shake when she kneels beside Elke. "She has not let go of the bridge," Ysel says. "No. The judgment is anchored to her." "What judgment?" Ysel looks toward the shore, toward the woman who shares Elke's face. "The one that was sealed before the hall was built. The one that Vale buried because it was older than his law. The court did not revise Soren out of existence because she broke their rules. They revised her because she was the rule they violated." Elke feels it, the name in her throat, the one she has been speaking every night for 42 years without knowing, the pressure behind her ribs that was never only grief. It is moving now, rising, pressing against the roof of her arval like a word that has been waiting to be spoken aloud. "Soren," she says. The woman on the shore turns her head, not toward Elke, toward the wound. The black water at the center of the lake is rising again, not flooding, but forming a column that reaches toward the gray sky like a pillar of glass. Inside the column, shapes move, bodies, souls. The bonded dead that Wenling released when she opened the records and let the truth bleed into the hall's foundation. Soren is not a settlement, Elke says. The words come without thought. Soren is a person. The first person. The one they sealed before they built anything. The one they revised because she was the law they broke to make their law. Jessel's face does not change, but she does not contradict. The woman on the shore lifts her hand again, not a wave, not a gesture of recognition, but an invitation. Her palm faces Elke, open and empty, the same way Tobias offered his throat at the winter ball. The same surrender. Elke. Tobias's voice is low. What do you need? She looks at him. She looks at the woman on the shore. She looks at her own hands, translucent in the dawn light, and feels the bridge inside her chest pulling toward a judgment that has waited 42 years to be resolved. I need to know what I am carrying, she says. She lets go of Tobias, just for a moment. She stands. The ice holds. The woman on the shore lowers her hand. And Elke speaks the name that has been in her throat since the night she drowned. Soren. The woman's face breaks, not into expression, into light. The light spreads from the woman's chest like a wound opening in reverse, silver and cold and older than the gray country, older than the hollow court, older than the laws of death and return and the boundaries between them. The light touches the ice, and the ice remembers. It touches the ash, and the ash becomes paper again, carrying the names of the dead across the lake in a swarm of revised records. You spoke it, the woman says. Her voice is Elke's voice, but it is not wet anymore. It is clear, cold, certain. You spoke it knowing what it cost. I do not know what it costs. You will. The woman steps forward. Her bare foot touches the ice at the edge of the wound, and the black water column shudders. The shapes inside it stop moving. The bonded dead fall still. The court revised me because I refused to let them write their law over the dead. I was the original seal, the one who guarded the boundary between life and death before they claimed it as their jurisdiction. They could not break me, so they buried me. They built their hall on my name and called it Foundation. And you have been waiting, Elke says. 42 years. For me. For the one who would speak my name into the wound. The woman takes another step. The ice beneath her does not crack. The court's case against you is not resolved because my case against them has never been opened. Your trial was never about your return, Elke. It was about the name you spoke when you drowned. The name you have been speaking every night for 42 years. The name that proves the court's foundation is built on a lie. Elke feels it, the bridge in her chest, pulling, not toward the woman, toward the column, toward the bonded dead who have been waiting beneath the hall for 42 years, not to be freed, but to testify. A joint trial, Elke says. The woman's mouth shapes something that is almost a smile. Theirs and yours. The judgment they never faced. The truth they buried under the lake. The name that was here before their law. The wound pulses, the column shudders, and the ice beneath the lake begins to open in a straight line from the woman's feet to the shore, a crack that does not break but parts, revealing a stair carved into the bedrock below. Dark, cold, waiting. The court will convene at moonrise, the woman says, not in the Hall of Revised Lives. Beneath it, she looks at Elke with her own eyes, both of them black as lake water, and gestures toward the stair with a hand that leaves no shadow. The deeper court is awake. It has been waiting for your name to join mine. Elke looks at Tobias. He stands beside her, his hand finding hers, his grip steady despite everything. Then we go together, he says. The woman watches them, and if the judgment requires his death? Elle's fingers tighten around his. Then I will answer for it. She steps toward the stair. The ice holds. The bridge inside her chest pulls one last time, not toward the woman, but toward the column, toward the bonded dead, toward the judgment that has waited 42 years for someone to speak the name that would open the door. She does not look back. The stair descends into the dark, and the wound above them closes like an eye that has seen enough. The city wakes to ash and silence, but beneath the lake, the deeper court opens its eyes, and the trial that began 42 years ago is finally ready to begin.